I honestly didn't think that I'd be sitting here again and filming another free course video because the amount of effort, time, and money that I spent on the last one was just completely ridiculous. And the crazy thing is, we have completely blown it out the water again. We have completely doubled, tripled our effort and the money and the time that we spent into this video to put this project in front of your eyes today. This past year, I spent well over $140,000 on different coaches, courses, and mentors to attain this level of information. And it took us over a month to edit and compile everything into one place. This is by far the most comprehensive guide you will get online to scale you from $0 to $50,000 per month with your online consulting business. This is the exact same strategy that Andrew followed to go from $10K a month to over $151,000 a month with his UGC coaching offer. Same thing with Alec. He went from $0 to $137,000 a month with his TikTok shop coaching offer. And Josh Chang also went from $500 a month to over $102,000 a month with his fitness coaching offer. What you're about to watch includes the exact systems and infrastructure that I have in my business that allows me to work 4 hours a day and scale faster than all of my competition. The exact founder workflow that I use to run this $1 million per year consulting business at 80% margins while in university. How to create offers that you can charge over $10,000 for. And yes, this works for B2C industries, fitness industries, you name it, we've done it. The exact content strategy that me and my clients have used in order to amass tens of thousands of followers and dozens of inbound leads with our personal brands. And finally, my 7-figure sales funnel that allows me to have a 90% show up rate and a 70% close rate where I don't even have to close on my sales calls. The reality is, I don't need to give away more free value. I've already established myself, I make good money, but I see so many coaches just running around in circles, and these coaches are the people that have potential to make 50, 100, 200K a month, but they're running around in circles and working on the wrong things. So this video is meant to save you. The only reason why you're stuck is because you have no real strategy, you don't have backend systems, you don't have tracking, and you don't have the business infrastructure in order to sustain 6-figure months. And while you're trying to figure all this out, there's a small 1% of online coaches that have figured it out, are completely using a different playbook that nobody has seen, and my goal is to share that playbook with you today. Once you see how this actually works and the amount of detail that we go into with systems, tracking, infrastructure, and all this, you won't go back to what you were previously doing, and you would have just asked yourself, why didn't I figure this out sooner? This free course is your chance to have a peek behind the curtain and see exactly what the top 1% of consulting businesses are doing that the other 99% are not. Now, if you're looking for another 5 quick tips on how to sign new clients or the fastest strategy to get to 100K a month, this isn't for you. You might as well click off this video and don't waste your time. But if you want to build something real, something that lasts, a real consulting business that can run without you, then I want you to sit down, get your notepad out, get your pen out, and be ready to take notes, because what you're going to learn in this video is going to completely change the way you look at how you scale your consulting business. So let's begin. All right, guys, let's run this content. This is going to be a content presentation. So, I mean, Alicia has been asking about it all day. A lot of you guys have been asking about, how to actually, what's the personal branding strategy we're using in 2025 going into 2026. So my goal with this is just to break down everything that I'm doing and really just how to build a qualified audience of buyers. That's what we've been able to do. Me and Josh have attended probably the best content. We've learned from the best content coaches you can possibly learn from. We've went to the most expensive masterminds you can think of. We've learned from the industry leaders. And so we're going to kind of go through everything. And this has resulted in us being able to obviously do the $224,000 a month, work with dream clients, guys that are just absolutely crushing it, have amazing impact. Every time I post a piece of content, tens of thousands of people are consuming and actually listening to what I'm saying. And I think that alone is just such a fulfilling thing, knowing that everything that I'm saying is also being listened to by thousands of other people. And obviously, this happened quite a few times already. I thought it'd be cool to add in. Getting recognized in public is also pretty cool. I think I got stopped 6-7 times in London, which is cool. And so it's been pretty cool. I got stopped at the Apple store. What the fuck? I got stopped buying a laptop, which is really nice. And then, just comments that make your day, all this type of stuff. And the one thing that I will say before I even dive into everything is that this is the hardest problem to break in all of business. It really is. But once you do, client acquisition becomes easy. These are the type of sales we've been able to generate off of content alone. We've made 30K in a day, obviously. Now, before we get into the exact steps on how to actually build your brand and how to actually build a strong personal brand, we need to understand what the foundation actually is, right? So a lot of you are just posting once a day, and maybe you haven't achieved, the results that you wanted yet. And the most important thing that you have to realize is you have to focus on your influence and reach before you do anything. Because if you have a strong message, but 5 people are looking at your content and consuming your content, it doesn't fucking matter, right? Because no one's actually watching it. And so you can have the best content, but if nobody sees it, it's all a waste of effort. It does not matter at all. And so the common problem that I see you guys make is that you target strictly your ICP. And I want to just break this limiting belief once and for all, because a lot of you are always asking me, how can I target more of my ICP? How can I generate more qualified leads? You shouldn't make content for your ICP. You should make content for your actual dream follower, okay? And so what a dream follower is someone beyond your ICP. This is someone that you actually want to connect with on a deeper, more personal level. So this is not actually your ICP, all right? And the reason why is because your ICP, the total addressable market of your ICP, is always going to be lower. It's always going to be less. But the dream follower, the people that resonate with you, is always going to be more. And so the question now becomes, how can we target the dream follower, right? And what you guys will find is that the ICP is always a part of the dream followers that you're targeting. So when you get good at really resonating and actually talking and speaking to your actual, dream follower, then what happens is you target more of your ICP. And so you'll find more ICP within your dream follower because your content will have more TAM. So naturally, you have to play that game. You have to play the game that social media wants you to play. And if you're only targeting coaches that are making $3 to $20K a month, or you're only targeting people that are 40 pounds overweight that have $3,000 to invest, that total addressable market is not good enough in order to actually scale, right? And so you can identify your dream follower by answering these following questions. Who are they? Who is this person? What are their story? What do they look like? You need to figure that out. What are they passionate about? A lot of you guys have, some similarities we have. We play basketball. A lot of you guys have mentioned that. That's not a coincidence. I talk about basketball pretty often in my content because I know that this is a sport that a lot of people can relate to, right? What are their goals, dreams, and desires? What are their deepest fears? What are their struggles? All of these things are questions that you can actually answer yourself to get a better understanding of who your dream follower is. Because when you talk about your dream follower, you can target a much wider ICP, okay? And then the second thing is asking current or new clients in the onboarding form, what about the content push you into buying? If you haven't implemented the onboarding form, and I'm gonna go through much more detail in a bit, but if you haven't implemented the onboarding yet, this is the number one insight and the number one information that you need to prioritize in order to get good at content, okay? So this is top of funnel content. When you target a dream follower, you're naturally targeting a wider segment of the market, which is gonna be a bit more broad, but if you guys wanna scale organically, you have to understand that organic is not all about only targeting a qualified ICP. You have to play the volume game, okay? Targeting a broader market in order to get more eyeballs and views, which will lead to more ICP followers. Now, here's the best way to do market research and create a brand. Creating an onboarding form. So as soon as someone pays, you need to understand what made them buy. What piece of content did they consume that allowed them to actually build that trust and get them to want to pay you thousands of dollars. So the goal of this is to get an understanding of what makes you actually different. That's the whole goal. Why did your client choose you instead of the 100 of other competitors in your market? That's the whole goal of figuring this out, okay? And that is your unique edge. That is the foundation, and that's the basis of your personal brand. The foundation is not the value you provide. The foundation is what makes you different and why that client chose you. So here are the most important questions you need to ask when a client actually signs up with you. The first one is, what made you want to work with me? This is pretty straightforward. I recommend writing all these questions down and actually putting them in your onboarding form, okay? What made you want to work with me? What finally pushed you to book a call? You need to understand what is the critical moment that got them from point A to point B. Because booking in a call is the hardest commitment that a prospect has to make. And the moment they make that commitment, chances are, if you have a good sales process, it's a sale. What were your biggest hesitations before joining? Remember, this is clients that have already joined you. If you understand the biggest hesitations before they joined, you can do a better job of actually solving them, okay? And so here are a few examples. Was it the price? Was it the trust? Was it the timing? What was it? You need specific data and insights to figure out what were people actually hesitant about, all right? There are hundreds of other online coaches. Why did you choose me? I promise you, every single time someone answers this question, it's never that you're the most valuable, you post the most value content. Never. It's always about what makes you different, what makes you separate. And so a lot of you guys, if we look across the table, everyone's similar in age. We're all 20 to 30, right? except for Hoku, he's 18. But everyone is very, very similar in age. We all have very, very similar interests. A lot of us do sports. A lot of us go to the gym. A lot of us want to do it for our family. A lot of us are not crazy about materialistic stuff, Like when I look across the board, a lot of us are just wearing Zara, H&M, like typical clothes. But that's because of the content. And so if I wore flashy designer items, you guys would be filled with LV, or this room would be filled with LV. You guys maybe wouldn't resonate with me that much. And so you have to understand why people choose you. In your opinion, what are the most valuable aspects of the program that you didn't realize were included until our call? The reason why we get this question is because we can show this more. We can show people that, hey, this is what the program actually includes without a sales call. So when they're watching the stories, when they're watching the Instagram Reels, and they're watching the YouTube videos, you're talking about this. This is everything that you need, okay? And so it could be done for you systems, it could be the Lucre Studio, it could be tracking, whatever it is, okay? And then what you want to ask is, what are their goals, dreams, and desires? This is how you get good at top of funnel content. And so if you've been struggling with essentially growing your audience, the reason why is because you're not good at understanding their goals, dreams, and desires. So this is what I put down for mine. They want to, all my clients basically want to feel successful in life and that they've made it. They want to be the most successful person in their bloodline. They want to make their parents and siblings proud. They want to work less hours and be more present in their lives. They want to be faster than the competition. They love cars and watches, all of this stuff, right? So you got to figure out what is the goals and what is the desires that people, that you can talk about in your content to not just attract your ICP, but your dream follower. So when I talk about content like this, I'm obviously going to attract a much wider demographic, but that's the point, because the algorithm will push that content out, okay? What are they passionate about, right? Personal development. I can basically bet money that every single one of us goes to the gym. And it's not like we're all trying to make money online, but every single one of us goes to the gym, and there's a reason, right? There's a reason for that, and so I talk about that in my content. Personal development, constantly trying to get better. Some people have started their business because of a rough breakup with their girlfriend or whatever. And then this is like their kind of like way to get back on their feet and all that, right? A few clients that I've had have said this. They wake up early to train and all this type of stuff. He loves a community he can be a part of, all of this. And so what I've been able to do is I've been able to take segments of what people actually like me for and what they actually want and show that. So this is an aspect that I noted down, make their parents and siblings proud of them, right? And so a reel that I created from that specific piece of insight was me calling my mom and getting her live reaction. And now you guys see every single person, whenever they hit a record month, suddenly they call on their mom, And I think this was just so intentional. It was just designed to build that level of trust and get these people to really just want to work with me. When I talk about watches, I mean, every single one of us loves watches. For the most part, I don't want to speak for everybody, right? But when I show watches that I'm planning on getting, or when I show that I bought this Sky Dweller or things like that, it appeals to a much larger demographic, and that's how you build that specific audience. Obsessed with fitness, right? If I show that I'm training myself, I'm trying to get a better physique, I'm trying to eat a clean diet, that will resonate with you more. And so all of these things add up over time, and if you have 3-4 things similar to me, you're going to choose me over every other competitor in the space. That's how it works, right? It's not about the value. Loves good company and people that have a similar mindset to him. The reason why I host these masterminds and what I love about this is that we get to connect, like everyone gets to connect together. Everyone gets to be together. Everyone gets to sit down and get to know each other. And I think that aspect is so underrated. I mean, think about it like this. You're probably the only person in your hometown that is trying to make money online. And if I can provide a community outside of your current friend group and outside of your current social circle and give you that opportunity to network and reach out to people that are like-minded, of course you're going to buy from me, right? And so these are all insights and data, which is why every time that we host a mastermind, every time that we host an in-person event, we always hit a record month. It's not accident, right? And so once you have the attention and enough ICP followers, now you want to focus on nurturing them. This is where middle funnel content gets in. So to give you guys a rough summary, the top of funnel content is simply attracting dream followers. There's 5 stages of awareness. I think I covered this in the first presentation, right? There's unaware, there's problem aware, there's solution aware, product aware, and most aware. I'm not going to go through this because we've already gone through it. But essentially, your goal with middle of funnel content is to bring these guys from solution aware all the way to the most aware. That is simply the goal. Top of funnel is to get more brand awareness, get more resonance, get more likability. And so if you struggle with lead flow, that is what you focus on. Middle of funnel is building that brand credibility, that problem awareness, and building that trust. And so Alessio and Brian, you guys have 400,000 followers. No top of funnel, basically. You guys should be focusing on the middle funnel, how to build more credibility, how to actually get these guys to realize that this is the problem that they have. How can you build more trust? That's what you focus on. Someone else, like let's say Istin, right? Your problem right now is that you just need more awareness. You need more viral videos. You need more people looking at your content because you're selling a B2C offer. Same with you, Leo, right? So you need to understand what type of content you want to double down on. And based on that, you can actually reverse engineer your content strategy to maybe target 75% top of funnel, 25% middle of funnel, or vice versa. It depends on what your situation is. And so the key to middle of funnel content, again, it's insights and data. Like that's all it is. Here's what my setter said. We always get our appointment setters to give us data on what is being said in the DMs. And so George, who was my setter at the time that scaled me to $224,000 a month, the most asked questions were bad setters, stress about delegating, low lead quality, low closing rate, how to target ICP, and mindset issues and limiting beliefs, right? And then we also have a few YouTube videos that were brought up very often in the DMs. People were asking about, the mastermind in the pool, the Iman YouTube video, the mindset value video. Everyone's talking about the mindset value video, And what phase of the business are most people in? 5 to 20K a month. They're 6 to 12 months into coaching. They're always a one-man team. So do you see how those insights, if I know that half of my demographic is a one-man team, I can always talk about outsourcing and hiring and working smarter and having more leverage. That is insight that I drew from the appointment setting, right? And so when it comes to stress about delegating, cool. How do I run a 150K a month business while working 4 hours a day? What does my workflow look like? What is outsourced? What do I actually work on as a founder? When the mindset issues and the limiting beliefs come up, the Bali video, right? How to remove my limiting beliefs and now I make 151 at 20. What limiting beliefs did I remove? And so you must have an amazing understanding of your ICP to dial in the middle of funnel. And content at a certain level is all about market research and data and insights. It's all about that. And that's why I strongly, strongly recommend if you guys have enough clients and you're already in a nice city, host a mastermind, host a one-day mastermind. Do it for free, and get your clients together and get people together, create that FOMO, because that's what people want. The marketing team and the sales team are working with each other. That's what you guys have to connect. So often I see you guys when you run your business, the marketing department and the sales department are two separate entities. They're not talking to each other. They're only focused on their job. But for my team, my business, the marketing department and the sales department are always conversing back and forth and always generating winning middle of funnel content ideas. And so even though I'm presenting on a mindset video, we've been able to get 100,000 views. Even though I'm talking about a sales funnel, we've been able to get 30,000 views because a large portion of the market is struggling with that problem, okay? And so there's no need to play a guessing game and no need to try and guess what content you need to post if you're constantly collecting data from the people that you're trying to sell to. And who better can you collect that data from the appointment setters and the closers? That's your best creative director, your appointment setter. And if you're in the DMs yourself, then even better, right? Not really, but I'd recommend just talking to your appointment setter so much to the point where he fully understands that this is the problem, okay? And then once you have the insights, you can double down on finding a format that can tackle those limiting beliefs. It's that simple. It's that simple. And so people are always asking the DMs, what sales funnel do I implement? Do I run ads? Do I run organic? Do I run whatever bullshit that they're thinking about? Video right here, I copied Hormozi's sales funnel and made me 151K a month. And I also want to break down why this video performed well. The fundamental idea on the reason why this performed well is because it seems low effort and it's an astonishing result. So I recommend if you guys are on YouTube, every single one of you should rip this format. I copied XYZ and it got me desired outcome. That is a format that every single one of you should rip after this mastermind, right? And the reason why is because it's low effort. I copied. Copied feels like there's low effort. Oh, I just looked at what he did and I did the same thing. And then it made me this amount. And so, as you can see, the thumbnail is actually very creative as well. Hormozi over here, 151K here. It's very, very low effort, which is why people actually click on the video. How do I make more while working less? People are always asking this in the DMs. They want to get out of the 10-hour workdays. They want to work less. They want to have more leverage. This video solves exactly that problem, okay? How do I get more inbound leads? Story strategy. This is a story strategy that I use, and I think one of you guys, I think it was you, Brian, right? Brian brought this up. This is one of the first videos he watched, right? What type of lifestyle can I attain? Again, no one actually cares about the outcome. Nobody cares about more inbound leads. People care about more inbound leads so that they can actually have a lifestyle. So don't forget to portray what lifestyle people can attain when they have your product and when they have the result that you guys are promising them. And so even though, we post tons of value, the vlogs have also done an amazing job because the vlogs show behind the scenes access to, what I'm doing in my business, how I'm running it, and how life looks like, What kind of results can I expect? Again, I don't promise a guarantee. I don't promise a result. I don't say that I can make you 50K a month. No, I'm going to show you the results that I've gotten for my clients. You decide the result that you want. That takes the pressure off of me in the fulfillment. So this ties back into fulfillment. When you have dozens, if not hundreds of case studies and interviews that people can look at, they're going to be like, oh, I think I can make 50K a month with this guy's help. Okay, then join, So that's how you actually solve all these problems. Every single one of your YouTube videos and your reels should slowly solve objections and chip away so that they're closer to buying. What client results have you generated? Again, more client results. What does your one-on-one coaching look like? These videos are amazing for middle of funnel because one of the problems that people face before they work with you is they don't know how you coach them. If you show a one-on-one client breakdown session on what your one-on-one coaching looks like, they're going to see whether or not it's a good fit. So a lot of you know that I'm very direct. I'm very blunt. I don't like to sugarcoat things. I just tell you how it is. And usually 9 times out of 10, it'll make you more money, right? 6.5 thousand people watched a one-on-one breakdown that I had with Jaden. And from my perspective, this is probably one of the highest levers I can pull in my content, simply because if people like how direct I am, they will choose me over everybody else. If people like how much shit I give Jaden because of the fact that he's not doing what he needs to do, people are going to want to work with me. And so these are all things that you have to think about. Your clients don't know what it's like to work with you. They don't know what a one-on-one call would look like. So how can you expect them to fork out tens of thousands of dollars? They can't, right? But if you show and you reverse engineer what your clients are thinking when they watch your content and what actually goes into the buying process, then you can get good at content. What's the blueprint to 100K a month? Again, another client breakdown. And what you'll realize is that in these client breakdowns, you can look at the comments, everyone is talking about how much I actually care about my clients. And that's part of the reason why you guys chose me as well. You guys chose me because you know I'm willing to go out the way to make this happen, And so there's one thing that nobody talks about that is also an absolute goldmine. Now, one thing I would say before I even dive into that, these are all videos you guys should all film. If you struggle with building trust, these are the videos that have gotten us the most fucking sales. So don't just look at this and think it's valuable and stuff. Actually film it when you get back, okay? Because these are the videos that lead to the inbounds, that lead to the 10, 12K pips, the 20K deals, all of that, all right? So basically, there's one thing that nobody talks about that is an absolute gold mine. And when you crack it, you'll get messages like this. This is one of the DMs we got. I've been wanting to work with you for a while. I have a TikTok shop offer that did 28K rev. Is there any way you could give me more details on what you guys do? I know the price is near 20K, which I'm in the position to pay. Just curious on how you guys are actually giving me the info on how I need to scale. This guy, this first DM that he sent to us, he did all the qualifications for us, basically. I mean, he said he has 20K to invest. He's making 20K a month. He just needs more details. When you understand this concept, you're gonna get DMs like this, okay? And there you go, right? This is the gold mine. Objections you hear on sales calls are absolute gold mines for content. This is where the best content ideas are, okay? If someone gives you an objection on a sales call, what you need to understand is that hundreds of your prospects feel the exact same thing. They feel the exact same way that that person is feeling. And so there's a gap in your marketing that actually failed to solve that objection. There's a gap in your marketing. What's an objection you guys commonly get? Just shout it out if you guys can.
Lack of capital.
Lack of capital?
Tough, 'cause it's like,
Yeah.
you know,
If it's a lack of capital, then I'd argue that you don't have enough free course or like enough valuable information to get them that capital.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So one way to solve that is how can you provide so much free value where they're already making 5 to 10K a month with your free value. So when they're at 10K a month and they want to scale to 30, you're the person they're going to.
Exactly.
Boom. So it's a matter of just giving them enough blueprint. Any other objections you guys get? Time.
The time they need to create all the content, that they're running a business, so they're worried that they won't have enough time.
Okay, so imagine you broke down the done-for-you systems that you provide and how this, like, imagine you posted a client interview of a 8-figure CEO that only had 2 hours in this week and still managed to scale his personal brand. That limiting belief is removed like this off that client interview. And then you had another video breaking down the Miro presentation on exactly how your content systems work for busy business owners. Right? Boom. That objection is solved right there and you'll never get it again. You'll never get it again. So that's another one. Any other objections? You guys got a good sales process, huh?
It's like knowledge on pathway.
Knowledge on pathway.
On like specifically what they'd be doing in order to be successful.
What they'd be
Actually
doing.
works.
Okay, I mean, that's a pretty easy one. Like, what is high ticket sales? Boom, easy. But that's also a very unaware market that I don't think is worth targeting because there's too many stages for them to go through, right? And so I'd argue that you already want to target someone that's already knows what high ticket sales is, but Leo is the go-to guy for that. You know what I mean? I'm sure you guys.
It's a money objection, but your offer doesn't make them more money. It's just a targeting problem.
That means, yeah, it's just targeting problem. Yeah, exactly. How many of you guys get I need to think about it?
Yes.
You guys get that? Okay. So the truth is, the reason why they're not, we don't get I need to think about it anymore. Like, that objection has completely been removed in our sales calls. So what I do is I have all the Fathom recordings for my closer, and we've just basically compiled all the objections. We don't have I need to think about it anymore. The only reason why someone would not work with us is if our prices are just way too high for them, which is understandable. That's an objection I'm willing to have, you know, and it's like over time they will eventually start working with us. But the I need to think about it objection is purely a lack of proof. It's purely a lack of proof. And so when you get that I need to think about it objection, ask yourself, how many client interviews do you have up? It's probably not enough. It's probably not enough because if someone saw, like, the perfect example is like when I posted that TikTok shop coaching offer scale, like when I posted Alex's interview, 5 different TikTok shop coaches reached out and joined that same month. That same month, 5 other people did it. And so you gotta ask yourself, okay, like, if I can basically find a client interview for every single person, every type of ICP that I can get, what is there to think about? And so for you, it's like the busy guy, right? And then you could find another one that's an online coach that has a lot of time. You can find another one that has another situation. And you find all of these different ICPs, all these different types of people to where it's inevitable for them to not work with you. That's all it is, okay? And you can put them in the ChatGPT and ask it this prompt. All your Fathom recordings. These are all my sales calls for my consulting business that helps this type of client achieve this type of result without pain point. I want you to pinpoint every single objection that a prospect gives me that stops them from buying in order of how often that objection shows up. And so some of them are asking, I don't know if you can help me. Value videos in long form showing my expertise, right? And so these are videos where I actually show my expertise and show that I'm good at what I do. I've been burned before. I'm scared this will happen again. I can remove their limiting belief and talk about my own story right here. I'm not sure if this can work for my niche. Dozens of clients' interviews in every single niche and vertical you can think of. So like I said, Like a lot of people will be like, they think they're special. They think that's a special snowflake, right? Oh, but my situation is different. If you have so many fucking client interviews, they can't say that anymore. Like this one right here. Read this title. He makes $55K a month from teaching people how to kick higher. We scaled them from 10K to 55K in 30 days because like in such a specific niche. And so if you have a niche that's not as weird and you look at that, you're like, this guy can probably help me. You know what I mean? And so every single niche, every single vertical, think about every type of ICP that you want to attract and you want to sell to. How can you get a client interview out? Which ties back to the fulfillment. So do you see how everything revolves around the fulfillment? If you don't have a good product, your marketing is just not going to be as good. More, right? And so your sales call should have 0 objections. They should simply be asking you more details on what it looks like to work with you. How much is it? How many one-on-ones do I get? How many group calls? Are there in-person masterminds? That's what the sales calls should look like. And so objections mean a lack of quality in your marketing. And yes, high-ticket closing is important. I'm always going to stress the importance of getting good at closing. But as an offer owner, the highest lever you can pull is to get better at marketing, not get better at closing. And the reason why is because closing is a temporary solution to a long-term problem. If you're not the guy closing, and you have a closer that's not you, that's not the face of the marketing, that is less qualified than you, that is not as good as you on the phone, then your sales call will drop. But if you focus on increasing your marketing and actually understanding what are the data and insights that are stopping them from working with me, now your content becomes better, and now you don't even need a A-player closer. You know what I mean? It makes the scaling process so much easier. It's a 7-11-4 rule. To make a purchase, a consumer needs to engage with a brand for 7 hours, have 11 touch points, and encounter the brand across 4 different platforms. Obviously, it's extremely important to get you guys, get these guys nurtured and actually get content consumed. But this is how much it takes. And so if you're not willing to play the long-term game, and you're not willing to do content for the long term, don't even try. You can run paid ads, you can run cold email. But if you want to build a long-term niche brand full of qualified buyers, this is the main stat you have to look at. So it's a volume. Once you crack the data and the insights, once you understand that, then it's a volume game, okay? And so the people on my IG are going to my YouTube. The people on my YouTube are going to my IG. And it's this constant flywheel. And you imagine, off of IG alone, there's Reels, there's Stories, there's DMs. 3 different touch points, right? And then the YouTube, there's 20-minute video, 30-minute video. And so if you're watching 20, 30-minute videos of me, you're watching 60-second reels of me, you're reading all my story sequences, you're engaging with my appointment setter in the DMs, in a matter of weeks or a matter of days, you are gonna buy from me. And a lot of you already have one aspect, right? A lot of you already have, let's say, the IG Reels dialed in like you guys, right? 400K followers, IG Reels dialed in. But your appointment setting process is completely non-existent right now, And then the YouTube is also not where it needs to be. And the stories are also not where it needs to be. So you have 1 out of the 4. If you dial in just 2 out of the 4, that's a double in the business right there. It's that simple, It's that simple. So the 4th one is the content infrastructure in the team. How do you actually build the infrastructure to be able to sustain all of this revenue, right? Here's what my internal team looks like. On my creative direction side, I have creative director, obviously Josh. I have my YouTube editor, and I have a short form editor. 1 person for each department. And basically, every single Wednesday, my team leads the call. My creative director leads the call, right? And he basically gives me a summary on the weekly performance, and he brainstorms ideas that he got from the sales team that I can actually recreate and I can post. I am not the guy that's deciding what I need to film. I am deciding what I need to film off of what the appointment setters are telling me, what the closer is telling me, and the creative director's input. Your lack of understanding in the sales process is part of the reason why you guys are stuck. And so as a result, we've gained a lot of followers, we've gained a lot of views, and we even go as far as to basically track every single metric on the reels that we post. So I'm gonna break this down for you guys. We had a reel get over 46,000 views. We gained over 800 followers. We calculated the follower per 1,000 views. 17.7 followers per 1,000 views. What that means is that this reel is different. It's memorable. It gets people to want to click on my profile and click the follow button. That is super, super important. Too many of you are just so concerned with the views you get. I'm concerned with my follower per view ratio. And that determines, this is the 4-star rating. This is way better than the video that only got me 0.95 followers per 1,000 views. Because this one, I look like everyone else. So no one even bothers to click on my profile and actually drop me a follow. That is insight you need to understand, right? And then we also understand, okay, this is a top of funnel. This is a middle funnel. And then what type of business is it? What type of video is it? Is it about business? Is it documentation? Is it a sales call? And we've even added a new column where we track the qualified followers. Not just the new followers, but the qualified followers. And we do this with a VA, so that's how we do it. We also have systems like this, right? And so like I said, your business is only as good as the systems that you have. And so if your business can't run without you, and you're just sending links back and forth with your editor, how are you gonna 2x, 3x the output? How are you gonna be better? You can't, right? So this is everything, right? This is like another end-to-end automation that I got one of my VAs to build. I paid for a bit of AI consultation. They told us this is one of the best content research bots, and we've been using it ever since. All of these things add up, and as you can see, because I put so much emphasis on all the little details, in a year time span, I'm gonna gap my competition. Double down on what works through data and insights. That's the key factor, okay? And what you can do is you can track meaningful comments, saves, and the entire onboarding process. And for me personally, I love to give $50 per editor for every sale that comes from a qualified inbound content lead. If I get a qualified inbound lead from content, I reward the editor that clipped it up, okay? And one thing I will say as well, for the people that are trying black borders, if there is no SOP and there's no framework and there's no guideline to follow, and you're just giving a bunch of clips to the editor, what you're doing is you're literally shooting darts in the dark. Because you don't even know if the editor understands why people choose you. He's not even talking to the appointment setter. He's not even talking to the closer. He doesn't even understand what content really is. He's just there to clip videos. And so how can you expect that to work when you don't even give him sense of direction, right? You have to incentivize him, give him a reason to actually listen to you because his interest is served when he makes you more money. And then also, he has to understand what to actually clip. There has to be an initiative in your team to suggest more content formats, suggest more topics, and more everything. You should not be the one that's deciding everything in the business because you don't have the most data and insights. The people that are actually in the day-to-day sales process, those are the people that should be deciding what middle funnel content you should be posting, okay? This is also another bonus thing. We have $50 for every 100 qualified followers gained and $500 bonus for hitting the month's reach goal. So if I set a goal this month, I wanna hit 90,000 followers. If we hit it, I'll give every editor a nice $500 bonus. I don't mind, you know? And if we don't hit it, then we just don't hit it, right? And so someone out there spends 100K to make $1 million. You need to be so ahead that you dictate where the industry goes. And so the free course example was perfect. I mean, I released a free course, and I think a lot of my competitors just also released their own free course. I mean, valid. This free course alone made me, I think this free course made me over 300K off of everything. Me deciding to actually put emphasis towards understanding what the insights and what are the problems that my ICP is facing allowed me to come up with a video which is 7 hours long, put out my free course for free, boom. How many of you guys have watched it just out of curiosity?
Watch a part of it.
Part of it, okay. So even if you just watch a part of it, the idea that I dropped 7 hours worth of value for free, that automatically positions me as completely different from everybody else, you know? Because I give before I take. You guys are always wanting to take. I need more sales, I need more book calls. But what have you given in order to achieve that? What have you given in order to get that? If it's things like this, then of course you're gonna make a shit ton of money, right? So if you're on YouTube and the problem that you're facing is trust, a free course video is probably the highest lever you can pull because it'll disrupt your industry, it'll position you as the industry leader, and it will force your competition to put out their free courses as well. And if your fulfillment is as good, is better than everybody else's, your free course will be better than everyone else's. And people will make a calculated decision based on the free value they get. This was a strategic move by me. I knew my competitors were gonna do the same thing. I knew my competitors were gonna release another free course video, and I looked at their free course videos, and it's so fluff, it's so mediocre, you know? And anyone with a brain, if they compared my free course video and the competitor's free course video, they knew that I'm a better person to work with because of the way that I was speaking, because of the concepts I covered and all this. And so if you're really as good as you think you are and really as good as you say you are, put your money where your mouth is. Put a free course video. Force your competitors to do the same thing, and everyone will be able to see who's the best mentor in your industry. That's the chess game you have to play. And if you want to become an industry leader, this is the stuff you have to do. Don't be afraid of providing enough free value. There's never enough free value. Because eventually, if you don't give that free value, someone else is going to say what you were going to say and get all the credit for it, and they're going to make all the money from it. This free course video is the perfect foot in the door, especially for sophisticated clients. You guys need to post a free course video. Leo, you need to post a free course video. Every single one of you needs to post a free course video. It is the #1 YouTube video you can post. This as well, right? I mean, we basically kind of brainstormed how can we make it entertaining for me to show that I make a lot of money and that I'm very competent at what I do. Sales calls videos, dealing with live objections, collecting cash on call, having that entertainment aspect, and then the viewer is like, oh, did he collect a sale? Like, it's entertaining, right? The other one is obviously, parents' reaction on how much I'm making. It's a very out of the ordinary video that you barely see. And for a lot of people, I mean, every single one of us wants to do this in part to make our parents proud, to take care of our family. And if I show you that I've already achieved that, you're gonna be like, fuck, I wanna achieve that as well. What is he doing that I'm not doing? Okay, he has this funnel, he has this system, he has this whatever, and boom, now you're in the funnel. So these two videos, top of funnel videos, 1,000,000 views, 195,000 views. They're not targeting full coaches, but what it is targeting is everyone that wants this outcome, and beneath the 1,000,000 views, there's probably thousands of coaches that have watched this video. And I know that for a fact. Okay? And then as you can see, when you post real good quality content, this is what happens. We've had extremely qualified leads follow us because we're dictating where the industry goes. We're forcing our hand. We know that we have the best fulfillment. So let me put out the best free course. Let me put out the best free course that no one else can compete with, right? We know that, we're in a position where we can just dictate where the industry goes. So let's fucking do it. Don't be in the game to just want to participate and just play and make 10, 20K a month. You can literally dominate the industry with just a few strategic moves. Because a lot of you guys, your fulfillment is amazing, but you haven't positioned yourself to where you are the industry leader, okay? And when you do, people that you respect, people that you look up to will follow you. At 20 to 30K a month, getting to 100K a month isn't about what you do. It's about your team's competence and your capability, okay? And so 0 to 30K a month is your founder's competence. 30 to 100K a month is your team's competence. And I promise you, off of content alone, I don't doubt that you guys will be able to scale to a whole nother level when it comes to just understanding more data, more insights, and more information on what your ICP actually struggles with, all right? So yeah, that's the content presentation. Let's get into the content reviews, Josh. Let's do it. We have a really good topic today, so let me just share my screen. We are going to go over the 224K a month breakdown. So the agenda for today, we're going to welcome in some of the new people, celebrate wins this past week, announce the new content coach and some new changes that we're making Consulting Mastery 2.0, and really break down how we were able to make this amount of cash and the list of inputs that led to this $200,000 a month. So I'm going to show you guys the story sequence, right? A lot of you joined through the stories. You guys saw the price increase. You guys saw all of this happening. You're like, how the hell did he do it? So we're going to break that down. We're going to break down the psychology behind how I was able to structure these type of stories to generate the amount of cash that we did, the personality aspect, the YouTube videos, what is working right now, and how you guys can implement that, the reels, the KPIs, the team, the urgency and FOMO, how to create that, and just a ton of stuff. Because a lot of new faces, and it's proof that the marketing does work. It's proof that the marketing does work, and I want to show you guys exactly what we were able to change and what we were able to do before, like to actually lead to this 224K a month. Because a lot of you can implement this straight away and literally just hit a record month straight away. All right. So before I do that, I want to celebrate a few wins. Who here hit a record month in September? Jaden, go ahead, bro. What was that month?
We got 28K for the
28.
month of September.
Hell yeah. And what did you join at?
We joined that, I think we were at like 2K in August.
Oh my goodness. You guys 14x the business, bro, in 30 days.
Yeah, bro. It's all Teddy, I'm telling you, bro. It's all the setting process, the DMs, just blew us up.
Yeah. And everything, all the little things add up over time, right? And then boom, it's 14x the business. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
And I remember on our sales call as well, you and Danny, I mean, you guys have joined basically every single coach at this point, and you're like, what's different about this guy? I told you it was going to be different. I told you. So congrats on the record month, man. How does it feel?
Feels fucking awesome, bro. I want to hit 50 next month or this month.
Let's do it, bro. Let's do it. So
Yeah.
damn near 30K a month in what, 2 month time span, and then now we're gonna aim for 50, yeah?
Yeah, yep.
Cool. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Sick. Anyone else hit a record month, or anyone else did very well last month? Any wins? Joey, what's up, bro?
Yes. So for me, I just posted like that I do a mastermind in Bali, which is like the dream since I started, and I really thought if I should do it, but I just posted that story and go in full risk that I hope people will buy it, and I already got 7 people. It's like almost $600 each person, and I will go crazy. We have police escort, we have a yacht trip, we have a content creator, crazy stuff, and this will give me a lot of great authority content. So I'm really hyped for that.
I love it, bro. I love it. Congrats, bro. Your first mastermind, I'm telling you, one of the most fulfilling things ever, man. The most
Yeah,
fulfilling thing ever. So
I think this will be prime time. It's
I'm
crazy.
very excited for you. I'll send you a mastermind SOP as well on how to get the most content and how you can leverage a lot of FOMO in your future content. Yeah.
That's great, man.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Let's run it up, guys. Let's run it up. So for those that are new, I want you guys to join the Friday call. We're going to officially introduce you all to the community. You guys can introduce what you guys do, your offers. Um, Andrew, I'll give an example. Like Andrew, we did an orientation call literally yesterday. How was it for you, man? I know you love that.
It was freaking awesome. I mean, like I said, it's only been 3 or 4 days, and just like this, like everything is shifting already. So it's been sick.
You already booked a ton of calls and all that.
Yeah, yeah.
Boom. I'm telling you, man, it's just a few mindset tweaks that I need you guys to understand, and boom, we're up and running. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into today's presentation. But before I do that, I want to introduce some new changes coming into Consulting Mastery 2.0. So as you guys know, you guys joined right before the price increase, and this is a completely new program now where we have 3 different video modules. So Fossey will actually send you guys the new video module program that is exclusive to clients. That is not going to be released to the public, like nothing. This is only for the clients. So we're going to release that to you today. And then Josh is the new content coach. Now I'll give you guys a bit of a background. Josh was my creative director since I was at 15K a month, and we've worked together for just over like a year now, right, Josh? How long has it been?
Yeah, just over a year now.
Just over a year. And Josh went from his coaching business doing like what, 2K a month to now over $50,000 cash collected this month as a creative director and a content coach in his own coaching business. So he's more than qualified to teach on this topic. He's part of the reason why you guys joined. I mean, how many of you guys joined because of the content? Just a shake of head. Yeah, ton of you guys, right? All of you guys because of the content. Josh is the mastermind behind it. He's the guy that's in charge of the entire creative direction process, the editor process. So Josh, go ahead and make a quick introduction and talk about when your group call times are going to be.
Yeah, guys, it's really good to meet you. I know I've had a few one-on-one calls with you guys so far. I'm looking forward to teaching you guys and running up your personal brands. I've worked with multiple coaches here as well. Like Alec, he's is one of the main reasons why he was able to scale to 100K and stuff like that. But yeah, just a bit about my group calls. They're every Thursday, 5 p.m. UK. So there will be a call tomorrow, 5 p.m. UK. I believe that's on your calendars, right, Sue?
Yeah, it should be.
Okay, so
Beautiful. Beautiful. So yeah, guys, tap into Josh. A lot of you guys' bottlenecks is content, and that's our specialty. Now, I can obviously teach you guys how to present, how to speak, how to have conviction in whatever you're saying, but Josh is the guy that is the one behind the scenes putting the editors in place, clipping them up, giving them SOPs on how to clip up the perfect reel and all of this. So I want you guys to really join those calls. Gonna be huge. So Josh, what are you gonna be presenting on tomorrow, brother?
tomorrow I'll be presenting on marketability because a lot of you guys are focusing on optimizing your content,
Hmm.
but you guys aren't really focused on optimizing yourself. And you can have the best hook, you can have the best script, and everything of that nature. But if you yourself aren't a marketable person, you won't get the results. That's why everybody's copying each other's content, but only select few people are getting the results. So tomorrow I'll be covering that topic.
Beautiful. Right, Josh scaled to 50K a month with 8K followers. So if there's anyone you guys want to learn content from and how to really build trust of your audience, it's him. Okay. And I'm going to be on that call as well and just kind of sharing a bit of sauce here and there. So I'll see you guys there. But let's get into it. Again, we're going to break down exactly how we did 224. So here are a few numbers: 184 on fan basis in September, and then 38K on wall. Now, the inputs that led to this 200K a month, and I want this to be very interactive as well. So every time I'm going to ask if you guys have questions, feel free to just raise your hand and unmute and then just ask your question. Okay. But the shift in content that I want you guys to understand that really worked for us is we started showing and not telling. Showing, don't like not telling. Okay. So instead of telling people what to do, I just started showing the result of what happens when you actually do it yourself. And I'm going to go through the list of stuff, but the main stuff that we implemented is the stories. Quick raise of hands. How many of you joined because of the stories and you saw a price increase? For the people that did join. So Joey, Nathan, okay. A few others of you. Okay, sick. So a few of you already, joined because of the story sequence. And so the whole idea is you want to show, don't tell. In every single one of your stories, if you want to replicate the same story sequences that we have, and I promise you, if you even do 1/5 of this or 1/4 of this, you will generate 3x your inbounds. Promise you. Okay. So you want to pique your audience's interest by showing what life looks like once they've solved this problem. And so you got to ask yourself the question, what does your audience truly want? For me, you guys are coaches, right? The thing that you guys truly want is payments. So if I show you that I made a $49,000 cash collected in 3 days with this new content strategy, and I got 6 qualified book calls in 1 day from the announcement yesterday, in your head, your interest is piqued because you're like, what did this guy do to generate this absurd amount of cash or this absurd amount of qualified calls in this short amount of time span? Automatically, my story views are going to be 2 to 3x. And I can tell you in September, our average story views were around 9.5 thousand. 9.5 thousand views for a 70,000 follower page. That is very decent. 1/7 of my audience was watching my stories. And the reason why is because every time I posted a story, if you didn't realize already, I led with an interest peak. I showed something that my audience wanted that I had. And so if you're a fitness coach, I want you to pick out the most shredded physique you ever had. Or let's say you're a TikTok shop coaching offer, right? I want you to show the commissions that you have. Or maybe it's the car that you just bought. Or maybe it's the holiday that you're on. So it doesn't just have to be a picture of you making a sale. It could be a vacation that you're on. It could be a new apartment. You guys saw that new apartment that I posted on my story the other day. That story alone got 13,000 views. Why? Because I piqued interest. Everyone wants a high-rise apartment. That's a desired reality. So you show that first. It could be a shredded physique. It could be you ripping some pull-ups, whatever it is, whatever your audience wants. Okay? And you post that. And then the whole goal of this is to get them to get them curious, to get them to want to watch your content. Because so many of you have this,
you have this aspect of like you have the desired reality that your audience wants, but you don't show it. And you just try to give value. But when you try to give value, but there's no curiosity, they won't watch your stuff. Does that make sense? You need to pique interest first. You need to get them interested. You need to get them curious, and then they can start reading and learning about your value videos. Okay? And so when I show this, how many of you want more qualified followers, more qualified leads? All of you. Every single one of you could do more qualified leads. When I show you verified people following me every single day, right? And I'm talking about the fact that my average upfront order value is $7,800 per client. And then this is like a mix of organic content and paid ads. And I'm telling you, okay, this is the metric you should track. What does this do for you? In your head, this piques your interest. Because now suddenly I'm like, okay, like Sue's, his average order value is 7.8K. He's getting this amount of qualified followers. What is he doing that I'm not doing? Again, pique your curiosity, pique your interest, right? And so the whole goal of this story right here, I want to break it down because this actually generated a few sales for me. I wanted to question their current set of beliefs and get them to believe in your unique mechanism. My unique mechanism is that I want you to charge more and work less. I want you to have a lifestyle business, correct? But for you to charge more, like the whole angle that I took is like instead of charging $3,000, I want you to charge $6,000. Your immediate reaction as an online coach is like, I can't, my leads are all broke. And so what I'm doing with this is I'm telling you what you should do, knowing that you can't do it yourself, so that I make you problem aware. This is where it gets into really direct response marketing. If your audience doesn't know that they have a problem, they won't even consume your valuable content. Valuable content is great. Teaching someone how to do a push-up is great. Teaching someone how to, get in shape is great. Teaching someone how to make money with TikTok shop is amazing. But if they don't realize that they have a problem, they're not going to watch that shit, right? They're just not. And so you want to make these guys problem aware. And there are certain content pieces like this that make them content aware. Okay? Very, very important. So if you're getting low views, that means that you haven't piqued enough curiosity. Maybe you haven't shown enough of your physique. Maybe you haven't shown enough of the desired reality you have. And you need to show that more so that you pique their interest. So far, like, does this make sense to you guys? Any questions on this? Because I know this can be a bit complex for some of you.
I have a question.
Go ahead, bro.
I think I could see where it comes in for like the space you're in, which is like making money online. I'm having trouble visualizing like how I would put that in for a non-ROI based offer, like in this case, mine, for example.
Yeah. Okay. So it literally just could be an idea of you just speaking like it could be a storytelling idea of you showing yourself speaking native language in a foreign country, in China. Like that would be a desired situation that would pique someone's interest and get them to feel like, oh, I really want that. So it doesn't have to be a financial outcome or like a desired, like it doesn't have to be a financial outcome or like a screenshot of something. It could be a video of you practicing what you preach or you being fluent in Chinese in your situation. You know what I mean?
And then when you say like challenge their belief system, like let's say for example, like a fitness coach, would it be like, you guys need to stop, watch counting your macros, but just start like what do you mean by challenging their beliefs in like a non-ROI sense? Because you say like, oh, like you guys should raise your prices. Like
Yeah.
for a fitness coach would be like, oh, you guys need to stop,
You guys need to
obsessing over
stop.
calorie counting.
Yes, that would be a great idea. So you guys need to stop obsessing over brute forcing your way to try and get your physique and just relying on pure discipline and start making it easier for yourself and join a community and make it the standard, make it the norm. Stop trying to brute force your way and fight an uphill battle when you can fight when you don't need to fight an uphill battle and you can just go on a neutral ground. That's like the idea that I want you to say. You know what I mean?
I see. So like I said, be like, you guys need to stop like brute forcing your way through Duolingo or like Chinese tutors to learn Chinese.
Exactly. Exactly. So what are they doing right now? Why is it not working? What frustrates them is the whole idea of their brute forcing their way to try and get this desired outcome. Challenge that and tell them that there's an easier way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Does
Yeah.
that
Yeah, but like don't tell them exactly. Like don't be like, oh, like, but do my
Yes,
solution, but rather just tell them like, oh, there's an easier way, but don't say what it is.
yes, yes. And then you pique their curiosity, and then when you post a YouTube video, now they're curious, now they'll click on that video. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Sick. Awesome. So that's the first part of every single story that I post. If you guys realize, I always show something that people want to look at. You know, people want to look at this, right? Second thing that I do is client testimonials. And this has been the biggest game changer. Every single one of you has client testimonials. But when you post client testimonials, correct me if I'm wrong, nobody actually cares. You get the lowest amount of views, lowest amount of engagement, and you feel like, oh, you know, it's just like very salesy, right? So here's what I did that made the biggest change ever. We basically posted client testimonials, and instead of regular screenshots, we started showing clips of clients talking about how they feel. When you post a screenshot of your wins channel on Discord, your immediate audience's reaction is like, oh, I don't know if that's even real. It might be a scam. What if he created that account? You know, and all of these things are going in their head because you have to assume that these guys have been burned by 3 other mentors. They're completely skeptical. They don't believe in online courses. Like you have to assume that. How can you break all those limiting beliefs and break all of those things that are holding them back? And so the audience can fully trust you when your client is talking about you by themselves. Everyone has good things to say about ourselves. Like you know, when you ask me like whether or not my program is good, of course I'm going to say it's good, right? That's a no-brainer. But if my client, if I show you 3 to 4 other people that have worked with me, and they talk about their client transformation and how it feels to make 100K a month, what is that going to do for you? That's going to make you feel like, yo, this guy's stuff is actually really good. And so one thing that I want you guys to all implement, find Zoom recordings of your clients talking good about your program, talking about the progress that they've made. Now, these could be Zoom recordings, these could be Fathom recordings, or maybe a clip of you talking to a client. And what you want to do is you can post that on your story, and I promise you, it'll perform way better than just a screenshot of a client testimonial that they posted on Discord. How much more powerful is a clip of someone talking about how it's like to lose 20, 30 pounds, or what it's like to finally approach the woman of their dreams, and all this compared to, you know, just a screenshot of a Discord testimonial? Of course, it's going to be crazy, right? So what we've been able to do is we've just been able to find all this, and then again, I know some of you are thinking, oh, but I don't want my clients don't want them to see my face. I got you right here, right? So some of you will be like, oh, my clients, I need their permission, all this type of stuff. Okay, if that's the case, then just have a clip of you talking to your client. So film yourself, right? Film yourself, and then capture the moment that client tells you, and capture your genuine reaction. Alicia, we talked about this yesterday, remember? What was the reel that made you feel like I was different from everybody else, just so everyone knows?
It was the one where you were so happy, where you took someone from 0 to 80K, and you were just like, I'm so proud of you, man. And I was like, yeah, that's exactly how I am when I'm like, when I have a client testimonial as well. So it's like, yeah, that was the one.
How did that make you feel? Did it make you feel like, yo, I can actually trust this guy now?
It made me feel like you were genuine because like you cared so much about the client, and it was just, I don't know, you were almost like in tears. So that was what really sold me on it for sure. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because Alicia was mentioning that specific reel in our call yesterday when we were getting her signed up for the offer. And it goes to show when you can show your genuine happiness and your genuine reaction to a client getting a result, people will want to buy from you. They truly will want to buy from you. Okay. And what we're able to, like, these are just examples that you can show to show your client testimonials, show your client wins in a more transparent format. And what we also do that has worked extremely well is we've attached value to these clips so people are forced to watch it. The truth is, nobody gives a shit about your client testimonials. Nobody wants to watch them. Nobody wants to actually read this whole text that your client sent. But if you make it entertaining and you show your live reaction and you also talk about the valuable points that he implemented, in order to achieve this, you attach it with value. You are forcing your prospects to read the client interview and consume that client result for you to actually build that trust and generate more sales. Does that make sense? Too many of you are just posting screenshots of them texting you. That is not good enough. And if you have to go a step further and blur out their face and put a voice changer so that their identity is protected for whatever reason, then do it. I promise you, those clips are going to do way more for you than a random screenshot of a Discord. Devin, what's up?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, would another good example be like them like recording a like handheld like 30-second testimonial, like going over their transformation, just like how their life has changed?
That is perfect. That is
Okay.
perfect. 100%. I would recommend every single one of you ask your clients that are successful to film that type of to film that type of testimonial, you know?
Cool. Thank you.
Of course. And you can post it on your story, you can post it on YouTube. I'd even recommend doing client interviews as well and then getting your editor to chop up the best parts of that client interview. Okay?
Okay.
Dope. Jawad, what's up?
So that's what I was thinking, the same thing as Devin. Now, other than the videos, because a lot of times, as you mentioned, my clients send me their results. They'll be on like a text message.
Mhm.
Would it? I don't know, because Alicia mentioned the genuine part. Now, my reaction usually is to their text. Would
Yeah.
it be odd to go ahead and be like, hey, like let's get on a 15-minute call. I want you to tell me that in person, and I want to kind of reenact that, or would that be ingenuine?
No. So what I would do is, I mean, for me, I personally record everything, right? It's on Fathom. Fathom is amazing because it just clips up everything perfectly. So I wouldn't personally call a client and then celebrate with them. Usually I book a check-in, and like what a check-in does is like you bring that up, hey, like, and then you're just like, yo, saw you got that whatever sale, blah, 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 how do you feel? And then the genuine moment would come out right there. So you don't have to force it and like, really just recreate that moment, if that makes sense. It kind of comes naturally. And the only thing that I'd say is that you can even like, bro, you always want to have your camera ready to film so that when you find a moment like that, you don't read the whole thing, you click record, and then you get that genuine reaction of you reading the testimonial or that reading that client result. It's all about finding little ways to capture these moments to show your authentic side. Because the truth is, in a day and age where fulfillment is at an all-time low, mentors and scams are at an all-time high. I don't know if you guys have heard about the whole situation going on with like, like the people not paying out other people, and like the industry is getting very, very like a bad name because of the bad fruits or the bad apples in the basket. You got to show these aspects, and the more that you can capture these moments, the better. So, Joe, to answer your question again, I would book in check-ins because I mean I'm gonna hop on one-on-ones regardless. Group calls are also a great time to celebrate someone's achievement. Like, Jaden, for example, just now, that would have been a great clip to post on a story as well, right? Because Jaden went from 2K to 28K. Crazy, crazy, crazy transformation. You guys saw that live, did you not? So it's just a matter of like, okay, finding different ways to film that specific scenario and then taking it from there. Does that make sense? Beautiful. Sick. Very good questions, guys. Very good questions. I'm gonna keep on going because we have a lot to cover. The third one is personality. A lot of you are robots. I look at your content and I see this all the time. You are way funnier in person when I talk to you one-on-one than you are in your content. You don't realize this, but if you show that your your true personality in your content, people will buy from you. A lot of you didn't buy from me because I gave the best value. A lot of you bought from me because our morals and our values are aligned, right? You guys understand that, hey, this guy actually cares about fulfillment. He actually cares about clients. He has all of this stuff set up. That's why he bought into me. Not because I gave the most amount of value, right? So you got to understand, nobody wants to buy into a robot that just gives value all the time. You got to talk about your why and have fun in your stories. And an easy way to do this that you guys can do right now, today, do a Q&A. Get your audience to ask you a question. And just have a bit of fun, like this person asked me, how do you still find meaning after all your achievements? I'm talking about like, it's not about the achievements. I'm just hyper focused on making progress day after day, and I find fulfillment in just constantly getting better. A lot of you guys that are on this call are also like that. You don't care about the money. And if you haven't realized it already, not a lot of us on this call actually wear designer or have flashy stuff. I'm looking at what you guys are wearing right now. A lot of you guys are wearing plain t-shirts, plain hoodies, no brand. That is intentional because I do not sell with the idea of having an LV shirt. I do not sell with the idea of having Gucci pants. Like, no. Maybe some of you like that, but majority of you live a simpler lifestyle. You have plain clothes. And so the whole idea is like you want to attract who you really are. And when you show your personality more in your stories, that's what happens. And then like, you can fuck around a bit as well. When people ask what's your favorite hobby, you can just say some bullshit. Like, it doesn't matter. You can have fun with it. Stop treating content so seriously. I got like so many DMs from this, so many DMs. And it's just people just love a bit of humor and a bit of sarcasm in a place where everyone's trying to sell and be serious. So learn to have fun, learn to enjoy content. When content gets too serious, you got to take a step back and understand, okay, why am I so serious? Because people can sense that, right? People can sense your desperation for money. That's the third one. Now, I'm going to get into the YouTube videos. We filmed 6 YouTube videos and we posted 6 YouTube videos. The best content cadence is a YouTube video every 5 days. Now, the more sophisticated your market is, the better this will work. I'm telling you. So let's say you're selling to a sophisticated market. Let's say you're selling B2B as well. This is probably the best lever you can pull right now. I guarantee 80% of you on this call watch my YouTube. Guarantee. And those YouTube videos build more trust than I ever could with short form, right? If you're sitting on a 20-minute video, first of all, the intention is much different from Instagram. You had to click on that video and sit down and watch that video. Instagram, it just kind of pops up on your feed. The friction is much less on Instagram. And so YouTube naturally attracts a higher intent audience. I can promise you, we tried this, by the way. 80% of the PIFs that came through that paid 12 and 18K upfront came from YouTube. There's no coincidence. So if you're struggling with low PIFs or lack of trust, people are saying that I need to think about it, you're not on YouTube enough. So I'd recommend 6 YouTube videos a month. So a YouTube video every 5 days. I would recommend 3 value breakdowns, 1 inspirational one, and then as many client interviews as you can. Remember, the only reason why you aren't selling more of your offer is because people don't believe that you can do it for them. What is the best way to show that you can do it for them? Anyone want to take a guess? What type of YouTube videos?
The client interview ones.
Spot on. Client interviews, right? Jawad, why do you think that is?
It's because they see different kinds of people. And this is what I mentioned to you earlier too. Just for me, I didn't even know if you can help me in my offer specifically. Then I just watched one video with one very weird niche. I'm like,
Yeah,
if that can work, mine can't.
exactly. What did you do, Jawad? You put yourself in his shoes and be like, yo, he was in my situation before. If Sue was able to scale him from 3K to 50K a month, 100K a month, why can't he do it for me? Boom. You put yourself in his shoes, right? So that's the perfect example. Ben, what's up?
What's the best way to get a client to like agree to an interview without like kind of making it feel transactional?
Okay. Well, what is your offer? TikTok Shop, correct?
Yeah, TikTok Shop.
Okay, TikTok Shop. So what does your prospect want? Obviously, they want money. Do they want status as well? Do they want recognition?
Yeah, and also just like confidence in their abilities is also a big one for me.
This is the way I position it. I would ask them, hey, you've achieved one of the best transformations in the program, and I want to highlight your success. I want to talk about how you went from this point to where you are now in a short amount of time spent, and I want you to talk about your journey and how you changed your life completely. And I want to show your story and inspire the next group of people, which would be down, right?
Yeah.
The way I positioned it is, okay, what does he want? What is the pain point that he wants? What's the desire he wants? He wants recognition. How can I show that he can get recognition through this client interview? Okay, talk about a story, talk about this. And so what I would do is every client is different. Usually I just ask because B2B guys are very like, we understand like this is business, you know what I mean? But B2C guys, I can understand where it's a bit kind of iffy because maybe they're a bit scared, but TikTok shop, they're already on content, so it makes it easier. The only thing that I'd say is I would figure out what they truly want. What do they truly want? And then how can I position the client interview as a way for them to get that as well? So if you want more recognition, you want more status, you want more respect from other people, hey, this is the thing. And then you can post this on your story as well. Your old friends from school can watch this and see your transformation and how much you're making now. Boom. You know what I mean?
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Of course. I will have guys, I'm telling you guys, I have a video on this as well in the new videos. So how to film client interviews, how to ask for client interviews. So Ben, I'll send that to you as well, but that should cover it, okay?
Awesome. Appreciate it.
Of course. So we filmed 6 client interviews, 4 on the second channel, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the main ones that did 100K a month, Andrew and Alec, we posted on the main channel. Ben, correct me if I'm wrong, but you definitely watched Alec's video, yeah?
Yeah, that was definitely a big reason.
That was the main one. How did you feel when you watched that video?
Yeah, it was just like if he could do it for him, he could do it for me too. Just seeing someone that was like in my spot.
Right. So a lot of the times we think that, hey, all we need to do is provide more value. But the thing is, you guys are so far ahead from the people that you're selling that they don't know if you can still help them. But if you show a client interview like that, everything changes. Tayden, you run a TikTok shop offer as well. You watched that video as well, I'm assuming, right?
You're
Do you see do you guys see where I'm trying to come from now? Like, well, how did you feel when you watched this video? Same thing?
Yeah, I just feel like a bitch for not making as much money as him. Yeah, I'm gonna go to that guy.
Literally, right? And like it's so ironic. Ever since we posted this YouTube video, we've signed 4 guys that run a TikTok shop coaching offer. It's not a coincidence. I promise you, it's not a coincidence. Osher as well, right? It's not a coincidence. And so all of you guys are running the same offer because you saw, and you joined because you saw I scaled this specific offer, and you're like, yo, if he can do it for this guy, I can do it. He can do it for me. That's exactly why, which is a perfect analogy. And so one thing you guys can do. What is the perfect ICP? Like, here's how I know if a client interview is going to rip. What is a perfect ICP? And what are the pain points that they're struggling with? So let's say, the ideal person that you're trying to attract is an overweight, rich dude. Find a client interview, find a client that is overweight and rich, and rip a client interview with him. Let's say you're trying to attract a 25-year-old burnout 9-to-5er that has 6K saved up. Find that person and reach out to him. Now, you got to be very careful because if you film a 16-year-old client interview, you're going to attract a bunch of 16-year-olds, right? So you kind of got to pick and choose who you do interviews with so that you attract more of those people, all right? You got to be very careful. Joey, what's up?
So how would you package this into short form content? I saw you doing also the black bar videos with like POV and then like a client thing because it doesn't seem like a tutorial, like a testimonial. That's what I like because you told you we should do it in short form as well, right?
Exactly. This is something that Josh will go through, but the main thing that I would say is that the whole idea of this is not to sell like me as a mentor here. No. The whole goal of this is to show you how it feels to actually make this type of money and show you the connection that I have. Because you don't need to watch the whole client interview to know that I scaled this guy up. Same with this guy, same with this guy, same with this guy. You know what I mean? And so I basically posted 6 different client interviews on my reels, positioned as entertainment and value, and that's how I built that trust. And so I can't actually go over the behind the scenes of how we got the editor to do that, but the perception and the reason why we did do that is because if I can show people in my audience that, hey, I scaled this guy up, and then they see it on their YouTube, they're gonna be like, yo, I want to work with this guy. Does that make sense? Sick. Beautiful. So Josh will answer how to actually find those clips in tomorrow's video, in tomorrow's group call. All right. So yeah, that's the YouTube. That's the main lever that we pulled. And then we also posted 30 Instagram reels. We didn't miss a day. And again, there's intention behind every single reel. You guys are looking at, damn, this Sui guy made $224,000 this month. I want to do that as well. Are you willing to put in the work? Are you willing to put 6 YouTube videos out? Are you willing to post a story every single day? Are you willing to put 30 reels and be very intentional? Because this is what it takes. Don't look at the output and pray for the output without doing the input first. Y'all gotta match my input, if not do more, and then expect my output, okay? But you also have to realize I've been doing this for 4 or 5 years, since I was 16. So the last thing I want you guys to do is get overwhelmed with everything I'm telling you. If you do 1/5 of this, you'll make 50K a month. Guaranteed. 50 to 100K a month if you do 1/5 of this. All right? So you don't have to do all this, but if you do some of it and you can implement all of these little things here and there, that's going to build you the trust. So there's intention behind every single reel. Now, here's my goal with Instagram, and I want you guys to understand this, especially B2C people, especially B2C. So if you're running Make Money Online, or let's say you're running a fitness offer, listen to this. My Instagram is simply to do these 3 things. I want you to get you to like me as a person. I want you to get you to want my lifestyle. And I want you to get you to believe that I can help you. That's all I need to do. That's all I need to do. So I'll break down each point. Why do I want you to get you to like me as a person? A lot of you, your audience already knows that you can take them from point A to point B, but they don't know if they will enjoy working with you. All of you actually resonate with me on a personal level because you're like, this guy's actually a cool, genuine dude, right? That's 90% of the reason why you even considered me in the first place. This guy's actually someone I can see myself working with. I can maybe hang out with him, I can see myself being on a mastermind retreat and just chilling with him. So that's the main stuff. And so when I talk about my values, my morals, family first, my big goals, you're like, dude, he understands it. So when I show you, me talking about how much money I want to make, or me giving a bit of charity back, or me spoiling my mom. If you care about family, you care about giving back to the poor, and you care about achieving big goals, automatically you're gonna associate me. You're gonna think way higher of me because I have that unique edge compared to everybody else that you see. That's just value, 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 right? You're gonna be like, yo, I actually like this guy. And then I want you to get you on my lifestyle. So how many of you guys joined because you got FOMO from the Bali Mastermind? Some of you, right? Some of you are smiling and shit. Y'all looked at the videos and stuff, and you're like, bro, I can't imagine what it would be like to be part of a community where everyone is just crushing it and they're like absolutely loving their life. So I'm showing the Bali Mastermind with my clients. I'm showing my work-life balance, right? So day in the life of what it's like to run a consulting business in Bali with my clients. Making 20K a month and then playing basketball with your homies. Again, these are maybe they attract a bit of a broader demographic, but what this does is it piques your interest because you're like, why is this guy such a genuine dude? He makes so much money and he actually has a nice lifestyle. So what am I doing? Again, I'm piquing your interest so that when I post a valuable piece of content, you want to watch it because you want everything that I have. You want my lifestyle. You want the business that I have. You want the ability to go play basketball on a random Tuesday because you felt like it and not work 10-hour days all the time, right? That's why. And then the third one is I want you to get you to believe that I can help you. These are client sit-downs right here, me and Trey, or me and some other client. Live business updates, telling you guys how much I'm making and what we're at for the month, and just showing you that I'm practicing what I'm preaching. Value breakdowns, giving value and showing you guys, okay, this is exactly why you're stuck at 10K a month. Do you see how it's a combination of getting you to like me, getting you to want to be in my position, and then getting you to listen to my value? If you don't have all 3, you're missing you're missing out on a huge gold mine. Huge gold mine. And even the people that post strictly value, you still want their lifestyle. You still want their lifestyle. Or there's something that piqued your interest for you to even sit down and watch. Maybe it's a client result that they generated, But you get the idea. There's always an interest peak over here that allows you to watch this stuff. And so you want to get insights and data on why people choose you and show more of that. So if you guys are new, go to the type form on our onboarding email and look at all the questions that we ask. I'm sure you guys, the people that just joined, you're like, oh, okay, the questions that he asked are like, what made him join? Like, what made you guys join? What do you guys like about me? What did you resonate with? What content piece did you like? Those are all insights that I can use to post in my Instagram, okay? So that's that. Then over here, we're gonna go to the last part. KPIs. So my setter books a ton of calls. I mean, he booked like 4 calls in a day, five qualified calls in a day. So my KPI standard was 2 book calls a day. I wanted to prioritize existing leads that were already warm. Now, one thing, a lot of you are prioritizing too many cold leads, and you're trying to book a cold lead in for a call. But what you don't understand is that if you have a strong YouTube, just send them the YouTube video. Play the long-term game. Because every single one of your competitors is trying to sell, sell, sell. How many of you join after a second call? Think about it. Alicia, you had a call last month as well, right? And then you decided to join now, correct?
Yeah.
What was the reasoning behind that? Was it like you felt like we weren't pushy, we weren't salesy, and you could kind of take your own time to buy whenever you felt like you're ready?
No, I hadn't watched enough of your content. I literally just found one of your videos and I was like, well, this sounds interesting. Let's just see what this is about. So I think I hadn't seen your Instagram. I hadn't seen all of that yet. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I also realized that I was still having the same problem and I was like overwhelmed still. I was like, oh, well, it's better to just, go with the guy that I feel like is going to be able to help me. And it was the testimonials that really pushed me over the edge. And I was like, yeah, let's do it.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
You didn't have that many testimonials yet at the time that I had joined, like the first time that I had booked a call.
Yeah, we had to like post a ton because we had them all in the pipeline. And I was just like, team post. So beautiful. That's great insight, right? Jawad, how about you, bro? You hopped on before as well, and then you hopped on again, right?
Yeah, my first call was with Jacob. I remember it was maybe like a month and a half ago, and that's when he actually gave me the free course.
Yeah.
The first call is just you guys were not sure if you guys can help me or not. But after that, I watched a lot of the interviews, and I told you it was because of Alex's interview. I was like,
Yeah.
this is it.
Right? There you go. And so I guess it's a perfect analogy of like play the long-term game. Don't try and squeeze money out of someone right now. Joey, what's up?
Yeah, just wanted to say for me it was the same. Like I was so confused that like at the beginning I just saw a viral video of you and you was like basically nobody because I just saw one video of you and you just like texted me or you said it whatever and I just thought like hey I don't want to buy from this guy but I just play the game. I see how he's doing the setting and it was so interesting like we texted so much but like you never pitched like I was so confused. And then at some point you said like, yeah, let's do a call. And I said like, there's no chance that I'm joining because I'm in another program. And you offered me this value call. And at this value call, you just gave me like one simple but deep advice, which I thought of like all the days afterwards and which helped me a lot. And yeah, then I watched more of your content, your YouTube videos, like the connection was there. And yeah, I think this is the main reason.
You guys are like that's a perfect example because every single one of you is extremely smart and sophisticated, right? Think about how many people you've considered before. Think about how many programs that you joined that haven't worked out. Think about every reason you could say no to join this offer because it's expensive. It's not cheap, right? But we still managed to get you guys over the edge because we understand that, first of all, it's a long-term game. And the person that plays the long-term game and it doesn't feel desperate and needy will always get the client. Always. And we still lead with that today. We still lead with that today. And it's like that puts you in such a separate position because everyone is trying to pitch. But if you're in a different position where you're starting to like you're the prize. I don't need you, you need me. That's when, like everything kind of comes together. Joey, go ahead.
But what would you recommend? Because like we all have these big goals for this month. Like for me, it's to hit 70K, and that means I need to push. And like if I want to play the long-term game, I won't make that much cash probably. So where can I find this balance?
Well, that's why you have this push, but you don't have the desperate and needy feel, if that makes sense. And after 3 months of having this type of push mindset, you will have that pipeline. So the people that you nurtured this month will end up converting in December. Like that's that. I don't care what your record month is now. I care what your record month is in 3 and 6 months. That's what I care about. Because the inputs that you do today and this month will lead to the result that you have in December and 2, 3 months out. Does that make sense? So it's never like, oh, you do this month and then you immediately get the result. Never. But if you build that pipeline and you build like, yes, you're maybe going to take a step back, maybe a revenue hit. But I promise you, you're going to take one step forward and go 3, 4 steps forward. One step backward, 3, 4 steps forward. You know what I mean? That's the mindset I want you guys to approach. And that's how you build a really strong brand where people just want to buy from you. Okay? Joe, imagine if I pitched on the first call. You wouldn't be here, correct? You'd be like, bro, this guy's pitching me. Like, no, I literally told him no already, right? You wouldn't be here. I would have lost out on that sale. And you wouldn't have got this community that you were looking for the whole time. It's because I understand that, hey, I want to play the long-term game. I don't want to sell now. I want to build more trust now. And I'll build my pipeline. And eventually I'll have a pipeline warm enough to when I do a price increase, boom, 224K in a month. Does that make sense? Beautiful. So a lot of you, yes, aim for a record month, but don't be disappointed at the end of the month because what you're doing is you're setting yourself for next month. Okay? That's the mindset you should have. So you got to be impatient with the inputs, but patient with the results. That's the whole goal. Okay? So yeah, different markets require different approaches. That's the main thing. Alicia, go ahead.
How do you do a price increase without making it seem like you're just like every other person that's doing a price increase? Like, how did you do that in like such an authentic way that didn't like put people off?
Yeah, I'm going to cover that right here. So I'll go over that very, very soon. Okay? Beautiful. So, very, very good question. But yeah, like the whole idea is like if the lead's not ready, guys, just play the long-term game. Focus on providing value first, and eventually they will come over because you're different from everyone else. Now, different markets require different approaches, right? So my market doesn't like getting pitched, doesn't like getting sold to. They like to come to me at their own time. So this specifically works for me. But what I will say is that for some of you, maybe the whole idea of pitching is a volume game that will work. And so you kind of have to understand what kind of business do you want to build. Do you want to be known as a typical course seller that just rips volume and has a bit of a bad reputation? If you want to, you can pitch all you want. But if you want to protect your reputation and really only help people that you can help, I'd recommend providing value first. Okay. And one thing I would say that helped me out a ton is that the setter constantly gave feedback to me and the creative direction team. And what that allowed me to do is it allowed me to put out more content that actually resonates. If you are strong with content, the best creative director you can listen to and the best person you can listen to for content advice is your prospects. Think about the objections you get on sales calls, the comments on your YouTube, the DMs you get on IG. Those are all perfect examples of what you can do to build more trust. And what we did was we just showed more proof, gave more insight on what it's like working with me. And I mean, literally from everything you guys are saying, half of you joined because of the client interviews, straight up. Straight up. So what we're going to do is we're going to rip another client interview for a fitness coach. We want to attract more fitness people in. Kid you not, I promise you, we're going to probably sign 5 fitness guys in the next month because I posted a fitness case study. Does that are you guys starting to understand the patterns now? It's all intentional. So when you're not attracting who you want, it's because of your lack of competence in your marketing. That is the only reason why. Okay. Now, to answer your question, Alicia, the reason why we did 224 as well is because we created a lot of urgency and FOMO, and we did it in a non-salesy way. I did a price increase campaign. If you want to run a record month, price increase campaign is one of the best things you can do. Okay. And the reason why is because when you increase your prices, this is the best way to get everyone on the fence to now buy in. It's the best way to create urgency and scarcity. Best way. And the way that I position is like, okay, I'm not running a price increase to make more money. I am simply wanting to provide a better service, but there's too much demand for my service. That's how I position price increase. So as much as I'd love to work with 30 of you, I don't want to work with 30 of you because that means I have to focus on 30 different people. I only want to work with 10 of you. And so far our closing rate is over 80%. I don't want an 80% closing rate. I want more people to say no. And that's why I'm raising the prices, so I can say no to more people and help the people that actually are serious about it. So my price increase is benefiting the audience, where it's like, no, you will get more support. You will get more help, you know? That's what it's doing, all right? And the whole idea is like, if you can do that, if you can make them, like, marketing is all about positioning, and sales in general, and even business. It's all about positioning in someone's best interest. Even Ben, when you mentioned the client interview, do you see how I didn't position it as like, oh, client interview for me so I can sign more clients? Like, why would that guy care? Like, he wouldn't. But if I position it as like, hey, I want to highlight your case study and show you off to the people and inspire the people that just joined my program, and show your friends the transformation that you made as well. Bro, why would they not want to sign up? Why would they not? Of course they'd want to do the client interview. They'd fly out to wherever you are and do the client interview in person, So it's all about understanding, okay, what does the prospect want? What do they want? How do I position it in their best interest? And how do I make it seem like I'm doing them a favor? That's sales and business in a nutshell, okay? And so I would always say like, oh, 2 more days until 2.0 drops. And as I'm counting down, I did a 7-day countdown. As the countdown is going on, I'm just ripping a shit ton of client testimonials. I'm showing a ton of clients joining. I'm creating a ton of FOMO. I'm showing a ton of sales I'm generating. Well, like, of course you're gonna be like, oh, I need to join. And so it's the best way to create urgency. I'm showing you the amount of book calls we had. And people are sheep. If you show that other people are interested, they're gonna join. They're gonna want to DM you. So again, I'm gonna have a video on this for the new modules. So when you guys are looking to do a price increase and jack up your prices, watch the video. We go through everything. I'll go through all my examples. It's gonna be really good. This was a very long call. I'm gonna stay back for a Q&A. If you guys have to dip at like now, because it's been an hour, feel free to dip, but I'm gonna stay back for a Q&A, and we're gonna answer some of your questions, all right? But how was that presentation for you guys? Was it good? Perfect. Again, need you guys to implement this stuff. No point of saying it's all valuable, all good, if you guys don't implement. So take 3-4 gold nuggets, implement that stuff, whether it's a client interview, whether it's making better stories, maybe it's making better reels. Beautiful. Joey already at it. Joey, you gotta hit 70, bro. 70 this month, man. Let's run it. But yeah, man. Let's rip some Q&A, whatever questions you guys have about the presentation, about your situation. Feel free to unmute, and then we'll take it from there. Mason, go ahead, G.
Yeah, so you said we're gonna get like all the modules soon. Do you know
Yes.
exactly when we would be getting those?
End of day. So I'm gonna finalize the modules with Fossey. We don't have the entire module built out because the last thing I want to do is give you 50 videos to watch. So we pinpointed, okay, this is the main problem that everyone has. We have these videos set up first, and then you go ahead, watch those videos, and then take it from there. So we will send that to you end of day.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, sick. Devin, what's up?
Yeah, so who would I go? Would I hit up you or Josh, or just getting about like a YouTube editor? Because like that shit takes me so long when I'm doing that.
Hit up Josh. The thing is, we can't guarantee an editor for all of you guys, but if there are available ones, we'll send them your way. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Beautiful. And Devin, one thing I would say for you as well, make sure to join. Like, a priority for you is the Thursday calls with Josh, because you already have 80,000 followers. We just got to get better at nurturing, man.
Yeah.
That's all we need to get better at. So the moment you dial that in, it's wraps. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. I'll show up.
No, bro. Ben, what's up?
I was curious if you'd change anything up about the story strategy by like doing it on TikTok, because that's just where my audience is. I'm not on Instagram yet. So
Okay.
is there anything that you'd shift around?
I would do the exact same thing, but what I would do that works extremely well, and I've done this for a lot of TikTok people, I get everyone on TikTok to go on Instagram. And the reason why is because Instagram is just a much better converting platform. It's much more suitable for DMs, it's much more suitable for conversations, much more suitable for trust building. So I would actually, like your CTA in your bio and in all your stories should be DM me on IG. Promise you that'll work better than DM me on TikTok. You know what I mean? So
Mm.
try to shift everyone to the IG. Is your IG optimized right now or no? Is it just a personal
I,
account?
I literally don't. Yeah, it's just personal. So I'm probably gonna start a new one.
Start a new one and have that going straight away, bro. Because I promise you, like that's the biggest number you can pull right now.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, I would never try and convert on TikTok, even if it's B2C. What I will do for you, Ben, hop on a call with Teddy. He's the guy that's in charge of building the entire setting process for Alec to scale up to 137K a month. Tayden, you can go on that call as well. Um, whoever's running a TikTok shop coaching offer, whoever's big on TikTok, I'll create a group chat with Teddy, who's the guy that builds setting teams for my clients, and you guys can kind of learn from him and how you guys can implement TikTok into your coaching business. All right? Of
Awesome. Thank you, bro.
course, bro. How's this call for you, bro? First call.
Awesome. Love it. So much like actionable stuff. I'm ready to go.
Let's do it, bro. And our Friday call as well is going to be huge, man. Let's do
Yes,
it.
sir.
Oh, yeah. Jaden, what's up, G?
What's up, bro? I got one quick question. So in the DMs right now, I'm trying to I'm pushing to the call a lot. Like throughout the entire convo, I'm always like going on to the next question, asking them more and more, and sometimes they don't really open up. But I still try to go to the call, even though I send them free value, this and that. But a lot of the times it turns out where we get a lot of invites, but not that many calls booked. So do you think that I should uh follow up, like send them a lead? I mean, send them a lead magnet and then or a YouTube video and then follow up later on and kind of just like keep them in the nurture cycle? Or do you think I should like keep pushing like I am right now?
So I need to see the conversation. Send over some conversations. Me and Teddy will look over them, but chances are there's not enough pain because the moment that you pitch a call, if these guys are not booking it, it means they're just a bit confused. They're like, I don't know if this is for me. They're second guessing themselves. But if you position it as like, hey, I'm doing you a favor, I'm saving your life. You've been fat for 30 years. I'm gonna save you. Of course you're gonna book in the call. And so there isn't enough pain in the conversation, which is why they haven't booked it in. So I actually don't think like the Instagram is always gonna nurture them. I just don't think there's enough pain in the conversation, and you didn't dig deep enough, if that makes sense. So
Right.
I would look at the conversation, ask yourself, okay, could you ask a more why questions? Like, okay, if someone's looking to get fit, why are you looking to get fit? Oh, I'm looking to get fit because I want to look better. Okay, but why are you trying to look better? Because I've been fat my whole life. And then we go into that, how does that make you feel? And you really dig into the pain. That's what's going to get these guys to book. So I don't think it's a long-term nurturing process. That will help, of course, and that's you can implement that through the stories. The main thing that we can change for that, for the easy quick fix, is more pain in the DMs. That's what I would say. All right. Of
I got you. Yep. Thank you, bro.
course, and good shit on 30K, bro. Very proud of you guys because I know you show up to all the Teddy calls. You dial that in with him, so your work doesn't go unnoticed. Let's run a one-on-one very soon. All right.
Well, yep, absolutely.
Let's do it. Mason, how can I help?
You may have already touched on this earlier in the call, but at what point in the offer should I start introducing those YouTube like testimonial videos with my clients, getting them to, share their experience? Because I already have students that are slowly starting to get momentum. What's like the point and stage you should start implementing that?
Right now, bro. As soon as you have that shit, right? Right now.
Okay.
Like the thing is like I genuinely think in this day and age, the more client interviews and the more testimonials you have, the more of a cheat code you have for marketing. Because let's say I'm sitting right here, and let's say on my background, right, there are over 25,000 five-star reviews. And I say that I've helped over 1,000 people scale to 100K a month. And I say that I can help you scale to 100K a month. I don't have to do much marketing and you'll believe me, correct? Because I'm showing you, I'm not telling you. But if I only had two people that I scaled to 100K a month, you're probably gonna be like, okay, like how many people did you work with? How long did that take? What did that guy do differently from your other people that didn't achieve that? And now you're like second guessing because I only have two. And so the more I show, the easier my marketing is going to stick and the easier my marketing is going to land. So the cool thing is, Mason, is that you haven't just helped 3 or 4, you've helped dozens, man. Like you've changed so many lives, you don't even realize it. You got to hop on calls. And maybe it's like, I know it's a bit difficult because of your situation, but maybe it's a short testimonial. Bro, I promise you those would rip. Promise you. Your goal right now, Mason, the biggest lever you can pull before our one-on-one call, gather as many testimonials as you can. We'll cook up a marketing strategy and we can cook. All right.
Perfect.
That is the
Yep,
big
I'm on it.
lever you can play, bro. Telling you. And if you're at, multiple 5 figures a month, 30K a month before the end of the year, this is why. And think about it, bro. You joined because of Alec. You didn't join because I shared crazy value. But even if I did, your foot in the door was because of Alec. That was a tipping point for you, right? So the same thing that got you over the edge is the same thing that's going to get your clients over the edge. You got to rip more interviews. You got to show more, okay?
Perfect. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Let's do it. Let's do it. How was this call for you, man? Your first call?
It was great. Same as what Ben said, super actionable. Just getting back to work, ready to go for it.
Right. You guys should all hop on calls as well. You missed the September orientation call. So I'll check in with you, Ben, and the people that missed that one. But that September call was sick. You can ask Yash, Tay, all those guys were there. It was really sick. Make sure you connect with a lot of the guys here, man, because you have a lot of potential. All right. Beautiful. Let's do it. Let's do it. Joey, how can I help, G?
Yes, for my mastermind, I'm thinking of doing if I should do an upsell or something afterwards. So I have some ideas. Like, of course, could offer them like a value call, or I can just leave them and then do a setting and close them later. But another idea of me was like to sell them for the second day because I have the villa also the day after, and sell them like a done for you package. Like I help them script the reels, a VSL. We also have a filmmaker there, so we do have we can do the whole done for you film, and my editor can do the setting. And I could either have like a package price, or if they buy into my program at that day, they get this as a bonus or something. What's your thoughts on that?
How long is your mastermind?
It's yeah, like 10 hours or something.
Okay, so a day, yeah. I would actually start selling now so that you don't have to like panic and script in a day to get everything done. You know what I mean? Like you can let these guys know now, like, hey, I'm also hosting a VIP event for XYZ, blah blah blah. We'll script out your videos now. We'll have the VSL ready. You can film it with the background of Dubai and a filmmaker there to make sure everything is good. I would do it now. I wouldn't do it on that day because it's too last minute, and you never know if someone has their plan for the next day because they didn't even know that you had this new thing, you know? So I would at least give them a bit of context, sell, maybe try for first 5 people, see what they say, and then take it from there. Okay.
Okay, but should I sell it for like 2K just to make some extra cash and give them a good position, or should I do something with like if they go on offer or something? Because if they charge like 1 or 2K, of course, like I have 5K extra. It's nice, but it's not like so necessarily. But otherwise, then they have like all the content and they don't know how to implement it, you know?
Yeah, 100%, bro. 100%. So only thing I'd say is um you could rip like 1K. I would rip 1.5, and then if you want to get access to more, it's an extra one, and then 2.5. So you give them two options, take it from there. I would, so one thing planning on doing in London is I'm planning on selling public mastermind tickets because I'm getting like the big dogs to present, right? And then I'm gonna sell tickets for 5K, and I'm gonna be like, okay, if you want access to more and a VIP access and all, like you only get 2 days if you pay the 5K, but if you pay an extra 10K, you get access to the 6 month program. You get access to the whole 7 days, and you get access to this. So I would just map out deliverables, send it in the one-on-one chat. I'll review it for you, and I'll tell you what you can add on. Okay?
Okay, easy.
Beautiful. You know what I love about this program is that the people that just joined are like absolutely loving this stuff, man. You know, like Mason, Ben, you guys, oh my gosh. So this is what makes me happy, bro. Like you guys talking about how good the program is, not even being a week in, you know. Like that actually makes me so, so happy. So I'm glad you guys are liking it, honestly. Hoku, what's up?
So you were saying like earlier on the call to not like push the sale, kind of like what you did to me. It kind of worked, obviously. And then you had like the follow up and whatnot. But for my market, I mean, I guess like what do you recommend? Because I feel like some people, I'll kind of know, you know, like I tested kind of what you did, and I feel like it is kind of working where it's like I'm not pushing the sale. Like I was kind of just like, I really don't need your money, and I'm the prize and whatnot. And then other people, they're not as aware, and I feel like some people do need the push. So I guess like what do you feel like for my market I should do for the sales calls?
Well, it depends how experienced the barber is. If it's a barber with 5 years experience, I don't think you should push because they've been sold this a few times. If it's the first time that they're hearing it, I think you push, right? So the more B2C a prospect is, the more unaware and the more less sophisticated they are, I'd push more because they need that extra kind of nudge. If they're already sophisticated, they've been in the game, they've been pitched before, I would kind of back out because now you're positioning yourself as different from everybody else that has ever pitched them.
100%. And then for like, I guess like the DM process is like massive for that. Do you want me to, I guess like, could I have like my setter in like a group chat with Teddy, or how does that work?
Bro, your setter has access to Teddy like 24/7, man. So there's a specific setting mastery community just for the setters. Tell Fossey that you want to invite your setter. He'll send you the invite link, send it to your setters, and boom, we'll get you sorted, bro.
Perfect, perfect. Appreciate it, boss. Let's go.
We cover everything, bro. I'm telling you. It's not like the old pro.
Yes, sir. For real, bro. For real. It's new to me, bro. It's new to me. Let's go.
Let's do it. Opec, what's up, G?
Oh, so I wanted to ask something about outbounds because first call with you, we talked about, changing a bit, basically changing the entire offer, which also changes my ICP and target audience. So my followers right now aren't really interested in my new offer because, they followed me because let's say they want to get the skills. And right now I'm talking a bit more about the physique and stuff. So I wanted to ask you like, how should I do the outbounds? Like who should I reach? Where do I get them from?
Okay, so what we can do, bro, I can schedule in I'll send you a Loom because I want to go over this in detail. Send me a Loom going over everything that you're facing right now, the problems and all that, and I'll send you a 5-10 minute Loom going over everything for you, okay? But I want to give you some advice, so I'll
So
do a proper Loom video.
So do you want me to go over like my followers or like my Instagram?
Yes, go over all that, go over
All
your situation, give me a bit more context, and then I'll send you a loop going over how you can implement it, okay?
All right, no problem. Got it.
Awesome. Sheldon, what's up, G?
Hey, I have a question. So I know you mentioned like your Instagram you focus on basically like gay to like me as a person, gay to want my lifestyle, and gay to believe I can help you, right? I think the hard part where I struggle with Instagram specifically, is like I'm always trying to like inject the idea of like learn Chinese into my Instagram content and like make it seem like, oh, like this is because I learned Chinese that I'm able to do these things. And I'm trying to figure out like, do you feel like that makes it too selly and I should just like share who I am without like that backwards agenda, and then by nature of that they'll ultimately want to learn Chinese, or like how would you view that?
I wouldn't stress too much on I personally wouldn't stress too much on adding that last portion because if someone knew that, hey, the only reason why you can do this is because of Chinese, they'll know. People are not stupid. So I would actually lean more towards figuring out what are the true pain points that these guys are really struggling with, and how can you lean more into that. Now, with a language offer, it's always going to be naturally hard. But the one thing I would say is that, Sheldon, if you can attract more people that want to learn Chinese, that's great. So one thing that I would do if I were you, obviously your content is killer. Your content is amazing. I would find where these people are hanging out and talk about how like Duolingo or what they've tried before, it's just not gonna work now because there's a new mechanism that's way better. And I think if you did that, you don't need to sell the person on the idea of wanting to learn Chinese because if you think about it, you have to make them from completely unaware to problem aware and then for them to buy. And for a language offer, there's too much work. There's too much work. So you might as well just go for the problem-aware people. Now, who are the problem-aware people that are already looking to get good at Chinese? Those are the people that are using Duolingo. So find out where these guys are hanging out. Provide value in those posts, maybe in the forums or the support chat or people that, provide 2-star reviews for Duolingo. It's like be creative and kind of like source and find where these guys are at and see what you can do and how you can target that demographic more. Because I think that's a demographic that's very untapped. It's very underserved. And right now you're doing a harder job than you need to do because now you're having to convince them that, hey, you should learn Chinese. And then they have to convince them that, hey, learning Chinese through my program is the best way. You might as well already find someone that already wants to learn Chinese, that is committed, and sell them on your mechanism being the best. That's an easier sell than what you're doing right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. So in that case, like, would you still focus, like, would you focus more of the content on the Instagram on like Chinese learning, or is the same thing you have here, which is like, get to like me as a person, my lifestyle, get to believe I can help you?
I think it makes of both, and your audience will tell you what they like. That's the thing about content is like it's a complete open battleground to where you can throw shit at the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah.
I'm always testing new formats. I'm always seeing what works, even though I already have winning formats. So over time, I
Yeah.
have like 4 different winning formats that I can always rely on. And because I'm always testing, now I have 6. And then next year I'll have 10. And it's like you never just want to stop testing. So I wouldn't necessarily like, oh, stick to this only. Always try and then see how the audience reacts, see what actually resonates with them, and then you take it from there. Okay?
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Beautiful. June, what's up, G?
Yo, so I just need some help with like just building a better like personal brand. I think Jacob was saying like I'm posting too much value and it's not much about, who I am, who's June, like my lifestyle, all these things. So how can I do that better? Just like showing my personality, showing like who I am better.
Okay. First of all, join tomorrow's call with Josh. That's going to be very, very good for you. Anyone that struggles with that, because a lot of you do, I need you guys to join that call with Josh. Okay. Second thing is, what have you tried?
So after Jacob told me that like yesterday, I literally filmed myself like ripping a workout with a friend. I was like all just like raw, authentic content, chopped it up, and I put it on YouTube. Um, Stuff like that. Just trying to get not like not trying to script everything and just trying to be more like myself. Because once I script, I feel like I'm not really speaking the way I normally speak. So that's what I'm trying to do more now. Um, but also wanted to know like if there's anything else that I can do to kind of show it more or any different like formats.
That's like asking how to shoot a basketball, but then you haven't even shot a basketball yet. Try it first, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Try it first. Like the best teacher. And the thing is, I can easily give you advice, June, but I'm not going to. And the reason why is because you haven't even tried. You've only done one day of it. So what I would do is I would rip different formats for every single day, hop on that call tomorrow with Josh, get a bit of feedback, get a bit of, advice from him, and then take it from there. But the point is you haven't done enough volume to be able to ask a question and have a good answer. And so
Okay.
I can't even give you advice because I don't even know what you've tried. You haven't come to me with a bit of context or a bit of information that I can work off of. I don't know anything, you know?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I don't know what you like doing. I don't know who you are. Like I don't know all of this type of stuff. So I need more context. Next week, ask me the same question once you implement 7 days of this, and then we'll take it from there.
All right. Sounds good.
Hell yeah, bro. Alicia, what's up?
So obviously I just joined yesterday. So I'm gonna get my onboarding call with Jacob on Friday and then my warm-up call with you. Will I get more clarity on like what I should be doing and everything then? Because I feel like I'm a bit like, what do I do? Who do I contact? Like what's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So first things first, your onboarding call is going to be on Friday, so that will clear up like 99% of your questions. And then the first thing that I get you to do is I want you to make sure you watch the video. I'm going to send you a video to watch. It'll teach you how to navigate the entire Discord, the entire server, because I know it's a bit overwhelming. We have so much shit.
Yeah.
But that's why it's like we get the results that we get. There's so much support that you need in order to get to where you want to be. So
They're like someone that I should contact if I'm like confused and like how to contact them.
yes. So the one-on-one chat, I'm gonna send you a video, and then it's right here. So on Discord, Click start here. Watch this video right here.
I think I watched that though. Why am I not getting it?
You watch this one. Okay, I'm gonna get Foxy to hop on a call with you.
Okay, that would be great. Yeah, if you can just like kind of explain everything, that would be
Yeah, Foxy will dial it in for you so far, and then the Friday call should clear up a lot as well. Okay.
okay. So he'll just call me when, like now, after the.
He'll, I'll make sure that I ping him in your chat, and then you guys will call.
Okay, thank you.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Anyone else, guys? Okay, sick. You guys are all good? Perfect. Guys, hey, you got something?
Yeah, my bad. I don't know if you saw my text, but like I was thinking about like bringing on a closer because of like just a lot of book calls. And I feel like trust would just be really low, especially because like I'm outbounding to them. The people are like pretty cold, like a lot of the calls I've been booking. So in order to like get them onto the call, you think like I could still send them like video messages or some shit in the DMs, like, yo, excited for your call with my boy or whatever, yada yada.
100%. Voice notes do wonders, especially if the stronger your personal brand is, the better the voice notes work. That's something I would say. And yeah, just taking a step beyond to just make sure that these guys are happy, maybe a triage even. Hey, it's Tay, blah, blah, blah. That would be good, bro. So try shit, see what works, and then track the numbers, okay?
All right, gotcha.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Of course. Guys, what a call. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. 224K a month insights. Again, none of these calls are going to be quote unquote valuable for you if you don't implement. Okay. So I want you guys to send in the general chat in the Discord what you guys are going to be working on. And if you actually do those, we will give you guys more one-on-one focus and more one-on-one support going into October, because I want October to be a record month for a lot of you. Let's make it happen, okay? Let's make it happen. I want you guys to just implement everything that we teach you, run it up, and we'll take it from there, okay? Hope you guys enjoyed this call. I'll see you guys on the Friday call for the implementation, and we'll take it from there. Take care, guys. See you guys.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Of course.
Hiring and onboarding. This is arguably one of the more important modules within this course, because if you do not hire the right setter and you don't vet them properly and you don't onboard them the right way, not only could you waste a lot of time by just hiring the wrong person that doesn't produce results, however, if you don't onboard them the right way, they will probably also leave within 2 weeks. There is a very big problem going around in the online space where coaches cannot hire and onboard setters the correct way. Therefore, there's a big setter churn cycle going on. So in this video, like I said, I'll be going over how to hire and onboard setters in the best way possible so that they not only stay long-term, but they're actually bought into your mission, vision, and values, and they have everything they need to actually produce results. So before we get into the interview process and the onboarding process and all those kind of things, the first thing you need to understand is it actually a good time for you to hire a setter right now? And what do you need to have in place in your business first before hiring a setter, so that when you do actually start to hire setters, you've already created an environment that setter wants to be a part of and, like I said, stay long-term. The first thing you'll need is a good content presence, whether that's Instagram, YouTube. Ideally, you'll have both. You also want to have an optimized funnel in terms of you want to have proven your sales process and obviously have gotten a good amount of sales on your own. And like I said, proven the sales process before you actually then go and hire a setter. The other thing you need that a lot of people don't think about when it comes to hiring a setter is the amount of leads that you want to be generating per week or per day before hiring a setter. Usually I'd recommend 50 to 100 new leads per week, which will roughly be between, say, 5 and 25 new leads per day, either through organic, through your content, or through paid ads. It does matter, but the big thing is that you are able to generate 50 to 100 new leads per week for your setter. If you're only generating 10 new leads per week, it's not the right time to hire a setter. You can handle
that many leads on your own. That's like 1 lead per day, right? Now, the other thing you want is to have proven your fulfillment, because the last thing you also want is to hire a setter, which maybe books a lot of calls and generates you a lot of sales, but because you haven't proven your fulfillment then breaks, which then obviously breaks your entire business. So you want to have had at least 10 people you want to have closed at least 10 people and then get those 10 people to their promised result. Whether your promised result is that they will make 5K per month online, or that they're going to lose 50 pounds, or whatever it is, you want to have gotten at least 10 people to that promised result. The other thing is your price point. If you're selling something for $500, don't hire a setter, because they're not going to make any money. Ideally, you want to have a price point of 2K or more. Obviously, if it's more, it's better, but ideally 2K, and this is the most important part, ideally you want to be selling 8 to 15 units per month, which will put your business at around 15 to 30K per month. And that is the ideal range for you to then hire a setter. A lot of people try to hire a setter at 5K a month, and it just doesn't work, because the most amount of money, if you're at 5K per month and you want to try hire a setter, the most amount of money that setter can make is $250. And that's just no money for the setter, right? So ideally 15 to 30K per month is when you can start hiring a setter, where the setter can make around 1K per month in commission as a beginner setter. And then obviously as your business scales, the setter will start to make more. Now, that is in terms of where your business needs to be at. Now, in terms of systems and the type of systems that you need to have in place before hiring a setter, it isn't necessary that you have all of these. However, I would recommend that you have probably most of them to, like I said, create a very good environment that your setter actually wants to be a part of and stay long term. Now, first thing will be sales communication, either through Slack or Discord. Discord is free, so a lot of people just use Discord, where you'll then have specific channels for like booked calls, and you'll have specific channels for like their end of day report, and then successful conversations, just an optimized sales communication platform. And then you also want a successful conversation library. Now, this is something that not a lot of people actually utilize. However, it is very, very powerful. So if you're a business owner and you are now currently doing all the setting yourself and you are booking calls, what you want to do before hiring a setter is go and screen record all of the conversations, or at least 10 conversations of you having a conversation with these leads, and then the lead ended up booking the call. You want to go and screen record those conversations and compile a successful conversation library, where in the onboarding, you will then send that library and all of those successful conversations to your setter, where a good setter can just look at all of those conversations, and it will make the ramp up process and the onboarding process so much easier and just so much quicker, because the setter can just look at the conversations, know exactly what he needs to do, and go from there. So I would highly, highly recommend having a successful conversation library. Nurturing content, this is like things like VSLs, case studies, testimonials, client interviews, things like that. It's not a necessity that you need these things. However, it will definitely help your setter when he's having these conversations and in the post-booking process. Now, calendar system, this is definitely something you need, whether it's through Calendly or Go High Level. You need a place where you have a booking link, and then the setter can send the booking link, and then the leads will book. And then there's a calendar with all of those calls, where if the lead is then unqualified, the setter also has access to your calendar, and the setter can go in there and cancel or reschedule calls whenever necessary. Automations, this isn't 100% necessary. However, I would recommend you have a booked call automation and a successful payments notification, so that the setter is notified when any of these actions are taken, and he can obviously move accordingly in terms of booked calls. Whether or not the person's qualified, he can then know to stop following up with these leads, and whether or not they qualified, either continue the post-booking process or cancel the call. Setter application form, this is something that you can build out. It's not necessary, but it definitely will help you when it comes to the sourcing portion and the interview portion of this video module that I'm going to explain in a couple minutes. Now, setter application form is basically just a form of a bunch of questions to start filtering out all the applicants that you get when you're trying to hire setters. Setter contract, if you want to have a contract in place for your setters that lists out all the daily tasks that they have and their commission amount and all these kind of things, by all means, you can create one. I'm pretty sure there's also one in the video modules. But yeah, that's up to you. I know a lot of people that don't implement contracts and their setters do very, very well. Either way, that's like up to you, whatever you want to do. Now, when it comes to SOPs, these are all the different SOPs that I would recommend having before hiring a setter. Like I said, this isn't 100% a necessity. We already do have SOPs built out for each and every single niche. You can reach out to Teddy, who's the setting coach within the community, and he'll direct you to the different SOPs based on your niche and your industry. However, you can have a look at this and see if you can build out any of these specific ones before hiring a setter. The most important ones I would say is inbounds, warm outbounds, and then this is a good one. You as a business owner need to be able to give your setter a very good understanding of your ICP and what is the qualified lead criteria as well. If you can create a document where your setter can read that document or watch a video, whatever it is, and have a very good understanding of what a qualified lead looks like for your offer, that will definitely help them out a lot, and it'll also prevent your setter booking in unqualified calls. Cool. Now, those are the main things that I would recommend having in place before you actually look at hiring a setter. Like I said, not all of them are must-have, but it's definitely a good to have for all of these things. Like I said, it will also create a very good environment that your setter will want to be a part of. Now, when you have majority of those things in place and you say, okay, now it's time for me to hire a setter, the first thing you need to do before you can onboard them or interview them is actually sourcing them. Now, this is very important for you to understand. When you are sourcing setters and really any position in your business, you want to have a lot of options. You want to source a large pool of setters, right? So ideally 50 to 100 applicants. If you've created a setter application form, you will drive them to that application form. And ideally, like I said, you want 50 to 100 people or setters to apply. After they have applied, you can then filter out or filter through that application form. And you also want to have a pretty clear idea of the type of setter that you want in your business at the specific stage of your business when you are hiring a setter. In terms of if this is the first time you're hiring a setter, ideally, you're not going to be looking for a setter that has 5 years of experience and is amazing at what he does, because chances are your business is at around 20K per month, and a setter with 5 years of experience won't really want to get on your offer because it's not like your offer is doing multiple hundreds of thousands per month, right? You also need to understand that. So it is important for me to set that expectation that your first setter will most likely be a beginner, because your offer, like I said, isn't at 500K per month where every single setter wants to be there, and those offers can kind of attract the big setters. But you want to have almost an idea of the type of setter, more so a beginner who is hungry. The other things that are very important is you need to make sure that your setter can obviously speak good English and can work during the working hours that your leads are most active. So if you are based in the US, in Miami, for example, where you're in Eastern Standard Time, but you then hire a setter from Asia, he might not be able to work 9 to 5 p.m., 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time because of his working or because of his time zone. That is also very important, like I said, that you have just a good idea of the type of setter that you want before you start filtering through the application form. Because then when you have that idea, you can start filtering through the application form and you know what you're looking for. And out of those 50 to 100 people, you can then be left with the 10 to 20 people that more so sort of fit the ideal setter that you're looking for. Now, those 10 to 20 people will then move into the interview stage. You don't want to have 50 to 100 interviews if you can filter out people that clearly don't fit the almost ICP for the setter that you're looking for, right? Now, when it comes to the interview, there's a 2-phase interview process that I like to do. The first thing is a normal Zoom meeting, which will be 10 to 20 minutes long. These are the questions that you can run through in that interview. It's a basic understanding of who they are, where they're from, what's their experience with setting. You can also get an idea of their training. Another thing I would actually ask is what time zone they are in, right? What time zone and what working hours they can work. Because some people might be in your time zone and you might think, oh, this guy's also based in Miami. However, they might have a part-time job and not actually be able to work the working hours that you need from them. So make sure you ask like the time zone and their country and things like that, but also like clarify, hey, can you work 9 to 5 Eastern Standard Time? Or can you work 9 to 5 UK time? Whatever. You need to make sure that they can actually work the working hours that you need. Now, you will have those interviews with the 10 to 20 people. And again, the same way you filtered the applicants is the same way you will then filter the interviews. Ideally, after the first phase of the interview process, you'll be left with 3 to 4 people that you really like. They fit the type of setter that you're looking for, and they just have like a charisma, or like you can see that they're very hungry and you just get along with them. Those are the 3 to 4 people. Now, those 3 to 4 people from the initial interview phase go on to phase 2, which is a mock role play. This is where you will run a mock role play with them for either your inbound or your warm outbound SOP that ideally you have created, or like I said, you can use the ones that Teddy has already built out for all the industries. Phase 2 is a test of their skills, so that you can send them, let's say you run a fitness offer, you can send them your inbound fitness SOP. You give them maybe a couple hours to go through it and just familiarize themselves with the SOP. And then you set a date. You don't have to get on a Zoom call for the mock. You can just do it through WhatsApp or Instagram messages or Discord messages, whatever you want. And you will act as the lead and the setter will act as a setter. So then you can get an understanding of how good or how bad this setter will actually execute the process and the SOP if you were to hire them. A lot of setters will promise you the moon on interviews, say that they're very hungry, say that they've been trained by XYZ person and that they've booked 750 calls in the past 30 days and all these kind of things. However, the one thing that they cannot lie about is their skills when it actually comes down to doing what they need to be doing in terms of actually having a setting conversation. That is why we implement phase 2, right? You also don't want to hire a setter where he promises you the moon, but then he just basically his first day setting, he has no idea what he's doing. He has no training. That's why we have phase 2, right? Now, after phase 2, those 3 to 4 people, you ideally be left with the best 1 to 2 people to get onboarded. Now, if your offer allows it, and if you have the lead flow and all these kind of things, ideally you do want to hire 2 setters at a time, if it's possible. If it's your first time hiring setters, this probably won't be possible because of your lead flow and things like that. But if it is possible for you to hire 2 setters, hire 2 setters at a time. The same thing goes with closers, because you will then create very good friendly competition between them, and you'll be able to see which of them is a better fit long term. You will also almost have a safety net if one of them decides to leave for whatever reason. Because now you have 2. If one of them leaves, you still have 1, right? So always hire 2 if possible. If it's not possible, obviously you need to hire 1, but it's just a very good rule of thumb to look out for. Now, when it comes to the onboarding, this is arguably the most important part of this entire process. A lot of business owners do not know how to onboard setters and do not know what setters actually look for when they are getting it on an offer, and that's why a lot of business owners end up having setters that get onboarded and then end up leaving 2 weeks later. Now, the most important thing is that you set expectations. However, you also need to make sure that there is alignment in the onboarding. So let's say you've gone through this entire process, you've sourced the setters, you've interviewed them, you've done the mocks, and you've picked, okay, this setter is the setter that I want to onboard. The first thing you need to do, and the first thing you need to understand, is that setters need clarity on your current process and all the SOPs you use. If they are going to come in and replicate your results in the setting process that you're currently doing and potentially then improve the setting process, they need to have clarity on everything that you do. you go to the recent followers and you send warm outbounds. And then every Friday you post a hard CTA or a poll, and then you message all of those leads. You need to give them an understanding of your process so that they can first replicate it and get to your level. If you're booking 15 qualified calls per week, the first job is for them to get to where you are. And then after that, it's to exceed, right? Now, it is important that they understand your current process. However, it's more important that you actually understand their goals in the onboarding in terms of what do they want to transition to after setting, how long until they want to make that transition. So for example, most setters want to transition into either being a closer or being a setter manager. And then you understand how long maybe they want to make that transition into a closer in 6 months' time. And then what are their goals in the next 6 months before making that transition into a closer? The reason you want to understand the answers to all of these 3 questions is so that you can make sure that there is alignment between the setter's income goals and your income goals as a business, right? So, and that's especially with the 3rd question where you are asking, what are your goals in the next 6 months as a setter before you transition? And they maybe say most setters want to make 5K per month in commission before transitioning. If your business goals is to make 100K in a month, setters usually get paid 5% of cash collected. So if you make 100K per month and you pay them 5% of cash collected, they will be at 5K in commission. Then, like I said, there is then alignment because your goal is 100K, their goal is 5K, and by them helping you get to 100K, they will hit their goal of 5K. So that's what I mean by alignment, right? Now, once you guys have that alignment in terms of the goals, you need to work on reverse engineering all the numbers that it will take for both of you guys to hit your goals. Remember what I spoke about in the first video module where I was talking about understanding your sales process and understanding the different metrics within your sales process. If you track all of those metrics and you say that your cash collected goal is 100K per month, you can work backwards and understand all of the metrics that need to be hit in order for your business to generate $100,000. And then generating 100K per month isn't some hopefully one day I'm going to get there. It's no, I need to do all of these things and I'll generate the money. Let me give you an example. If you know what your new convert qualified call percentage is, your show rate, your close rate, and your average order value, you can just work backwards. If your average order value is, say, 5K, that means you need 20 closes to generate 100K. If, for example, your close rate is 30%, then you can calculate how many how many sales calls you need to take to then close 20 sales. If your show rate is 70%, you can calculate how many calls need to be booked so that this many will show up, so that this many will close. And if this many close with a 5K average order value, I'll generate 100K. The same thing with then how many new conversations you need to generate for your setter so that this many calls get booked, this many show up, this many close, and this is the amount of cash collected from that amount that close. You see how by having the understanding of those metrics, you can work backwards, right? Now, once you've worked backwards and you've understood those numbers on a monthly basis, you can then just break it down on a weekly basis, obviously divided by 4, and then on a daily basis divided by 7. And you can just, from a weekly basis, you take it to a daily basis. And from there, you have a very good understanding of every single day, every single week, and in the month, the amount of new conversations, the amount of qualified calls that need to be booked, the amount of calls that need to show up, the amount of calls that need to be closed in order for you to then hit your goal as a business owner and in order for your setter to hit their goal as a setter, right? And you do this on the onboarding call with the setter so that he feels a part of your team and he sees the vision of how he's going to get to his goal. Your setter only cares, in most cases, only cares about his goal. Unless he's been setting for you for 6 months, 12 months, things like that, he only cares about his goals as a setter. So if you can show him how he will be able to hit his goal of 5K per month in commission, working with you, he will stay on your offer. Because at the end of the day, he started setting to make money. Same way you started the business, to make money. Hope that makes sense. That is arguably the most important thing you need to do when it comes to onboarding setters. Now, you also want to make a game plan of how you're going to give them enough leads and close enough deals so that you guys can generate 100K. And then how the setter is going to book enough calls and get enough leads to show up so that you guys can generate 100K. It is your job to generate leads for the setter in terms of marketing. And if you are the one closing the sales calls, it is your job to close enough sales calls to generate 100K. That is your job, generating leads and closing deals. Your setter's job is booking calls, which will happen in the setting conversation that he will take over, and getting leads to show up to the sales call with you. It is your setter's job to also take over the post-booking process and send them assets and client interviews and VSLs and have a post-booking conversation and do call reminders, perhaps triage call, all these kind of things. It's also your setter's job. To summarize, it's your job to generate leads and close deals. Setter's job is to book calls and then get calls to show up. Now, once you guys have made that game plan, essentially you working with your setter to reverse engineer those numbers and come up with a game plan will make him bought into achieving those goals with you. Like I said, he'll start envisioning the fact that he can actually make 5K per month in commission, which is his goal before transitioning into a closer by working with your business. To build even better team culture, open up about why you started your business in the first place and why you actually want to hit these business goals. So this is basically a way that you can just connect with your setter on a more personal level in terms of if you have specific reasons as to why you want the business to be doing 100K per month. Maybe you want to buy a car, you want to move out of the current city that you're in, you want to retire your parents, whatever it is, whatever your personal goals are with your business, you sharing that with your setter will ultimately build a lot more trust and things like that, right? Now, that is alignment. Very, very important. To summarize alignment, you need to make sure that you understand your setter's goals. You need to show them how it is possible for them to hit those goals that they have by working with you. And then you need to make a game plan for each of you to generate the numbers that you guys need to generate so that both of you guys can hit your goals. In terms of expectations, after they are bought into this vision that you guys have of hitting 100K per month, you need to set the right expectations. Now, expectations set the frame for what you believe the setter will achieve and how they will carry themselves in your business. If no expectations are set or expectations are set very loosely, your team will, or your setter will essentially do whatever they want, right? And that's not what you want, because in order for you to get to 100K, it is a systematic process of waking up every day and generating the numbers that need to be generated in order for you guys to generate that much cash. If there's no expectations, there is no way that there will be that consistency. Now, there's obviously not going to be urgency for speed to lead if there's no expectations for that. They will also probably submit their end of day reports the next day or not at all, because again, there's no expectations for that. They probably won't communicate and give you updates. And it's much easier to set firm expectations at the start of an interaction as opposed to inserting them later on once the setter is slacking. A lot of business owners have come to me and have asked me how to reset expectations with the setter and how to be more firm with the setter after they've already let the setter almost do whatever they want for 3 months. It is way more difficult. This is why it's so important that you do this in the onboarding phase. You need to set expectations around the core beliefs that everyone in your business shares. You also need to set expectations around KPIs that they are expected to hit. This goes back to the numbers that you calculated with the setter will generate you guys 100K per month. If you calculated that you guys need to be booking at least 3 qualified calls per day in order for you to generate 100K, that is then the KPI. And you need to set that expectation. And again, that KPI, that expectation is linked to his goal. This is the powerful thing. When you are now setting expectations, when you are now setting KPIs, it isn't coming from a place of, hey, I need you to book 3 qualified calls per day so that my business can get to 100K. Because he doesn't really care about your business getting to 100K. He cares about what he's going to get from that. Now, when you're setting expectations, because of the alignment portion that you did previously, It's, hey, I need you to book 3 qualified calls so that you can get to 5K per month, so that you can move and buy a better apartment that you mentioned you want to do when you get to 5K per month commission. You see how that switch is so much more powerful and will allow your setter to visualize them hitting that goal and obviously staying in your business long term. You also want to set expectations around communication and team culture standards that they need to uphold. My personal favorite expectation to set is that you are patient with people but ruthless with standards. I'm pretty sure I heard this expectation from Cole Gordon, I believe it was, who's a very big guy in the sales space. Essentially what it means is that you're patient with people but ruthless with standards. You're ruthless with your standards in terms of if you were booking 2 qualified calls per day when you were doing the setter, that is the minimum standard. And you need to be ruthless with that. If your setter only books 0 or 1 qualified call in a day, you need to call him out on that, not in a negative way, but just show him that that's not okay. That if you, as a business owner who doesn't really have setting and training, was able to book 2 qualified calls per day, then why isn't he doing the same thing? That is almost being ruthless with standard. Now, patient with people means that when you are onboarding a setter and getting them ramped up, you are patient that it will take them a couple weeks, maybe a month or so, for them to get to your level. Because no matter, even if the setter has more experience and more training than you when it comes to setting, every setter will still have to get used to your offer, get used to the leads, the language, how warm or cold your leads are, all these kind of things. So again, you're patient with people, but ruthless with your standards. Now, you also want to reset expectations after your team is completely bought in. So you can set expectations on the interview if it's like one of the last interviews that you take and you have a gut feeling that this is the person you want to hire. But after you have that alignment is really where you want to set these hard expectations again. Hope that makes sense, right? That is the most important thing. I'm going to run through a couple other things here. In the onboarding, you also want to kind of give them a couple other breakdowns of things in terms of team logistics, which will be if you want them to sign a contract, get them to sign the contract. You invite them to team meetings. A question that I get asked often is, how many times should I meet with my setter on a weekly basis? Ideally, I would say every day. Ideally. Minimum 4 times per week. Training your setter is one of the highest leverage activities that you can do as a business owner. It's one of the highest leverage activities that will get you to 50K per month and then 100K per month. Don't neglect your setter. Don't do that, right? So team meetings, you obviously invite them to all those team meetings. You give them access to Discord or Slack, wherever you communicate with your team. You give them access to your calendar. You give them access to the successful conversation library that we spoke about earlier. And then if you have like a setter dashboard where you have all the SOPs in there, you also give them access to that. That is the team logistics. In terms of setting logistics, you want to give them a breakdown of all of your SOPs. You want to also explain account logistics in terms of what I would usually recommend people to do is all of your personal contacts, all your friends, family, in terms of you as a business owner, will go into the primary inbox, and then all of the leads will go into the general inbox, because if you have many chat automations and things like that, they will naturally be sent in the general inbox. So you can keep all friends and family in primary inbox and then all the leads in the general inbox, and it's just organized. You can also run them through a lead tagging system. So all of you guys, if you have a professional business account, you will have a tagging and a labeling system within your Instagram. You can also make use of that. You will also then run them through their workflow, what time they need to start their shift, what are the first things they're going to do as they start their shift, what's the most important thing, doing the post-booking process with people that are on the calendar for today, following up with people that they sent the booking link to yesterday, and then obviously clearing the inbox, doing warm outbounds, doing normal followers, going from there. And then also explain their weekly KPIs, which you've already kind of done here. But on these team calls, you also do want to keep reminding them of what the KPIs are. Are you guys on track to hit 100K or 50K, whatever the goal is? Are you not on track? What needs to be changed? But that is the hiring and onboarding video module. To give a quick recap, these are the things that you want to have in place. Ideally, you don't need all of them, but ideally you have all of them in place before you look at hiring a setter. The interview process, you do want to start with a large pool of setters, so you just have more applicants to choose from and more options, which will give you a higher likelihood of you actually hiring the setter that you want to hire. onboarding, the most important thing is alignment. If you do not have alignment, even if you set very good expectations, those expectations will be set from a perspective of you need to hit these KPIs so that my business can scale. These setters don't care about your business. They care about what they are going to make and the amount of money they will make by helping you scale the business. That is why you get alignment with their goals. You then show them and you reverse engineer the numbers. You make a game plan. And now when you're setting expectations, expectations are set in or from a frame where if you do these numbers, you will hit your goal that you mentioned is important for you because of XYZ reason. That is how you onboard and hire setters the correct way. That is how you hire a setter, where you hire one setter and they stay with you for 6 months. Obviously, there's other things that go into that in terms of management, but hope everything makes sense. As always, you can reach out to me about any questions on Instagram or Discord about this video module, and I will see you guys in the next video module.
Run you guys through exactly what I'm focusing on a week-to-week basis and on a day-to-day basis to grow the brand, because that is the strongest lever you can pull. Okay, so it's going to be a bit of a free flow one, and then at the end we're going to run through some content review. I know there's a lot of you. I don't mind staying back, and we're also going to run a few Friday content reviews as well. So if I don't get to your account today, I'll get to it eventually. All right, so let's run you guys through some stuff. I'm going to run you guys through a bit of some stats so you guys are clear on, okay, like this is where the numbers are coming from. So we're at 8,100 subscribers. We've gained 61,000 views in the last 30 days on YouTube alone. We have 3.7K hours of watch time, and we're doing extremely well for our brand. You know, we're doing extremely well. Every single video is popping off. 6K, 4.4, 11. The one with Jaden, we did 5, 4 points. Like, every video is popping off, and you guys are seeing these results, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, how the hell are you doing this? I'm gonna break it down for you in this video. Okay. So the main thing that I've honestly switched is testing more fucking formats. And I realized that if I post more, if I like it comes down to understanding that if I do more volume, I have an uneven playing field. If I do more volume, I have an uneven playing field because I can test more content and I can put more volume out there to see what works, take what works, and then double down on that once I know. And if you look at it from a, month-to-month perspective, the reason why we're doing extremely well is because we've been consistent. We've been extremely fucking consistent with the YouTube, with the Instagram and everything. I mean, you look at the Instagram as well. Guys, we are ripping reels. We are absolutely ripping. And you guys are probably wondering, like, how the fuck do we do this? Guys, this took me so long. This took me so long. But the first thing that every single one of you has to understand is volume. You need to put out enough volume to actually see what works. And the moment that you see what works, you double down on it. So real quick, how many times do you guys post in a day? Let's put it in the chat. If you post once every other day, put 0.5. If you post once every day, put 1. You get the idea. How many times do you guys post in a day? And I'll tell you guys if it's enough. Okay. Carter, Chris is doing 2, 1 to 2. So everyone that's under 0.5, what the fuck? Like, what are we doing? Like, you can't. Like, content is the biggest fucking lever you can pull. So why are we doing 0.5 or 0.8? 1 is the bare minimum. Okay, 1 is the bare minimum. For those that are doing 2, great. Great. Okay. 0.8, Finn, how the hell did we get 0.8? Is it?
Some days I'm missing because of my editor.
Okay. Then let's find another editor so that your competence is not based, or your output is not based on your talent. It's based on you. Okay. So if you said more than 1, great, right? Now the question is, are you being intentional with this? So one thing that I'm gonna do, and that I'm already doing, is I'm asking people what they want to see. And so I want you to really understand this, because we're gonna hit a record month of September. There's no doubt about it. I want you guys to pay attention to the content that we're posting. So this video right here got 45,000 views, right? Listen to the actual content piece. golden age where your ancestors would die to be in your position.
When there is so much opportunity and there's so much information out there, how are you not successful?
It's never a lack of information, it's just a lack of execution. And it's too much thinking and not enough doing. When I wanted to get into sales, I thought about it for one day and I just got in.
Same.
The moment that you say, I don't know if this is for me, bro, you're fucked. It's the guys that just take action without even thinking that always do it, which is why I tell people sometimes you're just too smart for your own good because they overanalyze everything that could go wrong and they never fucking do it. How many of you struggle with this? Some of you are nodding your head. A lot of you probably struggle with this. You know what to do in your head, but you don't fucking do it. And for my ICP, for my prospects, for my audience, they know that they need me, but they're too fucking scared to do it. This is directly calling out an objection that is holding them back, and I'm directly solving an objection that I hear on my sales calls. Oh, bro, dude, I'll come back to you in a month, man. Let me just get a few sales, and bro, you're fucking broke, you know? And so you all got to understand that you have to have intentionality behind your content, because if you don't, you're just going to be on the algorithm and there's nothing. And so every single one of your content pieces, the moment they watch it, they should be one step closer to buying your shit. And if you're not, then you're doing something wrong. Even this.
Cheers. Oh, fuck.
I'm going to be.
Even this, right? Subconsciously, what do we all fear? We all fear, or we all, at least for the most part, we all hate the idea of being the lone wolf or being the person that does this by himself, right? That's what we all fear. We want to be surrounded by other people to do what we do because we're probably the only people in our hometown to do what we do, correct? A lot of you feel that way. If I show you a clip of 8 dudes that are in the online space that are all making 5 figures a month, they're having a fuck ton of fun and drinking some raw eggs and milk, subconsciously that gives you FOMO because you're like, damn, I don't have that. And so off of these 2 reels alone, I've hit on 2 different pain points. I've hit on your ability to not fucking, your ability to take an action, like you're just not taking any action and you're not moving anywhere. And also the pain point of you feeling lonely. I've hit on 2. Okay, so let's watch another one, right? 30K a month is not enough. Every man should strive to hit 100K a month because that's when you don't look at shit. And it removes all your problems and you can do. If you're at 10 to 30K a month and I say that 30K a month isn't shit, what does that do to you subconsciously? You're like, bro, fuck this guy. It's polarizing. It gets you to think. It gets you to feel an emotion. And what that does is it makes you feel like, damn, like this guy is right. I mean, 30K a month is cool, but why am I not striving for 100? And the people that are stuck at 30 are they're in the most dangerous spot because they're complacent and they're doing well and they don't want to scale. And so what does this do? It shows these clients and it shows these prospects that, hey, it's not fucking worth it to be stuck at 30K a month. I've already done the hardest, might as well scale to 100. Who do I hit up? I hit up Suet. Boom. So I'm making you uncomfortable with your situation so that you take action. And every single reel that you watch, you are one step closer to buying. Does that make sense, guys? One step closer every single time. So I hit on 3 different pain points. And then you're like, okay, maybe another objection that pops up. This is where we get results.
5.4 pairs. 5.4?
Yeah, dude.
Come on.
That's 8 grand in 2 days.
Okay, I'm showing a live client closing the deal. Everyone's vibing. Community. What does that show? It creates FOMO. And it also shows credibility because I got my client this result. Do you see how that works now, boys? Do you see the level of, detail like you have to go into? And so when you're creating content, you a lot of the times you guys are asking me the same questions. I don't know what to create. I don't know. Guys, it's so easy. What are the objections and what is stopping your client from buying from you? Film reels on that. Film reels on that, okay? Because I promise you, if you do it enough times and people are binging your content and they're watching your stories and they're going down your funnel and they're going into the YouTube and they see that you're hanging out with industry leaders, they will buy from you. They will buy from you. So I want every single one of you to pull up your account right now on your phone. pull up your account on your phone and ask yourself, do my pieces of content push my ICP closer to buying from me? And if not, what can I change in order to make sure that that does happen? Because every single time your reel has no intention, you're wasting 30, 40 seconds of your time and they're going to scroll past your video next time. You have to have extreme intention with everything that you do. If not, you're going to be left behind. You will be left behind. You guys have to really, really understand this. And if you don't, then I just don't know what to tell you, bro. I just don't know what to tell you. You don't understand your market enough. I said this time and time again. You can solve 99% of your content problems by asking your client. Your client is your best friend. Ask them, because a lot of times you ask me, I'm giving you perspective from a 150K month business owner. And sometimes that's not good because you're selling to a B2C fat dude. You know what I mean? And how the fuck am I gonna relate to a fat dude? How am I gonna tell you what content to film? I'm not fat. Like, you guys got to understand that I can only give you perspective from my angle, but majority of the insights that you're going to get and the content ideas you're going to get it from your actual client. So get in contact with them. One thing that I'm doing extremely well on the YouTube, right? What I've realized is that I've gone a bit too broad for my liking. And here's what that does. Like, obviously I get views. I get 6K views, 4K views, 11K views, 2.7K views. But what I realized is like, okay, it's cool that I'm getting all these views, but if my revenue isn't increasing and my view count is increasing, that means I'm targeting the wrong type of people. So what I did was I sent a specific what is it called? I sent a specific question to some of you guys. So I sent it to Chris, I believe, right? Okay. You guys can rip easy questions like this that will give yourself clarity on exactly what to do. So it's so fucking easy, bro. Out of curiosity, which 3 videos would you click on most and why? Chris, if you're free right now, could you unmute?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yes, sir. I love your voice, bro.
Respects.
So, real quick, bro, you picked Iman, Hormozi in the very bottom right? Can you run through your thought process so that I'm clear?
Yeah, like I think the Iman one, for example, it's like I would just feel like I need to watch it. Like if I seen that, like I don't want to miss out on sauce, you know? Like what does this guy know that I don't know? Same thing with Hormozi. It's the same thing. And like because I'm familiar with those names. And then I just think the bottom right one is so like it's such like a juxtaposition and it's so polarizing. Like how can you make this amount of money and like hate yourself? Like I have to click on it, you know?
Okay, so off of Chris's response alone, I know that talking about more educational value videos and leveraging authorities in my industry gets him to click on it. And Chris is perfect ICP because he's a dating coach doing around 8 to 10K a month, like perfect ICP, right? So I know that an 8 to 10K a month business owner is clicking on those videos. I honestly thought he would have clicked on the raw week in the life or the building a $1 million per year business, but I was mistaken. And the only reason I can find that out was by asking Chris. Chris, when's the last time you asked your client a bit of feedback on your content?
Well, I'll ask them. Like I'll ask them. Maybe I should ask a bit more often, but they just like the infields and like the breakdowns and stuff.
Okay, did you go a level deeper and ask why they like the infields?
Perhaps I need to, bro, honestly.
Okay, so if
Yeah.
you don't understand the fundamental why behind why someone likes something, you'll never be able to master it. You'll never be able to master it because you have to reverse engineer why it works or why someone chose this in order to replicate that process again. So if I didn't if I was on a one-on-one with Chris right now, what I would have done is I would have asked, okay, what specifically about this video right here, this iman gadzhi one or this hormozi one right here? What specifically about this video do you like? Okay, hormozi, everyone knows that name, right? He also added sales funnel. That's a key niche word that I know is catered for me because online coaches talk about sales funnel all the time. Making me 151K. Okay, so hormozi, niche keyword about sales funnel or something like that. And then also me implementing my expertise and me showing that I'm not just a random funnel hacker, growth operator breaking down a funnel. These are the 3 reasons. How can I implement that in my next one? So what's another keyword for a sales funnel? Like what's another info term, right? It could be appointment setting. I copied this guy's appointment setting process and it made me this amount. That would cook. That would fucking cook. It may not be as broad as a sales funnel, but in an appointment setting process, if you look at that as a coach, you're like, fuck, I want to know his appointment setting process. Let me click on this shit. Because we're speaking the same language. And so subconsciously, because I asked why Chris wanted or why Chris clicked on the video, I understand a layer deeper and I understand that, hey, he's listening to the same language that I'm speaking. Because sales funnel, if you're a regular B2C bum, you don't click on that video because you're like, no, I want to see the Lambo. I want to see the fucking car. Right? But because I said sales funnel, a niche keyword that only our niche knows, it feels catered to him. Chris, that's the case, right?
Yeah, that makes sense for sure.
Beautiful. And so in your case, Chris, if you're dealing with, not enough qualified leads, then you got to ask the guys that piff you. Don't one key problem you guys will make. Don't ask the guys on payment plans. All right. Ask the motherfuckers that piff. Ask the guys that piff and that pay you the 15 grand and the 18 grand because those guys are the people that you want to attract. If you attract a guy that's paying you a 1K retainer or a 2K retainer, like, yeah, that still will work. But at the same time, they're not the same caliber of a client as someone that's willing to fork out 15K up front. You got to understand that. So you got to pick and choose who you get advice from. If I were to ask someone that maybe paid a 1K a month retainer or a 2K a month retainer, they would have maybe clicked something like this. Now, that's also insight for me to avoid that shit. You know what I mean? So there's always good insight, and there's like you can always take a positive out of a negative. And I like to say it all the time. There's no bad investment because even the bad investments, you get told what not to do, how not to run your business. So Chris, look at your demographic, look at the clients that you signed, look at who pay you the 3-5K up front. Get on a call with them. Get them to look at all your thumbnails, all your titles. Get them to ask why they clicked on this video, if this really resonates with them, and understand a layer deeper. And I promise you're gonna have so many content ideas to rip that you're never gonna even ask me for content advice again. Literally.
Sauce still.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll talk to them for sure.
Hell yeah. And every single one of you, I want you guys to write your top 3 clients that have paid you in full. You guys probably have them on the top of your mind. Your most enjoyable clients, the guys that pay you in full, the guys that you love. List out 3. Send, like, while I'm yapping, send them a message, send them your Calendly link, and say you want to hop on a call. While I'm like, actually fucking do it, guys. Because this is what gets you the result. Not you saying that this call was valuable. You actually doing what I'm telling you will get you the result. Okay? So that's that. And me knowing that, okay, the niche keywords, I'm going to double down on that. And so my next video is going to be an appointment setting process one. That's going to cook because I know that's going to target online coaches. You know what I mean? And yeah, I may not get views, but that's our language. And I got that insight from asking someone like Chris. Does that make sense, guys? Any questions on this? Sick. Okay, cool. So that's really good, right? And then I even asked Dylan, right? Raw week vlog, working 4 hours a day. And so the working 4 hours a day, bro, this shit cooked for my leads. Like it broke so many limiting beliefs because a lot of you are thinking like, okay, a lot of you are thinking, how do I work less and make more? Because, I mean, for you, Leo, I'll give you an example. You were closing all day, right? What was your main objection before you joined?
Time.
Time. Why was it time?
Because my money was so attached to my time before.
Yeah. So you had a vehicle that was already making you money, but you were scared, like, okay, how much time do I have to commit to this? How much do I have to do this? Yada, yada, yada. And you're just like in your own head because, I mean, to be fair to you, you were working like 10-hour days. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was long.
And so if I sit here and I tell you, hey, I run a 150K a month business while balancing university, basketball, having a good social life, I still print cash, you're gonna be like, damn, okay, like his systems work because he's not fully in the business. And even if you are working 12-hour days, the contrary, right? Even if you are working 12-hour days and you look at this video, you're like, how the fuck is this guy working 1/3 of my time and making 150K a month? it fucks with your head. It really does fuck with your head. And so it targets the guys that work too hard and it also targets the guys that don't have that much time. It's two birds with one stone. That is my intention. My intention is to make you feel stupid so that you realize that I have information that you don't have. And if I have this time strategy and this productivity system that helps me run 150K a month business while working 4 hours a day, imagine what business systems I have. And so that gets you to think even broader, right? So part of the reason why you joined Leo, correct me if I'm wrong, was also because it's like I told you that I was still doing uni. I remember, right?
Yeah. And the social life thing as well.
Social life thing as well. And I told
Yeah.
you, dude, you're working more as a sales rep than as a business owner. You'll never
Yeah.
have to work this hard. I remember
Yeah.
telling you that, and that was like, boom, limiting belief. Let's fucking run it.
Yeah,
So
it's true.
yeah.
Very true.
And so do you guys see how with every reel, every YouTube video, I'm slowly picking away at every limiting belief that you have. And by the end of a 4 or 5 month time period, you're gonna pay me. I want you guys to think, if someone follows you, it is your duty to make them fucking pay. It is your duty to get them to get their credit card out and type in their numbers and pay you money, pay you cash. That's what you want to do. And when you think like that, you just understand, damn, okay, this is why, like, this is what he's thinking, this is what he's doing. And you obsess over the processes and you obsess over understanding how your clients look at it. Like I said, I can snap a finger and I can think exactly like a 10K a month online coach. That's how good you want to be in market research. All right. And you only do that by going the extra mile and asking questions like this. And when I have questions like this, I give them to my content team where they cook up and they just give me a full rundown on what we can change. Right. So it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how well this is working for us. And one thing that we're doing, I'll tell you a real iteration that we're making right now. I believe that our content is a bit too broad. And so what we're doing is we're gonna tie in more niche keywords like appointment setting, sales funnel, consulting, online coach to make it more suitable for the online coaches that we're selling to. Because we've seen an uptick in the lead flow, but we haven't seen a direct correlation to the amount of book calls through inbounds. We've seen a correlation through book calls through the DMs, which is great, but no through the direct funnel that we have on the YouTube. So we know that, okay, we just got to double down on niche content. And we only understand that because we track the data. We have UTM links and everything's set up. Okay. So those are the things that I want you guys to do. When you have that insight, you can actually share it with your editor. I want to ask you guys this. Let's say, Gabe, how often do you talk to your editor, brother? Just so I'm clear. Gabriel Smith.
We will talk a couple times a week, 2, 3 times a week.
2 or 3 times a week. What do you guys go over?
Go over what's sort of working, what's not working. I'm not really happy with him, to be honest, so I am looking for a new one. So yeah, I'll be real.
Are you not happy with him because of your lack of leadership and lack of
I just don't think he's very good at his job, to be honest. And so yeah. And yeah, maybe a little bit down to my end and not being like straight to the point. So
Okay. Okay. So I always think that we can internalize why something isn't working and find a new editor, but I want you to break down why that relationship went south because I promise you, if you let him well from the start, he would have been a good editor, right? So
okay.
I would internalize, okay, what did I do wrong? Where did I go wrong with this editing process? What did I not lead him right in the first place? And how can I change that? Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. Abhishek, I was just about to say your name actually. Perfect that you raised your hand.
Yeah, I really resonate with what you're talking about with leadership. I even learned about this. It's called like stewardship leadership. So I think I learned that my edit has gone to shit as well because my SOPs are just not dialed in. I haven't trained him properly. So instead of looking within and seeing what have I done wrong, I blamed him, but it's my fault. So
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, what is important when it comes to hiring an editor? Like, how do you set the standard from the jump to make them into a killer, basically?
You sell the idea of growth and you sell the idea of them leveraging you as a case study. That is the biggest thing that I found to help me. Okay, guys, when you have momentum, people want to ride that momentum. I was just talking to my editors today. I want you guys to really, really listen to this, okay? Because this is why I attract talent that will stay with me for years, even though I don't pay them a ridiculous amount of cash and they have better opportunities elsewhere. I asked my editor, his name is Aiden. He's joined me since March. And to give you a bit of context, I'm not paying like a ridiculous amount per reel edit. I'm paying like 40, 50. And for a UK-based editor, it's not that good because he's splitting that, like all that type of shit. I won't get into details, but the point is, I'm not paying him the best. I asked him, like, bro, like, why, like, you have better opportunities elsewhere. Why are you still working with me? I straight up asked him that because I was actually curious. I'm like, I need this insight. So, my guys, and he told me something that I really, really want you guys to understand. He said that I feel like me leaving this team will give me so much FOMO because I know that this business and this personal brand will skyrocket to hundreds of thousands of followers. And I want to be a part of it, regardless of how much money I get paid. That's when it fucking stuck to me. People don't give a shit about how much you pay them. People give a shit about how you make them feel when you build a business. And another thing that he said is like, it feels like you're the up and coming. I don't like this. I don't like it, but he said it and it was good. He said it feels like you're the up and coming Iman Gadzhi. I don't want to be Iman, like I just don't, but I do want to make a similar transformation that he did. And it like that clicked in me where it's like I'm selling something that's not the pay, that's not the base salary, that's not the whatever. It's the opportunity to be associated with me so that we can grow together. Because he told me that we're hitting an exponential curve where everyone's starting to know us. We're becoming an industry leader. We're growing thousands of followers every single month. And we're getting so much fucking momentum. He doesn't want to lose a spot in that. That's what you sell. And so as a founder, how can you create enough leverage and enough momentum in your business where you are becoming that next up and coming thing so that these guys don't want to miss out on it? It's a hard question to answer, but the moment you answer this question, you attract the best talent in the world. Guys, he's been with me for 6 months. He's had editing opportunities where he could triple his salary that I'm paying him. Triple. He's staying with me. And I was genuinely curious. I was like, why? And he told me it was the growth. It was the standard that I held him to. Like, he's never been a part of a team where he's been held to the standard. That's what you sell. Okay? That's what you sell. And also, one thing that I will note as well, he said something that really stuck with me as well. It's like, you give me the ability to want to grow with you because I know that you have your best interest. Like, I know that you have my best interest in your mind. I tell all the people that work with me this, use me as a fucking case study. I want you to be working with me I want you to make 30K a month. And the main reason why is because you use me as a case study. Guys, I kid you not, Josh is a perfect example. Josh has like scaled his B2B consulting offer for his content to damn near 30K a month. He has one case study, but that's perfect because he knows that the more he scales my brand, the more his revenue is going to grow. Because my brand is only on the come up. I only have 70K followers. The moment I have 200, 300K, Josh is going to be making 50 to 100. So my growth is tied to their growth. That's what you guys want to do. And when your growth is exponential and you hit that curve and you get that momentum, that's when things start going your way. Does that make sense, guys? I know it was a bit long-winded, Abhishek, but does that kind of clear it up for you, bro?
Yeah, 100%. Like making them see the vision of what you're actually doing and making them feel a part of it. I get that. How about practically in terms of, let's say, okay, let's keep it simple, right? If I have a YouTube video that I want to clip, I used to like be like to him, okay, well, here's the video, let's clip it. Would you suggest telling him what the title should be and everything? 'Cause I feel like that's the most difficult part for me sometimes with the titles. I don't know what to put to capture attention sometimes. So what's your thoughts on that?
So what I did was this is perfect. What I did was I found a person that was already doing well. So I'll give you guys an example, right? I mean, I can look at mine now because like we're doing well, but what is happening here? Bro, guys, this is my setter, bro. This guy's just DMing chicks all the time. I don't know what he's doing. But anyways, let's go over here. All right. This is out of topic, but he DM'd this one chick, and she's not even a coach, first of all. She's not even an ICP lead. She's Asian, and then like he made a joke where it was like, come to Malaysia. And she's actually down to come to fucking Malaysia. So I'm like, bro, what the hell do I do? This guys, keep your setters in check, please. Because if your setter's wilding out and sending
Lock in, bro. Do it, bro. Lock in, bro.
I'm not gonna lock it in, bro. I'm not gonna lock it in. Bro, if you're serious sending DMs to girls and counting that as outreach, bro, I'm gonna start counting my outreaches and be like, yo, these girls don't count, my guy. These girls don't fucking count. But anyways, back to it. Back to it. So what I would do, Abhishek, is if you don't understand it first, then you can't teach your editor. It's like the blind leading the blind. So what I would do is I'd go to a page, let's say this one, right? And okay, let's see which one performed well. Closing an 18K deal in 30 minutes. Okay, so big thing in a short time span. And then the clip of the first part is just me celebrating that I closed at 30, blah, blah, blah. 18K in 30 days.
Oh my god.
Just me fucking yapping. All right. So first of all, big thing, short time span, video reaffirming the title. Right? This one's perfect. You wanted to prove your dad wrong, so you made 150. Crazy fucking like relatable, because a lot of people want to prove their dad wrong. You know, a lot of people, like especially in the business space, our parents don't really encourage our shit, you know? And so it's something that's relatable. And then so you did this. And guys, you don't have to. A lot of the times you guys are saying, oh, so you can only do this because you made 150K. Like, yeah, it helps. But if you execute the exact same format and had 30, I promise you get similar views. I promise you. So get that limiting belief out of your head. And if you still have that limiting belief, then just make more money. Like, if anything, it should be just more motivation to make more money. So the title. My dad never saw me as an entrepreneur. My dad is a very successful business owner. Growing up, I looked up to him and he was my idol. He told me that I'd never be a business owner. I asked him why. He said, you're too straightforward. You're too emotional. Your EQ is low. He basically said, I'm not cut out for it. The hook is so fucking perfect. Because it directly answers and proves the title. So your hook always has to match the POV title, if that makes sense. It's like a YouTube video. This is essentially a mini YouTube video, if that makes sense. Right?
All right, give me a live example real quick, yeah. So basically, when I left Thailand, I went broke, right? I
Yeah.
went broke in Thailand 4 months ago, right?
Yeah.
And then we ran up 120K in 120 days. Give me a perfect title for that video.
Say the last part again.
Made 120K in 120 days.
120K in 120 days. So, Pav, you went from negative 74 pounds in your bank account to making 120,000 pounds in 90 days. And then you show, like, you don't have to, like, you putting Thailand in the title doesn't fucking matter, because it doesn't, like, that's not the main point you're trying to come across. You can include that in the hook, but the main thing that you're trying to come across is that I went from negative to $120,000 in 90 days. That's the hook. And then that's the title, that's a POV title. And then in the hook, you can elaborate on in Thailand, blah, blah, blah. Take it from there. All right. So the POV title should have one specific intention to drive one main point, if that makes sense. If you put POV negative 74 pounds in Thailand and then moved to London and made it, bro, like, you lost them. These guys are fucking monkey brain rot, you know?
Keep it simple, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. And then you can give more context in the video itself. All right. Sick. So one example you guys could do is like, okay, what happens if I remove this? Will the point still stay the same? If it's yes, remove it. Ask yourself that question. And if you need that thing to get that point across, then keep it. That's important. Okay. So even like I always debate if I should add at 19 at the end of my videos, but I always do it because it's like, bro, anyone can make, I mean, not anyone, but if a 30-year-old dude made 151K a month, you're gonna kind of scroll. But if it's like a younger dude, 19, that's gonna get you like, what the fuck, 19? Okay, hold on, let me stay for a bit. You know, that's gonna get you like that extra second, and that's sometimes that's all you need. All right. So that's that, boys. That's that. And then one thing that I will say that I think would rip for all of you guys that I think would be super, super beneficial is my team is now hosting I covered this in the Bali Mastermind. Look at this. We just went over this today. Sue account overview. 3rd of September 2025. Weekly wins. General overview. What are the insights that we're seeing? Over the past 2 weeks, we had an average view rate increase of over 2 times from 11K views to 22K views. However, last few views, we've seen a decrease in content fatigue. Bro, if you're putting this much information and this much insight, and maybe it's not your editor doing it, maybe for the first few times it's you doing it and then you passing it off to the editor. If you do this and you put emphasis, tell me your editor won't do a better job of clipping the better videos for you. Tell me you won't be the first priority because you actually care about your process and actually want to do better for your videos. Like, I didn't write any of this, but this is not something that you'd be like, fuck, I'm not at Sue's level because my content team is not as, bro. I've built my content team for like a fucking year. All right. I want to make that clear. I've spent thousands of dollars to get my content team trained up by the best people, from people like Devin Jatto, 10K on him, 20K on Daniel Dalen, 24K on people like hormozi. Like, they got insights to all of that shit. That's why it's to this level. So don't blame your team, blame yourself, because your lack of confidence and your lack of leadership is why your team isn't doing this shit. Okay. So if you're like, damn, this is unfair, no shit, it's unfair. I spent all the money that you guys didn't spend. You know, I spent all the effort that you guys didn't spend as well. So how can you set that bar higher now? Let's get that out the way. Okay. This guy explains why this video flopped. Isn't it crazy that a video flopping for us is like a 10K view video? Like, that's the standard that we're holding ourselves to. That's the standard, right? And he broke down an entire reason why it flopped. Because, okay, the content fatigue. Our people they've already seen multiple clips of Daniel from this same angle. It didn't leave a huge lasting impression. And then why did this video perform well? It was extremely polarizing, relatable, blah, blah, blah. So what we're going to do now is we're going to double down on Asian, right? We're going to be like, we're going to say some stupid shit. Like, if you're Asian and you're not doing this, well, like, we're just going to do it because it works. It works. But we only know it works because we recap it. And now the whole team is insight. So now they can clip up better content. And because my content is not scripted, it's more clipped up. They know to look for videos like this now. Does that make sense? So if you guys are not part of the scripting process and you don't want to go into kind of my content format, you have to understand that 90% of the success will come from the competence of your creative director and the competence of your editor team. And if you're not doing this shit, you're cooked. Okay. This is the level of detail. Shorts in the rate that are already in the pipeline. I have like 15 reels that I need to review. Longs are in the pipeline. Like, do you guys see the level of detail now? So when you complain and say Sue's only at this point because of that, like, no, you don't understand how much effort I put to train these guys to this level. So I want you guys to take this away. The reason why I put this much effort is because I know that if someone wants to replicate my content format, they have to go through all that bullshit. You know, they have to find a competent creative director. They have to find good editors. They have to host weekly team calls. They have to get everyone on the insights. No one's willing to do that shit, which is why we're going to dominate the space. Like, if our personal brand hits, like, when our personal brand hits 100K in October, November, don't be surprised. This is the level of detail we go into. And if you're not putting this much detail and you're competing with a guy like me, you're going to get smoked every fucking time. You got to care about this shit. You got to care about this shit. And every single one of you should feel shit, because I know you guys are not doing this. So the first step, I'm going to give you guys actionable items so that you guys can all do it. All right. and actually fucking do it, because that's how you get value from this call. The first step is to hop on a call with 3 of your clients. Did you guys all send the Calendly link by now? Beautiful. Some of you are nodding, some of you looking at me dead in the eyes. You guys had this shit. So send 3 Calendly links to your top performing clients that piffed. Okay? That's the first step. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna review the Instagram reels together, get their live feedback, review their YouTube thumbnails together, ask them what they'd want to see and everything. Get insights. Okay. The second thing you're gonna do is you're gonna schedule a weekly call with your editor. Weekly call with your editor. Okay. And you're going to be in full unison with him, and you're going to reset his expectations to make him realize that, hey, I want you to step into a creative director role. I want you to leverage me as a case study, and I want you to make 10K a month, which is your 6-month goal. You're going to do that with me. So here's how we're going to do this. I want to be the biggest industry leader in this, blah, blah, blah. Here's how we're going to do it. Map out a step-by-step plan, make them excited. Boom. That's the second step. Third step, study who's killing it in your niche and your specific content format, and understand why, and pass that down to your editor. So if you want to do the pod format, okay, look at me, look at Brez, look at Pierre, look at all the guys that are doing the same format. Study the title, study the thumb, study their first hook, reverse engineer why it works. How does that make you feel? If you're doing, general fitness advice scripted, go on Jeff Nippert. Where's the first? If you guys rip Jeff Nippert's videos, the first 15 seconds, you guys would all go viral, you fitness dudes. Like, you guys don't understand. I copied the shit out of people at the start, because that's when and then I reverse engineered, okay, this is why he said this. And then I got my own way. Why are you guys trying to come up with some shit when there's already proof of what works? You know what I mean? Like, why are we not copying 10 seconds of Jeff Nippert's video and then making our own thing? Like, why are we not doing that shit? It's so fucking simple, and you guys are trying to do your own thing when you have no proof that your shit works. Take shit that works, use the hook, change your body, and then you'll slowly understand, okay, this is why the hooks work. And when you say a regurgitated hook 10 times over, you're gonna get the feeling like, okay, this is why he says it. And you're slowly gonna understand, and you're gonna subconsciously reverse engineer it. Okay? So look at who does your format specifically. Reverse engineer why it works. Rip it. Okay? So for all you fitness guys, if you want to take the whole nerdy approach, Jeff Nippert is your go-to guy. If you want to take the crazier approach, find someone. But the point is, there's always someone you can look at for inspiration. And if you guys are just looking internal, you're stopping yourself. You're bottlenecking yourself. You always want to study competition, and you always want to be one step ahead. And when you reverse engineer why the industry leaders are actually leading the industry, you can become an industry leader. Okay? And every single one of you should strive to do that. So, I know that was a long presentation. How'd you guys find it? It's a bit more free flow, but was it good for you guys? Sick.
Solid, bro. Solid.
Beautiful. Let's run some the Raf got the emojis. I love it, man. Let's run some Q&A, and then we'll take it from there. Leo, what's up?
Yo, bro. So obviously with the way my brain is, this as well. It's much more structured, right? Like Miro boards, etc.
Yeah.
How can I essentially put that into reels? Like, what do you think of the idea of like using, for example, like a normal hook, right? And then having the Miro after. So it's not like just Miro straight away.
Yes.
If that makes any sense.
Yes. Okay, so I'll give you an example. Look, I recommend everyone that has if you're selling something that you're still doing, take care, Chris. Have a good one. If you're selling something that you're still doing, show that shit. Like, get a compilation of your recordings of your sales calls, and I promise you, if you find the right editor that can clip it up in a good way, free, your easiest 100 reels ever. Because
yeah, I've just done that as well.
Yeah. What does that do? It shows competence, right? So maybe it could be handling a ridiculously good objection.
Yeah.
And then you explaining, here's why I handled that objection. And then you go into the Miro board video.
Okay.
So what gets the hook? People are intrigued because, like, oh, does this guy close this guy? Like, what happens? Like, okay. and then you close the guy, and then boom, Maribor video. So this is exactly how I close this guy, even though he did this, blah, blah, blah. I pre-framed, I did this, I did that, and then you get into it.
Okay, yeah, sick.
You
Okay.
find what people actually care about, and then you actually just you attach something on the back of it. So I'll give you an example. The perfect example is like, bro, every time we rip like a sales call reel, it rips. I mean, the Dubai one is perfect. The Dubai one is perfect. I'll try to give you guys an example. Like this one ripped.
Having an 8K day on a Sunday just because you feel like it. Yeah, it's 18K USD.
Yeah.
Cool. That one, right? 45K views, 60K views. Every time we post a reel, a clip of us doing well first or collecting a sale, and then we attach something to the back end, suddenly it's like, oh fuck, like it does better. And then what we did is we reiterated versions of that. So we know that hook works. Okay, let's remember that hook actually works. Apply it to a new video, even though I'm not showing the objection handling, and then just show my lifestyle.
Come on!
Is this Aura?
So much more. 15K deal, 7.5K cash.
My dad, we've been playing since I was young. Bro, I ripped the same hook that got 60, 80,000 views, and then attached a different ending. So for you, Leo, you're structured, right? That could be a easy format where you just rip like handling objections, and then you explaining after. Easy videos. And then I would also just show more lifestyle and show more of why you did it. So I think for you, because you're starting out content, it's gonna be unnatural. Get your boys to ask you certain questions. Get your boys to ask you certain questions because that's natural. And even this, like if I was filming, bro, I'd have so many fucking reels. Because I'm in the flow. I have natural tonality. I have natural conviction in what I'm saying. Like it's a great fucking group call, you know? And I'm engaged throughout the whole time. And so you want to find where you're best. And if it's a call with your client or something like you talking to a friend, prop up that camera and capture the best moments. I know that I'm best when I'm talking to a group of you guys. Let me film that shit. I know I'm best when like Josh is filming me. Let me capture more of that. Let me fly him out to Bali. Let me do this. Let me like find areas where you perform best and where you can show your zone of genius or where you're more comfortable with and get that out. You don't have to sit down and script videos and talk in front of a camera if that's not what you want to do. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Does that help, man?
Yeah. When it comes to like structure with lifestyle though, so I'm trying to tell a story how I went from, I don't know, 14p in the bank to 15k months. How could I do that with structure without having to like script out a reel?
So first of all, you got to get into motion. You got to get. So one thing I do when I want to talk about a sad story, what I do is I play sad music before I film the session. I'm not even fucking, bro. Because imagine I'm having a good day and then I want to talk about a sad moment in a like, bro, it's just not gonna
Yeah,
work.
it's true.
I play piano, I play some sad music, and I'm like, how do I actually get in the mood to actually tell this story? And that's how you can convey the emotion. That's literally what I do. And I think
Okay.
about a sad time or whatever, and then I turn the camera on and then I go.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Beautiful. Hope that helped, brother.
Perfect. Yeah. Nice one, bro. Appreciate you.
Sam, what's up?
Yo, brother. So I've already done like the feedback forms and everything, and I've checked out like why my clients decided to buy from me. Some of them said a lot of them just said that it was because I seem pretty cool in my videos, just like going out to people and talking to them. But also like recently I did a client interview and then he said like he really liked some of the educational videos I did in the past, like showing how to execute better in the gym and everything. He said like it was really different from a lot of other trainers, like how I taught. So what do you think in terms of like the format that I should study? Because you said like look at who's killing it in your niche and also doing the format that you like, right?
Okay.
So would I then go like, okay, there's the entertainment route, or also do like the Jeff Nippert route? Or like do both?
I would do a mix of both. So Jeff Nippert actually he has challenges. I don't know if you saw the reel with Larry.
I've seen, yeah.
Bro, that's fucking perfect because that it's interesting because it's like science-based lifter and a roided up fucker, like a roided up dude. And you see that's an interesting concept. And then you're testing the strength and everything, and that's entertainment for Jeff. And then because that attracts a wider top of funnel, he nurtures it with here's the most optimal chest workout. So the optimal chest workout won't get as many views, but because he had the top of funnel video where it's like who's stronger, a roided dude or a science-based lifter, they still watch that video because they're still somewhat interested. And so it doesn't have to be one or the other. I would really look at Jeff for inspiration, and I would add your own twist where it's like you're not a science-based lifter, but you're a national power lifter for Singapore. And that angle where it's like I've paid over $30,000 for training and I've competed on national stage for over 2 years. This is the most optimal workout split that will maximize the amount of gains for the least amount of time. Boom. So I would have your own twist where Jeff is obviously the science-based approach. He's a fucking nerd, geek, like that's his approach. But then your approach is like the most optimal split for strength and just looking good or what, like you kind of get the idea.
So leverage like what's unique to me, right?
Yes, you have to do that because so many people try to go down the science-based route and follow Jeff, but they don't even go to college, How
Yeah.
how can you try to be all scientific and all this shit and all about optimization? Take care, Leo. How can you be all about optimization when you haven't even got your PhD or your master's? The reason
Yeah.
why he has that angle is because he always talks about, oh, coming from a master's student or coming from a survey.
Yeah.
He has that background where he looks smart and he even sounds like a nerd. So he plays into
Yeah.
that.
He's been doing this shit for years, bro. The guy is really smart, man. Can I ask you, like, what happens if I just rip, like for example, I really just try and get like a roided up guy like Gareth, and then I get him to like bench against like one of my old like powerlifting teammates like Tristan. Like, what if I actually just rip that? Do you think like that would still work, or do you think like add my own flair to it?
I think it would, bro. I think it would. But I would try to involve you in it somehow. Um, yeah, I try to involve you in it somehow. Um, but yes, like that, like I would watch that. Like you talking about that video, I would watch the whole reel, honestly.
Yeah,
I hear you.
I would.
Like
Okay,
that's
sweet.
interesting. You know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
you
The
have
thing about is like since we had our last call, like I filmed like a bunch of client reviews, like I've done it. I'm like we're filming like a vlog and everything, just trying to film as much long form content. But the thing is, I don't want to stray too far away from like what people know me for in
Yeah.
Singapore. Like, everyone knows me for my challenges, bro. Like just yesterday, like a bunch of people came on like, oh, I watched all your videos and everything. So I don't want to go to just like, oh, now I'm doing just educational stuff. You know what I mean? So that's why I like want to sort of still do the challenge aspect.
do it,
Yeah.
bro. Do it. But then just get more creative where it's like, can this guy lose 20 pounds in a month? Like you can make that a challenge, bro. You don't understand it, but that challenge would rip you so many like it would rip so many inbounds, man. Oh my gosh. If you can take a fat dude to skinny in like 2 months, bro. I'm not even kidding. It would get you so much because it's like proof right there. Like, why can't you do it?
Yeah.
So rip the challenge videos, but just be more creative, have a spin, put a bit more effort where it's not just a pull-up video, but it's like, okay, maybe it's a 2 month project. And that reel would pop off and then it could funnel into a YouTube video that's 15, 20-minute documentary. Look at this guy is I forgot what his name is, but it's David Dobrik's friend. He runs Zila Fitness. Look at his content, study his content. They are ripping millions a month. They're the biggest online fitness coaching business right now. One of, if
What's his name?
Zelo.
Zila Fitness.
Xelo.
Yeah. Xeela Fitness. Search
Okay.
his brand. His content is amazing. You fitness dudes should look into it. Zila, bro, you guys, there's too many fitness dudes to not show it. Look at this, guys. What he does is he takes celebrities on transformations.
Yeah.
He gets a fuck ton of views, and then he funnels everyone into his app, and then he sells them on a high ticket in the back end, and he prints. Because what does this show you? It shows you like your favorite influencer going from fat to skinny. They get you on an app, which is easy, low friction, and then they just get you on the back end of a high ticket upsell. Guys, every single one of you fitness dudes, please study this guy. Please. Holy shit. He crushes it, man. He actually crushes it. All right?
All right, bro.
Beautiful. Does that
Thanks,
help?
bro. Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Beautiful. Danny, what's up?
What's up, my brother? I just wanted to see if you would be able to give me some feedback on my middle of funnel content, considering that was the main problem.
Yeah, let me look at it right now. Okay, cool. It's 1 a.m. I mean it's 1 a.m. so the group call is officially over. But if you guys want to stay back, ask your questions, feel free to. For everyone that wants to get to work, hope you guys got value. Implement everything, and let me know when you guys implement in the Discord chat. All right.
Thank you. Bye.
Beautiful. Take care, guys. Have a good one. Danny, let's rip yours. So, first of all, I'm not trying to see a random transformation of a guy that's not even you as the first spin post. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
You look at it from the client's perspective. Yeah, maybe that may generate sales, but it's like I clicked on a personal brand. Who is this guy? Yeah, it's a good transformation, but like I'm not trying to look at this the first thing. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Words, 100%, 100%. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
But I'm
What
not.
should I put instead?
It could be what's your best performing video? I'd rip that. The video that got you the most qualified ICP leads, I'd rip that. Is much better than two random strangers and then you in the middle. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Cool.
I'm not really sure what gave me the best performance in terms of sales,
Then
but
get you the one that got you 1 million views. You can't go wrong with that.
okay.
Beautiful. Because there's a reason why it got you 1 million views. Like you're reaffirming why they should choose you, right? So, which one is middle funnel specifically, man?
So I just started this series, Road to 10% Body Fat. I think that's middle funnel. Most men are pussies. That's a middle funnel.
Okay, cool.
Day one of getting to 10% body fat. I actually started this challenge about 9 days ago, sitting around 15% body fat at 156.8 pounds. The reason I'm doing this challenge is because I've never actually been to 10% body fat. So this is an opportunity.
Me. Content is all about why the viewers like what's in it. Like everyone is selfish. But if it's like, I've done this, I've never done this, I want to do this, like what's in it for the viewer? Immediately 10 seconds in, I'm like, okay, he's on a fat loss journey. He's already kind of fit. I'm fatter than him. I don't know if I'm gonna watch this. Because in my head, I'm like, what's in it for me? You know? So just positioning it where it's like, I'm gonna show you exactly how I'm gonna get 10% body fat and to show you how easy it is to lose 20 pounds. Just by having that positioning will make it easier and more interesting for these guys that want to watch your shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Opportunity for me to push myself and really see what my limits are. Also, I always demand a lot from my clients and expect them to get in the best shape of their life and reach a level they've never reached in their fitness. So it only makes sense that I push
me and my clients. I don't give a fuck about you as a viewer. You know what I mean? That's the perspective. That's the opinion that I'm getting.
Most men are fucking pussies. They walk around with a dad bod, soft arms, and zero confidence, pretending it's normal. It's not normal. Your standards drop so low that mediocrity feels acceptable. You trash yourself with junk food, skip the gym, and sleep like shit. Then you wake up, look in the mirror, and wonder why you don't even recognize yourself. Deep down, you know this isn't who you're supposed to become. Some fat, tired, low-energy slob. You had bigger ambitions, but somewhere along the way, you settled. It's time to change that and raise your standards. Live 3 to 5 times a week, eat clean, high nutrient foods, and sleep at least.
First part was good. But now, so you basically like, it's the whole idea of telling a fat person, eat clean, lose some weight, hit the, like they already know this shit. I would never say generic shit that every other fitness coach could say because it's like, now you're in a bucket as everyone is giving the same advice. So when people watch your content, they're like, okay, I get roasted for like 15, 30, 20 seconds. I feel butthurt. And then you give me generic advice that I already know. I don't like you. That's their perspective because you're giving the same advice. So if you're going to do the roasting, you have to be like, I understand because I was in your position before, but what changed for me was this simple mindset shift. And then you go deep into that mindset shift that no one else talks about. So instead of trying to cover 4 points that are too broad and too vague, you cover 1 point and you go deep and you talk about a personal story to relate to them. And then also you dig deeper in everything. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you. I built my whole page off of generic tips, so it's like strange for me.
But that's why it's like, dude, if you build your page off generic tips and you go a level deeper, do you see how you would build a stronger connection? Because right now, like your videos are good, they get views, But correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't really have true fans that watch every single one of your videos, correct?
Not many. When I make these like connection ones, it's like you could see 100 likes,
Yeah.
4K views. Like the gym ones get more.
Yeah, exactly. So they follow you for that, but it's like if you can go a level deeper and get them to really resonate with you, then they will actually watch everything you post. Like I could post a shit video of me dancing, I'll get 10K views. And I want you to think to your head, like, okay, how can I post a random ass video of me and get 10K views? Because that's when people fall in love with you. You already shown enough value. Now you need to get them to fall in love with you as a person. And that's where you talk about personal stories, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Does that help?
Yeah, that's helpful. I just got to figure out how I could do that and make people actually watch. Because when I tell these stories, they don't watch. The only thing that worked, if you go to the grid, yeah, all good. I posted a carousel, yeah, and that shit got like 50K views. If you scroll down a little bit, right there, yep. Like
Bro,
that got, yeah, that's working.
then rip it. Rip more. You don't have to rip a real story post. Like rip more of this shit. Do it, bro. You found a format that works, bro. You just like you're trying to force a format. Like that's the thing. It's like some people you don't have to force a format. You don't have to force the POV. You don't have to you don't have to. If the carousel's stories work, bro, rip more of that. There's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? There's no right or wrong in this content game. It's just what works and what's best for you. Okay?
Okay. Appreciate it, bro.
Hell yeah, man. Hope that helps. Abhishek, what's up?
Yeah, bro. I got one question, then I'd appreciate like just a quick skim through the content as well if you got time, bro.
Yeah.
The question is, so as you know, I'm pivoting onto this B2C sales offer thing now.
Yeah.
And I wanted to know, in terms of my content, bro, I'm trying to think about what level of awareness am I trying to speak to. So if I go too in depth with sales knowledge, objection handling, frameworks, all this kind of stuff, right? Will that even attract my ICP, which is more 9 to 5ers?
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that because now you're competing with guys like Jacob who are just like fucking gonna wipe you, you know? So you gotta understand what is your unique advantage. Your unique advantage is that you have a story to tell. You have a story to tell, you're good at talking, and you can really carry yourself and you're good at storytelling, you can talk a lot. So that's an angle that someone like Jacob doesn't have. Jacob can give all the objection handling advice in the world, and that's what I recommend he do. Just give value, 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 Mara board, talking head, all that shit. But your angle is just emotional, storytelling, rock bottom, like try the fucking road. Someone like what Ty is doing. That's the angle that I would rip. So you have to understand what makes you unique. And if your content is not as good, if you rip sales objection content, but you know someone out there is better, don't do it.
To completely stay away from it.
I would do one or two, but your main format should be storytelling because that's your bro. You went from like 200 pounds to where you are now, bro. You know what I mean? That's impressive, and you don't have a lot of people don't have that transformation, and a lot of people don't talk like you. They don't have conviction like you. Okay.
How do I tie that into sales though now? You know, like obviously I can.
Because sales was the vehicle that got you out. Sales was the vehicle that gave you purpose because you were like hunting, like it's primal. You can talk about how you felt like you just had to fucking do it. You were commission based, and you were gunning for that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Let me know what you think about the content if you got like 2 minutes as well, bro.
Yeah. Let me run that.
It's stagnant right now, but I'm picking up on YouTube. I'm trying to double down with that. So
Cool.
I just be talking some random shit now, I'll be real. So
Yeah.
Forget Napper and IB for when you're in your 20s.
You editor.
Huh?
Look at the amount of debts. What the fuck am I looking at? I'm looking at
But
about
this is me. I done this shit by myself, bro. I'll be real. I didn't even get a fucking editor to do this.
Bro, get an editor, bro. Get an editor, please.
I was laughing in 150K a month, bro. Chill, man. Chill.
Bro. Get an
I got an
editor.
editor. I just wanted to do this one by myself, I'll be real.
Okay, wait, but look at the like. What am I looking at? Like the first thing I'm looking at is clouds, bro.
Yeah,
And then I have to like we look up to down and left to right. Human psychology, up to down, left to right, right? I'm looking at clouds, and then I see your face and I say I want a broken Thailand. Like what the hell is going on?
20s, my guy. You need to take a trip down to rock bottom. Too many guys, their missus will break up with them when they're a young man. They get overweight. They're broke on their ass.
bro, you're so good at speaking. Like, I don't think you understand. You're good at speaking. Like, this is a great reel, but the execution is just fucking dog shit, bro.
Yeah, I hear that. I
Like
feel like that's my
the editing is dog shit. The dead space is dog shit. There's no B-roll, bro. There's like nothing. And so I would repost this, but actually get a good editor
all right, bro.
and then have a title. You
All
know
right.
what I mean? Give context, because like, bro, these clouds, man. What's going on up there, bro? You know what I mean?
I lost £1,250 yesterday and I don't give a shit. Cut a long story short, I was meant to pay one of my employees and I sent it to the wrong person, like a fucking donut. I'm a bit dopey sometimes. The reason why I don't give a shit is because
Is good, but I would try to tie it more to like I completely burn 12.5. Like, I would just make it more emphasize it more. You know what I mean? Like, make them feel more emotion. It's like, okay, why the fuck do I care? You know? I'd even, bro, I'd say like, bro, why not like 2K, 1.5? You know, bump up the figure, whatever. You get the idea, man. Bro, why is there different fonts every single time?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. The page is just tacky right now. I'm not even.
Bro, come on,
Yeah,
bro. You already know what you gotta do. The editing process is the main thing. The editing process is the main, bro.
fine.
You're actually so good at talking.
Forget.
I think you got 170 likes with this fucking editing. That's impressive, bro. I want you to look at it on the good side. This is impressive. You know what I mean? Now you just gotta double down on the editing and the actual packaging.
Yeah.
So I'll hop on a call with Josh. Like, our packaging is fucking, it's very, very well put together because we're intentional about it, you know? Like, I look like I make money. You don't look like you make 30K a month, bro. The first impression when I go on here, bro, is this guy
From
in
the
a
post, from the fucking the picture post, bro. I look
no,
like
but I'm going to Reels, bro. I'm going to Reels, bro. I think I'm gonna guess this guy's an appointment center.
fair play, my
He's
guy.
an appointment center trying to get good at content, so he can't
No,
start his own offer. That's my guess, bro. You know what I mean?
fair, bro, fair.
The
All right.
carousels, yeah, the carousels are valid. But by go to the Reels, bro, you're a setter now.
So, all right, cool. So to get out of setter and be promoted, what do you suggest that I should do?
Do everything I said in this call, watch it back. I'd watch back the call recording, and then hop on a call 3 times a week with your editor. Not just once, 3 times a week. All right?
Overall, you just think that I need to just up the level of editing, basically. Yeah.
Exactly. And then,
Okay.
yeah, stop wearing tank top. It's a small thing, bro, but like, stop wearing tank tops. I was wearing it for some time, and I'm like, bro, I just look dirty. I look cheap. I
Fair
don't
enough.
like if you look, I'm just trying to wear linen shirts, and even like the shirtless shirts the sleeveless shirts, it's a Nike. It's the little shit, you know what I mean? Or I'm shirtless or some shit, you know? It's the little things, man, because the moment you look at my page, I'm like, you gotta know I make fucking money, you know?
Yeah.
You get the
All
idea?
right. Yeah, I'll take that on board. Appreciate it,
All
bro.
right, bro, let's do it. Does that help, bro?
100, bro. I needed the grilling, man. I needed
Oh
the
yeah,
grilling.
let's do it, bro. Let's do it. Sick. AJ, how are you, bro?
I'm gonna go cry now.
I'm
Yeah.
blessed, man. How you doing?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. How can I help?
Man, so got this editor and I've been talking to him how you've been saying. So been communicating with him. I want to be his next, case study and everything.
Yeah.
So I told him to just rip one into me with this video because he's trying to get like a vlog style out. He's
Yeah.
like, no one wants to see you work for 10 minutes, first off. I was like, all right, I feel that. He's telling me to capture more of the purpose and why I'm building to touch on that side more of the emotion. So I'm wondering with that, because you do good at capturing those moments. And
Yeah.
more so my personality type is, I speak on being present
Of
and
course.
like what I'm going through actively and catching those things, but also trying to capture me actually working.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you even set that up. And then secondly,
I used to be like you. That's the thing. Like, I used to be like you, where it's like, the thing is, you can't put yourself in that box, bro. You can't put yourself in a box where it's like, I'm a shy dude. I can't do this. Like, yeah, you can be self-aware, but okay, have a perspective where it's like, okay, maybe I'm not a fucking shy dude. Maybe I'm this, maybe I'm that. And then you double down and you actually kind of be that person. You know what I mean? So first of all, I'd get rid of your mindset, where you can actually be the person that's actually worth that can actually do that shit that you're talking about. And then I'll just get good at just filming everything, bro. Filming everything. And I know it's hard, but it's like you gotta get that fucking camera out. And whether it's you getting an Osmo, a smaller camera to make it easier for you, figure it out. You know what I mean? But it comes
Right.
with practice. I wish I could tell you a secret strategy that I implemented, but it was just reps, bro. It's just reps. All right.
I got you.
Yeah.
All right.
It's so hot in KL. We'll just take a dip real quick.
Bro, I'm about to head upstairs and take a dip too.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Shit, I need to take off my pants too. Oh shit, let me stop the recording real quick. All right, boys, let's run it. Today's mastermind is just gonna be all about content and basically like the new content strategy that I'm implementing and also what I learned paying $20,000 to actually get access to Daniel Dalen. And the reason why I did it was because me and Josh are trying to take the brand to a whole new level, and he's built a brand that can follow him no matter what industry he pivots to. And that's what I call a true personal brand. I don't call a true personal brand providing value or selling a course. I call a true personal brand actually running up a audience that actually fucks with whatever you do and will follow everything you do. And he's the only person in the online space that I feel has genuinely done that in the best way possible. So basically, he went from 0 to 183,000 followers and 0 to 179,000 subscribers in a span of 2 years, okay? And I reverse engineered his method and actually implemented it for myself based on what I saw worked for him. So I went from 25K to 64,000 followers in the last 3 months by basically figuring out, okay, Daniel implemented authenticity. He implemented how genuine he was in his content, and that's why I was able to scale up. I did the same thing, and I blew up in the Instagram space and also in the YouTube. Right now, we're sitting at 7,000 subscribers, and I would have never actually achieved this if I didn't reverse engineer why Daniel Dalen blew up. And once I reverse engineered it, I was able to get these results. And so me paying him 20K was getting insights directly from him and not just seeing it from an outside view, okay? And before, I was getting these type of views, 6K, 8K, 5K, you know, averaging around 5K, which is not bad. But now we're averaging around 20 every single video. We have videos that pop off, get 200,000 views, 800,000 views, and we understand how to actually go viral and get leads whenever, okay? Again, before, 2K views, now it's 24K, 23K, 5K, all that type of shit. So we've basically 10x the views on all platforms. And it's been a huge game changer because when you 10x everything, you 10x the lead flow, you 10x the volume, you 10x basically the business. I did this through his free content, and we're gonna cover exactly what I learned actually paying him 20K and how we're actually gonna take the brand to a whole new level. So the problem that everyone is facing right now is that you guys are focused on creating content to get clients. And when you create a personal brand around your offer, what happens is people don't feel as genuine. And I'll tell you guys why. You never actually build a brand. You build a brand to sell. And when you build a brand to sell, you never actually create that connection with your prospects. And so the best personal brands in the online space and in the industry, again, we don't just want to look at what's working in the info space, we want to look industry-wide. They show no intent to sell, even if there is an intent to sell. And I'll give you a few examples. Hormozi. When you think of Hormozi, you don't think of a guy that sells courses, you don't think of a guy that sells all this type of stuff, but he does. He literally ripped a live event. And you know, when you look at his YouTube, it looks like he's just providing free value, and you already have a good impression of Hormozi, right? And the whole idea is he has that perceived perspective, but then on the back end, he's selling stuff for 6K, selling stuff for 18K. And it doesn't feel like he's selling. That's the type of brand that you guys want to build, because when you build a brand that only provides value, then what happens is people will just have their guard up, okay? They have their guard up. And I piffed 6K. You can ask Alec, right? I piffed the 6K with no hesitation because of the brand that he's built. And when he brought me to this landing page, I basically piffed 18K as well. So in a span of 2 days, I spent $24,000 with Hormozi without a sales call. And it's a key factor that there wasn't a sales call needed because there wasn't any selling needed. The content and the personal brand already sold me. And I'm as sophisticated as it gets. So how can we create the same amount of trust and the same amount of brand for our own audience? Daniel Dalen's the same. I mean, he told me that him starting the personal brand allowed him to 6x his business. He doesn't even talk about his fucking company. Some of you don't even know what he does, right? But he's been able to 6x his business. Iman Gadzhi as well, right? And when you're watching these brands, it feels like they aren't selling. And what that does to you subconsciously is it lowers your guard. And when you lower your guard, you can be influenced. And it's the whole idea of when you walk in the store and the salesman is just straight away coming to you and just asking you, oh, like, what do you need? What do you need? What do you want? I can help you. Like, you don't want to give off that impression immediately when someone watches your content. You want to kind of get them to find you. You know, when you go to a luxury store, obviously this person that serves you, but there's not someone that always comes up to you and asks you, what do you need? What do you need? Don't be that salesperson going into that room and serving the customer that way. And so you need to lower their guard in order to get them influenced. It's all about lowering the guard. And so now you guys want to think, okay, how do we actually build a strong personal brand that actually drives sales effortlessly? The same way that Hormozi, Daniel Dalen, all of them have done so. And there's three main levers you can pull. The first lever that I see across the board that have built the strongest brands on social media is YouTube. I want you to pay attention to this because a lot of you have it the other way around. A lot of you have 80% focus on Instagram and 20% focus on YouTube. And I can tell you from experience and from talking to Daniel himself and looking at, you know, all the industry leaders, the reason why they're so successful in their brands is because you spend a shit ton of time with them. You can watch them for 20, 30 minutes on end and you feel a connection. You can't feel a connection through an Instagram reel, right? It's 30 seconds, 60 seconds, and they're just gonna scroll. And when someone clicks on a YouTube video, they have an intent to spend time with you. When someone comes across your reel, they have no intent. It just comes across in the algorithm, all right? And so my 6,000 subscribers contribute to 80% of my sales. Every single YouTube video, every single prospect that has come to me in the last 2 months has watched minimum one YouTube video. And you gotta ask yourself, okay, if this is how much YouTube is helping me and the industry leaders, why are you guys not doubling down on YouTube? Okay, it's the biggest lever that you can pull. And so these are all payments that came from the YouTube. You know, the big pips that you see, the 11.5K, the 10K, all of this type of shit, the guys that pay the 18K deals, they're all coming from YouTube and they're all ready to invest. Iman, I want to give you an example. You came from the YouTube as well, right? Do you remember the first message you sent?
Yeah, I sent him a message where I had the money, please have a set up for 6.5K ready to invest.
Yeah.
Send me a link.
Yeah, and he would have piffed that in the DMs. And so if you need sales call to sell, you gotta ask yourself, like, why? You know, like, how can you get your prospects to spend more time with you so that if they want to piff into DMs, they can. And if you never get a message like that every once in a while, you're doing your content wrong. That is a huge, huge, huge red flag in your content and in your personal brand, all right? 2 of these are actually in the DMs, they're DM closes. And then Instagram just pushes them to take action. So it's the whole idea of Instagram and YouTube working together. When you post Instagram and YouTube, don't think that it's 2 separate platforms. It's the same thing, if that makes sense. And so your audience needs to spend the maximum time with you, and you gotta think about your best performing clients. Your best performing clients probably all watch the YouTube. Think about the piffs that came in. When you see a YouTube lead, your mouth starts drooling because you know that he's gonna fucking pay, right? And so why are we doubling down on Instagram? Why don't we double down on YouTube as our main platform and use Instagram as a top of funnel to drive traffic to the YouTube? That was my main takeaway from his mastermind, and it was huge. These guys are all pre-sold, they're all bought in, and this is the funnel, right? Obviously, Instagram is the thing that gets you the attention, but YouTube is how you actually nurture that attention, build that trust, and then they convert on Instagram. It's very, very hard for you to actually just use one of the two, but if you double down on YouTube, and if there's one takeaway you have, YouTube made me all the money that I have today. It did, and it's the #1 catalyst for building a strong brand. I don't just want you to build a brand where you sell, because I'm sure a lot of you're not gonna be in the info space when you're fucking 30. You know, when you transition out into different industries, you need to build a brand that follows you. And so YouTube is the best way to do that. You need to ask yourself as well, how do I want people to perceive me, right? You have to have a specific perspective that people look at you, and me and Josh was talking about this the other day. The problem with a lot of you guys is that you're oversharing, but you need to be extremely intentional about the type of perspective that you want to give off. So do you want to be the founder that is systematic and logical, or do you want to be the founder that is controversial and brutally honest? And there's 2 sides of the spectrum, right? You have a guy like Tate who just tells you how it is and is extremely controversial, is in your face, and you have a guy like Ali Abdaal. You can't be in the middle where it's like you're chill and aggressive at the same time. You have to choose polar extremes, because if you're in the middle, no one gives a fuck. So be intentional about the brand that you want to build, and always ask yourself, okay, if I want to, like, what do people buy into me for? And how can you double down on that? And so the best way to do that is to reverse engineer why people chose from you. I keep on talking about this, but not a lot of you guys still do this. You guys are still stuck in the same spot. This is a question that we asked in the onboarding, and these are a few responses that I got. This guy said transparency, the fact that you led with value before trying to extract money, right? All of these things, the way you do biz, morals, values, all that type of stuff. So that's a sign and a direction for me to double down on that specific thing. From content, could tell bro genuinely cares about client success, all of that stuff. And so when I show me and my clients, and even this client mastermind retreat, what you guys don't realize is that this content is gonna, like, I genuinely think we're gonna make 300K a month off of this mastermind alone. Because the amount of client interviews we're gonna stack, the amount of proof we're gonna stack, the amount of just genuine interactions that I'm gonna have with clients is gonna show how much I care. And that's all someone wants. That's all somebody wants. When I plan to do my mastermind, I genuinely believe, and you can ask Josh, I genuinely believe that the reason why we did 150 the month after we did Dubai was because we had 3 client interviews pop off. We had, the free course reel do really well. We had a ton of FOMO, and every single person that joined in March mentioned something about Dubai. And so what does that tell you? If you have a big enough audience or a big enough community, run a mastermind, because it creates FOMO, right? It creates FOMO. And if people genuinely see that they care about you, that you care about your clients, show that. So move with intention. I want to see every single one of you that has at least 20 clients to run a mastermind by this year. It's the biggest game changer, and I have no question in my mind that we're going to hit another record month in the month of September because of the content that we'll get from this trip and everything, right? All of this stuff, right? The content you put out is actually valuable. It doesn't feel like fluff. And he says something here which is really key. You give off the energy that I don't need you. You give off the energy that I need you, not the other way around. So if I constantly state that, hey, I'm 20, I make 150K a month, I don't give a shit about if I get an extra 10K from you. And I keep on talking about that and having that as my messaging, that works. Someone that's done really well is William Brown. William Brown always talks about, oh, I exited my company. I exited my company and now I don't need your money, I'm doing this out of passion. He makes more money with his current business now than his trading company in the past. But it's the angle where it's like you're detaching yourself from wanting, And that's how you build a strong brand. And even, the biggest brands, you feel like Hormozi doesn't need your money. But he just made 70 mil off of a webinar. A 1 to 5 hour webinar made him $70 million. And it's because we subconsciously feel like Hormozi is so up there that he doesn't need our money, which makes us want him more. Does that make sense? Your honesty, all that type of shit. Yeah. And so, the biggest bottleneck that you guys will face, I'll tell you guys right now, is you're gonna stop too early because you don't get views. And one thing that Daniel preached and that I really just nailed in my head was, I just need to keep showing up and building momentum. Daniel posted around 20 vlogs before his first vlog popped off. And they were of the same quality, same caliber, similar storyline, but he didn't stop posting because he knew that if he posted a great video and 10 people saw it, those 10 people will come back. Those 10 people will come back. And when those 10 people come back, it compounds, and then you post another video. Maybe that one gets 20 views. And then 20 people come. And so now you have a loyal fan base of 30. And so when you're starting out on YouTube, don't look at the view count because that's the #1 metric that's gonna fuck with your head. I'd say that 100 views on YouTube is equivalent to 10,000 views on Instagram Reels. Genuinely. So when you understand that, you're gonna play YouTube a lot more seriously, okay? Your goal of YouTube is to basically find an ideal format and double down on it. And so for Daniel Dalen, it's the POVs, it's the vlogs. And whenever you see someone else kind of have this thumbnail or have this title, you immediately categorize them with Daniel Dalen, right? Every single time. Every single time. For Iman, it's the talking head videos are providing value, For Hormozi, it's the same thing, it's just providing value. And so people copy big creators, and this is especially important for everyone that's kind of like copied trends. People copy big creators thinking it'll build them a strong personal brand, but what that does is it puts you in a bucket. And they automatically associate you with a copycat. You're like, oh, this guy's doing this, I saw this before, he's just copying this. And what you're doing is you're subconsciously building someone else's brand because you don't have your own format. So the reason why I mention that is because you can take inspiration, but the moment that you completely rip a format, you are subconsciously helping them build their brand and you're lowering your authority because people know that someone else started that first. People will disregard you immediately, and you want to use content for inspiration, okay? And the reason why I say that is because so many of you are doing styles that are working right now, but it's not building longevity. You're not creating a path. When you do, like black borders is an example, right? When you do black borders, subconsciously, we're all feeding into the first person that started it. And whoever made that format popular will always get the most credit. And so the whole goal of content is to create your own format, because now when everyone copies you, everyone's going to contribute to your personal brand, because they're going to be like, oh, this person's copying this guy, this person's copying that guy. And so the goal is to find a format that works. And Andrew talked about this the other day. A format is a content type that fits your personality and gets the best results with minimal effort. And this is the most important thing on YouTube. It's the most important thing. And the reason why is because when you can crack something, you basically just find your own niche in a saturated market, and everyone that copies you is gonna be associated with you, if that makes sense. So this one popped off, it got 24K views. I copied hormozi sales funnel and made me 151K a month. That's an example of a Miro board video, right?
Lowercase, all like intentional.
Yeah.
Why is that? So it's like more less like businessy.
Yeah. So I thought to myself that if I look like everybody else, there's no reason, but this sparks curiosity. In your head, you're like, I mean, it worked for you, right? Why is this guy typing a lowercase? And that could be the reason you click on the video. And so if I look like everyone else and I capitalize the first letter of each word, then I just look like everyone else, and you're just gonna categorize me again. So my whole point is, how can I look as different as possible? And how can I separate myself from the market? And it looks unprofessional, which also piques curiosity, because it's like, what the fuck, you know? This one is also a Miro board video, and these popped off for me, right? Another thing that popped off was vlogs. We're doing well. Challenge videos. And so you gotta think to yourself, what is a format that I can rip that will get me the amount of views that I can just, you know, just completely leverage and completely utilize? And so an idea for you fitness guys, a Miro board video for fitness creators don't make sense. Like it generally doesn't make sense, you know what I mean? The reason why I rip Miro boards is because you guys are sophisticated, you guys are visual learners, and there's a lot of information to display. In fitness, these guys don't give a fuck about your system or anything. They want to be entertained and they just want to be in shape. And so I'd actually argue that challenge videos like this, where you're trying someone's routine, you're piquing someone's interest, and you're getting a shit ton of views, and then funneling them down your VSL is going to work 10 times better. Something like this, right? Why are you fitness guys not ripping something like this, like a challenge video? You're selling B2C, and when you look at someone, like when you look at my content and you replicate my content, you have to understand that the reason why I'm doing that is because my market is sophisticated. We're very different. So don't look at what I'm doing and just rip it. Look at what your ICP actually wants and what they'd actually watch, and rip those, right? And the goal for format, this is the format equation that Daniel gave, is authenticity times leverage divided by effort. How authentic can you stay in your content multiplied by how unique you are? Like, what is your leverage? Why is it that people choose you? Divided by the effort. And if you can find a format where this is the best possible format for you, you're gonna rip. So for someone like Andrew, right? I feel like Andrew, he's more structured, he's more systematic. He'd rip more info videos where he's sitting down, he has a structure, and he can actually talk to a camera for 10, 15 minutes and just give value. Someone like Josh can just say fucking anything, you know? He can rip off a dome. And so maybe a talking video where it's like actual structure just doesn't work for him because that's not his format. And so what y'all gotta do is y'all gotta stop figuring out like, oh, this format worked for this guy, I'm just gonna copy it. But it's like, you have to figure out what your strengths are and whether or not that even aligns with the format that you're creating, okay? That's what you gotta do. One thing I would say, a lot of you are gonna share value information, and the most important thing that I can give you is I want you to learn how to preface, right? I want you to learn how to preface. And the reason why I say this is because a lot of you give value, and you're like, okay, here's the 4-step system I used to make 100K a month. No one's gonna really care as much, but if you say, hey, I learned these 3 steps from Hormozi after paying him $20,000, and it took me 6 years of learning this piece of information to be able to get access to this. And I want to give this to you in the next 15 minutes for free. When you preface it like that, you show your value in a completely different way, in a completely different perspective, and it gets people to listen to you way fucking more. And so the most important thing when you're giving value is understanding how to preface so that you understand that these guys actually are saving not just money, not just time, but a lot of effort and sacrifice that you did. So this is an example, right? If I just go into it, you're not gonna listen. Like, maybe you will if you're really committed. But assume that people are just uninterested. If I preface the value like this, I spent $10,000 and 10 hours to learn this information, and I'm gonna break it down for you in the next 15 minutes so you don't have to. You are way more interested in what I have to say. Way more fucking interested. So if you're posting, like Josh, you're posting a client one-on-one, bro, have a hook, you know? Have a hook, because you saying hi and introducing yourself to the client, it's not gonna get someone to stick around, which is why you guys are stuck behind the 1,000 view mark. There's no intention, there's no like, you know, real desire for them to watch, because it's just like a one-on-one call. You put no effort into that shit. But if you said that, hey, this client spent $10,000 for this one-on-one call, and after this one-on-one call, she made $30,000 extra on top of what she was already making. This is the exact call that changed her entire business. You know what I mean? And so you've been doing it wrong the whole fucking time. It's the small effort and the small pieces and how you position your information that changes everything. So the prefacing is huge. It's huge, and I recommend every single one of you, even if you can rip off a dome, structure the hooks. Structure the hooks and actually show intentionality, okay? And the long-term goal is to create your own bucket so that you can actually be an industry leader. I want every single one of you to be an industry leader. And the best way to create your own bucket and to find your own format is to be best friends with your clients. One thing I'm planning on doing, and this is gonna work extremely well because it's already working well, I'm planning to host 4 to 5 client retreats every single year in different parts of the world. And part of it is obviously to connect, but also just understand how you guys think and everything. Because a lot of it, like for a lot of you, you're so far ahead from the ICP that you're helping that you forgot what it's like. Matt, you forgot what it's like to be fat because you've been jacked for like years.
I was fat this year.
Oh really? Okay, maybe it's not a good example, but you know, like let's say like for someone like Josh, he's been making money online for the last 1 to 2 years. He forgot what it's like to work in all these. He forgot what it's like, and so he's giving his content from the perspective of where he's at now, but he can't give the perspective from where he was at because he's so out of touch. And the biggest thing that I can give you guys with content is if you can look at the perspective from your ideal client, it's gonna change everything. It's gonna change everything because you know exactly what you need to say in your content to get them to watch, okay? And once you can tap into their perspective, business becomes easy because you can solve literally every bottleneck you can think of. And volume is everything, right? It helps you figure out your format and authenticity. And once you find what works for you, you double down on it. The goal of YouTube is not to post vlogs and Miro board videos. The reason why I'm doing that is because I'm still trying to figure out my format. But once you find what works, you double down on it. And this consistency equation that Daniel shared is personality times format divided by friction. If your personality suits this specific format, content format that you're ripping, right? And there's less friction to actually do it, that is the best way to be consistent with what you're doing. And one thing that I would say is I don't want you guys to try and go viral just because when you go viral, you attract a completely different type of ICP. I want you guys to just strive to build a quality audience that aligns with you and who you are, okay? And once you find the right format, milk it as much as possible. It's the whole analogy, like every single big person does this. Charlie Morgan always has sit down and whiteboard videos. And it's the reason, right? It's the whole idea of ads. You don't scale ads until you have a clear winner. And until you have a clear winner, you have to keep on testing. But the moment that you find a winner, you cut all the losers that have the high CPM, that have the high ad costs. You cut it all there, and you put all your ad spend towards the one winning format. Content and ads is the same thing, which is why if you can rip content, you can rip ads, and vice versa. It's the same thing because it's all about testing and figuring out what the market actually wants. The third lever that I pull is how to actually build a team around you, okay? And this is the last thing that I'll go over, and then I want Josh to come up and actually share about like what he's been able to do to help me out. This is the highest leverage thing that I've done to scale my brand, and it's hiring a competent creative director. I understand that my expertise doesn't lie in content. It just doesn't. I am a business person. I'm a guy that is good at sales, good at systems, good at managing, but I'm not that fucking good at content. I need someone to give me that perspective, right? And so competence of your creative director and your team dictates everything. It really does. And the third lever is just managing the team. So the internal team that I have right now is I have a creative director, I have a YouTube editor, and I have a short form editor. And I recommend if you're above 20, 30K a month, I recommend you have these 3 guys in your content team. Josh, I'll call you up.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
gonna
see
show.
you.
But I have these three things, and the reason why is because if you get one editor to do both YouTube and short form, he'll never be good at both. He'll never be good at both because you're spreading himself. You're making him feel spread thin. It's like an appointment setter being a closer at the same time. You know what I mean? It's a completely different skill set because Instagram is based on retention. YouTube is based on helping, like editing to make the point clearer. So it's two different intentions. And if you force someone to do both, it's not going to be good. One person for each department. And on Wednesday calls, I went over this in the previous mastermind, but I want the team to lead the call. I want summaries of the weekly performance. And my team and my creative director is leading the whole front. And in this 1 hour call, we're brainstorming and we're reviewing what actually worked within the business to be able to double down on it. So we look at the views, and every single week we track the views. How many new subscribers do we get? How good did the videos perform? Why did they not perform as well as they could? What could we improve? And we're actually spending time with the creative director, the editor, and everyone to brainstorm how to improve it. And what that does is it puts initiative on their end. I can promise you the editors that you guys are paying right now don't give a shit because you're paying them 15 to edit. They're just doing it to get it done. What you got to realize, editing is one of the most important parts of the process. And if you're not even directly speaking to your editor, what are we doing? Like, genuinely, what are we doing? You know? So we go over this, and I make them realize that your editing directly contributes to how many views we get, how much money we make, and I'll show you how I incentivize them in a bit. Okay? I showed this yesterday. I want you guys to understand that data is everything. And if you don't have a metric like this, or you don't have a system like this where you can track the amount of followers per view that you get, and you can't track how many followers you gain based on the reels that you get, you'll never win. Because the guy that has more data will always fucking outcompete the guy that doesn't. I was talking to Cruz the other day, and Cruz was talking about how certain videos ripped him thousands of followers. But because they weren't intentional about tracking that, they didn't have the insight to be able to double down on that. You need a system like this, and every week your creative director should give you this and be like, okay, these are the reels that worked well. This is what we double down on. And I generally think we're the fastest growing personal brand in at least my industry, you know, helping coaches. And it's not even fucking close. It's not even close, you know. And it's because of systems like this. Another one is this. You need this. You genuinely need this. When it comes down to content in your personal brand, you think this is insane? Just wait till you look at Daniel Dalen's shit. You know, this is the most basic thing ever. And a lot of you are you just don't have it. You just get sent frame links and you call it a day. But there's no communication because no one really cares. You need this shit, okay? This is the bare minimum. And obviously what is it? N8N automation that Fossey built. This is the stuff that you need because you need data and insights to feed you and understand where the industry is headed and how you can actually stay one step ahead. So what we do is we actually track meaningful comments, saves, and onboarding. When we onboard someone, we always ask them, what YouTube video did you like most? What Instagram video did you like most? And we can double down on that as soon as business is slow. So when we need top of funnel content, we obviously know what to rip based on the views. But when we need to get sales, we're not posting the ManyChat reels. We're posting specific videos that our clients are mentioning in our onboarding. So based on what your business needs, we post different types of content, okay? This is huge as well. I'm implementing a system where I give my editor $50 for every sale from a qualified inbound content lead. Because what this does is it'll give them the incentive to not just edit videos, but to tell me, hey, I think this video will perform well and get more ICP followers coming in, not this one. And he will take that initiative because now his incentive is to get you more sales with content. Because again, our goal with content, you know, maybe for some of you it's to get views, but I'm sure for a majority of you, it is to get sales. This is what you guys got to do, where you implement an incentive structure where it makes sense for the editor to tell you what type of content to post. I also give $50 for every 100 qualified followers that I gain. And so again, we track the ICP leads. We track the ICP leads, and we know exactly how many qualified ICP people are following us every single day. And every time we reach 100 new qualified followers, I give each person on the content team $50. And if we set our month's reach goal, let's say we set 80K, you know, 80K is this month's goal and we hit it, I'll give everyone on the team 500. It's the biggest lever you can pull, and we always think that we only need to pay out the sales team. But I'd argue that the content team is more important than your sales team, genuinely, okay? And you have to realize that someone out there spends 100K to make $1 million a month. If you're scared about spending money and not paying your editors right and trying to find the cheapest Indian editor, you gotta understand that you're getting the lowest quality possible and you're getting the bare minimum. And if you're putting all that effort into running up your business and you're trying to actually scale, don't get the worst shit. Be willing to spend $50 to $100 per reel, because that'll go a long way, because that doesn't just give you the best edits, it gives you the best first impression and also the best type of content that actually generates sales, okay? So that's what everything is, and you just want to be so ahead that you dictate where the industry goes. And I want to cover this because a lot of you don't understand. When we launched this free course, I think I saw over 100 coaches rip this free course right after. Straight up. I saw 100 people just rip the free course straight after. And it's not original, you know, it's not original. And you have to realize that when you rip someone else's format, you feed into their personal brand. And I'm telling this out of love. Yes, it works, but your goal is to always be one step ahead so that you get the credit. I had a lot of people come to me and say, oh, once you drop their free course, everyone else started dropping their free course. I forced everybody's hand, you know? And so if you want to be an industry leader and you want to make 100, 200, 300K a month, you can't copy what someone else does because you're capped by their earning potential. You don't want to be capped by someone's earning potential and just copy what they do. You want to set your own earning potential. So the example is just a free course. Another one is just the black borders, right? We started ripping this. I think we were the first ones, right, Josh? The first ones to rip this, and now you see almost every other personal brand rip it. It's not bad, but you have to understand that people know that someone else did that first, and you're feeding into that personal brand. You're feeding into it. And the reason why me and Josh came up with it is because we reverse engineered why people chose us. We started vlogging, and then he just started clipping up reels, and boom. You see people do live sales calls now. Like, you know, it always ties back to the first person that does it. And so your goal, if you're trying to be an industry leader, you're trying to make a few 100K a month, never, never, never be complacent and just settle for what someone else is doing. Always be one step ahead and try to figure out your own format. And one thing that has worked extremely well for me, and I've talked to some of you guys about this as well, associate yourself with industry leaders. It is the biggest cheat code. Once I did this with Daniel Dalen, the first video that I posted, we got this amount of views in a day. Got 114,000 views in a day. And he was just talking about what he would do in my position, the advice he was giving me. And just by associating myself with someone like Daniel, I elevated my status. And I'm talking to you guys, I mentioned it to Cruz. Who does your ICP actually look up to? And how can you find a way to get close to them? And so Daniel's up here, I'm down here. That guy makes a few M's a month, right? But what I realized is that if I post a video or I post on Instagram, a picture of me just with him, automatically people associate my status with Daniel's status. And it brings myself up here. And it's evident because look at this shit. This is from one fucking reel. And you guys will recognize a lot of people here. Some guys have 170,000 followers. Some guys have 500,000 followers, 80K, 180K, 58K, 400K, Tom Noss. Like all of these big creators that you guys probably consume content from are following me now because I've understood the art of association. It's the association bias. And one thing that I'm planning on doing is investing into other industry leaders. And so Iman is coming up with something in like next year in May. I'm probably gonna spend 25K there because I know that by associating myself with someone like Iman, that's gonna put me in front of everybody. And what that does is it piques curiosity for people to funnel down into my YouTube. And it naturally gives me more leverage and more authority instantly. It's the fastest way to gain authority, right? Fastest fucking way. And when you go on an account and you see 100 people that you follow this personal brand, that's instantly gonna elevate your authority and it's gonna instantly elevate your personal brand. So it's all about association, okay? Yeah, they just judge you based on the caliber of people you're around. So be intentional. Who are authority figures that your ICP looks up to and how can you find a way to be in the same room with them? If you have to pay them, then so fucking be it. Pay them. Because that picture is gonna be on your personal brand forever and it's gonna pull you to a whole new status level that you can't even imagine. These are dudes that I actually look up to, you know? Ben Bader's been crushing the game for I don't know how long, you know, like a long ass time. Tom Noss, he's been doing this for like 8 years. He's someone that I learned content directly from. All of these guys, and these guys have huge amount of followers, huge. And so you got to ask yourself, how can you attract that ICP? Because that's just going to increase your authority and leverage. So yeah, that's the mastermind, boys.
Your Bill, the people, Josh, Jacob, Alex,
Yeah.
everybody, they really want to see you succeed. And
Hell yeah,
that's
man.
the most important part.
Hell yeah, man. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for.
Yeah,
So
bro.
glad to have you here. We're gonna scale up your offer like crazy, man. Next, Daniel and Hader, go ahead and introduce yourself, boys.
Yo, how's it going, everybody? Glad to be in the community. It seems like a cool ass community, I'm not gonna lie. I
It
hopped on
is.
this call, everyone positive, got good energy. Well, a little bit of a backstory of us. We're basically helping coaches with their on-camera presentation. So we're gonna help with their communication, things like that, build authority on calls and things like that.
Exactly. Yeah, lovely to meet you guys.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. They're living out in Dubai. So if any of you guys are in Dubai, feel free to hit them up. I'm excited to scale you guys. And then last but not least, we have Monesh. Go ahead and introduce yourself, bro.
Yo, what's good? I'm Manish. I am from Sue's home country, Malaysia. Me and him are just 300 kilometers apart right now. And my offer is in education. So um, I help parents with struggling, parents whose kids are struggling and are also in private school to, get their grades up by 2, 3. Yeah, so that's what I mainly do.
Hell yeah. Tell them about the piff you just got, bro. Blow their
Oh,
phone.
oh my God. Yeah, so recently closed the PIF for 35K USD, paid in full about last Tuesday. Yeah, it's solid, but yeah, looking to scale from here, man. Yeah, so that's why I joined Sue. I've been following him for a while. Pretty nice guy, pretty humble despite all his successes. So just want to be a part and want to learn from someone who's better than me. So yeah, that's why I'm here.
Let's do it. Guys, if that doesn't fucking blow your mind, a $35,000 piff for a tuition program. That's how much you can charge. That's how like Monesh has no limiting beliefs, bro. Like that's what I love, you know? Like it's just for you honestly, for you to scale to the next level. It's just more leads, more implementation, and I already know you're gonna implement everything we teach you. So I'm excited to run it up, bro.
100%, man. Me too.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Beautiful. Guys, 35K piff. Think about that shit. You guys are bugging out overcharging 3, 4, 5K, saying that's too expensive. This guy charged $35,000 for some tuition coaching and to get some guy's kids' grades up. You know what I mean? If you do it the right way,
It's
everything
insane. Yeah.
changes. All right. So, oh yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. Beautiful. All right, guys. So I'm gonna be diving into a very, very, very good topic today, and I just want to go over a bunch of stuff to really just take you guys to the next level. So a lot of you don't know, but I invested over $24,000 into hormozi, $20,000 into Daniel Dalen, and the goal of this is to pass down the knowledge. You know, like the money that you invest into me is directly going to my education to constantly get better, and that's what it's all about. Because every single week I'm forcing myself to learn new things and be ahead of the industry because I know that I will allow my that information to trickle down to you guys. And I said this a while ago. My goal with Consulting Mastery is to get you all to be industry leaders. Every single one of you to be industry leaders. Like that has been my goal. And for me to do that, I need to, obviously learn fast, but I need to implement fast in everything. And so that's why I went ahead and just bought the people's programs and, actually just doubled down on everyone and double down on my learning because I know that this will trickle down. And so I spent $24,000 on hormozi. I was on a call with him for 5 hours last night, and I'm gonna go over some of the biggest changes or some of the biggest epiphany moments that I'm gonna implement that you guys should implement as well. Okay. So let me share my screen and we'll go through it together. So this is like it's just this is my rough notes. Okay, this is my rough notes, and I'm gonna show you guys exactly like what the main takeaways are and how you guys can apply this as well. So success only stops when you don't know how to do something. That's when success stops because when you know how to do things in your business, that's what's going to get you to achieve the success. That's what's going to allow you to achieve the result that you want. And the moment that you don't achieve that, that something or you don't have a log to step on, that's when you actually fall out of place. And so you have to ask yourself, okay, if I want my shit to work, I need to make sure that the people that I enroll, and he mentioned this all the time, I need to make sure that the people I enroll actually have education or actually have prerequisites. And this is very, very important, especially if you want to build a great offer. You guys have complimented the offer, oh, sure, you joined and you're loving the community so far. Part of the reason why that is because there's prerequisites that we aim for every single person to have before they join. And the truth is, it's like there's an education gap, right? Some of the clients that you sign on just do not have the capability, do not have the competence to get the result. And it's easy to want to sell them, but I promise you, if you can say no to a person like that, what that's going to allow you to do is it's going to allow you to basically build a better program that can have better community and it can be more streamlined so that you can actually scale up that offer. If I let in everybody, the nature of my business is just going to be very, very volatile and it's going to have shitty fulfillment. The community is not going to be as good. But because every single person that joins is already making cash, already posting content, and already doing well, all we have to do is just double down on the momentum and help them to take it to the next level. And so the best education companies are actually the ones that don't let in everybody. They're the ones that are the most strict with their prerequisites and actually onboarding certain people. Now, I know for some of you, you're like, oh, like I don't have the luxury to choose, right? Cool, all good, all good. But the moment that you have that luxury to choose, the moment that you're at that 5 figure a month mark, choose. Please, please, please have prerequisites because what that's going to allow you to do is it's going to have a lot of selling points and you're going to increase LTV naturally. Okay. And so, yeah, that's the main thing that I want you guys to do. You shouldn't let clients that have a merit requirement in. And I want you guys to get narrower for who you select for, increase your standards, and charge more. Because it is your responsibility to get your client the result, whether or not it is their fault or not, if that makes sense. Like if any one of you doesn't get the result that you wanted, I'm still gonna feel at fault, even though I did everything in my power. It's because I took your money, right? And you have to have the same feeling with the program that you create, which is why I've said no to a lot of clients, guys. I've said no to a lot of money. If we said yes to everyone, like we'd probably be at 200, 300 a month already, you know? But we're building it the right way because I understand that for me to play the long-term game, I need to have a reputation that compounds. I need to have a reputation that compounds, and I want to go over that in a bit. Okay. But that's the main thing. This is the main thing that I took away. And the second thing that I took away is that business is a game of constraints. And the best business owners are not actually the best at making money. The best business owners are the best at prioritizing. The best business owners are the best at prioritizing. Okay? So, what you need to do if you want to scale up fast and you guys want to make a shit ton of cash, you need to focus on the highest return activity, which is the constraint. And you, as a CEO, you fundamentally have to understand what the constraint in your business is. And a lot of you are thinking, oh, I have 10 different constraints. I have a lead flow issue. I have a book call issue. I have a closed sales. No, no, no. You're stupid. If you think that way, you're stupid because constraints, there's always only one. Because businesses grow until the constraint hits and then it stops. And so I want you guys to look at this, right? A lot of you want to have this. A lot of you want to have this amount of cash. So let's say this is $100,000. This is $100,000, right? But the constraint right here is funneling everything here to where it's stopping it. It's stopping everything. And so now you're not making $100,000, you're making only $10,000 because that is your constraint. And so often we as business owners do everything outside of solving that constraint and we wonder why we're stuck. And if you don't know what that one constraint is, what that one problem is, then it is your fucking fault because you're the CEO, right? You're the founder. And so, like a lot of us have team members. How many of you guys have setters? Real quick. Quite a few of you, right? Yeah, quite a few of you have setters, maybe team members. A lot of you are not a one-man show because I don't recommend it. But here's the thing. If you don't even know what your problem is and you're not even focused on solving that problem, how can you expect your team members to solve their problems when you're not even doing what you need to do? Guys, I want you to think bigger. 10, 30, 50, even 100K a month is fucking nothing. Like we are extremely small fish in the sea of business. We're extremely small fish. Stop thinking in your head that 30K a month is a lot. 100K a month is a lot. That's bullshit. Want more. Like 100K a month is 1 million a year. That's actually nothing. When you understand that, you allow yourself to think bigger and you hold yourself to a whole new standard. And a lot of the reason why you guys are stuck is because you're pedestalizing your goals. That's a whole nother topic for another day. But the point I'm trying to get at is you have to understand what your problem is to actually solve the constraint so that you can achieve this, the realized potential, right? And so the chain is only as strong as the weakest link, right? Like if you look at a metal chain, if you pull it, it's only as strong as its weakest link. The actual chains around that weakest link could be extremely strong. But if you have a weak link and you keep on adding change, it changes nothing. And a lot of you guys are doing this. You have a chain, there's a weak fucking link, and all you're doing is you keep on adding chains beside it and you expect to grow. But how can you expect it to grow when you haven't worked on that weakest link? Does that make sense? And so a lot of you guys are gym bros. If you deadlift, I'm going to give you guys a deadlift analogy because maybe the chain one doesn't make sense, right? If you deadlift and your grip can take 500 pounds and your back can take 700 pounds, how much are you going to deadlift? Doraf, what do you think? You're the deadlifter here. You're the power lifter.
500 pounds.
500 pounds, right? Everyone agrees. You're only going to be able to deadlift 500 pounds. Every one of you is, like, I need you guys to realize this. This is the perfect analogy. Stop focusing on increasing your back to be able to take 900 pounds. Because even if your back can take 900 pounds, you will still lift 500 pounds because that is your bottleneck. Okay? That is your bottleneck. It will only add potential and not results. So real quick in the chat right now, type down your A plus problem and I'll tell you whether or not you're right. Type down your A plus problem, whether it's content, whether it's appointment setting, whatever it is, type down your A plus problem and I'll tell you guys if it's correct. Okay. Devin said content. Carter is content. Carter, you're right. Devin, I'd actually argue that your setting is the problem, man. You have 97,000 followers. You have more followers than people can think of. You know what I mean? Is it really a content issue? What do you think?
I think, well, lead quality.
Lead
Like
quality?
just trying to build more trust and build up a stronger ecosystem, which
Okay.
I kind of tied it in.
So you have to specify because content is broad, right? Is it middle of funnel content? Is it top of funnel content? Right? You got to specify.
Definitely middle.
Oh, yeah, middle of funnel content. There you go. Right. That's your main bottleneck. Carter, I think top of funnel is still the problem, correct? Cool.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Top of funnel. Osher is lead flow, so top of funnel as well. Sheldon is appointment setting. Yep, you guys are all basically right. And so, I wanna actually ask you guys, Sheldon, what changed in the setting process that makes you feel like you're solving that problem right now?
What do you mean?
Like, what are you doing on a day-to-day basis to actually solve the setting issue?
Oh, so right now I'm bringing back all my AI setting flows.
All your AI setting flows?
Yeah.
Those work better than the manual guys?
Yeah, work better than when I had Alex and everything
Okay.
in. So I'm bringing all that back.
Cool. Let's try that and then see how it goes. Let me know how that goes, all right? Cool. Finn, content. Davin, content. Davin, I would even say it's content, bro. Like, you can run content, but at the same time, you had a reel that hit 90,000 followers. I don't think it's actually content. I think it's just a lack of execution on the appointment setting end. You didn't reach out to every single one of them. Out of that, out of the thousands of people that like that reel, how many of them did you reach out to, Devin?
I reached out to, so I have a setter, and then he rinsed the every single lead in that reel. But like the main bottleneck is a lot of people already have coaches. Just like another sales rep looking at my content, or like, oh, this guy's good, or like a manager trying to hire me,
Okay,
basically.
cool. So that's the problem is that you haven't made these guys realize why they're stuck. And if someone has a coach, why would they even want to get more value from somebody else? Right? Whenever someone tells me that they have a coach, I ask them, are you happy with where you are right now? No? Okay, how long have you been with that coach? 6 months. So do you think it's gonna work if you spend another 6 months doing what you're doing? No. Okay, let's hop on a call and see how we can help you. Be logical with them, you know? Be logical with them because even if they have coaches, that doesn't mean shit. They can still run shit up, you know? They can still actually book in a call of you and you can close them on a sale. Davin, for you, honestly, it's an appointment setting thing. I want you to book a fuck ton of free calls, put them in value debt, and close a ton of these guys. You can close 10 people on your closing offer if you just get them on a call.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even be as strict in my appointment setting process because I know that your highest level you can pull is getting them on a closing call. Once they're on that call with you, it's wraps. It's actually wraps, is it not?
Pretty much.
So have less friction in the setting process and just get them on a call. Cool?
But
Beautiful. Let's do that. Let's do that. And how much are you posting content wise?
I'm either doing one YouTube video or reel a day, but um I have the equivalent amount on YouTube and for IG as well.
Okay, cool. That's good then. That's good. Yeah, just keep on ripping. A lot of you
Yeah.
guys are saying leads, content. Um, cool. A lot of you guys are saying content, finding my right audience, lead flow. And the one thing that I will say with lead flow and content is that the one thing that I took away is it's a fucking volume game. And you can bitch around and tell yourself, hey, why am I not getting enough views? Why am I not creating enough content? Why am I not doing this? Why am I not attracting my ICP leads? And the question now becomes, why aren't you doing more? How many reels are you guys posting a day? Just type it in the chat real quick. Is it one every other day? One a day? Okay, Rob is posting one. Cool. Jaden's posting one a day. You guys are all posting one a day. Zero. Monesh, yeah. You know, like you know why your problem is content. You haven't even started. You know what I mean? So two a day. Okay. Jonathan, zero, right? So a lot of you can solve these problems by posting more. And what we're doing right now is we're actually testing. We're posting 2 times a day on IG. We're posting it once every 5 days, and we're consistent. We're not skipping a day. And the reason why is because a lot of the times the problems that we think are problems can be solved with pure volume. But not just volume, intentional volume. Because if I put out a piece of reel every single day with this specific angle, maybe it's more authenticity and more brand building, and I put out 20 of those in 1 week. If I put out 20 of those in 1 week, what are the chances that I'll figure out content and how to be more authentic with 20 reels instead of 7? A lot higher. A lot higher, right? And so you have to ask yourself, what is the volume that I can put out without sacrificing quality? Because a lot of you guys are always telling me the same shit. Like, what pisses me off is that you guys have had the same constraint and the same problem since you guys joined. What the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? Since you guys joined, you guys have had the same fucking problem. And in my head, you need to be obsessed. You need to be obsessed because what you guys are doing is you're not solving the constraint. You're working on the parts that are beside it. You're working on the parts beside it. And guys, I'm not saying that you only have to work on the constraint to make it work, but if you want to make big cash fast, then do this. A lot of you have solved or made the chains stronger around the weakest link and you've made cash. Like Prob, you've already doubled, tripled the business, right? With kind of doing the appointment setting stuff and doing the stuff on the side. But imagine if you actually solve this main problem. Imagine if you actually solve this main problem. Think about how much more cash you'd make. And so a lot of you guys have the same main bottleneck when we started. And you've solved all the other problems which have made you more money, which is why you guys are like, damn, I'm doing well. I mean, I want you to really ask yourself, are you really doing well? You know what I mean? Like, are you really doing well? Because 3-4x of a 10K month business, I don't think that's actually impressive. I want you guys to think fucking bigger. I'm thinking 100K, 200K, 300K. Think bigger because, bro, I was on call with Hormozi and the guy said that anything under 10 million a year is small. You know, there's levels to this shit. And so many of us think that 30K a month is a lot, 50K a month is a lot, 100K a month is a lot. Bro, that ain't shit to these guys. And that's the biggest epiphany moment for me. The guy, there was a call, like Hormozi was on a call with a stranger that called him for business advice. And the guy said he was doing like 4 million a year. 4 million a year, guys, think about that. That is how much? That's 300,000 a month. And you know what Hormozi said? Hormozi said, so, okay, so you're running a small business, like you've been only running it for like a year? Like straight up, he said that shit. You know what I mean? And so you guys are all fucking fussed out about wanting to make 30, 50. Guys, think bigger, man. Think bigger. Because when you think bigger, 30, 50K a month will be a byproduct. It will generally be a byproduct. I want you guys to think and really just want to become industry leaders because that's what I want to build this community for. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to release Consulting Mastery 2.0. And what I'm like, you guys are all going to get obviously your 6 months or your 4 months, however much you paid for. But the top dude, I won't actually allow everyone to buy the renewal. So we're going to roll out a renewal for $750 a month to actually stay in the community. I don't want to roll it out to everybody. You got to prove to yourself that you're actually worthy of staying in this community because the last thing I want is to host a mastermind just for you to stay stuck in the same position that you're in when you started. If you're stuck in the same spot that you joined me at, I don't want you. I don't want you with me because you're stagnant and you're gonna drag the fucking community down. I don't care about cash. I make enough. For me, I want you guys to succeed. And it's your duty to make that happen. Okay. So I've been on this enough. You need to look at your constraint and ask yourself, am I doing enough to solve this shit? Because for a lot of you, it's not. So if it's a lead flow issue, how many reels are you posting a day? Right? Maybe it's one. How can you bump it up to 2 or 3? How can you test more formats? How can you ask more advice from the creative directors? How can you ask advice from me? Because I've tried content, right? How can you hop on a call with Josh to figure that out? He's the one-on-one content coach. Have you done all of that thing? Probably not. And now you're sitting here asking like, oh, it's still a lead flow issue. Dude, you haven't even done shit. You haven't taken initiative, you know? If everyone in the community is growing and you're staying stagnant, there is a problem with you. And once your 6 months is up, I don't want you to renew. We're not, even if you want to pay the $750 a month, I don't want you to renew. Because it's a community thing. Does that make sense, guys? I want to hold you guys to a higher standard, not just for me, but for you and the community. Okay? So I got a bit carried away there, but that's how much that frustrates me. And what I'll do is I'll create a specific group call resource next week talking about content because I think that's majority of what you guys are struggling with. I'll have a specific group call on content and how to actually generate more lead flow and how to be more intentional with testing every single day to get feedback. Because if you do volume for 2 months, you will solve content. You will. And a lot of you guys are always asking, oh, I need advice. No, you don't. You just need more volume. And you just need to be smarter. That's what you need to do. Okay. So if that fucking pissed you off or it struck a nerve, I'm probably talking to you. Right? I'm probably talking to you. If that struck a nerve with you, then watch this call recording back and understand what the fuck is your constraint. All right. So that's the main thing, guys. That's the main thing. You do this first. This is what you attack every single day. And if you have more than one constraint, then you are the problem. A lot of you, like I saw a few answers in there. It was like appointment setting and content. No, no, no. You just have one constraint, bro. And if you say more than two, then you're the problem. So it goes back to what I'm saying, where it's like you can't expect the team to prioritize their time when you haven't even prioritized yours. It's like having like imagine you're in a, I'm sure a lot of you guys have played sports. I'm going to use basketball as an example. Imagine you're on a basketball team and your captain tells you to run and play defense, but he never fucking plays defense and all he does is cherry pick. Would you listen to him? No, because he's not practicing what he preaches. He's not doing what he's telling you to do. And what you guys have to do as business owners, you have to lead by example. The reason why you guys don't listen to you and the reason why you keep on charting people is because you're not a leader. You're not capable of leading them, right? And so that's what it is. And you want to look at yourself as a chief prioritization officer. Get good at prioritizing. And if you get good at prioritizing, that is the best skill set I can transfer to you because everyone can work hard, but not everyone can work smart. There's a difference. There's a very, very big difference. Okay? Cool. And yeah, this is the strategies, right? Strategies, guys, I want you to allocate limited resources against unlimited uses. And this is just prioritizing. And the best strategy always has the resources to the greatest improvement. And so you got to think to yourself, like look across your business. Look across your business right now. There's obviously content, top of funnel content, middle of funnel content, appointment setting, closing. Let's say that these four are the main problems right now. I'm not even going to mention fulfillment because a lot of you guys are not there yet. But let's say these four are right now. Write them down. Write that down right now. Top of funnel content, middle of funnel content, appointment setting, and closing. These are the four things, right? Which one of these, if you solve one of these problems, which one of them would lead to the most growth? You guys probably can circle one, right? You guys can probably circle one right now. It's pretty fucking obvious. Dedicate your first 4 hours, if not your entire day, to solving that problem, and I promise you, your business will explode. It's that simple. Like, it's actually that simple. Think about it. Like we always say it's a content problem, but we spend 20 minutes on a reel, and then the rest of the time we just refresh our page hoping that it goes viral instead of pumping out more volume. What are we doing? Like what the fuck are we doing? You know what I mean? When are you gonna give yourself a reality check and actually make it work and actually do the fucking thing that you're telling yourself to do? Because that's what you got to do. The reason why you guys don't scale up is because you know the work that you need to do, but you keep on running away from it. And sometimes it is boring. Sometimes doing more and doing more volume is boring. No one wants to do it, which is why no one actually gets to 100K a month. If it was easy to do, I don't want to do it. Because if it's easy to do, I know that my competitors can just do it as well. But the reason why I'm at where I'm at today is because I fucking doubled down on content until I didn't want to anymore. I ate shit for years, guys. I tried so many formats. And that's why I have the personal brand I have today. That's why every single one of you guys that joined this week mentioned something about the content in my journey. If content was easy, everyone would be doing it. But the fact that it's hard, that's what you guys have to lean into. You have to lean into the fact that it's hard because you know that if you solve this issue, your competitors will stay stuck because they don't have the persistence to solve that same issue. They don't have the knowledge and the capabilities and the competences to solve that own issue. So why don't you double down on that? You know what I mean? That's what you guys got to think about. All right. Lean into the unknown, lean into solving these hard shit because that's what you need. And for a lot of you guys, you're stagnating, right? You're stuck in the same spots. And you just got to tell yourself, you got to understand that there's somewhere else that you can allocate your resources to grow right now. I want you guys to be honest with me. Which one of you feels stuck in the business? Just type in the chat real quick. I'll tell you what to work on. Okay, Finn. Rob, Davin. Okay. Cool. A lot of you guys feel stay stuck. A lot of you guys say you're stuck, but I can promise you 99% of you already know what you need to do. Like, You know what I mean? A lot of you already know what you guys need to do. Like you guys already know. Like Finn, you just got to double down on the content on actual middle funnel content and nurturing, right? Like you can show the lifestyle and everything, but if you get so good at having new information and new strategies and everything, and you post that in a YouTube video and you get even just 100 views, tell me one of those views won't convert into a sale, right? Of course they would,
But yeah.
right? And so you already know what you need to do. Prob, same thing with you, man. I mean, you're posting a reel a day. Your setting process is dialed, your closing process is dialed, your fulfillment is good. It's just fucking content. So why are we not ripping 2, 3 reels a day, testing more formats, getting better at stories and getting better at YouTube videos? Why are we not doing that? You already know what you got to do. It's just boring to always do that, always talk about the same shit, but you got to fall in love with the process. Because if you do this, your competitors, if they try to copy or get your numbers, they're gonna have to go through that exact phase you're going through right now. And that's when you double the fuck down. You know what I mean? You already know what you gotta do. It's more reels, it's testing more formats, authenticity, right? Getting better at communication, getting better at talking, YouTube videos, story. Like it's the 3 pillars: YouTube, Instagram, and stories. If you focus on this for 5, 6 hours a day, tell me you won't solve your bottleneck. Would you not, right? Easy. And we'll hop on, like, I'm gonna post, guys, a lot of you guys have a content issue. Let's host a middle funnel workshop yet next week, and I want you guys to all be there. Okay. And I'll run through a presentation for 30 minutes, and then for the other 30 minutes, I'll run you guys through exactly what I would change in your content and KPIs to actually hit to double down on the content. All right. So I want to see every single one of you there that has a lead flow issue or a middle funnel issue. Devin, same thing for you, bro. Same thing. You know, like it's the same shit. You guys are always expecting different answers because you want to do something new or you don't want to do the boring shit. But the money is in the boring shit. You guys don't fucking realize it. You've been sold this dream because all these marketers always want to sell you their program. Oh, do this, do that. Bro, it's in the shit that you don't want to do. You know? That's the hard stuff. Davin, I don't even want to, like, bro, just rip more fucking reels. You know what I mean? You're closing calls, objections. Why are we not ripping? If you're taking 5 calls a day for your closing calls, why are we not ripping 4 or 5 reels a day? Ask yourself that. Because didn't that
Yeah.
video pop off and do 90K views, Davin?
Yeah, yeah.
Why are we not ripping more? How many objection handle videos have you posted?
7.
7. How many calls have you taken ever since you joined the program?
Like, I think like 17.
17 sales calls
Yeah.
for Brez's offer.
For just for mine. I have a question. I'll ask it at the end of the call.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah.
Cool. All right. But I'm sure you've taken like you've probably taken 50 sales calls, right? Why don't we have 50 objection handling rules out there? Change their voice, you know, change their voice, make sure that no one knows who they are, and boom, we rip it. You know, like why not? Like it's just a volume game. It's just a fucking volume game, guys. Okay. So you need to do more. You need to do more. Like that's the main takeaway. I'm also talk like you guys see the Instagram now and everything, but my gosh, um, took me a while to get to this point. Like you guys see all this, but we don't miss a day. Like we rip two a day, man. We get these views because of the volume that I put out and me constantly being relentless with the testing and the formatting and trying different shit and all that type of stuff. And you need to figure that out as well. Daraf, your bottleneck right now is also content, right?
Yeah,
How many reels are you posting?
once a day.
There you go. That's the problem. You're not testing enough, right?
Yeah.
That's the main stuff. And it's what you don't want to hear that you actually have to do. And so, yeah, guys, like that's what it is. And one thing that I will say is that to scale to $1 million a year, Hormozi talks about this. there's unlimited paths. A lot of you can double down on paid ads. A lot of you can double down on organic. A lot of you can double down on whatever the fuck is making you cash right now. There's infinite ways to actually make $1 million a year with a business. And the question now becomes, how do you find the most leveraged way to spend the least amount of time and the least amount of effort to make that happen? And once you find that, you want to hit it with an atomic bomb. So if you already built a 50K a month business with organic or a 100K a month business with organic, think to yourself, how can you double that output? Can you do more of that? And maybe a lot of you be like, oh, I can't do more. Why not? Like, generally, why not? It usually is that simple. Like, we always, us humans, the thing that holds business owners back the most, and I've dealt with hundreds of you guys, the things that hold us back the most is that we're always finding new things to do because it gives us dopamine. But if you stick to the same shit over and over and over again, you keep on hammering away at the same bottleneck and the same constraint that you had in your business, you will eventually solve it. If I can give you one takeaway to have, like, if I can give you one takeaway, you honestly don't even need to listen to strategy. Just listen to this one thing. If you hammer away every single day for the next month on the one constraint you have in your business, you will make more fucking money. And you will probably double, triple, quadruple the business just off of that alone. But the hard part is finding that bottleneck, right? Finding that bottleneck in everything and actually sticking to solving that bottleneck and not wanting to do new shit. A lot of you try a content format, you do 3 reels and then you're like, oh, this shit doesn't work. Like, bro, you tried 3 fucking reels, man. What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, you got to try like 10, 20, 30, 50. You know, because you haven't even, it's a new reel. It's a new format. Of course you haven't mastered it. It's your fucking third time doing it. And you expect it to work on the third time? It doesn't work like that. You know what I mean? And so there's every single possible way to scale the business, but you have to find the best way and actually hammer that over and over and over again and stick to it. So that's the main thing that I honestly wanted to go through. Like he has a linear approach to constraints, which is fucking genius. The first question he asks is just more. Can you do more of it? And for a lot of you, it's yes, you can do more. So fucking do more. You know what I mean? Like, just do more. It's the shit that we don't want to do that gets us a result. Now, lucky for me, I'm in a position where I can invest in talent to actually do more. But if you don't have capital to invest in a team, why not just do it yourself? Why not? Like, what's actually stopping you? You know what I mean? You always got to think like that. You always got to think like that. Okay. This is the more stuff. And do that until more stops working. You know, it takes a lot of work and people avoid it. And, you know, maybe in your head, you're like, oh, but I don't know how much this would help me and everything. Guys, diminishing returns are still returns. They are. You're just avoiding the work. You're coping with yourself. You want a new thing to latch onto to make yourself feel better or give yourself that short dopamine hit. But you're putting a short-term solution to a long-term problem, right? And this is something that really, really stuck with me. When Hormozi makes a change, he experiences a 20% decrease. It's a guaranteed 20% decrease because, okay, 20% decrease in your effort, 20% decrease in your time, 20% decrease in, you know, what was working before into this new thing. And so you got to ask yourself, is it even worth it to try this new thing, right? Look at what's working for you right now. What is working? For a lot of you, it's outreach. Okay, how can you get better at outreach? How can you do, instead of 30 outreaches, how can you do 100? Instead of posting 1 reel a day, how can you do 3? Instead of spending $50 a day on ads, how can you do 200? You get the idea. Okay. So that's that. A lot of you are gonna come off this call and be like, damn, Sui struck a nerve. That means I'm speaking directly to you, right? That means I'm speaking directly to you, and you are coping with wanting to scale by doing new shit when new shit will is not why you're scaling. You're adding chains when your weakest link can't even hold more weight. You're trying to train your back when your grip strength is a problem. So focus on your actual A plus problem and get that fixed. All right. Hope this call was useful. Let's open up the floor for some Q&A. What'd you guys think about that presentation? How was it for you guys? You guys can unmute, by the way. Anyone?
It's really good, bro. You called us out, dude.
Like sometimes we need to fucking hear it, you know what I mean? Because we always want like, oh, what do I do? You know, what do I bro, you guys know what you need to do. Just gotta fucking do it, you know? So yeah, like a lot of you guys know it. So let's run some Q&A, guys. Let's run some Q&A. Whatever questions you guys have, feel free to unmute, ask your questions. We'll take it from there.
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So basically, I just started a Discord, like a free Discord, and then it's at around like 300 right now members, but I just don't know how to like convert them into paid. And then I was like speaking to Jacob earlier, and then he said either do like a webinar or just like do free training calls. Um and then I was like in analysis paralysis, so I just sent it. I said free training tonight. That's what I did, but like I don't know how to actually like nurture them or
Okay.
the
The
exact
first
process to
the,
go
the
about it.
first problem is why are you creating a free community when you haven't even posted enough content? That's the first problem, right?
Yeah.
You're solving a problem that doesn't even exist. You're adding chains to the link when like there's one specific chain that's like fucking you up. You're training your back without training your grip. Like that's what you're doing right now. So immediately that's a problem. I would rip a free training and give put them in so much value debt and give them so much sauce that they feel like they owe something to you. And then say if you want to guarantee closing position and you want to guarantee 5 to 10K a month or your money back, book in a call with me. That's what I would do.
At the end
Yeah.
of okay.
Yeah. But the one thing that I would say is like, why are we even doing the middle of funnel when the top of funnel is a problem? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't even make sense. So I'd rip that, bro, but I wouldn't do anything but reels for you, Davin. Reels and YouTube videos. That's what I would do.
Okay. So just
Cool.
kind of forget about that for now.
Well, run the call, see how it goes, but then after that, forget about it if it doesn't get you sales.
Okay, bet.
Cool. Beautiful. Anyone else, guys? You guys are probably scared to ask questions because I'm like, you guys already know what you need to do. Feel free to just like get clarity. Like if you already know what you need to do, you can confirm it with me, double check, and I'll just kind of give you a confirmation and do this, do this, do that. You know what I mean? Finn, what's up?
Yeah, man, what's up? So you said like that I should also focus on YouTube and stuff. Like you said now to him that he should only do reels because he's lacking a top of funnel problem, which you also said and just spend my whole content time on like doing reels that pop off, or which you also still trying to do YouTube videos with like strategies.
Well, your market is B2B, right?
Yeah.
Your market's going to be on YouTube, not Instagram. So
Yeah.
your market's only going to buy something when you have something really good to fucking say in a 20-minute YouTube video. And then that's why they buy from you. They're not going to watch a reel of you traveling to Dubai and be like, damn, I want to buy from this guy. Your
Yeah.
content format right now, it's nice, it's clean, but it's not catered to your ICP. It's not catered to your to B2B coaches. The reason the reason why I post that type of content on my Instagram is to funnel people to my YouTube. Because what that does is it sparks curiosity. And when you see me traveling to 7 different countries in a matter of a month, and I'm still ripping 100K months, and my clients are still ripping a shit ton of cash, what is that going to do? It's going to pique your interest. It's going to spike your curiosity, and it's going to get you to go down my YouTube videos. My goal of my Instagram is to get people to the YouTube because I understand that my market is extremely sophisticated. Everything I do on his IG is to get someone on YouTube. And then once they're on YouTube, they DM me back on IG. They get nurtured by their stories and then close. All right. So that's what I would do. I'll focus on YouTube.
Okay, thank you very much.
Beautiful. Devin, what's up?
I guess yeah, just a little bit of clarity, like kind of like I guess what I should be doing. So it's like as we kind of talked about earlier, just more like middle funnel content on Instagram, just testing out different formats, and then also just doing more YouTube, like more like kind of vlog style stuff. I think you talked about that the other week. Is that like kind of the approach that I should be taking right now as far as like dialing in the middle of funnel content?
How many videos are you posting a week? What's your posting frequency on YouTube?
Once a week.
Let's do it once every 5 days so you can squeeze in two every month, an extra two every month. I would do that. And I would actually hop on constant calls with clients. So this is, guys, if you want to get a middle funnel content, listen to this. All right, it's fucking sauce. So we're trying to sell to our ideal clients. Who is better to ask than your fucking clients right now? Like generally, who is better to ask than your clients? What I would do is I'd hop on a call with your top three favorite clients, guys you just fuck with, guys you just enjoy working with, and watch your shit together. Like as if you're in a like, virtual date or some shit, Watch your shit together. And I want like you're gonna tell him, hey, I want you to let me know what you're thinking as you're watching this video. Like, are you entertained by this? Do you want to watch this? Would you click on this? What would make you click on this more? You pick his brain. That's a question you gotta ask your client, Devin. You know what I mean? Like that's not a question you should
Yeah.
ask because I'm not a 40-year-old dude that's struggling to get in shape.
Mhm.
So a lot of the times people ask content issues, but it's like, bro, the answer is within your client. That guy can give you every single piece of insight that you need, but you haven't asked him yet. And so a lot of the times, the reason why you have a middle funnel problem is because you have a lack of market understanding. You haven't done enough market research. Thereof, we went over this on our call, right? You haven't understood them yet, which is why your content is not targeted. It's misaligned. You think that you're giving all this sauce, giving all this value, but you're giving it this way, but then it's completely hitting a wrong ICP when you should tilt your angle a bit and target this ICP. You only find that out by asking your clients and doing more market research, which is why I always, 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 always want to hop on calls one-on-one and always get feedback and always get all this shit. That's what I want to do. Okay. So that's the main thing. Does that make sense, Devin?
Okay. Yeah, it does. So I still like I send my like new clients that like form as to like why they picked me too. So I guess yeah, going on like even just going a step further and jumping on a call with them, I think that'll help a lot and give a lot of clarity.
You have to. And always ask for advice. Always ask for feedback. Dude, I can't tell you how many people have asked for feedback for my shit. Because why am I trying to figure out what to improve when I can just get the exact reason? Why not? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's the main thing, man. All right.
All right, cool. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah. Sheldon, what's up?
I have a question. I don't know how much it'll relate to everyone, so I don't know if you want to answer it afterwards. But I guess it kind of relates in the sense of like focus. But so you know how like I'm dealing with like my buyout with my partners and everything like that.
Yeah.
Basically like unfortunately my thing is split three ways. I'm trying to buy out everything.
Yeah.
And I guess in my mind now that it's like I'm doing that and now we have like a valuator evaluating and everything. What I'm trying to figure out is like if the price is too high, um, should I like it's like let's say I don't want to buy it because its price is too high, and I'm like, hey, you know what, screw it, I'll just restart it myself. But then the thing is, if I'm restarting it myself, my thought is more so like, should I put my efforts into a more higher leverage opportunity than learning Chinese? Because inevitably, what I feel like sometimes is like language learning is like it's like a nice to have for most people. You know what I mean? It's like we can get you can do all that stuff, but on the sales call, our biggest objection is just like, it's like not the biggest priority unless like they're in a lot of pain. And so I guess it's kind of figuring out like on my end, like is like what would you look at it? Would you look at it like I'd keep building what I'm already building, or would I kind of restart and put into a better vehicle?
So the only thing that I'd say is that you have a vehicle that got you to 100K a month and switching now, like you've already gone through the hard shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because the thing is though, like if I don't buy it, then like technically the YouTube asset that I built, all that like it doesn't belong to
Yeah.
me in a sense. That's the thing. So it's like when I restart, like sure I still have my name, I'd be like, hey, like guys, go to this channel now, but it's just kind of like restarting, and then it's like if I'm gonna restart,
I
do I
would
put that effort into like a because it's the same skills, but into like a higher leverage like thing. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I would actually we can hop on a one-on-one call. I think I have to get more context and more details. But the main thing I would do is that understand, okay, what's the opportunity cost? So a lot of you guys are gonna face this where you're gonna be like, oh, I scaled up this offer, now I want to switch. How much harder is it to switch after doing all the hard work than it is to start a new? Like you know what I mean? Like starting a new one, okay, you have to build the fulfillment, you have to build this, you have to build the content, you have to build that. You have to, like, and a lot of the times, like it's a new shiny object syndrome, which I know like for you, it's like not really new shiny object, but it's a tempting thing to do. But dude, if you're already well known in the space, why switch? You know, because that brought you to 100K a month, and you're the reason why you have all the subscribers in the first place. I don't doubt that you need a lot of time to set it back up and get back to those 100K months by yourself. I don't doubt it at all. And I think if anything, you could even document it and speed run it to 100K a month. That'd be cool as well. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
You documenting that could open up a new opportunity.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I need more context, but I would heavily lean into keep on doing what you're doing because you've already figured it out. Dude, that shit brings you 6 figures a month. That's what we've been dreaming of. You know what I mean?
I guess,
But
yeah. I think my second concern is just like if I look at like a company like Chegg, where it's like AI came out and then just fucking dropped to zero. And then the way I see it is like the way AI is progressing, I just view it like a language learning offer is just gonna be eventually just like, hey, like AI can just do this because even I think AI can just do it eventually.
yeah,
That's kind of where I'm kind of thinking as well.
okay. Yeah, we can hop on a call and discuss this. I think this would be pretty interesting, but I just need a bit more context.
Yeah.
And if anything, you can always switch to like it just depends what your other opportunities are, but we can dive more into it, man. Just
Okay.
send me a loom. I'll send you a loom back of what I would think. Just give me all the other opportunities you have, and then I'll send you.
Sure.
All right?
Okay.
Beautiful.
Cool.
Sick.
Thanks.
Okay, it's gonna hit one. I'll answer your questions, Carter and Davin, but one thing I would say is, guys, we're officially rolling out the renewal. I'm gonna be, I've been very lenient on just like payment options and everything because I want to make this a very, very good community and everything for you guys. But we're gonna have a strict cutoff by end of this week. Um, a lot of you are past 4 to 6 months or however long you guys have paid for, and so for those that are, you either pay off the payment plan and you can stay on for an extra month and then start 750 down the line or whatever it is, or it's just like we kind of part ways and everything. But again, no hard feelings. I feel like a lot of us you've already gotten what you want of this community. And this is the only time where I'm actually offering the 750 to everyone. Past this, we're gonna pick and choose who we offer the 750 to because we feel like to actually sustain this community to the highest level that we can. I don't want someone that joined me at 10K a month, that ended with me at 10K a month to still be in the program because I know that you're dragging the shit down. Like, no offense, but you're just dragging the community down. I don't want someone that's stagnant. I want you to always be growing. Okay. So, Fossey will send you a personal DM, letting you know if you actually have the 750 due. If you don't answer, we're just gonna like it's just kind of what we have to do, but we're gonna have to kick you out by the end of this week. No hard feelings. And yeah, we'll take it from there. But the guys that do pay 750, you guys will get access to Consulting Mastery 2.0, which is going to be a fucking banger. So I'm very excited for that. All right. Dope. Carter, what's up?
Yeah, so when it comes to top of funnel, so does that mean like I should stop posting value content? Well, I'm not stop it, but like focus less on value content. Like, because within the fitness niche, I'm kind of lost on like what's necessarily top of funnel.
So with the fitness space, you mean?
Yeah.
So let me look at the with the fitness space, top of funnel is just shit that gets views, man. Like you look at the account, outlier, okay, why is this in like I don't want you to just copy the reel and why that shit worked, I want you to understand a layer deeper and actually reverse engineer why it's better, if that makes sense. So I'll give you an example. Let me look at my phone real quick. Like if I find a
Yeah.
reel and I'm like, okay, this is fucking good. My natural instinct is to just fucking copy the shit out of it, right?
Right.
That's that's my natural instinct because I'm like, dude, I'm fucking lazy. I just want to copy the shit. And so that's like that's literally what I do with shit. But Jaden, my bad. Jaden keeps on texting me shit. I can't even hold it in, bro. JD keeps on DMing me shit. Let me lock in, bro. Let me lock in. My bad, guys. So I would actually just reverse engineer why that shit went viral. And so you look at a video, you understand why it went viral. Okay, it's interesting because the hook was different. And so, dude, it could even I saw a reel that hit recently. It was like, I broke up with my girlfriend of 7 years because of this. And then they were talking about breaking up with the fat version of themselves. Like, bro, that's so fucking
Yeah,
smart.
yeah.
And it's just such a crazy hook that leans into this like crazy transformation. Like, bro, rip that shit. I broke up with my girlfriend of 10 years, and it wasn't because and it was because I cheated on her. Like, it can be like, I broke up with my girlfriend of 10 years because I cheated on her. I stopped listening to her pat to I stopped listening to what made me feel good, and I started doing this. And I did this, and you kind of get the idea. Like the hook is so fucking strong that it becomes a
Yeah.
video. That dude, I'd rip that shit.
Okay.
You know what I
For
mean?
sure.
So I'd always try to understand a level deeper because I feel like you look at shit to surface level to where you can't figure out why a video went viral, which is why you can never recreate it. But
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
and why videos go viral, that's what gets you that edge. Okay.
Okay. Sweet. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah. It's good to have you here, bro. You're gonna be on the all the weekly calls from now on.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
You
I'm
need
here.
it. You need it, man. You need it. Let's fucking run it.
100%.
Hell yeah. Beautiful, guys. So that's everyone's questions. You guys are all good? Cool. I'll stay back if you guys want to chop it up and just kind of chill and shit. But I'll see you guys in a bit. Hope you guys had value. And yeah, I'll see you guys on the Friday group call. All right. Beautiful. Take care, guys. Yo, Jaden, you little pookie. You gotta stop
Thank you,
trolling.
bro.
Of course. Take care, bro. I'll see you next week.
Bro, what you mean? You're the
Uh,
one who texted me first. Fucking crazy.
So yeah, I just want to ask one more thing. Are we still talking on Friday?
Yeah, bro. You canceled the call though, right?
I actually don't know why that happened. Can I give you my other email that you could invite
Yeah,
instead?
yeah, yeah. Okay, that works, bro. It's still available, so I'll send you just
Okay.
send me a link right
Do
now.
you want me to put it here or just leave it in Discord?
Just leave it in Discord, bro.
Okay, okay. All right. Okay. Thanks, man.
All right, sick.
So wait, quick question.
That's good, bro.
I know I'm probably closing in towards the end of the 6 months. Is it okay to just drop like 4,500 on you instead of the 750 a month?
4,500 for what exactly?
Like the remaining of the year. I did
Oh,
the math. It's about
you wanna just fucking rip it for a year?
yeah, yeah.
You like the shit that much?
Man, I love it, man. I
Oh yeah.
can't live without it.
I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. Let me talk to 4,500 for that. That doesn't add up because 750 times 12 is 9,000 for the year actually. But if you decide to pay that, we could give you like a discount. I can talk to Fossey about it. Um, but yeah, man, we can work something out where if you piff for like the year, you can get like maybe $1,000 off, something like that. You know what I mean? Hell yeah. But you like in the community, huh?
Man, I'm loving it, bro. You really got the best offer, best fulfillment, like best community. And I have 3 other mentors. It's not even close.
I appreciate that, bro. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Dude, Devon, I think for you, honestly, the main thing is just it's still the content issue, right? It's still the content issue. And also your ability to just not trust people that easy and just fucking take shit in your own hands. Like I don't want you to trust people too easily and hire an appointment setter and do all this shit. Why don't you just do everything first? Learn everything because you have everything in this program to learn that and just rip it like that. Honestly, like do that, bro. I'd rather you do that. Okay. So I want you to take matters in your own hands. Stop taking the shortcut, because the last time we took a shortcut, it fucking hurt, huh?
Yeah, hurt
I
bad.
called it as
Still,
well, bro. I called it as well. I remember telling you, like,
yeah,
bro, this shit sounds too good to be true, and it was.
yep.
So, dude, what I want you to do is I want you to take shit in your own hands. Let's fucking make it happen. Let's make it work, and yeah, let's do it. Okay?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Appreciate you, brother.
Beautiful. AJ, you all good, brother?
I'm all good. Definitely appreciate you and all the value you give for sure. I'm in the process of doing more. That's
Hell
why I
yeah.
didn't say nothing. I didn't need you to
Hell
tell me again. So I'm hopping on it.
yeah. Hell yeah. A lot of guys, dude, I open usually when I do Q&A, everyone's like, yo, I have this question. And then I open it up today and people are like, damn, I don't even want to ask a question. I already know what I gotta do. You know? So it's funny as shit. But how was the call for you guys? Was it good?
So I was super good.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Guys,
Always come with the value.
what I have to do, man. That's what I have to do. You guys already know what you guys got to work on. You already have the everything set up. So let's fucking rip it. Let me know how it goes. Text me more, communicate. Let's run this shit up. All right? Awesome. Take care, guys. Have a good one. See ya.
You said.
Before I even go into like the actual mindset shifts that you guys need to make, I want you guys to understand a few analogies. So the first one is when you chase after sales and yet no one comes through, right? But then you suddenly land 5 deals back to back while you're relaxed and you're not even trying. And so it's the whole idea if you're relaxed and you don't feel like you need it, you suddenly get sales. Every single one of us has experienced this. Or when you try to sleep too early and you force yourself to try to sleep, and then when you just stop trying, then you fall asleep instantly. Now, this isn't just these scenarios where it's applicable, the mindset is applicable. The harder you try, the less the universe complies. And for the people that are stuck at 50K a month right now, I can tell you, you're not working on the right things because you're pedestalizing your goals. And so the problem is, you put your goals on a pedestal. You put your goals on a pedestal and you think that, okay, achieving 100K a month is going to help you change your life. It's going to make you more fulfilled. It's going to make you all this type of shit. And that's what I basically faced for the last 6 months before I actually scaled to 100K in March. For February, January, and basically the end of the year, that's what I faced for 6 months. I was stuck at 50K a month and I could never break out. And if you're not at 50K a month yet, you will face this whole epiphany moment of like, oh, at the moment I hit 100K, that's when everything changes, okay? And I pedestalized 100K a month and I was pushing it away from myself without even realizing it. And so I worked harder, but I made less money and nothing seemed to work. And a lot of you guys that are stuck at 50K a month for a few months now, I'm talking to you, Josh Cruz. The reason why is because you're working harder and you think that working harder will get you more result. But that's not what gets you the result, okay? It doesn't. And it wasn't until I actually realized these 3 truths that actually made me explode to 150K a month in literally 30 days. And as you guys can see, this is February, this is March. And ever since then, we've sustained 100K a month 4 months in a row. So that's what happened, okay? And the first part of this entire truth and reality shift that you actually have to make is that you actually have to understand the game. There's 3 planes that the universe operates in, okay? There's the mental and the spiritual and the physical. Now, what you guys have to realize is that everything that you're doing on the physical plane is the least leveraged plane that you can actually focus on, because everything that you're doing is just one-dimensional, okay? And it's going to get a bit more theory-based and everything, but you guys will have to stick with me. And you guys are probably thinking, oh, if I work hard, or if I keep on doing the inputs, or I just double the volume, I'll get what I want. But that's not just what happens. And in order to achieve what you want in the physical realm, you actually must achieve it in the spiritual and the mental realm first. You have to be saying that, hey, I'm a 100K a month business owner. You have to truly believe it, right? Andrew, for you, when we were talking this like last month, basically, you already kind of knew you were going to hit 100K a month, right? Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, to Sue, I was like more so like, hey, I'm gonna hit 100K a month. Like anything else, I should watch out for.
Yeah.
As if it was already gonna happen, and like within 8 days, we did $62,000. So we went from 50 to $113,000. Logically speaking, that shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
But like, I just knew it was gonna happen, and I predicted that. I told my team we're gonna fall anywhere from 110 to 115. I happened to be smacking the Bravo numbers.
Yeah. So in Andrew's head, when I was talking to him when he hit that record month, he already knew he was going to hit it. It wasn't a matter of like, oh, if I do 100. Like he was like, I already know I'm going to do it, but what do you have to tell me? You know what I mean? Yeah. That was kind of the mindset, and that's the approach that you need to take. And so, Andrew, maybe you didn't realize it, but you were aligned on the mental and the spiritual plane, and you already believed in your head in every single reason to be able to hit 100K a month, which is why you did it. You know what I mean? So for a lot of you, it's like you can't see it in your head, and that's why you can achieve it in the physical, right? And so you need to show abundance and that you already have achieved your desired reality, even if you haven't. And what that'll lead to is just more competence and the clarity that you need to work on. And when you're constantly chasing, what you're doing is you're stuck in the physical plane, and you'll never actually get what you want out of your business, out of anything in life, anything on the physical plane. Okay? And it's the whole idea of the sales call analogy. You guys have all done hundreds of sales calls. The sales calls where you did best at, think about it, are the sales calls where you felt like you didn't need the client. You weren't pushy, you weren't salesy, you didn't feel like, oh, I need to piff this dude. The best sales calls that all of you had were the ones where it felt like you were just detached from the outcome. And it's like you already had it. You know what I mean? And so when you look back at your best sales calls, understand that you were detached from the outcome, and mentally you already had the sale in the bag, and you just actually have to execute. The best sales reps don't feel like they need to. They don't need it. You know what I mean? And that's the perfect analogy I want you guys to do. Okay? And so instead of working in the physical plane, what you guys need to do is you need to master the spiritual and the mental plane first and be fully aligned in your mind so that you're clear on what you guys got to do. Okay? And this leads to the second part, which is you need to master your mind in order to master your reality. You guys are probably thinking, okay, I can say that I'm a 100K a month business owner, but you don't fully believe it. The reason why you don't fully believe it is because you don't trust yourself enough. And so if you control your internal, you can control your external. Okay? And in order to achieve something, like I said, you must first achieve it in your mind. The same way that Andrew already was a 100K a month business owner in his mind, then he went out and achieved it. He achieved it here first, and then it happened in the physical plane, okay? And so you got to constantly think to yourself, what would a 100K a month version of you do in this situation? Always think that in your head. And so the moment that you face this problem, what would a 100K a month version of Josh do? What would a 100K a month version of Cruz do, right? And the moment that you're constantly thinking of these things in your head, that's going to give you the clarity to be able to figure out what you need to work on and actually fucking do it. And it's so controversial and so counterintuitive to what we've been taught, because we've been wired to think that you react to reality. But the truth is, reality reacts to you based on how you carry yourself in these different planes. You dictate your fucking reality, you know? But a lot of you guys are like, oh, if I do this, if I do that, you will do it. It's just a matter of time. And so when I talk to you guys are always saying, oh, if I hit 100K a month, you will hit 100K a month. It's just when. If it's this month, next month, or the month after, right? You need to change your vocabulary and stop saying if, but when, because you need to let reality catch up. If you're already there on the spiritual and the mental plane, the physical plane will catch up and you will achieve it in the business, okay? But a lot of you are always asking if. You're saying if. And it's like, why are you saying if? You know? Why? Because you're in full control of making that amount of money. It shouldn't be a if, it should be when, because you're in control of that, right? And so you got to ask yourself, how would you in your desired reality look and think? And once you have this, once you're thinking like, okay, let's say your goal is 50K a month for now, right? For, let's say, Matt, 50K a month is the goal for you right now. What would a 50K a month Matt do? Would he be the one editing the videos? Probably not. Would he be the one doing the appointment setting? Probably not. What would he work on? He'd work on finding the right editor. He'd work on actually getting good at management, all of this type of stuff. So you see how if you take a step back and you're like, what would 50K a month version of me do? Suddenly all the inputs that you have are just much clearer in your head. You know what I mean? But we're just so stuck in the day-to-day operations that we think that doing more work is going to get us more result, but it doesn't. And so you need to gain trust within yourself. If you say that, hey, I'm a 100K a month business owner, but you're not at a 100K a month version yet. If you say that, you need to gain trust within yourself. And you need to establish your word as law. And, you know, you guys may be thinking, okay, Sue, on the outside, it seems great. Think like a 100K a month business owner. But I don't actually fucking believe it. You don't fucking believe it, right? And the reason why is because you haven't established your word as law. The moment something must be done, you fucking do it because the universe is watching. And there's a concept that states this, okay? The whole idea is the universe will track every time you don't follow through with something, and it notes down every instance. The term for this is ITFT, the inability to follow through. Every time you say in your mind that you're going to do something and you don't do it, you lose trust with yourself. And then suddenly when you say that, hey, I'm a 100K a month version of myself, of course you're not going to fucking believe in yourself. because everything that you do in your day-to-day, you don't actually do it. And so I like to say this all the time. The guys that are jacked as shit, the guys that are in the gym, they have a much higher chance of actually making 100K a month than a regular person. And the reason why is because they can show up to the gym every day. They can track their macros. They can do all this type of shit. They show up every single day, and when they say they're going to hit the gym four times a week and eat all their macros in one day, they actually do it. And so those guys, when they tell themselves that, hey, I'm a 100K a month version of me, they actually fucking believe it. The most successful dudes are always delusional. But they're not actually delusional. They just have so much trust with themselves because they never actually not follow through on something. That's the key point, okay? And the more inability to follow through you get, the less your mind trusts you. And so if you're not disciplined in every aspect of your life and you're telling yourself, oh, I'm a 100K a month version of myself. I'm a 100K a month business owner. How do you expect yourself to even believe in yourself? You don't. You don't believe in yourself. So what makes you think that you'll believe this lie that you're telling yourself, right? So the way that you carry yourself in your day-to-day is how much you believe in your own self and what you tell yourself, if that makes sense. And the opposite is also true, right? The universe will trust you less and it'll decrease your chance to achieve your desired outcome every time you say, hey, I'm going to wake up at 8 a.m. and then you wake up at 10 a.m. Every time you do that, you lose trust with yourself. And it's never about the actual thing that you're doing. It's just your subconscious and that you're actually like, oh, I'm actually not that trustworthy. You know what I mean? And so the opposite is the same as well. Each time you follow through on everything that you say, the universe and your mind will trust you more. And so when you say that you're going to wake up at 8 a.m. and you actually wake up at 8 a.m., when you say you're going to hit legs today and you actually hit legs, every time that happens, you build trust in your own mind. And now you can actually say, oh, I'm 100K a month version of myself. Because every time you tell yourself you do that thing, now you actually believe that you are a 100K a month version. So it's not actually delusion. It's just trust within yourself. Does that make sense? And so again, it's never about the task. Like, who gives a shit if you wake up at 8 a.m.? No one cares. It's about consciously directing yourself and building that trust every single day to be able to come to a point where it's like, okay, I am a 100K a month version of myself. And then that's when you get the clarity. So it's all about building that trust with yourself, okay? And it's the whole idea of like, you're undisciplined trying to discipline the universe. If you're undisciplined and you can't listen to yourself, what makes you think that you can operate the right way in business? You just won't. You won't, and you're just going to waste your time, okay? You can never control your reality until you can control yourself. And if you pay attention to the guys that are doing well, they're always the most disciplined. Always, okay? They're always the most disciplined. And again, you need to achieve self-mastery first before you try to achieve anything within the business. Because if you don't show up every single day the way that you're supposed to, you're not going to make 100K a month, I promise you. You're not going to make 100K a month, not because you're not smart, but because you just don't carry yourself the right way. You don't carry yourself the right way, all right? And so this level of clarity will give you the exact inputs you need to work on. And if you're showing up every day and you're saying, hey, I need to wake up at 8 a.m. every day. I need to go to bed at this time. I need to hit the gym this amount of times this week. I need to eat my macros. I need to show up to these group calls. And you have all of that alongside our one-on-one help. Why would you not have clarity on what to work on? And so now that you actually have the clarity, here's what you actually need to work on. You need to optimize your workflow. And a lot of you are doing a lot of busy work and a lot of hard work, but no work that's actually moving the needle forward in the business. And this is especially important if you've been stuck at the same point since the last mastermind or since the last few months, okay? You optimize your workflow. Too many of you are working too damn hard in the business with no leverage in anything you do. And you think to yourself, oh, I'm working 10-hour days, I'm doing all this, why am I not achieving the result? It's because there's no leverage. You know, Matt, I saw you, I'm going to call you out just because I like this is the best for you. I saw you staying up last night editing the video. Dude, there's an Indian out there that you can pay for $10 to just get the whole thing clipped up. But you spent 4 hours doing that, right? There's a person out there that could do it for way cheaper that is probably way better than you because he does that all day, but you haven't done that yet because you're stubborn. You're like, oh, I'm stuck in this 10K a month reality. I don't ever want to see you editing a video again. Not because it's, you know, not because it's bad, but it's because it's a waste of your time. And a 50K a month version of you wouldn't do that. They just wouldn't, okay? Because every time you spend, every amount of time that you spend on the business, doing a low leverage activity like editing, is time wasted to manage an editor or manage a setter. Because now that's more high leverage activities, right? And so even though you work harder, you're constantly stuck in the same spot if not regressing, right? And it's the whole idea of 10K a month business owner versus 100K a month business owner. The 10K a month business owner does everything in this business. He works 10-hour days. He does the sales calls, he does the appointment setting, does the editing, he does fucking everything. It's you right now, Matt. You're doing fucking everything. You're running the whole shit by yourself. And he's satisfied with how productive he is every day because technically he worked his ass off. He worked 10 hours today. He's happy. He feels productive. He gets dopamine. But he's disappointed with the results at the end of the month. So pay attention to this part. He's happy every day, but he's just disappointed at the end of the month. That's a lot of you right now because you're just not working on the right activities. I mean, Iman, you just went through this, right? Yeah. What was the main shift for you?
Yeah, so the biggest unlock for me in terms of like that the maths issue was just biting a bullet, honestly. There's no other way to put it. Like, you're going to have to accept the fact that you're going to see a short-term dip in terms of you take a profit in order to increase the size of the overall the pie, the overall business later down the line. So that was the biggest like friction for me. Like, I was on the full with Sui. I was like, I don't know how to scale. I don't think I want to say it because, you know, I was afraid of that temporary dip in my revenue. And I did see that temporary dip in my taker. It's a bit of a hit to the guitar. But then, like, now heading into all this one track, 50K, right? And I want that it's going to be booked to take on. It's the biggest mark yet. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, if you wanna scale, you're gonna have to bite the bullet, start working on those high level objectives.
Yeah, and the thing is, he did that in 2 months. You did that in 2 months, right? Like, and you're naturally gonna take a hit in revenue, but no one's willing to take that hit because you're so used to doing it that it's like you lose yourself in the process because you're like, fuck. I just feel like shit now because I don't feel like I'm doing anything. But that's when you have to learn to disassociate your dopamine and what makes you feel good with the things that you're doing. Now, what should feel better is working less time. I only work 5-hour days. And I promise you, you can ask Alec, you can ask all the dudes that are doing 100K a month. We work less than we ever did, right? Because we have team members in place. And my dopamine is not associated with how much work I do. It's associated with how much work my team does. Because that's what generates the result, okay? And so you need to be happy with working 5-hour days and disassociate your mind with dopamine that is done doing low leverage tasks. Every single one of you should never edit a video. And I say this with a passion because there's someone out there that you can pay for $5 to $10 that does this for a living. They're gonna be fucking better than you. Why are you doing that? You know what I mean? Like, why? You could be spending that time getting better at managing, getting better at leading, getting better at getting more insights, more data, understanding trends and stuff. But you're sitting there editing a video and piecing it up. No. You know what I mean? So that's what I mean. The 100K a month version of you focuses on building systems, managing sales reps, learning from others, marketing his offer. And he doesn't do a lot every single day, but he's happy with the results at the end of the month. So it's the opposite. This guy's happy every day, but he's sad at the end of the month. That guy is not happy, like kind of sad every day because he feels like he's not doing too much, but he's happy at the end of the month. So it's the whole law of disassociation, and you have to unlearn what got you to 30 to 50K a month if you want to get 100K a month. And so now the question is, okay, why does a 100K a month business owner work way less but make way more? Again, he works on high leverage activities, and he doesn't associate his hours worked with success and dopamine. That is the main thing. And so you got to stop being the bottleneck in your own business because you got to think of yourself as corporate. And that's what Andrew was talking about this just now. Andrew came from a corporate background, and that helped you with kind of structuring your business and doing what you got to do, right?
Just be more professional too.
Yeah. So that helped Andrew a lot. And the reason why is because you got to look at your business as a full-on company. Don't look at it as like a side hustle. Look at it as a company. Like, you are your best employee. If your best employee is doing these things, you know, doing the appointment setting, doing the editing, what the fuck is the business going to come to? You know, it's not going to go to shit. And so what would you want yourself to do? You got to ask yourself that question. And it's the 80-20 principle. There's 20% of the activities that you do in your day-to-day operations that will drive 80% of the results. And so this is, I'll give you guys some examples. Managing the sales team, building out VSLs, filming better content. These are all examples of things that you could do to get more results with less effort. But a lot of you are doing 80% of the activities to drive 20% of the results, which is why you're stuck at 10 to 20K a month. I can tell you after working with 100 clients, the guys that work the hardest are always stuck at 10K. Always, because they do 80% of the work that leads to no fucking results. They're focused on solving too many problems. But solving too many problems does not lead to too much growth in the business. It just doesn't, okay? And so what you got to do is you got to identify your unique genius, your zone of genius versus everything else. If you're crazy good at content, double down on that shit. And if you're not, you got to get good, because that's the highest lever you can pull. I've said this over and over again, right? And how can you get talent to just do what you don't want to do? So if you don't like the appointment setting, okay, Alex is a setter manager, right? Teddy is a setter manager. He's going to be coming and shit. How can you work with them to be able to just focus on what you got to do? That's what you guys got to think about. And so focus on what you're good at that nobody else can do. And then after you're doing that, you can hire people around you to do what you don't want to do, which everything can be outsourced. You just can't outsource content. That's the one thing. And so it's easy to say that, I'm a 100K a month business owner, but deep down, a lot of you are going to say it in your mind, but you're not actually going to believe it. And the reason why is because you haven't controlled your full mind. There's a mind where we say, okay, I'm a 100K a month business owner. But in the back of our head, someone's telling us, or it feels like there's a voice saying like, hey, you're not a 100K a month business owner. You're not. And that's the subconscious. And so the fourth truth that I had to realize is I had to control my subconscious. I had to control not just what I was telling myself, but what the voice in the back of my head was telling me. And everyone has this, okay? You need to control not just your actions, but your subconscious. And if you don't believe in yourself, you won't achieve your desired reality, like I said. And the easiest way to actually control your subconscious is to be at your slowest brainwave. The brainwaves, if you guys don't know, are the door to the subconscious and the ability to truly believe in something, okay? So there's 4 main frequencies and 4 main brave waves. There's beta waves, which is associated with being awake, and this is where 99% of you are at every single day. You guys are in the standard mode of operation in day-to-day life, and this is basically the highest frequency in your brain. There's alpha waves, which are associated with relaxed and meditative state, and this is a state before drowsiness. And so this is like the meditation, the lucid awareness, all that type of shit. There's theta waves, which is deep meditation and pure zen. And then there's delta waves, which are associated with deep sleep. Now, why do I bring all of this up? I bring all of this up because the slower the brain waves you have, the closer you can alter your subconscious mind. And this subconscious mind, again, is the voice in the back of your head that's telling you, hey, I'm not a 100K a month business owner. It's the voice that's telling you to bring yourself back down to reality. That's not what you want to do. The slow trains are your only entry to the subconscious mind. And a lot of you are trying to change your subconscious in the day-to-day operations, in your day-to-day workflow. And the reason why you can never change that is because you're just so active. You're always doing something and you're never relaxed. Okay? And so a lot of you are trying to change your subconscious while you're at your highest brainwave, and that's why you never catch it, right? You're trying to catch the fast train, and that's why you can never change your subconscious. You're always stuck as, oh, I only make 10K a month. I'm a 10K a month business owner. That's how you guys are stuck. And so these are the people who rarely relax. The people who are always relaxed always produce alpha waves and theta waves. And this is the state that you want to be in. And all attempts to reach your goals seem effortless. If you look at the top performing dudes in every aspect of life, it seems like they don't even try. It just kind of comes to them. It always comes to them. And it's because they're the most calm people. Whenever they tell themselves something, they truly believe it because they can control their subconscious. And it's easier for a boat to sail on calm waters than it is to sail on stormy waters, where the waves are just crashing and shit. And so the reason why I have this analogy is because every single one of you is sailing a boat. Different people have different frequencies. The people that are more calm, it's easier for us to set sail and get to where we want to be because everything is just chill. It's relaxed. We don't have to fight against the wave. But when you're in your day-to-day operations and you're always busy and you attach yourself with just dopamine from doing shit, what happens is all the waves are all fucked up. And when you try to hit your goals, you're always going to get pushed back, which is why some of you have regressed. So now the question becomes, how do we actually relax and lower our brain waves? Okay, it's daily inputs. And what I like to do is I like to block out 1 hour a week to sit and think. I don't do anything. I don't bring my phone out. I like to go to a park or I like to go for a drive, whatever it is. I don't have my phone. I just have my notebook. And what I'm doing is I'm just sitting down and I'm thinking. And I'm not, trying to just brainstorm or whatever. No, I'm just sitting down and just being relaxed. And what that's doing is just allowing me to gain control of my subconscious because now I'm at a lower brain frequency, a lower brain wave. Okay. Another huge one is meditation. I have basically meditated every single day for the last 243 days. It's the August 15th. I've meditated every single day this whole year. And if you guys look back at my progress, Alex can kind of attest to it. I've made the most amount of progress this year in these last 8 months. I've changed my life completely these last 8 months compared to the last, I've been in business, 3-4 years. Compared to the last 2 years alone, this 1 year of progress changed everything for me. And I would associate, I think genuinely like 70 to 80% of my success with meditation, because that allowed me to be in full control of my mind and understand how to control my subconscious. And the reason why it works so well is because the ego is addicted to stimulation. And what you're going to realize is that the ego will rebel during meditation. You will feel the urge to itch or think about something or think about how hectic your day was. But every time that comes, you need to train your mind to be able to control that and not actually think about that thing and just let it pass by as a thought. And the moment that you guys can do that, you are in full control of your fucking mind. And when you tell yourself, I'm 100K a month version of myself, you actually believe it. The reason why some of you say it and it doesn't fucking work is because you don't fully control fully control your brain. You don't control all your thoughts, right? And so you just need to resist and practice stillness, and you need to meditate. What I recommend is 10 minutes before you go to bed and 10 minutes right after you wake up. It sets the tone and it keeps you relaxed for the rest of the day, and then it allows you to just kind of decompress right before you sleep and have a good night's sleep. That's what I'd recommend, okay? And when you do this, you'll understand that, damn, I just can think so much clearer, because a lot of your thoughts right now are just all fucked up in your head. They're all jumbled around, and that's why you can't scale, okay? You control yourself once you control your ego. That's the main thing with meditation. And with meditation, if you do this every single day, what it will do is it will compound, and you'll get better at controlling your thoughts, your negative emotions, the voice in the back of your head. That's the most important thing. Everyone faces it, but it's how you react to it. That's the main thing, okay? And so what I would do for you guys, set a timer for 10 minutes and literally focus on your breathing. Don't even think about anything but your meditation, and just letting yourself just sit there and not think about the things that come up in your head, but just practice breathing. And I promise you, you're going to have so much more clarity in your day-to-day operations, and you're going to actually believe everything you put your mind to, especially if you couple that with listening to yourself on a day-to-day basis and actually doing what you say you're going to do, all right? So another thing is, this is like the last point, you guys think that achieving your desired reality will give you the peace, the inner calm, the bliss. Conversely, if you already have the peace, the inner calm, and the bliss, you will have your desired reality. The reason why you're not at where you want to be is because you feel like achieving this thing is going to change your life dramatically, but it's not. Your life is going to be the fucking same. You're going to drive the same car. You're going to have the same life. You're going to have the same workflow. Maybe you change locations or whatever, but for the majority of your life, it's all going to stay the same. And so why are you thinking in your head that you don't have all these three things? Every single one of you does 5 figures a month. Every single one of you. You are better than 80 to 90% of the population. But why do we think that achieving 100K a month will give us this stuff? It won't. And so the moment that you realize that, and the moment that you have these three things first, you will show the universe that, hey, I already have this. I'm already content with where I am. And that's when you get what you want, okay? That's when you truly get what you want. And so your desired reality will make you feel fulfilled, relaxed, and satisfied. You think that. But what that shows is that you're lacking those qualities to begin with. And you're signaling the opposite to the universe. You're signaling that, hey, I'm not worthy of 100K a month. But when you're fulfilled and you're calm and you have inner peace, you're showing the universe that, hey, I can handle 100K a month business. Because it's all internal. It's what you do internally that shows externally in your business. And so 100K a month, or however much you guys are making in your business, it's not a reflection of what you do. It's a reflection of your internal and how satisfied and how content you are. Because I promise you, once you get content with every situation that you're in, you will make more fucking money, okay? And again, if you think that 100K a month is so out of reach and that once you achieve it, you'll be happy, what you're telling the universe is that you're unfulfilled, you're empty, you're dissatisfied. And it reflects in your current situation, which is why you're stuck where you are and you can never scale. And so you need to feel fulfilled, satisfied, calm, and relaxed without your desired reality, even if you're far from it, to be able to actually achieve it. So that was basically the end of the presentation. That's perfect. A few actionable items that I want you guys to focus on is I want you guys to meditate for 10 minutes every single day, at least on this retreat. 10 minutes every single day, and hold each other accountable, because I promise you, doing that alone changed everything, and it made me just more calm. The second thing is block out an hour to think. So on the yacht tomorrow, when we go on the yacht, I want to have a session or like a 1 hour period where literally we all put our phones together and we just sit down and think. And I'll give you guys all notebooks or something to write your thoughts on. And what you're going to realize is that you're so much more calm and so much more at peace. And you guys are going to realize how messed up your mind is because you can never actually sit still. A lot of you are going to fucking crash out on that yacht because you're going to be like, fuck, I can't do anything. But that's what you guys got to do because you got to be in control of your mind. You're so stimulated to where you always have to do something, but you're doing the wrong things every single day, which is why you're stuck, okay? And that's the second thing. I want you to understand the whole idea of ITFT, inability to follow through. When you say something, actually fucking do it. Actually, don't bullshit yourself. If you say you're going to wake up at 10 a.m. or 8 a.m., actually wake up at that time. If you say you're going to hit the gym or you say you're going to hit your macros, actually do that shit because you build more trust of yourself. And the fourth one is just learn to be more calm and fulfilled, okay? If you can slow your brainwaves down, that's going to build all the trust in the world and you guys are going to be in a much better spot. All right, cool. All right, guys, let's go surf. My name is Sui, I'm 20 years old, and this year alone, my consulting business is going to generate over $1 million cash collected in revenue. And you probably think that I'm doing this full time. I'm working 10 to 12 hour days, and I don't really have a life outside of business because I'm doing all of this, at a young age. But the truth is, I work 4 to 5 hours a day. I'm balancing university. I play D1 basketball in London, and I actually have a social life while balancing this $1 million per year business. I've been able to make a ridiculous amount of money while working the least amount of hours possible. And today I want to show you exactly how I structure my days to be able to manage university, basketball, a social life, and $1 million per year coaching business. I'm going to show you my daily workflow and what I do from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to bed, how I've been able to gain more leverage for my business and get the most output for what I put in, and how I've been able to build a business by design and actually love what I do every single day. Now, the problem you're facing right now is that you're running in circles. You're working long hours, trying to move the needle in your business, but you're just stuck at the same spot. And the reason why is because you don't understand what leverage is and you don't understand how to structure your days as a founder. What you spend your time on every single day dictates how much money you make. And if I can spend 4 to 5 hours a day, go to university and do all these different things and make $150,000 every single month, then I know something that you don't. Is the concept of leverage, and we're going to cover that in this video because just this month alone, I'm going to show you some numbers so you guys can transparently know everything that we're doing. This month alone, we generated over $46,000 cash collected, over $56,000 in revenue, and look at the hours worked. It's around 4 to 7 hours. It's not 10 to 14 hour days that you'd expect in a $150K a month business. With this run rate, we've made money basically every single day. And we're probably going to do over 150 to 200K cash collected this month alone. And I'm showing you this not to brag, but to show you that the amount of work you put in does not necessarily lead to the amount of output that you get. And you need to stop thinking that working harder will get you the result, because it won't. You're going to end up building a business that you hate because that relies on way too much work that you just can't sustain. And this reminds me of the time when I was in 2023. I was depressed out of my mind. I was working 14-hour days and I was only making 10K a month. And I was just brute forcing my way through business. And I kept on doing the same things and thinking, okay, if I can make 10K a month with this amount of work, if I just double it, then I'll do 20K. And, I fluctuated, but I was never able to sustain that because what I did was I built a hamster wheel for myself. I built a hamster wheel where I couldn't get off and I had to do the work in order to sustain that amount of revenue. And I just had to work those long hours. And that is not sustainable, right? Now I've been able to just build systems in my business and understand different workflows that allow me to get the most output for what I put in so that I can actually live a life that is enjoyable and actually just be a guy that's in my 20s and not just work all day, right? Now, the first thing that I want you to understand is that there's two different types of workflows. And as a founder, you need to wear two different caps in the business. It's the manager and the leader. Right? We're going to go over the manager first because this is the most simple to understand. As a manager, your time is your currency. And so your time is best used talking to different people in your business, making sure that stuff gets done, and just making sure that everything is in the right place as a manager so that you can actually get the most output for what you put in. And so this means talking to different people, hopping on calls, and the goal is to use up all your slots in this day so that you maximize the amount of time you have. And if it's a full day worth of calls, then it's a great day. The manager's goal is to hop on calls, communicate with the team, make sure that everyone is doing what they need to, hold people accountable, and do what needs to get done, right? That is the manager's role. The manager's workflow is just a stacked up Google Calendar where there's things to do basically every single hour of the day. And it's just a ton of calls and a bunch of work in the business and not much on the business. And that leads me to my second one, which is the leader. Putting on the leader cap is probably the highest ROI for entrepreneurs. And this is the deep work, right? This is the deep work where you get a lot of shit done. It's not necessarily urgent, but it's incredibly important for the longevity of the business. And what this does is it drives the ball forward in the long term and it moves the needle forward. And this workflow is just an empty calendar where there's no calls and it's just you and your laptop and just a fat to-do list and a bunch of shit to get done. That is the leader workflow, right? And a meeting in the middle of this 4-hour block just kills all momentum because you have to structure your entire day around it. So what I need you to understand is that you have to be a manager and a leader. And if you want to be a manager and a leader, you can't switch between the two within a day. You have to choose which days you want to be a manager and which days you want to be a leader, right? So I'm going to show you my Google Calendar real quick. This is what it looks like. In the month of July, we're only 8 days in. We've collected over $46,000 cash collected. And as you can see, I only take calls on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, those are my leader work blocks. Those are the times where I don't have any calls. I don't have to, stress about calling anybody. I can just get shit done, work on the things I need to get done. But then on my Monday, Wednesday, and Friday days, that's where I stack calls back to back to back to back. And I just, hop on calls that I need to hop on, dial in the team, and do what I got to do, right? You as a business owner, you have to understand that where you put your time towards is going to lead to how much money you make. And the moment that you cross the two, you kill all momentum, right? If I stack calls back to back to back, I can rip 10 calls back to back to back. But if I have, a huge empty calendar and then one call in the middle, that just kills all momentum because now I'm structuring my entire day around that call. So the first thing that you can do as a founder is block out days for being a manager and block out days for being a leader, right? And understand the different workflows. So for a manager workflow, what I like to do is I like to wake up at 9 a.m. I do deep work for 2 hours, so I'm always having a bit of leader time where I'm doing deep work on the business, getting the ball moving forward, and then I'm handling fires, doing breakfast, and then from 1 to 7 p.m., I am just stacked with calls back to back to back, and I tell my appointment setters, I tell my team, don't let me breathe. Let me just hop on calls back to back to back. Don't even give me time to, sit and think and all that stuff because that's time wasted. I just want to get the ball going and just stack my calendar as much as I can. And then 7 p.m. onwards, I don't take any calls. So I have huge slots open from 1 to 7 p.m. to get as much work done as possible. All right. And then on days where I want to do deep work and I want to be a leader, this is what I do. For 9 to 11 a.m., it's basically the same thing. And all the way up to here is the only difference is what I do from 1 to 7 p.m., right? So I hit the gym, I do basketball, all that type of stuff. I get my cardio in. I have deep work session from 1 to 7 p.m. So 1 to 3 p.m. is my first block, 3:30 to 5 p.m. is my second block, and then 5:30 to 7 p.m. is my third block. And this is where I get the most amount of shit done. This is where I'm maybe filming a YouTube video. This is where I'm actually, writing copy for a new VSL or writing up a new Instagram video or creating things, just making shit in the business that I need to do to move the ball forward. And you need to separate your days so that you know which hat to put on. The moment that you understand that you have to switch between the two workflows and you can't mix the both together, that's when you get the most amount done. Because truthfully, I don't actually like taking a ton of calls. I really don't. But if I can stack them back to back to back and then just get them done over with in one shot, instead of kind of spreading them in throughout my week and throughout my day and just kind of catering my workflow towards these calls, I can get a lot more done when I just have days where I don't have calls and I have a deep work session that looks like this and just get a shit ton of stuff done. So now that we understand the two workflows, I want to go over how we actually gain more leverage in the business. And this is the shit you came for, right? If you understand the two workflows, but you don't know how to gain more leverage, there's no point of having all that time to actually work on the business because you're just not working on the right things. So how do you get more output for less input? That's what we're going to cover. Now, the key point that I want to drive across is that $10,000 a month business owners focus on doing more, while $100K a month business owners focus on doing less. All right. So I'm going to have this whole comparison of John. This is me when I was like 13, and Javante, this is me now smoking that cigar, $150K a month. Javante, doing this thing. So I'm going to compare and contrast, and you're going to see the huge difference in why Javante makes way more money than this John guy, right? So John basically does everything in his business. He works 10-hour days. He does everything. I'm talking sales calls, the appointment setting, content ideation, the scripting, the editing, the posting. And what he does is he's occupying his days with busy work, but not a lot of leverage work. And so what happens is he's satisfied with how productive he is every single day, but he's disappointed with the results at the end of the month. And the key thing here is John ties his dopamine and his satisfaction with the amount of work he does every day. And that is the worst thing you can do as a founder, as an entrepreneur. You need to detach your dopamine from the amount of work you do every single day, because it does not correlate to how much success you make as a business owner. Javante, on the other hand, does only high leverage tasks. He works 5-hour days, and he doesn't actually do everything in the business. He focuses on building systems, managing the sales reps, learning from others, marketing his offer, and putting people in the right places so that they can do the low leverage tasks that he doesn't need to do, right? He doesn't do a lot, but he's extremely happy with the results at the end of the month. And you need to ask yourself, okay, on paper, John should be making more. I mean, he's working double the amount, he's doing more, he's doing everything and all that type of stuff. But why does Javante work way less but make way more? He works on high leverage activities, and he doesn't associate his hours worked with success and dopamine. And so you got to stop being the bottleneck in your own business, because the truth is, you're the founder, right? You're the most important employee in your business. You need to ask yourself, if I'm the most important employee in my business, what do I want myself to do? Do I want myself to be editing videos on CapCut and talking to people in the DMs and appointment setting and typing messages? Or do I want myself to save that time and work on better content, work on managing a better team, finding better talent, building the right systems, working on SOPs, and all this type of stuff that will lead to a more scalable business, right? You need to be hypercritical about the tasks you do every single day, and really be hypercritical at your to-do list and ask yourself, are these things even worth doing? Or can I outsource them? Train that person on how to do it as good as me, if not better, and get them to do that so I can save time and put my time elsewhere. Because your time as a founder is the most important thing you have to prioritize and you have to protect, all right? And so it's the whole idea of the 80-20 principle. Which 20% of activities drive 80% of the results? Because that's what it is. A lot of times we think that we have to do so much in the business and we have to do so much in order to make this amount of money. And I can tell you from personal experience, you know, in the last 7-8 days, we've made 50K already, 46K. We're going to do 200 this month. I'm working the least amount of hours, because all I've done is I've just been able to outsource all the things that are low leverage and that I don't really want to do. I can spend 20-30 minutes a day and film a YouTube video where thousands of people are watching, and that is what drives results. Instead of me sitting in the DMs and editing and doing this and doing that and just trying to do everything at the same time, instead of just getting better at my craft and focusing on the high leverage activities, okay? So what you need to do is you need to identify your zone of genius and put that against everything else. You need to ask yourself, okay, what are you good at that nobody else can do? And what I want you to do is I want you to focus on doing that specific thing and hiring people around you to do what can be outsourced. The key to 100K a month is not by doing more, it's by doing less and putting talent around you to be able to handle that portion of the business so you don't have to touch it, so you can work on your zone of genius, right? I realize that my zone of genius is client fulfillment and content. These are the two things that I'm best at. So if I can just only do these two things and not have to worry about sales, just manage a sales team and put people in the right places and create SOPs in place and learn from the right people, then I'm going to scale this business to 200, 300, 400K a month. And don't be surprised when I do that while balancing university when I go back, because I've set up systems in the right place where my time is not associated with how much money I make. I've intentionally designed my business, right? So your first 3 critical hires, if you want to scale, is a editor. If you're still editing your content, I really don't know what to tell you. It is the most low leverage thing you can do, and you can find any Indian on the street. Gosh, I shouldn't have said that. You can find a very, very talented Indian editor that would accept your offer for $10 a video, and you can save hours on end, right? You can hire a setter for 5% commission base, and you can hire a VA where you can pay $10 an hour. And these three hires alone can save you dozens of hours a week, and you don't realize it yet because you're trying to do everything in the business. Do you understand how frustrating it is for me? Because I deal with clients all the time where they come in and I ask them, why are you working 10 to 12 hour days? And they tell me what they're working on. And I'm like, these 3 hires alone could change your entire life. Could change your entire life, and it can build you a business that you can actually enjoy. All right. So please, 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 if you're still editing your own videos, find an editor, right? If you're still doing appointment setting and you have a decent amount of lead flow, you have a few thousand followers, please get a setter. And if you're doing low leverage tasks that can be outsourced by a VA for $5 to $10 an hour, please get a VA, you know, and it's a win-win because these VAs, these editors and everything, they find joy in doing that, right? They're all professionals at one thing only, and they spend all day editing. So they're probably going to be better than you at that anyways. And they're getting paid good when you convert it into their currency. So it's a win-win. Once you make these 3 hires, you're going to build a business that you really enjoy. Now, I'm going to take it a step further and show you how to actually build a business by design and how I've been able to really just live my dream life, because I'm going to the beach, I'm enjoying myself in Malaysia, I'm playing sports, I'm hanging out with friends, I'm working 5-hour days, and I'm really, really just having fun with everything. I've never been this happy, and it wasn't always like this, right? I've had those days where I was working 10-hour days and stuck at this revenue cap, and I couldn't move past it because I didn't build a business that I want. You can have an understanding of the different workflows and gain leverage in the business, but if you don't actually enjoy the business that you're running, you're never going to find true fulfillment. And that's what I want to cover in this. You need to ask yourself these 3 questions. What do you like doing? What do you not like doing? And what would you do if money was not a factor? Answering these 3 questions will allow you to build a business of your dreams. And pause this video right now and actually answer these 3 questions. Like I said, it's not going to be a Sue video if there's no actionable steps. So actually pause this video and answer those 3 questions. And ask yourself, okay, what do you actually like doing? What do you not like doing? And what would you do if money wasn't involved with anything? Because that's what leads to your own happiness, and everybody is different, okay? And this is how you're going to intentionally design your business. So for me, I didn't like calls. I just don't like hopping on calls, especially trying to sell something, because I'm like, dude, hold on. Oh, my throat, bro. I'm providing too much sauce, man. What the heck? So for me personally, the thing that I didn't like the most was I didn't like actually taking calls. So all I did was I created 3 days for calls where I have a 4-hour work block, and I only blocked off time to do calls in this session right here and in this session right here, right? And I stacked it back to back to back to back, so I just get it over with one shot, and I don't have to like kind of think about structuring my whole day around those calls. I can just knock them all out at once and be good to go. And I only give my clients and my prospects and everyone that wants to talk to me a 4-hour time slot to book every single day. And that means that it's compressed. I can get it done in the shortest amount of time possible, and it's perfect for me. All right. I also didn't like solving beginner problems. So guess what? I'm only working with coaches at 3 to 10K a month, right? I'm intentionally choosing the type of prospect that I want to work with because I'm not trying to solve your mindset issues. I don't want to work with a pure beginner and talk about basic level concepts. I want to cover strategy. I want to cover, high level stuff. And if you're not at 3K a month or 10K a month yet, and you're stuck at 0, then a lot of the times you're just going to be facing a lot of mental issues, a lot of mindset issues. And you can go solve that yourself with the free videos and everything, right? Come to me when you're actually competent, and then we can scale you to the next level. And that's what I really enjoy. So I picked and choose the type of clients I wanted to enroll. And also, I didn't like actually solving specific problems that could be solved by other people. So what I did was I hired different people. I hired 5 different coaches, 5 different experts in my program. Again, it ties back to what I want. I only want to cover high-level mastermind stuff. I want to cover high-level strategy. I want to cover high-level thinking and all these type of things that makes my clients tens of thousands of dollars. So when it comes to the back-end systems, I'm going to have Fossey, my back-end guy, help with that. When it comes to actually managing your appointment setter, I can teach you that, but I'm going to have my guy help you with that. When it comes to just overall, accountability, I'm going to have my Jacob guy help you with that. When it comes to content, Josh is helping with that part, but I'm also very involved. When it comes to appointment setting for your setter, I don't want to answer that. I'm going to have Teddy answer that, right? So we have an expert for every single problem that you face in the business. And when you want high-level problems to be solved by me, that's what I'm going to do. My time is not used solving problems that can be solved by other people. My time is solving high-level strategies that I can give you and you can go use to make that tens of thousands of dollars. I'm giving you the blueprint and what I would do in your position to make that. So I tell you what to do. I tell you who to reach out to in my coaching program. And all you do is go to them for specific problems. And then you come back and then I tell you new action steps and we take it from there. And so do you see how I'm not solving every single problem for my client? I just point them in the right direction. I tell them what to do. I tell them to go to this expert that I put in place for you. And you go and solve it. That's what it's all about. That's how you build a business that you actually love. Because imagine if I'm trying to solve the problems for my clients, it just doesn't make sense, right? You have to be intentional. The third thing is, I didn't like chasing new clients. So what I did was I built up MRR on the back end. I'm going to zoom in here. These are the payment plans for July. Guys, we have $80,600 cash collected that is guaranteed in the month of July. I don't need your money. I don't need to sign clients. And when you have this type of MRR on the back end, you don't move with that stress and that urgency that, you know, you would if you had that scarcity mindset or if you had no money coming in, right? I know if I don't sign a single client today, I'm going to end up at 120K because 80 plus 46, I'm Asian, you know, 126. I'm going to have food to eat. I'm going to take home probably 100K in profit. Life is good. You know what I mean? Like life is genuinely good. And when you have that MRR on the back end, you move with a different type of energy because you don't need your clients. Not in that kind of way, but you don't need them. They need you. And when you have that energy, more money comes to you. It's the law of attraction. It's the principle of law of attraction. It's the same thing with girls, right? If you don't need girls, they'll come to you. But the moment that you actually start getting thirsty for them, that's when they'll all run away from you, right? It's the same thing. The more you don't need something, the more that thing is going to come to you. The more you want something, the more it's going to run away from you. It's the law of attraction. And if you haven't read about it yet, you need to read about it. And so as a online consulting business owner and as a founder, you need to have MR on the back end to be able to have that peace of mind and say that, hey, I don't need this, but it'll be nice to have it. And that's when you move with the right intentions. That's when you move with the right strategy. That's when you do the right things and you present yourself the right way. You're not coming across as someone that's desperate because you know that sleazy salesman or that sleazy friend that is just so thirsty for those girls and, you know, he can't get any. You don't want to be that guy in business. It's the same analogy. You have to have MRR coming on the back end and really have an abundance mindset instead of a scarcity mindset. Well, I really had a whole analogy about girls and everything in a business video. This does not make sense. And so I also didn't like chasing new clients, and that's why I dialed in the middle of funnel. I created content that nobody else could copy, and that's when I had my videos pop off. 9.1K. This one's at 15K now, actually. 2.4K, 15K views, 3.8K. And now I'm just providing a strong middle of funnel where people are just so bought into who I am and what I do as a person and as a business owner. And they want to work with me because they know that I'm an expert at my craft and I'm the best at what I do. There's no one better than me, right? And so instead of me having to chase new clients, my YouTube is a client machine, right? People watch videos like this. They like me for who I am. They like the way I teach. They like the way that I'm being direct. And they just want my one-on-one time or community that I built, right? And that's when they come to me. And so I don't have to sound these calls. My closer doesn't have to close on these calls. These people are just warm and they're ready to buy. And part of the reason why is because we have that MRR on the back end and we have such a dialed in funnel where we're not chasing clients because we don't need the clients as much as they need us. That is the key point. And you'll only be able to build your dream business when you answer those 3 questions. So if you haven't answered those 3 questions yet, please answer them. I promise you, you're going to make your life so much easier because business is just going to be so much more fun. All right. And what this allows you to do is it allows you to scale into pleasure. This is me and my boys. George, my setter, Jacob, my CSM, and my closer. I love these guys to death. We were in London the other day. And the time where we spent like 1 week together, we made probably like $80,000 cash collected, which was insane. And then, you know, me and my clients, Josh, damn, bro, what is he eating? It can't be that good, bro. Alec, my boy, just hit 80K. Josh is at 50K a month. Matthew is my guy as well, best friend from university. He's ripping 10K a month. We were in Dubai, mastermind, and I can just live a lifestyle where I don't have to work. I can travel. I can hang out with friends. I can do what I want and all this type of stuff, right? This is me on a boat, all that type of stuff. Me in Switzerland skiing with the boys. I fell down here, but we're not going to talk about that. But that's what it's all about, man. It's not actually about how much you make. It's about doing what you want to do in life and actually enjoying what you do every single day, building a business that doesn't rely on you having to work every single day, and building systems so you can actually generate clients consistently. If you want help with this entire process, feel free to actually check out the link in bio. Again, we don't need clients. We don't need your money. So we're only going to actually, you know, accept your call if you want to hop on a call with us once we actually think it's a good fit. If you want help with this entire process, then feel free to just check out the link in the description. It's a short video that shows you who it's for, how we help and everything. And again, you know, we're in a position where I can say we can kind of pick and choose who we work with. And if it's a good fit, then great. You know, we're going to work together. We're going to make you a lot of money. If it's not, then we're just going to point you in the right direction and you're going to have a ton of clarity on what you need to work on. But regardless, we don't need your money. And I provide these videos simply to build my brand and to provide as much free value to you as possible. Realistically, you could make 10K a month with all the free content I put out there. And, you know, once you're making that much, I want to scale you to 50 to 100. All right. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I hope you guys understand how I've been able to actually just run $1 million per year business, balance university, play basketball, have a social life, and really just have fun in life because what point is what's the point of running a business if you're working all day, right? There really is no point. So I hope this video provided you clarity and a different perspective on how you can actually structure your workflow to get the most out of what you put in. Hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. Yes, sir. All right, boys. Welcome back to the videos. My name is Sue, 18 years old, skill info products, coaches for a living, and I'm very, very excited to share what I have built out for you guys here. In this video, I'm going to be going over how to actually create an irresistible offer that people will pay $5,000 for, and how to actually structure it, how to actually fulfill so that you're not selling a trash program, and how to just be really good at coaching. All right, we'll be going through all that. And for some context, I'm not wearing a hoodie because I'm trying to look cool or anything. My hair is just so bad today. Like, it looks like a wig, it looks like a mop. So I'm wearing the hoodie today, and let's get right into it. So, how to create an irresistible offer that people will pay $5,000 for. We're gonna go through 4 different pillars: perceived likelihood of achievement, product market fit, bonus guarantees, and a support and community. All right, we're going through all of these and basically explaining everything step by step. To give you a quick rundown on how this is gonna go, we're gonna go through the perceived likelihood, you're going through the equation, done for you aspects, social proof, quick and fast, and then the product market fit, market research, leverage pain points, sales assets, making it one of one. And then after that is the bonuses and guarantees, and then the video modules, brotherhood, and overall support. So, gonna be a much shorter video than usual, but it's gonna be value packed as always, okay? So let's go ahead and start off with perceived likelihood of achievement. You may be wondering, what is perceived likelihood of achievement? That is the idea of how likely someone thinks they are to be able to achieve some goal. Let's say I'm dunking. The perceived likelihood of me dunking is very high because I'm 6'2", I'm tall, I got strong legs, and I play basketball, right? The perceived likelihood of me doing that is very, very high. But if, we're talking about someone like Yusuf, who's a bit shorter and, is not as athletic, his perceived likelihood of dunking is much lower. And so from his mind, he's not really willing to invest a ton because he doesn't think that he can do it no matter how much he trains. But for me, I believe that I can do it because my perceived likelihood of achievement is higher because of different variables. Yusuf, I'm kidding, I love you, you're my boy, all right? But the equation is very, very simple. Dream outcome, okay? Dream outcome is, what someone wants. So it could be 5K a month, it could be 10K a month, it could be a shredded physique, it could be anything. And the perceived likelihood of achievement is how likely they think they are to achieve that goal, okay? Time delay is the amount of time it takes to get there. So maybe it's 90 days, maybe it's 120 days, who knows? And then the effort and sacrifice. So how much effort do they actually have to put towards this goal to actually achieve it? Do they have to sacrifice a lot? The less sacrifice it is, the better. And so the more you can increase the dream outcome and the perceived likelihood of achievement, the more likely that you're gonna increase the value. Now, the more they can decrease the time delay and the effort and sacrifice, the more likely it's gonna go up in value as well. So you wanna increase the dream outcome and perceived likelihood of achievement while decreasing the time delay and effort and sacrifice. And you can do these through the following steps I'm about to show you. So to increase the perceived likelihood of achievement, we can do one thing in our offer, and that's to provide done for you aspects. So I want you to leverage the build and release model, and it's essentially value that can be given with zero effort on your end. And what this does is, because half of the program is already done for you, there's a significant increase in the perceived likelihood of achievement. So, for example, for my offer, right, I'm helping coaches scale up. I basically list down every single failure scenario that they have, and I provide a solution to avoid failure, and half of it is done for you. Literally half of it is done for you, and I give you all the systems, I give you everything, you just kind of have to implement it. That's the done with you portion, and a few consulting ones, it's like consulting on the offer, right? So I have an insane amount of done for you for the service that I'm providing, for the price that I'm providing, and the perceived likelihood of someone looking at my program and saying, hey, I think I can scale up, I think this is what can get me to 50K a month, is way higher because I have so many done for you aspects. They feel like they have to do less work, and in reality, they don't really have much to do because I'm doing half of the work for them. They just have to fill out some stuff, actually use the frameworks that we give them and hire accordingly, So that is what perceived likelihood achievement is all about. Being able to provide done for you services to actually increase the likelihood of them achieving something, okay? Social proof, I want you guys to leverage this like crazy. If you look at my story right now, I actually posted like a crazy, really, really good client result. And you need to leverage these client results in order to actually build trust, okay? Now, if your prospects actually see that you've helped 10, 20 guys achieve 20, 30K a month, and you're selling something that can help them get to that point, then they're gonna say like, okay, the dream outcome is actually realistic. The perceived likelihood of success is actually higher. right? So I'm gonna invest in this guy. And the way to actually get that is to actually really have a good service. I kid you not, I've had so many opportunities to work with coaches that, you know, wanted to pay me 5K, 7K, whatever. And I just didn't take them on because the product was just trash and they weren't willing to change anything. And I didn't want to sell a trash product because that would have a bad reputation on me, you know? Client results is literally one of the biggest factors of perceived likelihood of achievement. You need to show it out. You need to post it on your story. You need to put it in your story highlights. You need people to see it, okay? So I also want you to do client interviews. You know, hop on a 10, 20-minute interview with your clients. To be honest, I'm not doing this yet, but I need to do it because I know it'll help a ton. So I have like 3 interviews lined up with some of my clients, and we're just gonna bang some out. And the prospects that haven't bought yet, we'll see that the people that did buy the program will actually achieve the result that they wanted because they've gone through with our process. And the client testimonials is getting a 30-second video of your client saying you helped them with XYZ, they got the desired result in X amount of days, and then telling them to join your stuff. And then the last part of the perceived likelihood of achievement is quick and fast, all right? Skip irrelevant steps, no fluff, done for you templates, timeline, okay? So what does that mean by quick and fast? When I say skip irrelevant steps, if you can delete a portion of your program that doesn't really help them achieve the goal, then delete it. You know, you can give that to them at the end if you actually want to, but the point is you just want to cut out as many steps as possible so that they can achieve their desired outcome as fast as possible. That is going to help with decreasing the effort and sacrifice and the time delay, which will overall increase the value of a program, all right? No fluff. When you're actually filming the video modules, don't sit there and yap about a story to try to explain the point. Just tell them the point and then go through a brief summary of why that point works and then move on, you know? This video has been 8 minutes long and you've got nothing but value because I skipped all the fluff, I skipped all the irrelevant steps, and everything that I'm saying is really, really actionable. You guys know that you should do this because I explained it and here's the action steps to do so. That is value. Speaking of value, one of my YouTube videos actually got 800 views. And so we're on track for our first 1,000 view YouTube video. Hopefully this is the one. And yeah, just wanted to say thank you to you guys. But yeah, let's get right to it. I like how I said all that and I said no fluff, but let's keep moving. Done for you templates. You want to provide a bunch of done for you services because that increases the value of the program. As you saw in mine, I provided a ton. Almost half of it is all done for you. And that just increases the value and it increases the amount of time it takes for a coach to get to their goal, all right? So with the timeline, you want to give them an idea of what the steps they need to take and how they will get there. And so I give all my clients this, I show them all on the call, 90-day roadmap, this is what you do from day 1 to 7. We do all this, and then we build your sales assets in day 7 to 20. We build the VSL, we build the freebies, we build the manager automation, we build everything for you. And then you onboard a appointment setter from our marketplace, you onboard a closer, not from our marketplace because we don't provide that. You onboard a VA from our marketplace. So half of it is done for you, and we just give them a step-by-step process so that everything is clear. They know exactly what to expect. And yeah, usually I don't show this, but you know, because you guys are the YouTube homies, I got you guys. But that's a timeline. And you basically want to give the viewers and the prospects a good understanding of how you're going to get them from X to Y. And the simple steps to do so, the different phases that they need to take, and the time span, okay? So my program's 90 days. There's 6 phases. Each phase is maybe 1 to 2 weeks, and we just absolutely run it up, all right? So that is the perceived likelihood of achievement. Let's go ahead and move to product market fit. Now, this is probably one of the most underrated parts. A lot of people say that, you know, you can skip this part. I promise you, if you skip this part, you are gonna mess up. And this is the biggest mistake because everybody misses out on it. So here's the thing. Imagine you're selling 3 items. You're selling a pen, you're selling a pencil, and you're selling an eraser. If you don't ask what your friend wants from you, you're gonna guess out of the 3 what to give him, and it could be flat out wrong. If you don't do market research, you're essentially giving them something that they may not even want. You may assume they want something, but they may not even want it. And so one of my clients, Jeremy Park, 4 million followers, this is the guy right here, you know, shredded physique and everything. One of my super, super dope guys. And basically, when we started working together, I assumed that we can just skip the market research phase because he's posting a lot of fitness content, yada, 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 and we can just teach them how to get shredded, right? But what I noticed when I actually dug deeper into the market research and when I actually asked the followers is they didn't really care about being shredded. They wanted to become an influencer. They wanted to become someone that had a lot of followers, that lived the lifestyle that Jeremy lived, live in Miami, have a G-Wagon. That was what they wanted to live. And we're in the process of actually retargeting all this. And it's because we did the market research early on. Luckily, we didn't launch yet, right? But imagine if I were to skip out on that market research phase. I would have absolutely bombed out this whole thing and sold something that the prospects didn't even really want. So that's the main thing I want you to get away. You may think they want this one thing, but in reality, they want this other thing, okay? So it's the foundation of the entire business, and it gives you infinite marketing angles, which you can target in the sales assets and everything like that, okay? What I want you to do to be able to do market research, book a free 20-minute call with your followers and offer something free. It could be early access to your program, story shout out, etc. And then you want to download a Zoom note taker. It could be any of these three right here. And you ask them these questions to get a good understanding of your demographic. So what do they struggle with right now, where they want to be? Short story about themselves, what happened in the past that led them to where you are now. And yeah, just go through this with the guy, and basically you have a good understanding of where the client is right now, where he wants to be, what's the obstacle that's stopping them, and what would get him to pay thousands of dollars to achieve this obstacle. We couldn't just sell a video module for $4,000, but I could sell a video module, I could sell done for you services, I could sell XYZ, I could sell community, I could sell all that for 10, 20K. People would pay 10, 20K for everything that I just said, you know, because it's valuable to them. So you need to figure out what they want and sell them what they want instead of trying to guess them like the pen, pencil, and eraser analogy. All right. Leverage pain points. You want to target them directly, and it's a personal call out kind of thing. And that's why market research is so important, because you know exactly how to call them out. So I want to go through a name analogy. Let's say you're walking down the street and you hear someone say, "Hey." If you hear someone say, "Hey," in your direction, you're gonna turn around, see what's up, and then go on your way. But if you hear someone shout your name, maybe your name is Jennifer. Someone says, "Jennifer," you're gonna turn around and look for the person that called Jennifer, because you know that they were calling for you. So a lot of people, a lot of coaches, they make the mistake of trying to just say "hey" to their target audience and try to get them to sell something through saying "hey," instead of calling out their actual name. If you do market research the right way, you have so many content and marketing angles so that you can actually call out your prospect by their name. Because when you talk about their pain points, they're gonna feel like as if you're talking to them. That's the goal. I've had so many people come to me watching my clients VSL or my own VSL, and they're like, "How did you do this? How did you actually talk right to me? It felt like the video was made for me." If you get people to say that about your VSL, you're doing something right. And the reason that I had those comments for my VSL is because I did market research. I did what I did over here, okay? Very worth it. Do not skip this part. So sales assets, powerful VSL, as I said, crazy nurturing assets, and viral reels. You want to leverage their pain points like crazy and really dig deep into them. As I said, if you actually do this part correctly and you actually have a good understanding of the viewer, then you can target them in so many different ways that you can't even possibly imagine. And it's a name analogy all over again. If someone says Jennifer, you're gonna turn around, you're gonna look for that person. But if you say "hey," then it's just a very, very vague call out, all right? Now the last part of this product market fit section is the one-of-one. Only you can understand them, and then we go over the unique mechanism and then achieving status delta, all right? Let's go over each one. Only you can understand them. If you describe their pain points better than they can and no one else in the market does it, then they're gonna feel like they only can work with you because only you understand them. That's the thing, right? And the unique mechanism, let's say you have a complete understanding of your buyer, of your prospect, you can actually build something that is so unique that nobody else has built because you understand their pain points. So for me, I'm just gonna give you an example. I did a ton of market research for months on my ideal client, and it's coaches and consultants that are looking to scale up, right? And the main thing that they had was hiring appointment setters. Almost every coach that I talked to, they had trouble with hiring appointment setters. They had trouble with, treating them up. And so I provided a unique mechanism in my offer where I provide an appointment center marketplace. I have a notion, I'll give you a sneak peek, we're gonna be able to build out a ton of appointment setters, sign a bunch of them up, qualified ones that have been vetted by us, that have been trained by us, and coaches will be able to hire from this appointment center marketplace. There is probably no other coach that is offering this service alongside my systems, alongside my infrastructure and everything. And so I'm providing an all-in-one, and my unique mechanism is that I help you solve the biggest problems that you've been facing throughout your entire business, which is setters and everything. You can leverage our in-house creators, editors, everything like that. We cover everything. And so our unique mechanism is you don't have to go to different agencies to solve different things. like Facebook ads, like cold email, like XYZ, you just come to us and we help you solve everything all in one place. We provide the in-house content team, we provide, appointment setters that you could hire, everything. And so that is my unique mechanism, and that's why I can charge the amount that I'm going to charge. I'm not going to say, but it is pretty pricey. Once you can understand them and once you have the unique mechanism, then you achieve status delta. You are in a category of one. They can't compare you with anyone else because your offer is so unique and so different from anybody else in the marketplace that they can't compare. So let's say you're selling a fitness offer. If you sell a fitness offer, you're in 1 in a million, bro. You're screwed. You're absolutely screwed. But if you sell a fitness offer with a twist, maybe it's how to become a fitness influencer, then you stand out. Now you're 1 of 1. Who else teaches you how to become a fitness influencer? Nobody. So now we can charge however much you want to charge. That is status delta. So we are done with product market fit. Let's go ahead and move on to, I love this part, bonuses and guarantees. Now, I can't explain to you how many coaches don't have this in their program. They think it's irrelevant or something, but I promise you, this has got me so many sales. I have an 80% closing rate on my new offer. And I'm gonna break down the psychology behind bonuses and the psychology behind guarantees as well. If you can't tell, I'm actually tired. I'm doing this for you guys. Buy my shit, bro. If you guys like this value, just buy my stuff. Not gonna lie. I'm playing, but not really. All right. Bonuses. What bonuses do you get? So in my program, you get plug and play landing pages, email sequences, nurturing processes, all within our GHL, exclusive systems, right? You get world-class sales training, access to over 40 in-depth video modules for setting and closing. You get a sales team marketplace. We give you access to hire our trained appointment setters. Now we don't guarantee it because we don't know how many people we can onboard, but we do give the top guys in our space, in our community, access to hire our trained appointment setters, and we're always supplying maybe 3 every week. Virtual assistant marketplace, we give you access to hire top-tier VA talent that charge $5 an hour and are actually fluent in English. And then content editors marketplace, we give you access to leverage our in-house content team that only work for our clients. So this is just a bonus. This could be a whole program. It could be worth $5,000, $6,000, because people would pay that amount for the things that I just listed out. People will pay more, but this is the bonus. Now, if the bonuses are already worth 5K, they're going to assume that the program itself is worth way more. Okay? That's what I want you to understand. Because they're going to think this is extra. So how much value is actually in the program? It's a subconscious mind. If the bonus itself could be an entire program, imagine what you get out in the actual main portion of the program. So again, we're tapping into the subconscious mind. The bonus is already so fucking valuable and it's worth this amount, then the program must be worth double, triple that. And when you say that, the bonus is worth 5K, they're going to assume that the main portion is worth 15K, and then you say it's 10K, then suddenly it's a steal. Suddenly they find the value and they understand why you're charging that much, and they'll be willing to pay $10,000 up front. That's how you subconsciously get someone to buy, through bonuses. All right? Crazy guarantees, psychology behind it. This is my guarantee. It's correct. If you don't double your revenue in our specific time frame, we will give you a full refund, send you an extra $1,000, and continue working with you until you double your revenue if you attend coaching calls, watch video modules, etc. Now, obviously, there are going to be some stipulations. You have to do X amount of things, but this is a huge safety net for the client, because let's say someone's on the edge. They're debating whether or not they should go with you or this other person. That wouldn't happen if your offer was one-off-one like mine. But let's say it was, it was common and you had competitors and shit. Then that would essentially give you the edge, because now you have a safety net for the client, and it shows the huge amount of confidence you have in the product. When I say this, guarantee, to the guys that actually are interested in the program, I have so much confidence. I'm saying it with my chest out like this. I'm saying it with a lot of conviction. I don't stutter at all. I don't hesitate. I don't sound unconfident in my service. I have full confidence when I say my guarantee. Confidence and the way that you speak on a sales call is probably 50% of the sale already. And so including this guarantee allows you to boost the confidence that you have in the program. And if you can't do a guarantee like this, then your program sucks. You should probably get back in the lab, keep on working on the program until you can come up with a guarantee that will guarantee your client success. I'm not afraid of putting this, because if I know that they actually do what I tell them to do, they're gonna double their revenue, no doubt. There's not a chance that I have to give back my money, because my program is actually so good. There's so much done for you aspects. There's so many things that we help you with that is impossible to not achieve double your revenue if you do everything we say, you know? So I'm not scared at all. If you're scared of giving a guarantee like this, like, you should even sell your product. Go back and work on it, because that's not what you should sell. Please protect your reputation. Do not prioritize short-term money instead of your reputation, all right? So risk reversal, this gives them an idea of that they're taking actually zero risk at all, and they don't have anything that's, you know, scaring them away, basically. Because if you put it in a way that's like, you literally double your revenue no matter what, then they're like, okay, yeah, this is a absolutely insane program, insane guarantee, you know, and it is an insane guarantee. And you want to just have 1 or 2 conditional guarantees. You always want to have conditional. I don't recommend unconditional, because that's just gonna attract a bunch of headache. You're gonna attract people that just want to like scheme you and like scam you. They're gonna get all your stuff, and then they're gonna use an unconditional guarantee against you and take your money. Just don't have it. Have a conditional one where if they do this, if they do the Y, whatever, have it in the contract. Make sure you're protected. All right, that is the bonuses and guarantees. Now we're moving into the support in the community. So the video modules is the foundation of the program. All right, it's the where you transfer most of the knowledge that you have into the client, because imagine you don't have video modules, you're just explaining yourself over and over again to each new client. You need to have a good set of video modules. And it's essentially building really. So the structure that I recommend is the mindset. First, you have to have mindset no matter what you do, or setting expectations. You have to have that initially. You cannot just go straight into the value portion. And then you want to set the foundations, get the value, putting everything together, and then the next steps, all right? Social your mind, onboarding, establishing the foundation, building sales assets, hiring a team, content accelerator, consulting support. Boom. Very simple stuff. Brotherhood, we're gonna actually go through the target ICP. Now, what does ICP stand for? Ideal customer. Wait, what does ICP stand for again? What? How did I not know? How do I not know? Yeah, ideal customer profile. I actually knew that. It's just like, it's a long day, bro. It's a long day. But target ideal customer profile. You need to know who you actually want. So the other day I was scrolling on Instagram, and I know this guy, like he's doing well for himself, you know. He's doing pretty well. He did things like 5K a month. So I look at his group coaching call, and there is the most random selection of people I've ever seen. There was a grandma. I kid you not, there was a grandma. There was an 18-year-old kid. There was a 40-year-old black guy, and there was a 30-year-old white woman. What the fuck? Like, I was like, bro, what is going on here? I didn't DM him or anything, but I was like, damn, bro, you don't have your ICP. So your ICP, you should define who you actually want in your program. So for me, it's business owners that are between the age of 18 and 30, predominantly guys that are in the make money online niche or the fitness niche. If you're a woman, sure, I can still help you, but my target audience is guys, because I like to joke around. Some women may find my jokes sensitive or whatever. And that's just how it is, you know. I'm okay with, you know, saying no to a few people. But if a woman's chill with it, then join my stuff, you know. But my general ICP is guys between the age of 18 and 24. They're doing 10 to 20 and they want to scale to 50, but they don't have the systems to do so. I help them with that, okay? So do not let anybody in. Do not be that guy that lets a grandma, black guy, nothing wrong with black guys, but just have like an ICP, you know what I mean? Don't just let anybody in because they have money. It's going to be hard to say no to like $4,000, but I promise you it's going to be good for the long term, because you're eventually going to find a group and a community that is very, very strong, that is very, very tight knit, because everyone has similar values and core principles. All right. And then you want to host calls for networking. You want to host mastermind events. That's something I'm planning to do in the future. Like, a reason why I joined a lot of the programs that I'm in right now is because there are mastermind events. There are going to be events where we can meet up in person and get to know these guys. Like, that in itself is a brotherhood. You want to create a sense of community where people are excited to talk to each other. And you do this by hosting calls for networking, not even providing value, just getting to know each other. Mastermind events and things like that, all right? Overall support, this is the last part. You want to provide all types of support, whether it's group calls, access to experts, group coaching, available one-on-one calls, all right? Access to absolutely everything, and that's what's going to give them, you know, perceived likelihood of and you want to give them access to everything so that they actually believe that they can achieve the goal that they were trying to achieve with your help, all right? So if you look at mine, step-by-step videos, 9 different video modules. Like, it's insane what we have in there. We equip you with everything you need to scale your business. Weekly group coaching, you get personalized advice to any bottlenecks that you're facing. Done for you services, we give you every single system we've used in the past 2 years to scale businesses up. And you get access to my network of experts. Ask experts, whether it's our in-house creative director, sales manager, or anyone else that has a proven track record in our community. Now, I have specific experts that host weekly group calls. So it's not just me. I host 2 myself, and then I host 2 for the sales team. So closer call, setter call, and then I have another guy that hosts a closer call and a sales call, sales training for the coaches, and I have another guy that does content. So in total, they have around 8 weekly group coaching calls that they can attend and get any type of support that they want. So when they look at that, they're like, damn, this is a valuable program. This is really, really good. You need to have that in your offer. You know, have not just you, but experts that are in the different fields, different areas to support them on their journey. So yeah, that is exactly how you create an irresistible offer that people will pay $5,000 for. It is not an easy process by any means, but if you're looking for more help, additional help on actually scaling up your business, and you're hitting a decent amount of numbers, but you want to scale up, you want to double your revenue with consistent systems, consistent lead flow, and consistent income, feel free to book a call, link in bio. Anyways, if you found value, feel free to drop me a follow, much appreciated. Subscribe, we're trying to hit 1,000 subs and, build out this YouTube channel. Feel free to drop me a follow on Instagram to watch my short form content. And yeah, hope you guys found value, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace! Building out your offer is by far the most important aspect of your entire coaching business. It ultimately determines how much money you can make, the type of clients you attract, and it's the foundation of your entire coaching business. Now in this video, I'm going to break down the exact coaching offer you should sell in order to reach your first 50K per month. I'll be going through the entire A to Z process, talking about how to actually come up with your offer, the foundation of it, the bonuses, the guarantees, the pricing, the deliverables, just everything that you need to know to actually run up an offer to 50K per month. And just so you know, I'm actually qualified to talk about this. I worked with over 80 coaches, worked on all of their different offers, and I've been able to double and sometimes even triple their prices, which allows them to make more money. Patrick was my most recent case study. He went from 5K to 41K in his first 30 days of working together, and we tweaked his messaging, we forexed his prices, and it led to an 8x increase in his business. Victor went from charging 2K to 7.5K, and he scaled his business from 10K to 25K within the first 60 days of working together. Now with Victor, we dialed in on his marketing, changed up his offer, and this is the result. Chris is another one of my clients. He went from 3K to 28K in the first 30 days of working together with our systems and processes. And so I implement this exact same offer framework that I'm about to show you in this video with all of my clients so that they can charge double of what they were charging before. Now I can tell you right now that building a great offer comes down to the foundation, the way you present it and everything. And I'm going to cover exactly that. In this video specifically, I'll be going over how to actually create the foundation of a premium offer, how to have a spine of your offer, how to implement bonuses and guarantees to make your offer look completely irresistible, how to make your offer one of one so you don't get any more price comparisons and objections, how to find the perfect price point for your offer, and how to actually provide world-class service delivery. So with that being said, this video is specifically for you if you're just looking to actually build on top of your offer, make it better so you can actually charge more money, attract better clients, and all that good stuff. So with that being said, enjoy the video. We're going to be diving straight into the foundation and kind of what you need to do to actually set up the best foundation for your coaching business. All right, so let's go ahead and get started and talk about why you should actually create an irresistible offer. Now, if you're not making at least 30, 50K per month, you don't get many referrals, and you have trouble scaling, then it's probably an offer issue, right? It's probably not the marketing, it's probably not the lead gen, whatever. It's usually an offer issue. And building a great offer and an irresistible offer is the single biggest lever you can pull to actually generate more profit for your business, okay? So what I want you to do is I want you to look at different offers that exist in your market right now and make yourself a category of one. That is the entire goal with this video, okay? Making yourself a category of one. And what this means is positioning your offer in such a way that your prospects and your clients can't compare you to other programs out there, because there is none. And what this will allow you to do is you'll never be constrained by price, because what you've created is a value-based offer. That is the key. We're not going to be competing based on price, we're going to be competing based on value. And that's when we can actually charge those high ticket prices that you've seen, 5 to 10K and beyond. All right. So when you master your offer, when you create an irresistible offer, then sales and persuasion becomes easy because you set the foundation right. It is so important that I want you to watch this video to the end so you fully understand it. Now, how do you actually create a great offer? It's very, very simple. There's 4 variables to consider when you actually establish a great offer. The first is extreme pain. Second is purchasing power. Third is easy to target. And the fourth is a growing market. Now, extreme pain. The concept that I want you to understand to get this point to hit home is that the riches are in the niches. The same product, but 100 times the price. So what I'm trying to do with this video is not for you to change your entire offer and sell something completely different, right? It's just to change the messaging and the way that you deliver your offer to your audience. And so if you sell this, I help people achieve their dream physique, you can charge 20 bucks. If you sell to skinny people and help them bulk up and put on muscle, you can charge 500 bucks. Now, if you help busy businessmen be more energized and lose weight without spending more than 1 hour in the gym, then you can charge $2,000. So you realize how the more specific you are and the bigger the benefit is for that specific person, the more you can charge. A busy businessman would pay more money to be more energized and lose more weight while spending less time than someone that's just trying to achieve their dream physique for no specific reason. The reason why is because there's more pain, and overall it's just more niche down. Okay, that's the key I want you to understand. And so the goal of great writing is for the reader to understand. The goal of great copy is for the prospect to feel understood. When you have an offer like this and you post content specific to businessmen that are busy, that are looking to lose weight and be more energized in their work, then guess what? You can target their pain points better, you can speak to them better, and they'll feel understood. You cannot target everybody with your offer because guess what? If you target everybody, you'll appeal to nobody. That is the key I want you to realize. If you're selling to everybody, you'll actually sell to nobody. So be specific with who you're targeting and create content that serves that specific ideal avatar. Now, if you can articulate their problems better than they can, then you can provide the solutions to their problem better. Which is why I want you to, target a specific group of people and niche down. The riches are in the niches. I don't know if they say niches or whatever. I think it's riches in the niches, but that's my pronunciation. Go for a niche. All right. Do not just kind of spread your arms wide and try to get everyone, because when you do that, you'll get nobody. Be specific who you want. Film content for that specific person, and again, the bigger the pain point the prospect experiences, the more money he'll pay up front. The reason why a businessman will pay $2,000 is because he will see a direct ROI to being more energized in his work, which will allow him to make more money, which will validate why you should spend $2,000 on your offer. But some random old Joe on the street, of course they want to achieve the dream physique, but they're not willing to put $2K towards it because their pain point isn't big enough. Okay, so make sure that they have a strong pain point. Now, to actually build your core offer, you need these different components. The first one is identifying the dream outcome. You want to be specific, and this is how you really get your niche down. I help specific outcome in time period without biggest pain/fear. So an example of this could be, I help business owners/coaches hit 50 to 100K per month in 60 days without having to spend all day doing outreach and posting reels. Now, be specific with who you help, how long it takes them to get to their specific outcome, and without what their biggest pain point is. So I know that a lot of my coaches that are, trying to scale up, they post content every day, they do a ton of outreach, and they're just burnt out. My mechanism doesn't need you to do that. You can post every other day. You can hire someone to do outreach for you. That's my mechanism. And so that's how I position my offer, right? And the second thing I want you to do once you're clear on who you're helping and how you're helping them and what's your, what's your unique mechanism almost, is I want you to list out all your perceived problems. What perceived problems would the client have about your offer? Think about it, okay? And I want you to write them down and answer all of them. And what this will do is it'll just basically give you so much ideas and so much context on how to actually structure your offer. And so an example could be hiring bad sales reps, right? If a problem of a coach that's trying to scale up is hiring bad sales reps, then my solution to that problem could be having a huge pipeline of setters that they can hire from because of my training and the fact that I've been in sales for over the last 2 years, okay? If a problem is that they don't have control over their business, then the coach can hop on group calls at any time, continue to ask for approval before moving forward, all that stuff, right? You'll get approval from me and everything. And so what I want you to do is I want you to use this template, and I'm going to show you real quick. When I was creating out my offer that I'm selling right now, I listed out every single client failure scenario, and this isn't it. I have like another doc that just shows everything. But I listed out all the client failure scenarios, and I listed everything that they could possibly think of that could stop them from achieving their dream outcome. And what I did beside it is I provided a solution to avoid the failure. So the way I position my offer is like, you can't possibly have an objection because my offer solves every possible problem that you could face that could stop you from achieving your goal. That's why it's valuable. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the reason why I want you to do this. Because when you actually present your offer, you're going to realize this. It's such a funny concept. But when people are at the end of the sales calls, humans and people that before they buy a product, they naturally try to come up with objections in their head. I've had so many times where people try to come up with objections, but they can't. And the reason why they can't is because I specifically wrote down every problem that they could possibly come up with or every objection that could stop them from getting to their end goal, and I solved it in the offer. So when I explain my offer to them, they're trying to come up with different things to talk about or like, come up with a reason not to buy, but they can't. Why? Because I listed down every possible failure scenario that could stop them. And I provided every solution. I'm specific with how I deliver that solution and everything. And as you can see, there's more done for you than done with you in consulting. Because the more done for you have, then that means the more you can charge and the more likely your client's actually going to get to where they want to be. That's something that you need to understand. The more done for you, the better. Obviously, you want to avoid the done for you stuff that has operational drag. And so don't do everything done for you, but do a good amount done for you so that the perceived likelihood of them achieving success in your program is much higher. It's very, very important. So what I want you to do, I want you to actually use my template and actually craft an amazing offer with this. List out every single client failure scenario that could be possible. List out all your solutions. Talk about how you're going to deliver it. And like when you actually create your offer and everything, it's going to be insane. Okay? And even if you already have an offer, do this, because I promise you, you're missing 1 or 2 things, or even like 5 or 10 things that is stopping your client from reaching their end goal. So when you cover everything, there's no reason why they won't buy on the call with you. All right. So once we go through that, I want you to list out 5 of the main deliverables your core offer provides. This is my example of what mine kind of consists of. We give you done for you systems and processes. So you track every single one of your leads so you don't lose out on any sales, blah, blah, blah. Offer blueprint, charge 5 to 10K upfront for your offer and create an offer that's a category of 1. Content mastery, create IG and YouTube content that attracts and nurtures your dream clients completely organically from middle funnel blueprint. And you just kind of come up with 5 of the main things that you're selling. You put them like this, and I came up with 6 because I couldn't choose 5, but these are the main things that you're selling inside your program. Okay, and these deliverables should be solving the most problems over here. Every single one of these deliverables solves everything here, literally. It solves every single client failure scenario, and it's so dialed in. So when I pitch my program, they see all this, and I know that they won't have any objections because every single one of these deliverables solve these failure scenarios. They help their client go from A to B. That is the key, right? So that's very, very important. Come up with some deliverables, and this will be just solving your prospects' problems that you listed out in the brainstorm right here. All right. And then the 4th question you want to ask yourself is, what would I deliver if my product costs 10 times this current amount? Think about it. Okay. An example for me would be I'd run ads for them. I'd train the setters one-on-one. I'd hire a VA. I'd set up a Zapier. I'd have an in-house editor, automation systems, everything, and choose a few that don't cost an arm and a leg that you can actually implement into your own program. So for me, it's like we can't run ads for them, but we have a media buyer that they can consult for free. That's part of the program, and so they kind of have their own in-house media buyer that they don't even have to pay, but they'll get help from. On top of that, we also have a setter manager that can come in and hop on one-on-one calls with their setter to dial them in. We also have a VA agency that, they can hire from as well. We also build out their entire Zapier automations. We have an in-house editor that if they want to work with, they can choose to. We build out the automations, we build out their systems. And so you can see I kind of do it, but I don't do it all the way so that there's not a ton of operational drag. So when I scale up and I sign 10 new high-ticket coaching clients, then I'm not stuck trying to manage all the fulfillment, right? You have to pick and choose which ones are best and just move with it like that. And the 5th one is, what would I deliver if my product costs 1/10 its current cost? And I had to provide more value than I currently am at my current price. So let's say you charge $5,000 and you charge I can't do the math right now. I think it's 50. Right? I think it's 50. And you charge $50. What could you do to provide more value than you currently am at your price? Okay? So what would you do? It'll be crazy group training. It'll be valuable video modules. You record Loom for bottlenecks, tons of role plays, accountability check-ins, all that good stuff, right? And so you want to just build out an insane value stack offer and just provide any type of solution and any type of support that you possibly can. And I'll actually just go ahead and show you. Like, these are a few examples, right? You have a one-on-one tracking call with Alex. Like my clients that join with us, they have a one-on-one tracking call with Alex for 60 days. They have a cash injection phase. We build out their entire systems and CRMs. We build out their entire scripts and their flows. And you answer these questions and you know what you can do that doesn't cost an arm and a leg, and you just do it. Okay? Content accelerator, get your reels reviewed by our team, submitting a VSL for approval, and just having an approval sheet here. And you just kind of come up with every single solution to their problems. And when they kind of run through everything, there's no reason why they can't actually achieve their goal that you promised, because everything that you've included in all these deliverables add up, and they're just shocked by your entire offer, and they have no choice but to buy your service. Okay? So now that we've covered the foundation of your irresistible offer and you kind of have deliverables in place and everything, then we're going to move on to the bonus and guarantees. All right. So over here, These are the power of bonuses. Now, the value of bonuses should always be more than the core offer. And I learned this from Hormozi, right? His $100 million offer book. What this does is it subconsciously makes them think that the core offer is more valuable than the bonuses, because the bonus is like an extra thing, right? If the bonuses are worth $5,000, or let's say the bonuses are worth $10,000, then you're going to think the core offer is worth more. And so you subconsciously think it's like, damn, these bonuses are so good. The offer must be like way better than I thought. You know what I mean? So the better your bonuses are, the more perceived value your entire offer is, because it's just a psychological trick. And so what you want to do is you want to tell them in context what these bonuses will do for them. How will it specifically improve their situation? Is it faster? Is it easier? Is there less effort? And I want you to actually provide social proof and paint a vivid image by including money/time saved, okay? And real quick, when you actually include bonuses and guarantees into your offer, tools and checklists are much better than additional training, because guess what? There's lower effort and time, but the value is always higher. People want the result, but they don't want to work for it. So if you give them more training and more video modules and more everything, they're like, okay, that's cool. That's a nice bonus, but I'm not going to value it as much if you just gave me a tool or a resource that I can use to just get it instantly, okay? And what I want you to do is, beside each bonus, I also want you to include a price tag. You may not understand what the whole thing means right now, but I'm going to go through it in these examples over here, and you can kind of get a better understanding, okay? And in these bonuses, what I want you to do is I also want you to solve problems that they will face in the future. Because what this does is it implies they're going to be successful. And again, it increases conviction and the perceived likeliness of success. All right? That's what it does. So let's go ahead and go with the bonus templates and kind of talk to you about how you can actually implement this in your own offer. So only people who sign up for XYZ program will have access to my bonus number 1, 2, and 3 that are never for sale or available anywhere else than through this program. If you buy today, I'll add on XYZ bonus that normally costs $1,000 for free. I do this to reward action takers. Now, obviously, you don't phrase it this way, action takers, unless you're selling B2C. If you're selling B2B and you say this shit, bro, your prospect's leaving the call. That shit's too gay. You want to basically have different bonuses and guarantees, and you want to attach a price point to it, so it makes it look valuable. And so, preloaded landing page, software with our exclusive templates, $500. And people will pay $500 for it, right? And then you can mention why it's actually useful. So this website led to a 5K increase in revenue for my company. Access to GHL, sales CRM, and software. It's actually $200 per month. If you go on GHL and you try to sign up, it's actually $200 per month. So this is actually like really legit. And then the value here is like you keep track of your sales, increase in total revenue, 13.4K cash collected in 1 day with tracking everything, right? And the third one is tech support for you and your clients. So maybe you're installing an AI bot or some shit for a bonus. Guess what? It saves them 3 to 4 hours per day. And so you save time with automated responses to FAQ. Now, these are a few bonuses that you can kind of play with. I'm going to show you mine real quick, actually, and kind of show you what I did as well. So these are a few of my bonuses. Exclusive systems, all that good stuff, world-class sales training, sales team marketplace. We give you access to hire our trained appointment setters. And I actually just show them this. I show them the entire marketplace, and I'll show it to you guys right now. I go in here and I click on some of these stuff, and I actually show them that, these guys are actually being interviewed. They have Loom videos, they have an entire description and everything, and it's just super dialed in, right? And when they actually look at this, they're like, holy shit, this is like insane, because I'm looking for a setter, and the perceived value is there. So that's kind of like the entire sales team marketplace. You get a VA marketplace as well, content editors marketplace, and all that good stuff. And these are the type of bonuses you'll see that is really, really good, because guess what? This is instant, boom. Instant and then a result, boom. Instant and then a result, boom. Now, obviously, this is like extra training, but this is the only training that I have as a bonus. I only included one. And then you have exclusive systems, boom. Tools and, quick stuff to help them achieve their end result. I could charge honestly 3 to 5K for this alone, for these bonuses. And so they think that the perceived value for the offer is just much higher. And that's exactly what I want them to do, okay? So come up with your bonuses, be creative with it, and then let's move on to the guarantees. Now, the power of guarantees is insane. I have a guarantee I'll show you to you after we go through this doc, but the guarantees are a huge selling point, because in this day and age, the lack of trust is at an all-time high. There's so many scammers on this online place that it's ridiculous, and having a guarantee in place just shows that you're confident in your service, and it just pushes people over the fence, right? The idea of it being zero risk appeals to every single person, so I need you to utilize that. If you actually implement a guarantee in your program, then be bold about it and own your position. Do not half-ass it. Do not have a weak guarantee or a mid guarantee. If you want to have a guarantee, go all out, okay? And so there's different types of guarantees that we'll kind of go through. The first one is unconditional guarantee. So unconditional 30-day money-back guarantee, no questions asked. shows an insane amount of confidence in your product. That's the first one. I wouldn't recommend it because you're gonna attract tire kickers and guys that just fuck around too much. Unfortunately, I had to learn the hard way. But what I do like is a conditional guarantee. So if you don't achieve X and Y time, we will continue working with you for free until you do, if you attend coaching calls, etc. Right? Now, one thing I like and one thing that I have is like, if you don't achieve X and Y time, so if you don't achieve 50K per month in whatever time, we'll give you a full refund, send you an extra $1,000, and keep on working with you for free until you do achieve X if you do X, Y, and Z. This, when I say this guarantee, they're like, holy shit. Because this is a safety net for the clients without the option of refund, all right? It's something they've been looking for, and it's like, it just shows so much confidence in your product, and it just gets people over the fence. It's so good, honestly. There's also the anti-guarantee. Like, we're so good in this market that we don't need a guarantee, so take it or leave it. Unfortunately, I'm not at this point yet, so I can't do this. But I do like my guarantee, and I'll show it to you guys in a bit. But the option 1 is zero risk, but will not get you to where you want to go. And this is the idea of guarantees. This is the principle of guarantees. Option 1 is zero risk, but will not get you to where you want to go. Option 2 is zero risk, but will likely get you to where you want to go. And so you position your option 2 as them buying a product, and because you have this guarantee, it's zero risk, but it will likely get them to where you want to go because you've done it for so many people. And if you're afraid of actually having a guarantee, it's a calculated risk, and in the long run, I promise you, they will always pay off if you have a good offer. If you're not confident in having a guarantee for your offer, your product just probably sucks. So just look into it and try to make it better, honestly. I'll show you my guarantee right now. My guarantee is if you don't add an extra 20K to your revenue in our specific time frame, we'll give you a full refund, send you an extra $1,000, and continue working with you for free until you add an extra 20K. If you attend the coaching calls, watch the videos, and all that good stuff. Bro, when I say this, people start drooling. they just give me their credit cards and stuff. But on a serious note, it just shows how confident you are, right? You have a guarantee like this on top of the way that you present your offer, your deliverables, your ads, and everything. It's a wraps. It's absolutely wraps. There's nothing they can do, okay? So definitely implement bonuses and guarantees. Super useful, and yeah. So what I recommend you do after you actually go through the bonuses and guarantees, and you kind of have like, your deliverables and everything, fill out this offer sheet template, build it out, and at the end of your sales calls, this is an asset you can actually screen share and show to them to just kind of wrap everything together and make them realize what your program is really all about. These are the most important parts, and this is the spine of your offer, right? You want to pitch this at the end and just tie everything together and make them think, holy shit. When you present this offer sheet, they should be like amazed and just wowed, okay? This is what mine looks like. If you want like access to this and access to reference and everything, feel free to reach out to me, and I'll actually send it to you on IG. I'm not going to put it as a link because I don't want everyone to know about my offer. I literally have a sales call for that. But if you do want kind of reference and all these different documents and all these different templates and everything, and all the resources I showed in this video, feel free to DM me the word offer on IG and say that you came from YouTube. I'll create a care package for you guys. But yeah, this is what the final product should look like in terms of the spine of your offer. And when you present it, you should wow the clients like crazy. All right. So by now, you should have the spine of your offer. You should have deliverables. You should have the bonuses, and you should be very, very confident in your offer. But now you're wondering, how the hell do I even price this thing? I don't know what to price it at. Okay. So how do you price your offer? Now, before I even go through the strategy, it is so temporary. And this is something that I just want you to start off as a starting point and just bump up your prices immediately straight after. So look at your competitors and charge in the same ballpark of what they're charging. Now, again, this is so temporary, okay? You're not gonna stay here for long, trust me. The goal with this is just to increase the prices ASAP, but we also just wanna like validify your offer and actually get proof of concept that people are actually wanting your offer compared to all the, different offers out there because you're charging the same price. So what I want you to do is, with this new offer that you have and this new offer sheet and the new bonuses and guarantees, you're going to close at like a 50-60% rate ideally. Now, what I want you to do is every time you get 3 sales, you want to increase the price by 1/5 until you have a 35% closing rate with actual good closing skills. That is exactly how you find your sweet spot. So I'll kind of give you a story so that you understand it. I created my offer consulting mastery, and at first I was selling it at $7,000, right? I was selling it at $7,000, and my first 5 sales calls, I had a 100% close rate. It was a no-brainer for them. It was like, bro, you're only charging 7K for all of this? Let me just piff right now. And they just bought it, right? 100% close rate for the first 35 guys. And then I was like, okay, I can't handle this many people because everyone's saying yes. I bumped it up to 8.5. And, I had around like I think a 45%-ish close rate, 45 to 50% close rate, which was still really decent. And a lot of people stick here. But then I bumped it up again, and I got to the point where I'm actually closing 35% because I didn't want to accept everyone that I hopped on a call with. What that meant was, even though I made more money, it led to more fulfillment, and I couldn't properly deliver for all of my clients. And so the goal of what I have right now is to charge so much and charge an exclusive price where I can only enroll like 5 members, but be okay with 5 members because the profit margins are so fucking high. And I'm comfortable with just accepting 5 dudes and focusing on them to get them client results. It's better to charge 5 people for 10K than to charge 50 people for like $1,000 because it's easier fulfillment, you attract better people and everything. So you need to actually have a price point where it's reasonable for some people, but it's not. It's completely out of their range for others. And you want to attract the people that say yes 35% of the time. Okay, so that's kind of how I go about increasing the price, because ultimately I don't want to work with too many clients. I want to have like 5 new clients every single month, scale them up like crazy, put all of my attention into them, make a ton of money, charge high prices, and make sure that every single one of them gets results. And then once they do, then I open up a new 5, boom, and open up a new 5. And then this allows me to actually just dial in the product like crazy, get crazy market research, deliver an insanely good product, actually do one-on-one calls, and not productize the service. The last thing I want to do with my offer is prioritize it, because that means that my client results will go down. I'm always going to be involved in the one-on-one calls, the group calls, the video modules, everything. My calendar is literally filled with over 10 to 20 one-on-one calls every single week with clients. And I do that for a reason. It's because I charge a high price, but I deliver every fucking time someone pays me. Every fucking time. Okay? That's the type of business I'm trying to build. If you're trying to prioritize your service and, not be too involved in the fulfillment, then this pricing structure isn't for you. But assuming you actually care about your clients and that you're serious about your client results, then this is the way that you structure it. Okay? Now you can only go down to $0 with the price, but you can go infinitely higher with value, which is why you want to compete based on value, not price. Now I want to talk about this mistake that a lot of coaches make. They look at the marketplace, they see what everyone else offers, they take the average, they price it slightly below their average price to remain competitive, and they provide what their competitors offers with a little more. And they end up with a value proposition for more for less. And what I want you to realize is that the higher your pricing is and the higher that you charge for your offer, the higher value that you're going to have, the higher value that people are going to perceive you have. And there's an experiment actually conducted on a blind taste test on wine. There's cheap wine, medium wine, and expensive wine. Now, the catch was that all of them were actually the same wine, but with different price tags. And so they had a bunch of participants, like 5-10 participants. They had 3 glasses. So the cheap wine, the medium wine, and the expensive wine. The catch was they were all the same wine, but people thought that the expensive wine tasted the best or was the most premium or was something that they'd buy because the price was higher. But what they didn't realize was that it was the exact same wine. So how could it possibly be better? Now, the conclusion we can take from that is that people perceive more value because the price was higher, they appreciate it more, they pay more attention, and there's every benefit and every reason to charge more for your offer. Okay? Every reason. And that's the key I want you to understand. And so the goal here is to be so expensive that a consumer must pause and think, this can't be the same category of solution as everyone else. And what this does is it makes you a category of one. Now you're probably starting to understand it now. It's like, okay, what's this guy yapping about category of one? Now you're starting to understand it. You're selling something completely different. You're solving an A to Z solution. You have different bonuses. You have an insane guarantee. Now your price is completely different. You're not being compared to all these bums anymore. All the bums in your market. No, you're different. You're on another tier now. That's the goal. Okay. So the value equation from hormozi is the dream outcome times the perceived likelihood of success divided by the time delay and times the effort and sacrifice equals value. Now the dream outcome is if the end result is meaningful to them. Perceived likelihood is do they actually think that they can get to where they want to be. Time delay is how long will it take to get them to see the final result. And effort and sacrifice is additional cost to achieve XYZ. Now, the best way to go about this is not by just increasing this, because a lot of people think you just have to increase this to get more value. The key to actually achieving true value is by decreasing the time delay and the effort and sacrifice to try to get it to 0. And so how can you actually make it more convenient, more seamless, and less effort? The way that you do that is you provide more done-for-you solutions, you provide more templates, you provide more hands-on support, you provide one-on-one calls, you provide everything that they need from the brainstorm that you did before, and you just try to get the time delay and the effort and sacrifice to 0. And then once you do everything in your power to get it to 0, then we focus on increasing the top. So how can we increase the meaningfulness of the end result? How do we increase the likelihood that they will succeed? That's how you increase the value, and that's how you price your offer. So this is a complex concept. I'm not gonna lie, it's hard to grasp, but once you do get it, then it's gonna be fun for you to charge those 5 to 10K prices and everything. And it's the best feeling in the world when you charge high ticket. The clients respect you. They actually achieve results. They actually pay attention to your service. They don't ghost you after 3 months, whatever. They actually want to work with you because they're paying that much. All right. So that's how you price your offer. My throat is literally dying, by the way. Oh, I've been talking for so long and I had like 5 one-on-ones today. But I hope you guys are enjoying it. If you guys are enjoying, feel free to subscribe and, you know, just show some love. Comment your thoughts, and if you want, like, at my actual, all these resources, feel free to DM me or comment your IG username and I'll send them to you. I just want to provide as much value as I can, and if you guys do find value, a subscribe or a comment would mean the world to me. All right, but let's go ahead and jump back in. We're going to be going over the last part of your offer creation process, and this is by far the most important part, which is delivering your offer and actually getting good results. Okay, now the key I want you to understand is that you've been taught the wrong thing. And I know you've been taught the wrong thing because I've been taught the same thing from all these online gurus, right? You've been taught that you need to actually like just get new clients. And the moment that you stop getting new clients is the moment that your business stops. That is the dumbest piece of advice that I've ever received from me, but it's so common and it's so normal for people to give that advice. Everyone teaches new acquisition, how to get new clients, how to get new people, paid ads, like, even I'm guilty of that, right? I'm guilty of that. I teach new strategies all the time because that's what gets the views and that's what gets people to click. But at the same time, if you're watching this video, I promise you, if you understand this concept in your coaching business, you'll never look at your coaching business the same again. The way that you scale up is by delivering your product so well that the client wants to keep on working with you after the 90 days that you sell them, okay? So assuming that your program is lasting 90 days or whatever, you want to deliver your product so damn good that the client wants to keep on working with you past the duration that you sold them on. The goal with business is to get the clients to keep on buying from you because it's way easier to get an existing client to pay you than to get a stranger to pay you. So you're focusing all your time on spending time trying to, you know, run these new acquisition strategies and this new funnel, but you've been neglecting the people that have been paying you. It doesn't make sense, right? And so your business, like, listen to this carefully. Your business should rely on monthly recurring revenue, MRR, not new clients. And the moment you understand this is the moment that you'll be able to scale up your coaching business. It is the only sustainable and exponential way to grow your business, not just relying on new acquisition. Because I know 99% of you watching this video right now, if you're listening to me speak directly to you right now, I promise you that your time is just spent all on new acquisition. And if you don't spend it on new acquisition, within the next 3 months, you'll be making zero because you don't have a way to deliver a good enough product to get your clients to want to keep on paying you. That's the problem, and that's why you're stuck where you are. Your program has to focus on execution if you want them to keep on buying from you, because execution leads to results leads to more money, or it leads to, you know, satisfaction, and they will keep on buying from you. That means that the client will get the most value from your warm-up calls, from your one-on-one calls, from your group calls, not the fucking video modules that you send them. Fuck the video modules. You know, like when I was creating my offer, I was debating whether or not I should actually like film videos. I did not want to even like pitch the idea of watching videos because I felt it was so stupid. What I did to compromise for it was I just filmed like the longest video in my video module library for my clients is like 8 minutes. And usually like it's like 2-3 minute videos telling you what to do, how to do it, and then boom, giving you templates, boom. I don't want you to consume a course. That's not going to get you results. What's going to get you results is you hopping on that one-on-one call with me or my client success manager, hopping in that group call to get inputs on what you need to do. That's what's going to get you results. Okay, so to build a great coaching program, you need to provide minimum 2 weekly group calls, tons of one-on-one support, and an amazing warm-up call. So, warm-up call. This is the one that sets the tone, and it just gives the initial first impression on what your program is like. So, if you don't have this already, you're missing out. You need to have a warm-up call where you give clarity to your client on what the next 90 days will look like for them. And so you set timestamps as to when he should finish the modules, you implement certain strategies, you expect results, etc. And here you also want to explain the support structure of your program and how they can fully utilize the program and the support you provide. So on this warm-up call, you want to create an exact roadmap for your clients to let them know, okay, this is what you do here, this is what you do in the first 2 weeks, this is what you do in the third week, this is what you do in the fourth week, and give them a way to actually progress through your program in a structured way. Because the thing is, you probably have different mechanisms that they need to implement, you have different things that they need to do, that's why you're charging 5 to 10K. But you need to give them a solid roadmap to follow while on this warm-up call to give them clarity, because 9 times out of 10, the clients that you onboard and the people that you work with are going to be overwhelmed. There's too much shit to do, especially for mine, right? I teach you how to scale up a coaching business from scratch. So if I gave you everything, Give you all the videos, all the content, all the sales assets and everything, and I didn't give you a structured way to kind of go about attacking my program, you'd be like, what the hell did I just get myself into? This is a mess. But I created a 120-day roadmap, and I share this on all of my warm-up calls where I go through, okay, this is what you do to onboard yourself. This is what you do to get a cash injection. So the goal of my clients within the first week, I want you to make back your investment. We do this by going through the cash injection video modules. We optimize your profile. We implement a story. We revive past leads. You do market research. We film and launch retargeting ads for your offer. You share any sales and wins in Discord. And as you're going through it, you're marking it done. Boom. Done. Done. And it's an easy way for them to keep track. And when you show them the step-by-step on what they need to do, it just gets them excited. Because now, okay, they're not looking too ahead. They're not looking at, building out a team and everything. No. The first thing they want to focus on is actually being onboarded properly. Then the next thing is the cash injection. Okay, once they're done with that, okay, let's move on to converting more leads. Okay, once we're done with that, let's focus on content. And it gives them a structured way to go about attacking your program, which is exactly what you need, all right? I want you to almost get them hyped for starting the program, but you have to actually make sure that they're not overwhelmed. It shows them what your clients achieve from listening to your advice and taking action, and you'll encourage them to listen to everything you say. It's very, very important to maintain that authority frame so that they actually listen to what you say. And the way that I get my clients kind of hyped for starting the program is I kind of share my screen and I go through the wins together. And I tell them to pay attention to dates. August 6th, Victor River, another 2K euro, 2K pounds, which is like 2.5 US. He made 5.5K in one day. And I show them the wins that my clients are getting. And guys, look at the dates, right? Every day there's a win. There's a win every day. And it's different people. It's not just like the same people and over again, right? There's different types of people and everything. I go over who won the leaderboard and everything and how much money they made and all that stuff. 1K deposit, boom. 6K sing. When I show them these wins, they're like, holy shit. That's what I'll get if I listen to you? Okay, let me lock in. You need to maintain that frame. It's very, very easy to lose that frame after you start talking to them for a while. So you need to make them realize that you're still an expert at what you do. And you do this by getting them excited and just hyping them up by showing them your client results that your clients are getting on a regular basis. Now, if you don't have wins like this, then your product just needs fixing, honestly. You just need to be better. You need to do more one-on-one calls, actually care about your clients, film better videos, hire different coaches. The reason I can get these wins is because I have a coach for content, I have a coach for paid ads, I have a client success manager that hops on a weekly group call weekly one-on-one call with every single one of my clients to keep them on track with the program. I hop on 10 to 20 one-on-ones every single week with clients alone, just clients. That's why I've been able to get results like this. I genuinely care about my clients. And the moment you understand that, then that's the moment you'll start getting wins like this, and you can leverage this in the onboarding process and everything, okay? And this brings us to our one-on-one call. So after you go through that one-on-one call, they should be happy. The one-on-one call should be positioned as unstuck calls for clients that are looking to get past a specific obstacle. Now, make sure that you solve the problems that your client is facing right now. I see a lot of coaches do this, they mess this up. They try to solve problems that just exist down the line and that don't exist right now. Don't try and do that, because the moment you do that, then you solve problems that don't exist and you distract them from what's really important, which is solving the problem they have at hand. Assure him/her that you'll be there to support them when that problem arises. Okay? Now, in these one-on-one calls, you also want to make sure your advice is extremely personal and give them action items. So don't give them big advice that applies to everyone. Give the client personal advice to solve his or her problems. And at the beginning, you want to spend as much time with them to actually get client feedback on how you can improve the program, what video modules they want, how they actually achieve support, how many group calls they want, do they want an accountability partner, all that good stuff. So that's that. And then also, I want you to give them action items to do and simple steps to follow. It's very, very easy for the client to be overwhelmed, so don't overload them with too much information. You want to make sure your advice is easily digestible, and a great way to do that is just by mapping out your entire roadmap like I showed you, and also just giving them weekly inputs on what to do and everything. You also want to help them realize that the best way to move forward is asking them good questions. So ask them questions to get them to come up to the conclusion themselves. I've had tons of clients, they ask me, what's the best way to go about, acquiring new clients or whatever. Now, instead of just telling them, I like to ask them. And that's how I teach, right? I ask them so that they get to the answer themselves, so that they understand why that answer is the way it is. So let's say they ask me, what's the best acquisition? I would kind of ask them, what have you been doing to acquire clients right now? And then they say maybe it's content. Okay, I'm gonna ask do you spend a lot of effort doing that? Okay, let's say they don't spend a lot of effort doing content. Okay, cool. So content is a great way. How about, have you got any clients through outreach? He says yes. Have you spent a lot of effort doing that? She says yes. So now we know that acquiring clients through content is better than outreach just by asking those questions like that. And you see how I didn't tell them that content is better than outreach? I asked them questions to make them realize why content is better than outreach. That's how you become a good coach. And that way they're way more bought in and are way more likely to actually believe in your solution instead of you just telling them. That's how I kind of teach my clients, so that they actually understand it themselves and they come to the conclusion and the solution by themselves. Okay? You also want to set expectations, hold your time in high regard, set expectations, and have a strict cutoff early. I don't like my one-on-one calls to last more than an hour. So I like to say, look, bro, max we have an hour. If you can't get your stuff sorted by then we have to hop on another one or whatever, right? But you set expectations and make them realize that your time is valuable so that you're not stuck on all these one-on-one calls all day. So once we do that, we also have different ways that you can fulfill for your clients. I have a Loom method, so I created a Loom fulfillment model where clients can ask for specific feedback on a certain topic. Now, this is fucking great, right? It's great for saving time because instead of hopping on a ton of one-on-one calls to just solve 1 or 2 problems, I can just film a 5 to 10 minute Loom video and help them with their solution. And it's more faster, it's more efficient use of my time and everything. It's such a great way. And all they have to do is just kind of go here, which is support, click an option, ask their question, and then it'll take them to this section where they can, now I'm the owner, so I can't do it. It's only for like the clients and stuff. But then they can ask a question, hey, can you film a Loom video on this topic, XYZ, blah, blah, blah. And I film a Loom video within 12 hours, boom, we just get it sorted, and we saved over an hour on that client call, as opposed to hopping on a client call. So coming up with creative things like this is really, really good. And yeah, this is a Loom method you can implement. Another thing you can implement is group calls, obviously. Everyone knows this, right? I want you to host 2 weekly group calls with your clients and make sure it's in different times so that everyone has a chance to make these calls. Now, for me, I've actually decided to put them all at the same time because I do 12 p.m. EST, which is perfect because it fits the UK, it fits Asia, it fits, the western side of the US, it fits everybody. So I just decided to run 12 p.m. EST for basically all of my group calls. And 30 minutes of that call is just creating slides and providing value on a specific topic that a lot of my clients are facing. So maybe this week, a lot of my clients are facing a lack of qualified calls. I'll be going over a setting script that actually helps them qualify better. 30 minutes of that. And then the next 30 minutes is a Q&A session where people can ask their specific problems and all that stuff. Okay. So we have different group calls and shit. We have a ton. The way that I have it is I have obviously events in here so they can join whenever. Whenever the time comes, they'll be able to join. We also make announcements, all that good stuff. So tomorrow, actually, I'm going to go over the exact inputs that you need to aim for step by step, and then also how to run your business, what your workflow should look like, and how to manage an appointment setter. These are things that my guys are struggling with. That's what I'm going to cover in this Wednesday group call. I have an event to kind of remind them. I also have a Google Calendar subscription, so that's it's actually in their Google Calendar, so they know that what time the call is and everything. So I have different ways to remind them. I hype it up by announcing what I'm going to go through the day before, and I get feedback on what they're actually struggling with on these one-on-one calls, so I can tailor a group call that's actually useful to them. Okay, so that's that. And workshops are also great for retention and value, especially if you have MRR. So if you can get like a special guest, if you know some people and stuff, that'll be great. All right, so that's the group calls, accountability check-ins. You have to constantly check in with your clients and make sure that they're all good. Now, I made the mistake by not checking out with people because I was more self-motivated, but I need you to actually implement systems to make sure that you check in with your every single client. And I'm not the one that's actually doing these check-ins because I just don't have the time. But I hired a client success manager, and he does weekly one-on-one checking calls with all my clients. He checks all of their progress trackers, everything, making sure that they're on track with what phase they need to be on. And they give me daily reports and everything. Like I have a whole system where, let's say, my client success manager hops on a checking call with one of my clients. Boom, I have a notes link so I can actually review the notes from an AI note taker. The biggest win that he has, improvement, task completed, what task did he actually complete? Is he on track with everything? What task did he not complete? Why did he not complete it, right? Is he on track with it? Does he have any specific problems? Does he have any specific problems that we want to go over on a group call? What can we improve and actually focus on to build the product and make it better? And when you have all these weekly check-in calls, you get more data on the offer, you make it better based on the feedback, and it's just a flywheel. And over time, let's say 3 months down the line, this program is going to be insane. You see all these wins right here? You think this is a lot? Dude, I'm trying to get minimum 5 wins from 5 different clients each day. I'm only getting like 1 or 2 a day. I'm trying to get 5. That's my expectation. And that's why I'm so serious about this kind of stuff. Getting feedback and having data on how to improve your offer is so, so important. And so having a weekly check-in call and hiring a success manager to do that is so important. not on top of that, it also keeps them accountable. Okay, so I have a weekly text to make sure that they have everything they need. You don't have to go this much into depth. You can just send like a weekly text to make sure that they have everything they need. They're on track. Now I went a step further because I wanted to, and I got my CSM to hop on calls with each prospect for every week for the first 60 days of the program. Now in this call, you could ask them what they're doing, how's their progress tracker, are they on track with their goals, and then your CSM should fill out the form that I showed you previously. Okay, and a few extras that you could add: introduce and welcome new clients when you sign up. So we recently signed up. I think it was Brian. Welcome him in. You see all the clients being welcoming and shit. Let's go here. Let's find another guy that joined. Mari joined recently, so we're just welcoming him in, and just everyone just being very, very receptive. And when people join and they see 10, 20 people just saying welcome, 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 they feel welcome and they feel warm, right? And that's some good stuff. And so you also want to celebrate them for wins. Again, we really celebrate these guys for wins. We have an entire leaderboard system. Dude, I go above and beyond for my dudes, right? If you pay me, I'm going to do everything in my power to make your experience with me absolutely life-changing. So in May, we had prizes. So how it works is like the guy that makes the most money or posts the most wins in the chat gets the first place prize. The second guy that posts the most wins in the chat gets a color of their choice. Third place guy gets a Logitech. And so every month we have different prizes, and this is how we celebrate their wins. We don't just celebrate by compliments, we celebrate by prizes, and we announce like every single week on a group call. We're like, okay, this is what the leaderboard is looking like, Patrick's in the lead, and we make it fun. You want to make it fun, you want to make it different, all right? And just celebrate. And so as your community gets better, you just want to improve it. You want to just keep on getting feedback and everything, and that's generally how you create a great fucking offer. All right. An extra thing you could do is also to make a connection with someone who was at their same spot. So let's say I roll a fitness dude, right? A fitness dude that's kind of new. I would actually pair him up with someone that's already crushing it in the fitness space with his fitness offer that we've already scaled up. And, it's just getting connections. You want to make it such a strong community, and you don't want them to just rely on you. You want them to rely on each other. That's how you generally build a strong community. Okay. So that's something I want you to do. The community becomes a massive value add that draws people in even more. And then also you can have sub-communities. So within your main community, as you scale, you can actually create sub-communities. So maybe it's like fitness coaches or make money online coaches or people stuck at 3 to 10K per month, people already doing 30K per month. And you have different communities and all that stuff. And it feels tight-knit instead of just having like a community that's just diluted. And what you can do is actually add MRR. So instead of just doing one time and just giving them lifetime access, you get them access for 4 months. And then after the 4 months, they can choose whether or not they want to stay with an MRR model, whether you charge them, maybe it's $200 a week, whatever it is. But that is essentially how I would recommend delivering your offer. And yeah, if you implement like just one of these things, your offer is going to be insane. All right, so we're coming to the end of this video. I literally recorded until like the sky is dark, like my room is dark and everything. So I hope you guys really enjoyed this video. I went through a lot of stuff. I provided a lot of value. And again, if you want more help with this entire stuff, feel free to DM me on IG. I can just give you some free resources. And all the resources I showed you in this video, I'll send it to you on IG for free. So again, if you enjoyed this video, subscribe. Make sure that you check out my other videos. I went through a funnel video, and the funnel you should implement for your coaching business. And over here, I'm going to pop it up right here. Click on this one once you're done with this video and actually implement, right? Implement what I gave you, because ultimately what it comes down to is you actually taking action from the information that I'm giving you. There's no point of you watching this video and thinking, oh my God, Sue is so good. He gave me all this information, if you don't actually go out and implement it. So all I'm asking you to do, actually take what I just gave you, implement it, build out an offer. And if you're ready to scale up to, 30, 50K and beyond, hit me up and let's work together. All right. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Again, watch this video to actually check out my funnel, and I'll see you guys there. Peace.
Last month, I made over $151,000 cash collected at 19 with my online coaching offer, and 80% of the revenue I generated was from Instagram stories. Now, I know what you're thinking. There's no way this Chinese Asian dude made $151,000. So let me actually show you. This is my Lucre Studio. As you can see, this tracks everything. We did 151K, and you're probably thinking, oh, it's fake. You could just put the number up. So let me actually show you the dashboards and everything. This is not fake. I'm gonna put 1st to 31st, set it. You can see that it's not a screenshot. It's actually my WAP dashboard. We collected 96K cash collected on WAP in March. And then we also collected a 31K on fan bases. Now you're probably wondering, where's the other 30K? It's on Stripe and a lot of other payment processors, but my Stripe got banned, and I wish I could show you, but hopefully this is enough proof. This is my dashboard. We did 151K cash and $221,000 in revenue in March. Now the crazy thing is, I didn't have to pay for a ton of ad spend. I didn't have to post a ton of content. All I did was spend 30 minutes a week creating Instagram stories that are intentional, that generated a ton of these clients and got these guys wanting to sign up with me. You know, I've broken every single rule in the online game because everybody says that you need to spend tens of thousands of dollars on ads if you want to hit multiple six figures a month. Everybody says you have to post content every single day, 3 to 5 times, and I only posted 1 reel a day and just a few stories. And I made 150K a month with minimal effort and a very intentional strategies on my stories that I'm gonna share with you today on this video. So what is the agenda for today's video? We are gonna go over why stories are literally the best way to get sales, the 4 types of stories that made me over 100K at 19, how to structure the perfect story sequence that gets the most conversions, how to maximize views and conversions, and how to tie everything together so that you actually get sales and get qualified inbound leads like this that want to pay you thousands of dollars for your service. Now, the first thing is why stories are the best way to get sales. What you need to understand is that on Instagram, everybody is fake. Everyone puts on a fake persona, and everybody shows the highlights and the wins and the successes and everything, but nobody shows the losses. Nobody shows the struggles. Nobody shows the real behind the scenes. And so while everyone is just posting their highlight reels and all their wins and all this good stuff, authenticity now becomes your unfair advantage because nobody else is doing it. And what that allows you to do is it puts you in a category of one, and it separates yourself from all the competitors. And when you do this the right way, here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna get a fuck ton of people DMing you for your advice, for the free stuff that you put out and everything. I had a ton of people reach out. You know, I had over 100 inbounds for a CTA that I posted because I was able to show the authentic version of me and also post stories in the right way. Now we're gonna break down the 4 types of stories that made me over $100,000 in sales. We're gonna go over personality, we're gonna go over documentation, social proof, CTAs, and we're gonna give you a ton of examples in each specific type of story so that you can actually implement it and replicate it for yourself, because I'm just a good guy, I'm just a chill guy. So the first one is personality, showing your values, your morals, and why you're doing what you do right now. Guys, what you have to understand is that people don't buy coaching, they buy coaches. People buy who you are as a person, okay? So chances are your audience and the people that are following you, they know you can take them from point A to point B, but they don't know if they'll enjoy even working with you. And so showing your personality and showing who you are as a person will allow you to bridge that gap and allow them to like you as a person and who you are and want to be around you. If you're trying to sell an offer, you're probably thinking, okay, if I provide the most amount of value possible, they're gonna work with me, right? But what is separating you from someone else that's repeating the same exact valuable information? Nothing, right? The only thing that can separate you is your personality. So what you have to do is you have to talk about the boring shit, you know, what you enjoy, the hobbies you have, what interests you and everything. And this aspect shows that you're a human, not just a robot running a business. And it allows for deeper connections, and it gets a shit ton of DMs from clients. Okay, so I'm gonna run through the most successful personality stories that I've posted. There's gonna be tons of case studies, not case studies, tons of clients and a ton of people DMing me, all right? So what I did was I posted a screenshot of me just building out a VSL for my client. And the thing is, he didn't pay for the VSL, I just did it for him because I thought I'd help. And here's what I did, here's what I wrote. Something about getting in the trenches and helping my clients out whenever they need it just excites me. But no one is willing to do it, which is why I have the best client results in the space. I do the unscalable tasks like the one-on-one calls, like the VSLs, etc. Fulfillment over everything. Make sure your clients are happy and business will be so much easier. So many coaches talk about systemizing fulfillment and making it scalable. Fuck that. That's exactly how you get mediocre results and a shit reputation because you don't guarantee results. I want every single person that pays me to say, working with Sway was the best decision I ever made, which is why my fulfillment will never be scalable, and I'm completely fine with that. Guys, you read a story like that, small little story sequence, and you're like, holy shit, this guy is someone I want to work with, right? I'm just being real. I'm just showing like, you know, what I'm doing for my guys. I built a VSL. I scripted an entire VSL, even though the guy didn't pay me for it, and it wasn't part of his deliverables and everything, just because I could help the guy, right? And me posting a story showing my morals and showing my values and the fact that I'm willing to get in the trenches will allow people to want to work with someone like me. Let's go over another example. A lot of you don't know, but I call my parents every single day. Been on a 60-day streak at this point, super close to them, even though we're across the world. No matter how busy you get, always remember to spend time with the fam. This is completely unrelated to business, but it shows my personality and it shows my values. If someone else in my audience resonates with this and they actually talk to their family every day, they're doing this for their family, they're close with their mom and dad, and they're doing it for their brothers and everything, they're gonna see this story and they're gonna fuck with it. They're gonna be like, yo, Sue is a really chill guy. He's someone that I want to work with, right? And so now they don't just connect with me because I provide value, they connect with me because we have the same values and the same morals. That's what separates me from every other online coach out there. Despite all the success, going to keep my head down and keep working so far for my goals. Easy to get big-headed, have a huge ego, but there's no reason to. Never been someone to flaunt and flex what I have. Always will try to remain grounded and humble. Hope these stories inspire you to achieve more. All of you have so much potential. It's your duty to tap into it and be the best version of yourself. Again, my personal brand, I don't flaunt my wealth. I don't have the Lamborghini. I was about to say I don't have a watch. Guys, I have a Rolex. But I don't flaunt it in your face, you know, the way that all these other coaches do. And that's the personal brand I want to build. I want to build a brand where my wealth is just more low-key. I'm not putting it in your face. I'm not flexing and showing you how much money I have. No, I'm confident and I'm secure in who I am. I'm going to sell you with my knowledge and my information and the fact that you're going to like me for who I am, not for the material possessions that I have, because that's not who I want to attract, right? Someone that sees this, someone that doesn't value material possessions as much as, you know, these Miami people do, will resonate and like me. Same for fitness. If you work out and you see me getting in shape and hitting the gym and making progress in the gym, you're gonna be like, yo, his shoulders are getting big. He's handsome. I wanna work with this dude. Maybe you like my dog, you know? All these type of things, and you know, me talking about my bulk, and if you're bulking as well, then boom, that's more, like you're just resonating with me more. And just talking about how I don't like creating content when it's fake and everything. That's just talking about what I prefer and what I like, and that resonates with people. There's no intention to sell here. It's just talking about your morals, your values, and what you're doing on a day-to-day basis, and people will fall in love with it. And if you can document, you know, your values and your morals and why you're doing this and your mission, people will fuck with you, not just for your value, but who you are as a person, which is more important than everything else. So now that we've gone through the personality, the next one is documentation. This is showing the real and authentic side of actually scaling a business, and this is giving your audience reality checks, showing that you're doing well, and showing your audience the life they could have if they achieved their goals. Now again, it comes down to just psychology as a principle and everything, right? If I'm showing you the life that you could achieve by documenting my goals and everything and documenting what's happening in my business, then you're gonna be in a completely different situation and you're gonna wanna, you know, like join my program, right? The documentation aspect, I'm showing where I'm at. I'm in Dubai with my clients. I'm talking about, you know, what I'm doing on the reset. Showing the fact that we're at 87K cash for the month, and you know, like just documenting everything and just showing what we're doing, and then talking about how I'm feeling throughout the entire process and being genuine, right? The fact that I've been losing sleep and trying hard to keep up with everything, being stressed out, giving my audience reality checks like, hey, stop idolizing the work 10 to 12 hour work days. You know, if I can be 19, still study in university, play basketball and run a business and get more done and make more money than you could ever think of, then you're lacking the systems and information that I have that you need to get from me, right? And so now I'm telling you to work smarter. And so if I'm showing you how much money I'm making and the fact that I'm actually living life and I'm documenting what I'm doing on a day-to-day basis, then what's gonna happen is you're gonna see the growth. And I had a guy join me recently. He paid me $11.5 thousand PIF upfront. And I asked him, what made you join? I always ask that question. And he told me that he was following me for 2 years. And he remembered when I started out as an appointment setter. And he saw the growth from me being an appointment setter to me being a closer, to me being a sales manager, and then an operator, and then a consultant. So he saw my journey from $3K a month to $150,000 a month across a 2-year time span. When you document and you show how much you're making, and you're transparent about the numbers, and you're transparent about how you feel, what that does is it makes your followers and your audience invested in the journey. You know, they want to root for you. They want to see you win. And I'm sitting here and obviously I'm showing you guys the payments, but hey, don't just show the wins. Show the low months, you know. I mean, this month we're doing dog shit. It's the 26th of April. We've only made $60,000 cash. Wow, I sound like a douchebag. I don't mean it like that, but I mean, compared to last month, we did 151. We're basically doing half of what we did. We're probably gonna end up on like 80. So we're gonna finish up at half, but you get the idea. I'm still documenting the fact that I'm only gonna do, there's no right way to put it because I just sound like a douchebag either way, but I'm gonna do like half of what my record month of what we did last month. There's no good way to put it, but from our perspective, we're gonna do half of what we did last month. And even though we're focused on filming everything, a lot of people wouldn't show this month, but I'm still gonna show it because that's the transparency that people look for. That's what people are looking for. People aren't just looking for your wins and your crazy results and all that. No, people are looking for transparency and documentation regardless of how well your business is performing. So the fact that we're not having an ideal month, the fact that we're not even close to what we did last month and I'm still showing it, guess what? When I show the losses and I show when business is not going too well, when I do well, people are gonna celebrate me, people are gonna be happy for me, people are gonna be like, dude, congrats. They're gonna really just support me because they're invested in the journey because I show not just the wins, but the losses and how I'm feeling and everything transparently. And then I'm talking about the fact that I'm not locked in my room all day. So I'm selling the vehicle that allows you to work less while making more. I've been hanging out with friends, hitting the gym, actually living life, showing how much I'm making, buying Rolexes with my fucking clients. Thanks, Fahad, Patrick, killers. Patrick scaled from 5K to 40K with his Amazon FBA business. Again, I posted this on the 28th of April, like basically last year. That was in 2025. I posted this 2024. And I said that, hey, I always wanted to watch. This is the stuff this is what I'm gonna get. This is the watch I'm gonna get when I hit 50K a month. And then I actually got it. And I didn't just get a Digits, I got a Sky Dweller, which is like 4x the price. And I got it with 3 of my clients. So if you're seeing this, then suddenly you're like, fuck, I wanna be a part of this now, you know? And just talking about how much money we're making and all that. And then what my plan is with Consulting Mastery, talking about the fact that, you know, I could have done this way faster, but I opted for the slow route and I focused on fulfillment and everything. And do you see how much more convincing it is to work with me because I've shown this aspect that nobody else shows in my market? I'm 19, I'm younger than everybody, I'm not as qualified as everybody, but I still did 150K a month at 19. Why would you choose me over someone that has 6-7 years of experience? Because you resonate with me, because we have the same morals, because we have the same values. You want to be a part of what I'm building, because I'm documenting and I'm showing you transparently what everything is like instead of just showing you all the ups and all the wins. That's what it's all about. And then I'm also showing the social proof, showing that I can take you from point A to point B, right? The better your results is, the better will work and convince your audience. And this shows what they're capable of achieving if they work with you, which is the visualization, right? So I'm showing people like Sam Millsap that does 300K a month, 400K a month on our group calls. I'm showing our clients buying their dream cars. I'm showing people just do 7.8K days, proud with a ton of wins. 4K sale for Val, 2.5K for Alex. Josh going from 0 basically to 30K a month and then buying his dream car. And then Josh with 18K and Cruz making 6K in his second day. And now you're gonna even trust me even more, right? The fact that I can go to my wins channel, my Discord, and show you how many wins I'm getting is also gonna build that trust, right? There's nothing to hide. These are all wins that I've been getting in the community, you know? Alec joined the 10K day club. He made 10K in one fucking day, which is ridiculous. Pavin closed a Stan Store founder. Yusuf closed a $10.6 thousand deal as his first sale. Andrew's at 25K, Kim knows at like 10, you know? This is the ridiculous stuff that you see. And when I post this again, like 10K deal, that's great. That's a 13K sale. Now it's a split payment, but still. Prague got a 4.2K PIF, 25K for the month. When you see all these wins, obviously you're gonna just be completely more nurtured. And so if I'm posting this every other day on my story and you see all these wins, of course you're gonna be like, yo, Sue has something that I don't have. He has information that I need. You know, you see Oliver doing 4K in a day, 2 big PIFs. You see Gabe doing 3K pounds, 13K in a week for Trey, 3K PIF for Jaden. Like, dude, I can go on and on. Do you see how all these wins, and over time, if you're watching my stories for 2 to 3 months, you're gonna buy my service? That's how stories work. It's not gonna work in maybe the first 1 to 2 weeks, but if you're consistent enough with this for months on end and you get in the habit of posting good converting stories, in 2 or 3 months, all of your ICP leads that are considering working with you will work with you because you're spamming them with so much proof, so much personality, and so much documentation that they have to buy your service. All right, they have to. And then the last part is the CTAs, right? Getting people in your DMs to establish a next touch point. This is where you can nurture, provide the value, and plant the seed, and this is where you convert the sales. So this could be a direct offer, right? Maybe it could be like, hey, here are my case studies, boom, 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 I'm good at what I do. This is the best time to join in the fence. If you want to learn directly from me, DM me Black Friday. Here's what you get. You get the ads, you get the done for you systems, you get the content offer, again, showing more results, blah, blah, blah. By the way, this is the only time I ran a discount. I'm never running one again because I attracted a lot of cheap people, and that was my mistake. I'm only gonna ever run a price increase. So if you're looking for a discount, we're never gonna run one again, all right? That was my mistake. Showing more testimonials, telling people to DM me, and then just providing free value. Guys, I got over 200 inbounds from this message right here. I said, if you want access to the entire 63 video module course, where I break down exactly how I scale to 70K a month with my coaching business, then DM me the word video and I'll send it straight to your DMs. I got over 200 DMs in March. And because I provided so much value that nobody else was providing, I was able to get a ton of inbounds, book a ton of calls, and close a ton of sales, all right? So having CTAs is super, super important. I wouldn't spam them. I'd do them around once every 1 to 2 weeks. That's what I recommend. If you want to get really good at stories, here's the 2 tips I'll give you. Do things that nobody else in your market is doing so that you can stand out from everybody, right? Because think about it. Who the fuck gives out their 9.5K course for free? Nobody. Guys, I gave my entire video module course out for free. Like, you know how the general rule of thumb is like, hey, charge more for the information that makes them the most money, or charge more for your most valuable piece of information that will help your clients out the most. Why would you ever do that? Why would you ever do that? Because people perceive you based on the free value you give out. So if you give out shit free value, people are gonna think that your paid program is shit as well. And so the only thing that people can base your paid program off of is the free content you put out. Why would you gatekeep the best information and the best knowledge that you have? No, never do that. Just give everything out for free, right? That's what you wanna do. And also, who can say that they scaled their client from 500 to 50K a month in a span of 5 to 6 months? Nobody, which is why people are consuming my content. Who can say that they scaled their business to not 150K a month in 9 months while balancing university? Nobody, which is why people are interested in consuming my content in the first place. So I've been able to do things that no one else in my market does to get a market position that nobody else in my market can get. And that's how I've dominated the space with stories. And I've done this in the most saturated niche possible. I help coaches. Do you know how many people help coaches as well? Like, I'm competing with a market that is so hyper competitive, that is so saturated. And when I went into the space, people told me no, like, focus on a specific type of coach. And I said, fuck it, let me just do it. And I did it. I did 150K a month selling to coaches, right? The 2 things you need to understand is that there is no hacker strategy. If you post these 4 types of stories for a few weeks, you will win. And if you have a unique edge over the market like I do in these 3 points, then you will dominate the space very, very fast. Now at this point, you have the 4 formats that are gonna make you a ton of money with the stories and everything. But there's a specific way that you can execute these to perfection. And here's the 3 things that I focus on that allowed me to really get a ton of inbound leads and a ton of sales through stories. You need to speak directly to one person. And so instead of appealing to everybody, appeal to one specific type of person. And it comes down to market research, right? Instead of trying to target everybody with your stories and with your content, figure out who your ICP is, okay? What I was able to do and why I'm so good at stories is because I know who my ICP is. My ICP is John. He's around 23 years old. He dropped out of university. He has an online fitness coaching business. He wants to drive a Porsche. He wants to have a nice family. And he's worried that he can't get there because he doesn't feel as if he's built a consistent business yet. It fluctuates from 3K to 8K to 1K, and there's no consistency. And he just struggles with the right information. He's willing to put in 10 to 12 hour days, but he's doing that while being burned out and not having the right information after being burned by tons of mentors. That is who I'm targeting. And in my stories, I'm speaking to that person. And that's why I get so many inbounds and so many people want to reach out to me and pay me thousands of dollars, because I'm speaking directly to them. I'm not trying to appeal to everybody. I don't give a fuck about everyone, because everyone won't pay me. The type of person that John is, that's the only type of person that will pay me. And that's who I'm focused on talking to every single time I post on my story or I post a piece of content in general. Understanding every limiting belief and objection holding them back from working with you is also a huge tip that I'd recommend you do. Okay, so what I want you to do, an exercise you could do right now, Note down every single objection you've heard on a sales call, and literally every single one. So if you're a fitness coach, maybe it could be, oh, I'm gonna see other options. I'm gonna try my in-person trainer. I think I can do this by myself. Write down every fucking objection that you get on a sales call, and in your stories, break these objections, solve these objections. Because if your prospect has that objection with you on a sales call, that means you didn't solve that objection in your content. Now it is your objective to solve that objection in your content so that everybody else that has that same objection understands that this isn't something that should stop them from working with you. The goal with stories is to show why these objections are not real so that they can actually reach out to you and get the help that they need. The third one is just being unapologetically yourself. Stories is for documenting and showing, not giving. You're not meant to give value. You're not meant to give a ton of sauce. That's what you do in your reels, right? Just document and show the behind the scenes. Show what nobody else shows. Show things that people are scared to show, because if you show something that you're uncomfortable to share, other people won't share that and you're the only one, then suddenly you're in a category of one that nobody else can get to because nobody else is willing to share that piece of information, right? And so the fact that I'm sharing, like I say it's like a low month, it is a low month for me, but the fact that I'm sharing my low month, it gets people to just respect me because I'm not just showing my highs and my wins and everything, right? And so it shows exactly what's going on in the business and everything, and it provides a perspective that your viewer has never seen before. So here's how I structure a story sequence. I can literally create 7 days of stories in under 30 minutes. And it's a cheat code, all right? So the first thing I do is I brainstorm every single idea that I wanna talk about in my notes page. So it could be giving reality checks, updates on the month, clips of the vlog, client case studies, controversial opinions, breaking limiting beliefs, showing and documenting what I'm doing on a day-to-day basis, showing what I'm working on, my gym progress. And so I come up with the ideas first, and then here's what I do. I create 2 to 3 stories on every single day. You don't need to post 10, 20 stories to make this work. We're gonna work smarter. All we really need is 2 to 3 stories a day, and that's all you fucking need. And you can create this in 30 minutes. Like, you can literally create 7 days worth of content in 30 minutes. I'll show you guys what I literally do. So if you go over here, you can draft a ton of stories. I have 4 stories in the draft right now. I have different, client results. I have, just me talking about what I'm doing and everything. And it's extremely easy. Here's what I do. I go to my notes and I just write out a ton of different things, just my thoughts throughout the day. And all you want to do is just write thoughts about how you feel, controversial things that are popping up, opinions that will rub against others and all that stuff, and just have a ton of stuff, right? And so what I do is I like to have, I made 150K a month at 19. The last thing I'm gonna do is buy a car. So I've seen a lot of people my age buy cars with their money, and I make the same amount of money as them. And I'm opting to buy real estate instead of cars. And so this is a controversial opinion because everyone, as soon as they get money, they wanna buy a car, right? I'm gonna rub against the grain. I'm gonna create an opinion that's kind of controversial and almost like kind of dorky or nerdy and put it out there. And I'll have a few people just think I'm a dork, but also a small segment of people that just fucking love what I stand for and think it's way smarter that way, right? And so I'm gonna take this fucking thing and I can just go to my Instagram. I have a app that limits my use so that I don't scroll on here. But basically, I can go on Instagram and then I can just make it super easy. So I'm gonna find a good picture of me. Let's say it's this one, there we go. I like this one, me and my friends, right? Now there's gonna be too much text, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna split it into 2. Boom, save draft. And then I'm gonna get another picture, like this, make it look nice. Boom. Boom. That is a story sequence for 1 day, just like that. And then I'm gonna go back to my notes tab and I'm gonna do the same process over and again. And if I do this for literally 10, 20 minutes, I'm gonna have a whole 7-day story sequence lined up just like that. Throughout the day, when you have thoughts, note them down in your notes journal, copy and paste them in your stories, and boom, you're done, just like that. Make it super efficient, make it super quick, and that's how I create stories. Don't overthink it. The more you do it, I've been doing this for 2 years, guys. The more you do it, the better you'll get at it. And if you wanna get inspiration on what you wanna post in your stories, follow people like me that are great at stories. See what I'm doing, replicate what you like. The same way you guys replicate the reels and the YouTube videos and all that, do the same for stories. It's the same exact thing, okay? That is my story strategy in a nutshell. I have the personality aspect, which is arguably the most important, documentation, social proof, and CTAs. And if you do these 4 types of stories every single day for the next 1 to 2 weeks, you will already start to see results. And the best part is that it compounds. So if you do this for a year straight, I know that's not what you guys want to hear because you guys are brain rot, but if you do this for a year straight and you can stick to something like this and be disciplined and show up every single day, even when you don't feel like it, then what's going to happen is these guys are going to be so warm and they're going to want to work with you and only you. That's how I get people paying me $10,000 up front, $15,000 up front, $20,000 up front. All these type of sales is because I show up every day. That's the most important thing, okay? There is no magical hack. There is no magical pill. You just have to show up every day, get better at these 4 types of content, and you will make money. I hope this video helped you guys out. I showed you everything I could. I provided as much detail. Now, if you want this dashboard for your personal reference so that you can actually look at the story examples and just create your own and just take inspiration from my best performing stories, then just DM me stories on Instagram. I'll get someone to send you this this resource and everything, and you can have it for free. But I hope that you guys enjoyed this video. I provided a lot of sauce. If you guys are looking to scale your coaching business, then you know where to find me. You can talk to me and my team in the link in bio. But with that being said, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Boys, I want to dive right in because today's going to be heavy. It's going to be very, very intense, and I want you guys to really take as much notes as possible because I'm going to cover a lot. This is everything that you need to know to scale to 100K a month. This month alone, we're on track to do 250, somewhere around that ballpark. And everything that we've done is intentional. And I want to show you guys what we're doing on the back end to be able to sustain this so that you guys can do it as well. Before I even dive in, I want to cover how hard it is. So you're 35 times more likely to get into a world's top university than hitting 100K a month as an online consultant. That's how hard it is. And so the feat that you guys are all trying to achieve is hard. And so how did we get to 150K a month? But not just me, Andrew. Obviously you guys know Andrew. He's making 113K a month with his offer. He's at 60K 10 days in. So he's on track for another huge 6-figure month. Alec, of course, you guys know Alex. He processed over 137K, absolutely killing it. And he's been sustaining 80, 90, and around that 6-figure a month ballpark, right? And then obviously Sheldon as well. He scaled to 100K a month. So we've had 4 people, including me, scale to 100K a month, not to mention the done-for-you clients that are on RevShark. So there are 2 key levers that we all pulled in order to actually scale to this point. The first one is A-player talent. All of us saw our revenue actually shoot up overnight after making these key hires. So I personally hired an A-plus appointment setter and editor, right? And this setter would basically book a ton of qualified calls on a consistent basis, and I wouldn't have to worry about it. This was the one hire that changed everything for me. And also I hired an editor that was very, very competent, that could scale up, they could understand my personal brand, that could edit well and actually retain people. And so editing is not just to make it look fancy, not just to actually make it look good, it's to actually get people to retain and watch and break down concepts better. That's what editing is. Alec also hired an A-plus appointment setter and manager, and he did over 80K, and obviously you guys know he did 130. Andrew hired an A-plus appointment setter. He managed to do 113. He's on track for 180 this month. If you're at 10 to 20, 30K a month, chances are you're doing a lot of things. But if you want to get to 100K a month, it isn't about what you do. It's about your team's competence and their capability. And so 0 to 30K a month is your competence as a founder. 30 to 100K a month is your team's competence. I need you to drill this in your head. Seriously, I need to drill this in your head. And so now the question is, now that I know we have to actually attract A-player talent, how do we find them? There's 5 things that we look for. And these are the 5 commonalities that I see in every single A-player that I hire. And this always works well, okay? Extremely hardworking. They are people that are willing to put in the work every single day. They have no ego. So when you give them a piece of feedback, they're not questioning you. They're not questioning whether or not it's a good piece of feedback. They just implement straight away. So something that I implement in my interview process is I love to actually just, like, let's say I'm hiring a setter and I'm reviewing the setter conversation. I love to say at the end, like, even if the convo is good, I love to say, like, yo, this convo is shit, and I'll just stay silent. And my goal with that is to see how they react. And if they're getting defensive and they're getting like, what do you mean it's shit? I don't want to work with that. That subtle tell will give me everything that I need to know on whether or not I want to work with that type of person. And maybe the setting is good, but if he's open to hearing that feedback, that is going to be a much better trait than a skill, because it's very hard to talk to or coach someone with an ego, and it's much easier to train them on a skill as opposed to the ego and the character. You know, you can't build a person's character, but you can build a person's skill. So that's why I do that. Okay. The third one is they value growth over money. So they're not obsessed over making more, because the moment, like the truth is, there's always going to be a company out there that will pay more than you're willing to pay. That's the reality. And if they value growth within your company, they'll stay long term, even if there are better opportunities in front of them. Fourth one is they're young. If you're young, it's just a very, very big green flag, because they're willing to work hard and they're, hungry for their goals and everything. And the fifth one is that they idolize you. If they're following you and they've been keeping track of your personal brand and how well you've been doing, that is a very good sign, because they want to be part of your vision. Okay? So these are 5 things. And so now the question is, how do you actually attract them? I can tell you, the best talent comes from the personal brand. Subconsciously, when you see my growth and you see me go from 25K followers to now I have over 75K followers, and you see me go from 3K subs to 10K subs, right? You're going to see my growth as a person and also as a business, and you're going to subconsciously want to associate yourself with me, because you've seen my growth over the years. You've seen my growth over the months. And so it is extremely important to document not just your client testimonials and everything, but your business growth and your growth as a person. That's extremely important. And you also need a mission that inspires. Too many of you have a goal of like, your mission is just, I want to make 100K a month. If you hire a team member and you tell them that you want to make 100K a month, why the fuck does he care? And so you need a genuine mission that's bigger than money and bigger than you. And a mission that could do well is maybe dominate the industry and be the go-to company that scales coaches, or help thousands of coaches hit 100K a month. If that's my mission, that is a mission that's bigger than me. It's not money-based. It's not monetary. It's not just beneficial to me. It's beneficial to the entire team, because we're trying to scale. Another one is just being in the right networks. And I want to really go over this, because the type of talent that you attract will dictate how much money you make as a founder. And I say this all the time. I'm not making the amount of money because of how smart or how good I am. It's because of the team I put together. And it's because of the competence of the team. So I'll tell you what my setter did and why we're actually scaling why we're going to scale to 200 to 250K this month. My setter created an entire Mara board system. And so every single person that closed in June, we know the exact reason or the exact flow that they used in order to actually get closed. And so some of you are actually on this call. It's funny, but we understand every single flow and every single reason our people actually come down the funnel. And if you're this obsessed, if your employee and your team is this obsessed about his specific craft, how can you not win? The key point here is that I didn't ask for this. My appointment setter went out of his way to create this Mara board system to actually map out how someone got closed in June and created this. That is how much work your setter should actually put in. And so you got to ask yourself, is your setter doing the bare minimum? Or is he doing stuff like this and is he going the extra mile? And if he's not doing stuff like this, you got to ask yourself, are you leading him the right way? Because you're probably not, right? You're probably not. So we understand, okay, let's say, I'm going to use Damien as an example because it's perfect, right? Marvin inbound, what type of agent are you? That's the outreach. I got a lot of you guys with this one. This is like the typical outreach that works extremely well because it's, it's not even related to business and it's very, very casual. It's also just like a, like a fun little one. And then we just built location report and we just talked about nothing about business, just personal stuff. And then he had an inbound asking for a specific freebie and then a story inbound. We built more report around his niche, dropped some sauce, asked about his plan. He asked for more resources. So he asked for 3 different resources and then eventually we pitched him the call. If you look across the board, there are very, very similar patterns that we can replicate in future conversations. So if you pay attention to all of this, they all start the conversation by building rapport that's not even related to the business. So what does that tell us? Let's not even send an outbound about how business is going. Let's not even talk about business to start off. Let's talk about rapport that is completely different from everyone else in my industry. It'll build more trust and it's different. So you see how we notice a pattern because of the amount of detail we put into this. He also did this with the combos that didn't book it. Why did this combo not book, right? So these were all pitched calls, but they all just didn't book. What's going on? Why didn't we book in? And so now we're understanding not just how to book in, but what to avoid. Problem finding. My setter literally created a flow chart to be able to map out problems. And so if the low leads is a problem, then we can assume that it's a top of funnel. If it's no content, then these are the action items that we give them. If it's bad content, then it's the positioning, and then also it's the variety. So how can we fix that? My setter knows exactly what to say. And the cool thing about this is I am not building this out for him. He's building it out himself. So do you guys realize how if you hire a setter of this caliber, it will completely change your business? Completely. Because not only does this help him, but these are all assets that I can transfer into my next appointment setter. And my next setter can build on top of this. And over time, we're going to have a pool of resources for my specific offer that we can train setters on like this. And the churn rate, even if the setters churn, we have all these resources that are built up over months, if not years. And the ramp up period is going to be way faster. That's how it works. Okay? Look, we're going through so much detail. So much detail. That's what you have to go through. We also track ICP leads and everything, right? And the way that we track ICP leads, obviously you guys know Devin is an absolute killer. We track ICP leads to actually know, okay, is the content actually attracting a qualified ICP? So it's obviously easy for me to target coaches because, you know, their bio looks the same. They have a verified tick. They post content. This is a pure ICP. Now for you, maybe a bit harder because it's B2C, but you'll generally be able to pinpoint if a lead is qualified. So, you know, like I love to make the analogy for fitness, the perfect ICP is like a white middle-aged old man. That's the perfect ICP. If you see that, you know that's a qualified ICP coming in, and boom, that's one ICP coming in, and you track that. And so what you guys got to do to be able to attract this caliber of talent is figure out what is your mission. And I want you guys to actually do this because these are golden nuggets that you can take from the call and actually apply, right? What is your mission? Why will that mission make people want to actually work with you? What is the minimum standard to work with you? I want you to answer these 3 questions. And even if you can't hire someone right now, I recommend it. And if you've already hired someone, I'd recommend still doing this because you can lead better. If you're not making 6 figures a month right now, you can lead better. And even if you are, you can still lead better, right? There's always room for improvement. The next thing I get you guys to do is create a hiring form, especially if you're at 30K a month. If you're at 30K a month, I'd highly recommend creating a hiring form because it makes it easy for people to apply. So one thing I do is I have a Loom video where I go over the mission, values, and the vision of my company. I get everyone to watch this video, and then I get them to choose which role they want to apply for. You want to be a closer? Do you want to be a coach? Do you want to be a media buyer? Do you want to be an editor, CSM, setter? What do you want to be? And the reason why I create this is because I want to have a pipeline of talent that I can tap into at any time. I don't want to have to wait. Like a lot of you are in a position where, let's say your setter churns. You're going to have to spend months finding a new setter. And I'm going to call some of you guys out like Jaden, right? Your setter churn, and now only you're looking for a setter. But you always have to have a pipeline of talent ready that are already trained on your offer to just plug and play. I learned this the hard way. When I let go of my first setter and he churned, I went 3 months finding a new setter and I dropped from 50 to 20 for 3 months because I lacked the pipeline of talent that I could just pull from immediately. And so what this does, when I have this in my LinkedIn bio for my YouTube videos, what this will give me is the ability to just pick from talent and never struggle with hiring competent reps. And that's extremely important, especially at scale, because you never want to be held back by your talent. You always want to dictate the talent that you bring on, and you never want to have that be the lagging indicator. Okay. And then, okay, we asked them, okay, what is your area of expertise? Would you be willing to make a full-time coach? All that type of stuff. We have this on a website. If you don't have a website and you're just looking for a specific type of talent, let's say appointment setters, which is a lot of you, just have it on Google Form, but just have it and make it easy to apply. Okay. Because you don't want to churn and then try to find a new setter. You want to have that setter ready. Very, very important. I learned it the hard way. Now, it's one thing to be able to attract an A-player talent, but to keep them for years is how you build a long-term 100K a month business. That is the hard part. The truth is, when you attract A-player talent and people that are really, really good at what they do, they will get opportunities and they will get poached by your competitors, right? They will. And so how do we get them to keep on working with us for years on end, even though our competitors are poaching them and there are better opportunities out there? The first one is you want to understand their goals. That is the most important thing. You want to understand their goals. So I want to go over a story with you guys where I was, hiring a creative director, and you guys obviously know him now, this is Josh and everything. I was hiring a creative director, and I'll tell you exactly how I'm able to structure it. When I hired Josh, obviously the process was extremely hard to get in. And the key thing that I want you guys to understand is that I hired Josh at 15 to 20K a month. But the key thing that I did was in our interview, I asked him his goals. I didn't ask how qualified he was. I didn't ask about, why he wanted to work with me. I asked him about his goals. What are your 3 6-month goals from now? What are your 12 months goals from now? I understood his goals first. And the moment that I understood his goals, I could position my company and me achieving my goals in unison with his. And so the one thing that you guys have to understand is that if you want to scale and you want to make a lot of cash and you want to attract A-player talent, you need to understand your team's goals and put them before yours. Because what they will do is they will do the exact same. They will put your goals before theirs. And it's this whole, perfect like kind of balance, because you're putting their goals before them and then they're putting your goals before them as well. And now you guys have the best interest in heart, because you know that if you achieve their goals, they'll also help you achieve your goals. So I asked Josh, how much do you want to make? At the time, I think he said like 10K. And I told him, think bigger. I literally forced him to have a bigger goal. And then he said 20, 30. And the way that I positioned it was, I want you to be the creative director. If I hired you, I want you to be the creative director that scales my personal brand. And I want you to be able to use me as a case study to sign more clients. That is what I pitched him at. I think at the time, Josh was making 1.5K a month. Is that right?
Yeah, it was around 1.5.
1.5K a month, right?
Yeah.
So this Fuki is making 1.5K a month. And then what was your goal?
It was to make more money, get out of editing and everything like that. I didn't really have a financial goal in mind, but it was to make more money and get out of editing.
So that was his
leverage.
Yeah, that was his goal. And I positioned this opportunity as, you can become a creative director, learn the exact skills to scale this personal brand, and use me as a case study to sign other clients. Fast forward to now, Josh, what did you do last month, bro?
I did 20 last month. My biggest was 31. So basically, I don't know, a 20, 30x increase.
20, 30x. And
yeah,
it's fire, right? The reason why I bring this up is because that makes me so fucking happy, first of all. Because Josh literally joined at 1.5. He put his trust in me. We built the personal brand together. Now we're the personal brand is getting really big. We're leading the industry. Not only that, but Josh, 20, 30x his income. But the key was how I positioned it. I positioned this opportunity as a way for him to learn this skill, for him to, scale me up, use me as a case study. And that's exactly what he did. And he made 30K a month with his own offer. That's what you guys do. That's what you have to do. Okay? So you have to understand what people want and position their goals in your best interest. And I promise you, if you learn this skill, you will never go broke, because you can double, triple, quadruple your output with talented people around you. And now he takes care of the entire editing process, and I don't even have to worry about it. You can ask Matt. Matt's in Penang with me. All I do is just film reels. I just film my day, clip farm, and then I just throw the footage in a drive, and Josh and the team takes care of it. That's what it is, and that's how you actually scale. And so understanding the goals is huge. It's huge. And so I sold him the idea of more growth in the business and the ability to also make money with his own offer, which is ultimately what everyone wants. And then, as you guys can see, the views just skyrocketed and everything. This is an old actual picture. We're at 10K subs now and everything. Okay. The second thing I'd say to keep talent is to build the relationships. I have a weekly call with each team member talking about personal life, simply because I know that it's much easier to scale a company with friends than it is with professional partners. So this is Fossey. This is the backend systems that you guys all know and love that help us with everything. I want you to actually read this message. He says, I want to update you on something since we last talked. First of all, to give you a bit of context, I had a call with him where I just kind of called him out on what he's lacking in his life, what I needed him to focus on to be a better person, not just for the business, but for himself. I told him to dress better and, actually make a better first impression, get in shape. So he started the gym with a personal trainer, working on maximizing growth. He got a new webcam, working on better communication. And he just said, just want to say I appreciate you for giving it to me straight. I'm already seeing the growth with the changes and it feels amazing. When you can connect with a team member on this level, they will run through a fucking wall for you. I need you to understand. They will run through a wall for you. It's not about treating them as if they're your employee. No. They are your ride or die. You gotta treat them like that. And they will run through a wall for you. Okay? So this is a text that he sent me after a one-on-one. They're just not your employees. And so I want you to treat them as family. That's the main thing. We have a pay your dues channel over here. And, we're always posting about working out, getting in better shape. And it's it's a community, it's a team. And even if there is a better opportunity out there, I promise you it won't have the same team culture. I fucking promise you. That's what makes this whole different. The third one is gestures, right? Just gestures and everything. And so small things go a long way when you build a brand. Josh, you know, he was with me since the trench day, since I was doing 15K a month. I wasn't really paying him what he deserved, you know, but something that I did because he was with me in the times where we weren't doing as well was we went to Daniel Dalen mastermind together. That was like a once in a lifetime type of thing where we talked to an industry leader, we learned directly from him, we got content with him, and that's a gesture that'll go a long way. Go a really long way. Jacob, right? His goal is to make 30K a month, 10K a month with my offer, 20K a month with his. I give him an Osmo Pocket too because I know that if he films more content, he can sign more clients for his sales coaching offer and he'll be more bought into the team. These are all small gestures that go a long way. And you guys won't do it enough. You gotta treat these guys like family because they're the ones that bring you the result. It's easy for us to put in the work because it's our own business. But you gotta understand that these guys, like, they're building for you. They're building alongside you. And you gotta treat them like family. And you always gotta say, it's our business. If you pay attention to the team calls, Josh can attest to this, George can attest to this, all my team can attest to this. I never say my. Nothing is mine. Even when I talk about the personal brand, I say our personal brand, our business, our goal. It's a team. It's a cohesive unit. All right. There's no my. Like, it's all our. Okay. And then the fourth one is just for frequent team meetups. So I personally hire people predominantly in the EU because I can book a trip with them anytime and dial in person. When we went to London, I believe we did, I think it was some stupid numbers. We did like 40K in 5 days, something like that. And that's the power of actually dialing in person. Communication is the biggest lever you can pull to scale your team. So if you can hire from the same area, like they're not too far away, then you can bring them in person, you can fly them out for revenue goals, and you can just work together. And that's what's going to push the business to a whole new level. So we can set goals where it's like, okay, if we hit 200K this month, we're going to Greece, we're booking an Airbnb. And everyone's motivated, everyone's working together. And because we all want to hit Greece, we all want to film content, we all want to work together. These are all little things you can do. I also personally run 2 group calls a week, Wednesday and Friday. Wednesday and Friday, this is where we go into the Lucre studio for the first 30 minutes. So we cover overall metrics, we cover the book calls, the cash collected, the average cash, what's going on, where are these clients even coming from. We cover everything. We understand what the bottleneck is in the setting process. How many qualified calls are we booking? Are these guys even converting into sales? What is going on? So we all want to be in unison, okay? And it's a system to show which departments are doing well. Because let's say I go over content. And let's say content is doing shit, but the appointment setters are doing extremely well. What is that going to do to the content person? It's going to get them to lock in. Because they know that they are the anchor in the business and they are dragging the weight. And so when you cover content, sales, appointment setting, fulfillment, all in one call, what that does is it motivates each sector and each department to be more on top of everything. So when you run that 50 to 100K a month business, there isn't that much accountability that needs to be happening because they're already being publicly held accountable. And they don't want to be the department that's leading the team down. That's making the team kind of, not as productive as it should be. That's a key factor. Okay. I also personally do 1 section group calls a week. So we do fulfillment, content, and sales. The first day is fulfillment. So every Monday, we cover fulfillment. These are client recaps. We go over group call attendance. We cover which high potential client to focus on, and we have a client scoring system. So we actually track which people attend the group calls so that we can give them more support. We actually track who listens and who actually goes through all the videos, who shows up, in the communication tab, who shows up in the one-on-one, who's providing free value. How can we be of more service to them? Because the truth is, every client is different. I'll give you an example. If 10 clients show up, right? If 10 clients join me, and there's only 2 clients that are consistently joining the group calls, I know that when I hop on a one-on-one call with them and I tell them what to implement, they are 80 to 90% more likely to take all my advice and implement it. And so this attendance basically gives us the ability to look at, okay, who's really, really trying and how can we give them more support? Because we know that the moment that we give them more clarity and more support, we can scale them to the moon. And as a consulting business, you guys have to be smart with your clients. You need to look at who can become the next big case study. You need to look at who can become, that next person that everyone looks up to in the group. because that's how you build a strong community and that's how you build strong marketing assets. When you see my testimonial page and you see guys quadrupling their business, 5xing their business, 10xing their business, you're going to understand like that reason is because we focus on the guys that have high potential in the first place. So these are guys that have deep networks. These are guys that show up to the calls. These are guys that communicate more. They give us referrals. Those are the people you double down on. We track everything. We track the difference in the show rate. We track the difference in the attendance, everything. And what this also does, we also have check-in reminders and everything. What this also does is when we post a specific topic on a group call, like let's say this one is talking about scaling to 100K a month. This could be a YouTube video because there's how many people in here? 41. I think the max was like 44 at one point, right? There's 41 people compared to the average, which is maybe 25 or 30. I know that people are more inclined to click on a video where it's me talking about exactly how I scale to 100K a month than maybe this other video about content, because the data shows it. So not only does this track the attendance, but it also tracks which topics that I can double down on in my content. 2 birds with 1 stone. All right. Second day check-ins as well. And then the Wednesday is content as well. The team leads the call, right? And it's key that the team leads the call. I highly recommend, if you haven't done so yet, schedule 1 call a week with your editor. Your editor is not just an editor that gets clips done. Your editor is someone that dictates how you're perceived, how your personal brand is perceived. And what they do is they give me summaries of the weekly performance, all right? And we brainstorm a lot on these calls. So they essentially track everything that's happening. They know what each reel gives me. So they know the view count, we know the followers gained, we know the rating. So 17.7 followers per 1,000 views. That's a great rating. We should recreate more of this. You guys look at the success on the social media. You see us at 10K subs now and 70K followers, but you don't see the back end. You don't see how much actually goes in to all of this shit. We track everything. We also have an entire Notion pipeline build out where I can actually see what raw clip they're actually getting the edits from, the frame link. When is it scheduled to go out? If you don't have these systems, how can you build this predictable, scalable personal brand? I will always outcompete you because I have these systems in place. And just so you guys know, you all have access to this. If you want these systems and everything that we're doing, Josh and the team have already filmed looms on how to recreate the system into your own business. Just let us know in the Discord group chat, and Fossey and Josh will get it over to you. All right? Like, we already teach you how to set this up, and you guys already have the templates. You guys just probably aren't using. So that's that. Thursday is sales. So these are numbers recap. We're troubleshooting the bottlenecks. We're talking about how we can get more book calls on the calendar and how we can generate more cash. A recent problem that we fixed was the average order value. In August, we did around 110, 120, which was decent. But the main problem that we faced was that our average upfront order value was trash. Like, it was only like 4 or 5K. And this month is at 7.6K. So what do? We focus more on actually better content based on this that attracted a more qualified ICP. We showed more client interviews. We built more trust. We talked about more complex topics in the content. We boosted posts that already did well and attracted an ICP lead. And we only prioritized the guys that already had a following, that already were making money instead of beginners. And average order values shot up. We only know that because we were on a call together and we pinpointed that specific number. So if you're not tracking your numbers and you don't have Lucre Studio and you don't know your average order value, you don't know your average cost per client, you don't know your show up rate, this is all basic shit and you need it. And we already have the sheets for you to track it. You just got to actually implement. So scaling to 100K a month is about understanding people and attracting the right talent. And if I'm being honest, every single one of you in this community can hit 100K a month. But out of 100 people that actually hit this number, only 10 can actually sustain it. So how do you actually sustain 6-figure months? The short answer is through tracking. Okay? The short answer to actually sustain 6-figure months is through tracking. And also building systems. Numbers show everything about the business. So the reason why is because they also help us pinpoint the bottlenecks. And these are the 10 crucial metrics that you need to track if you aren't already. I highly recommend either getting your phone out to take a picture of every single metric or get a notepad out. The first one is a qualified ICP coming in every single day. You want to aim for 10 to 30 qualified ICP. If you're B2C, B2B, you could probably get by around 10. That's the first one. Not your new followers, your qualified ICP. And then the second one is a qualified ICP you reach out to every single day. This should be around 30. Now, these are not just random outreaches. These are qualified outreaches. Okay? The third one is a new convo to booking percentage. Out of 100 conversations, if I'm having 100 convos, I want to book at least 5. You need to track this. Because if you know that your number is below 5, then it's an appointment setting problem. And we can pinpoint it and we can fix it right there and then. Just tell your setters to hop on a call with Teddy. And we have 3 weekly group calls for setters. Tell them to hop on all 3 and we'll dial this in for you. The fourth one is a show up rate. 85% is the KPI for consulting mastery. This isn't industry standard. This is like our standard. This is consulting mastery standard. This is what you should be aiming for. 85% for show up rate. The fifth one is the offer rate. So out of 10 calls, you offer 7 of them. You offer 7 of them your package. Sixth one is the close rate. You should be getting 50%. If you're getting anything less, there's a problem with your middle of funnel because they're not bought in enough. If you don't get at least 1 laydown out of every 3-4 calls, your content is not good. I can't tell you the amount of clients that have joined this month that already knew that they wanted to join me. They just need to figure out a few logistics and they needed just a 10-minute call and boom, 10K, 12K, 18K, 25K. We don't have sales calls. We have onboarding calls. These guys know that we can help them. They're just saving up cash. The 7th is cash collected to revenue percentage. You need to aim for 60 to 70%. And if you're aiming too low, that means you're not attracting a qualified enough audience. So this means that we have to run a more qualified top of funnel ads, or we have to double down on what specific content piece is attracting that qualified ICP. Offer rate 70% prop. Yeah. Cash collected to revenue, the reason why is because you don't want to be attracting brokies. And if you're collecting like 1K deposits and you're not getting like at least 50% of the sale, there's a problem. We need to probably run top of funnel qualified ads to specify our targeting to get more of that qualified ICP coming in. In a lifetime with a client that transacts with you, your average should be 6K. And if it's anything less, you need to work on your fulfillment and you need to restructure your calls. I highly, highly recommend you book a call with Jacob or me to cover the LTV because this is the one thing that you can pull that can instantly generate results. I talk about this all the time. If I sign 3 clients for 10K and you sign 3 clients for 3K, I just made 30K. You just made 9K. I tripled your profit with the exact same amount of work. Pricing is the highest lever you can pull. And the way that you increase pricing is by increasing the LTV. So do you have cross-sells in place? Do you have upsells in place? Do you have renewal contracts in place? That's all extremely important, okay? 9th is the upsell. You should aim for a 15% upsell. And then a cross-sell, 30%. So upsell is your higher ticket. Maybe it's a done for you, inner circle, whatever it is. Cross-sell is just another service. So for us, it's the setter management. Some of you are on it, right? And so there's 2 ways to track these. I know it's a lot. I know it's a bit time consuming. You can either manually track with our spreadsheets. We have Loom tutorials for literally every single KPI and how to track every single one. Or you can just hire a VA to track for you. It's going to cost you around $500 a month. But if, it'll save you a lot of peace of mind. Depends on what you guys want to do. There's 2 options, okay? And then once you do that, content systems. As you guys know, content is the number 1 lever that we pull to scale to where we are at today. Just so you guys know, the reason why our content is so good is because of the backend systems that we have in place. My setters track every single ICP lead and gives a weekly report on what content attracts the most ICP. So a lot of people say that organic is unsustainable because you can't scale up predictably. It's not like ads. Ads you can put in X amount and get Y amount. No, they just can't track better and they're not good at content enough. Imagine if you have this alongside paid ads, you have a 6-figure a month business so fucking easily. So we know that the sales call videos brought in 120 leads. That's why every time I have a split sales call, we post it. What does that do? It creates FOMO because people are joining us. It shows competence because I can objection handle. And it sparks curiosity because what the fuck is this guy selling for 18, 25K? And so it gets you down the funnel. It does 3 things in one video. That's why it does so well. And that's why that is our main video format that attracts ICP leads. Mario board videos brought in 68 leads. Right? So they're more ICP based. Maybe not as many views as a sales call, so it's not as entertaining, but it brings in a good amount of ICP still. Morals and values, me talking about my family, that brings in a bit of a broader audience, but it still brings in around 24. And then POV, you get a big sale and then you do this after. POV, you close an 18K deal and then go play tennis. That then brought in around 45 leads. So based on this information, if I'm struggling with attracting a qualified audience because of my tracking that I did, the 10 crucial metrics that I tracked, if I'm struggling with bringing in qualified new followers, I know, let me stop posting this shit. Let me just post a sales call route. If I already have a qualified ICP, but I need to nurture more, Okay, let me talk about my morals and values. You only know this if you track. You only know this if you track. And I know it's tedious. I know it's tedious, but if you have the right systems in place and your setter can run through a fucking wall for you, and you hire a competent VA that can do this for you, I promise you the amount of data and insights you have is going to be so easy to scale your business. Now, with that info, I can either increase ad spend or double down on content that has brought in ICP in the past. I'm not saying that you have to 100% run ads. If you don't want to run ads, all good. Double down on the content that brought in ICP. But if you want to just go absolute crazy and you want to dominate your industry, you can do both. And the cool thing about ads, if you haven't realized this already, we got a 6x ROAS recently with this ad. The cool thing about ads is that the specific videos that brought in the most ICP, you can run that as an ad. You can take the first 5 seconds of that hook, run that as an ad, put a new body to it, and that ad is almost 70 to 80% of the time going to give you a positive ROAS because it already brought in ICP in the past. So when you double down on data and insights, you can track all of these numbers, and now you have more clarity on the type of creatives that you can create for ads. Prob, I know we mentioned this on our call, right? You always talk about how do we scale with ads. Just look at the specific content pieces that brought in the most ICP, take the exact hook, create a different body, and just test. And I promise you that ad is going to be way more likely to actually give a positive ROAS than the other ones out there, because that's already proven to work organically. Paid ads, the people that crush with organic will always crush with paid ads. It's just that they have to let go of the limiting belief that they're losing money because it's an investment. Think about every single business out there. They got to invest into inventory. They got to invest into stock. They got to invest into staff, the rent. The inventory for a service-based business is ads. The way that you reinvest in your business is through ads and talent. These are the two best ways to invest in your business, all right? We also have NAN automations. So we study competitors, we track all the posts. We find patterns that everyone else does and it puts them in a spreadsheet. I paid an AI consultant to teach my VA exactly how to look at my competitors, take what data is working for them so that I can understand industry trends before they even happen. When I understand exactly what my competitors are doing, I can always stay a step ahead and always catch the curve early if it is a trend. But I only know this because I have all these systems set up. Again, I paid an AI consultant to teach my VA how to build it in-house. And now every single week I have insights on where my content is going or where the industry content is going so that I can stay ahead. And if it's a trend that I want to hop on, then I can hop on. But I only hop on because I have this insight built out. And so to scale fast, you need to study competition and understand what is happening. So I have up-to-date ideas on my on my competitors' content pieces. I have clarity on the direction they're moving, and I always have the ability to stay one step ahead. If you want to dominate a fucking industry, this is the shit you have to do. Because I know a lot of you are stuck at maybe 30. Majority of you on this call are stuck at 30 to 50. And you're thinking in your head, how the heck do I get 200, 200, 300? You don't do shit that everyone else does. You go a step beyond. You have to. Okay? And so we also have fulfillment systems. So again, if you can have better fulfillment, you will increase LTV, which will make scaling 10 times easier. So again, I mentioned this just now. My average LTV is 16K. If I have 30 book calls and I close 10 sales, my upfront LTV is 40K, but a cash collected after 6 months is 160,000. If your average LTV is 4K, which is not bad in this industry actually. It's not terrible. But I'm always going to challenge you guys to be a step above industry because we're better than everyone, right? If your average LTV is 4K and you book the same amount of calls, you close the same amount of sales, your upfront is 20,000. And your cash collected after 6 months is 40,000, assuming that you have a 50% cash upfront order value. Look at the difference. The upfront obviously is doubled, but after 6 months, I'm going to blow you out the fucking water because I am quadrupling your profit. And now I can spend more on talent, spend more on ads, and I will dominate my industry. Before you even look into scaling, ask yourself, do you have a LTV you're happy with? And you want to skip the LTV process, you want to skip the foundation and start building. What you're building on top of a wobbly foundation. I spent so much time dialing my LTV at the start because I know that I'm going to make my process so much easier. We did the same amount of work. We took the same amount of calls. We booked the same amount of calls. We fulfilled for the same amount of clients. Ask yourself, how can you increase average LTV? So, lack of accountability. Okay, accountability system, right? Constant progression. We have a CSM pipeline where we track every single one of you guys' progress. Clarity on what to do. We built out a 188 roadmap for you guys to all look at. Personalized guidance. We have Loom support and one-on-one calls. So you can actually go into the loops map out your problem, and get direct Loom support from me and the team. We have this in place. You know what I mean? Obviously, one-on-one calls, content ideas, NAA and automation build, all of this type of stuff. Lack of motivation, the public wins chat in the group calls. I'm sure some of you that have joined this week, I think 4 of you joined this week, when you went ahead and you looked at the Discord and you saw guys making 9K in 3 days, and you saw guys making 16K in 3 days, and this guy already crushing it, and Damien obviously hitting 9.8 in 1 day. What does that do to you psychologically? First of all, it reaffirms your decision, and it makes you motivated because you're like, okay, I joined the right community. Junior, you probably felt that way, right? You joined, you saw all these wins, you're like, holy shit. I've been part of, you've probably been part of other communities, and nothing comes close to this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It just reaffirms your decision, and it gets you motivated, and it gets you going, because you're like, fuck, I just joined the best program out there. And you did. You literally did, right? All of that. The group calls, I mean, there's literally 40 of you here. So when someone joins a program, they have a warm-up call in 24 hours, the systems build out, strategy call with me, personalized blueprint, checking calls scheduled for the next 4 weeks, graduation call, prioritize this group call, offer build out, everything. And then obviously the renewal, you get to choose done if you've done for you, rev share, whatever it is. And so the whole point I'm trying to make with this entire presentation, you're only as good as the systems you have in your business. There's a lot of you are running around in circles right now because you're thugging it out. And yes, you can make 30K a month, but you can't scale to 100. And even if you did, you can't sustain. You sustain 100K a month with the systems and the infrastructure that I went through in this group call. And I promise you, we have everything that I have built out. We already have it SOP'd out that you can replicate in your own offer. You just have to take the initiative. All right. Bit of a long one, but I'm gonna stay back for the Q&A as well. And yeah, let's rip some questions. How was the call? How was the group call for you guys? Was it good?
So good, brother.
Fire? Hell yeah.
Gives me hope for like what's
Yeah, literally, bro. Literally. I hope it gets you excited as well because you guys have all the resources to literally run your shit up, you know? But Prop, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, man, what's up? That was a great presentation. So I'm looking forward to implementing that. My question was, I think I talked to you about this before, but my setter has kind of been doing something similar where he's often gone like above and beyond, and he'll like do some research for us. He'll go and like search up different accounts that are similar and say, hey, we should do this, and like put it in a Google Doc. So my question is like, I'm thinking about upgrading his role sort of, so he's not just setting, but is also creating some of the flow charts and tracking, sort of like what you said there.
Yeah.
So would you recommend that? Like, is that a good idea, or you think it's kind of going to muddy up his role and he might not be able to do the setting properly if I add more to his plate? I was thinking of like just changing it to like, yo, I'll just pay this specific amount. I still want you locked in on the setting. I don't want the quality of that shit to suffer. But I want to add this and make you kind of a creative director in a sense. Like, would you recommend that?
That is the worst thing you can do, and I'll tell you why. It's a question that it's a real problem that I faced, and I made a huge mistake at this because here's what I did, right? And a lot of you will make this mistake. You have a setter that's too good to be a setter, but not good enough to be a setter manager. He's in that in-between range. And what you're going to do is you're going to be like, I feel bad. He's been setting for so long. He's loyal to me. I want to reward him. And then you're going to promote him to a setter manager. Now, what you are doing is you are getting rid of an A-player setter and onboarding a C- manager. You just lost an A-player setter to hire a C- manager. You fucked yourself, basically. All right? You fucked yourself. Because you try to do what was right. You try to do what was good. And yeah, like it just didn't work out. Right? So I would be very, very careful unless you have a replacement that's already ready, that's already of that caliber. And something that I tell all my future setters that I'm onboarding a new setter probably by the end of this week. I tell them, hey, if you want to get into a manager role, you want to be in a different role, you let me know, first of all, in a month in advance, and you find a replacement that is as good as you, if not better. And then you can transition. If you don't want to do that, I don't want you to be part of a team. That's what I do. Because the last thing I want is for my setter to leave me to dry. I've had that happen to me before. I know it's happened to some of you. It's because you set the expectation completely wrong. If you let them know beforehand, then it gives you that leeway to be able to hire a new setter and everything. But I just wouldn't do it because it'll make the waters very dirty. It'll make everything very muddy. and you may lose an A player setter to get a C minus creative director. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. So, is that what you did with your current guy? I know he's like on the call, but you said he went from like 1.5K to like 20K. Like, did he just completely change roles, or like he's not a setter anymore? You're saying, right?
That's Josh. So Josh, he was an editor originally, I think for a few YouTube videos, and then eventually he got too good to be an editor, so I invested into some programs. I gave him access to the programs that I bought into. He learned, he implemented more, he got a setter that was good and better than him, and then I got him out of that role, and then he became a creative director. So it wasn't until he found a replacement. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense for sure. So right now, if I want to start implementing these systems, right? I know you said you can hire a VA to do it.
Yeah.
But like I have the capacity. Do you think I should just do it myself and then use that information? Okay, so you know where I'm at with the business, right?
Yeah.
Like, what would you recommend for my specific situation?
Bro, get a VA, man. Take care, Trey. Get a VA. Dude, if you want to run up 100K a month business, you got to ask yourself, what would 100K a month prop do? And you got to execute as if you're already there. You wouldn't be tracking all this shit even if you can. Like, a lot of you are still editing. It's fucking bullshit. I call you guys out every single time. You know? Matt is smiling because he knows I'm talking to him. And yeah, you could do it. But the reason why I'm so against editing, because it's the lowest leverage thing you can do. You can find someone, pay him 10, 20 bucks a reel, and boom, it's done. Not only that, but you get to have the ability to get better at content because you have more time now. So it's not about being able to do it. It's just asking yourself, would the future me at 100K a month be doing this? If it's no, then don't do it. Okay?
Thanks, man.
Of course, man. Take care, Val. Jaden, what's up?
Yo, great call, by the way. So
Appreciate it.
you probably know a little bit about my current situation, and what would you do in my situation when it comes to, the setter, churn, and everything?
So first of all, I'd have an exit interview. I'd hop on a call with every single one of the setters that churn with you, and I'd ask them what went wrong. So when setters or any type of employee leaves, you have to have an interview. And even same thing for clients. If a client doesn't renew, you have to have an exit interview, right? You have to. And so the reason why is because, take care, Mason. The reason why is because you need to understand the underlying reason so that you can avoid it happening again, so that it doesn't recur and it doesn't happen over and over and over. Because as far as we know, the 3 setters that churned could have been for the same exact reason, but because you didn't catch on the first time, you made the same mistake over and over again. I would run exit interviews, then I'd hop on a call with Alex and Teddy, see what the best move is. Because for you, I genuinely think you're a content person. I don't know if it's worth it. If you're trying to run up a 100K a month offer, I don't know if it's worth it to focus on setting management, even though it is important. You
mean me managing it, or having someone else manage it for me?
Like what would 100K a month Jaden do? Like what do you see yourself doing? Is your zone of genius
management?
Yeah, your zone of genius is content, right? So you'd be doubling down on content, doing more of that, and then outsourcing the parts that you're weak at to a manager. And now that your content is better, I think it's time that we talk about potentially partnering up in that management sense. But I'd recommend doing the exit interviews first, and then hopping a call with Alex and Teddy and figuring out what's best.
Got it. And with the second question, it's like you're tracking the metrics with like 10 to 30 qualified inbounds. I mean, not qualified followers, ICBs every single day, or like that. How do you actually track that with Shortform?
You can see it. So it says this username started following you from this reel. You click on that reel, and they'll redirect you to the reel that they followed you from.
Oh, okay, got you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Appreciate it.
Of course. Jonathan, what's up?
Hey, yeah, I wanted to know how this time, now that I just told you about the new hire that I made, that's sort of like a CSM for me. We're going to be like training him up for the first time, and I just don't want to fail like I did in the past. So I could already imagine right now we made a task board for projects and stuff, but I feel like we're not going to be using it. Or, admin work, even at my startups, the same thing. Sales guys don't fill out like notes. They don't drag the card from stage to stage, even though it's fairly automated, or a project management board. So yeah, I'm just curious how I can train him right this time to have that discipline.
Okay, so you set it straight from the get-go, and you have to be okay with firing. I tell my setters whenever I onboard them, if you don't fill an EOD out, you are going to get fired. You have a warning. So first time is the warning, second time you're getting fired. The only thing is you have to have the pipeline ready to be able to have that high expectation, which is why it's like I can't give you a simple answer because there's another answer that gives this reason. You know what I mean? Like to have that pipeline of talent that's ready so that they know that their seat can be taken. And so I'll give you a reason why my people perform extremely well. Whenever I post a setter application, I probably get 30, 40, 50 applicants. I've gotten 100 applicants before for one CTA. When my team sees that and I tell them that, hey, you got to fill out your EOD. If not, we're going to part ways. They will fill out their EOD because they see the applicants coming through over and over and over again. Same thing with the editors, right? If they don't have their shit on time, they know that dozens of editors would want to work for me, that would want to be on this internal team and want to talk to me and use me as a case study. They know that. And so you have to have the ability to fire fast because that, like, you don't want to use fear to lead, but it has to be there to give you that authority and give you that frame because you need that frame. And you obviously want to be friendly. You want to be boys with your team and you want to be friendly with them. But you also have to hold that frame where it's like, I can replace you whenever. Not in an asshole way, but in a way that holds them up to standard. Does that make sense?
Yeah. What about if we flip it to client fulfillment? Like, I don't have a choice because the clients, they won't fire their sales guys, and it's just too much like work for them, and or they like them too much. But yeah, like data and admin work isn't being done for like the client's funnels.
Well, you got to let the CEO know. And if he wants to run a proper business, then you got to let him know this is the problem. How do you want to go about you give him two solutions. How do you want to go about solving it? Either we dial in this team or we get rid of everyone and we start from scratch. Which one you want to do? Give them the ultimatum, bro. You have to. And if they don't want to do anything, it's their business. They got to decide. You get paid at the end of the day. That's why rev share models are always flawed. If you're taking a rev share, you're at the mercy of the client. But if you're taking the upfront fee, you're already paid. If they want to listen to your advice, that's up to them. Which is why I always recommend an upfront fee, even if you do rev share. Because that gives you the respect and it gives you the ability to walk away from the deal without actually experiencing a loss for your time.
Right. And then what about systemizing it? You said end of day forms. What about stuff like, stand-ups or end of day, like 15-minute calls, everyone fills stuff out? Do you think that's too much?
I would do it end of day form every single day. And yeah, I would do that. Take care, Jade.
All right.
Cool?
All right. That sounds good. Thanks.
Hell yeah. It's just about holding everyone to a higher standard, guys. Like, you got to ask yourself, you look at your team or your client's team, if I'm trying to scale this company to 100K a month, would this person still be with me? If you're second guessing yourself, fire him and find someone else. You have to be slow to hire and quick to fire because you can't have emotional attachments to maybe your friend that's working for you. Monesh, I'm going to call you out. Your editor's cheeks, bro. He's complete cheeks. Like, he's so bad. He's terrible. And because he's your friend, you're very reluctant to hire him. I would have had him gone like this. You can't have mercy in this business game because someone else is out there that is competing with you, that has a worse offer than you, that is less qualified than you, that is dumber than you, that is working less hours than you, and is making more because he's relentless. You have to move fast, especially if you want to dominate the industry. Beautiful. And again, guys, there's no point of you guys listening, saying sauce, all this shit, if you don't implement this shit, okay? Please, I'll give you guys the slides. Look over the to-do list. Look over the action items. Actually implement it. If you want certain systems that we have, we'll give everything. Literally, we want you guys to scale. We want, like, my goal with this program, genuinely, build industry leaders in every single industry we work in. We've already done it for 3. Already, UGC. Who's the guy making the most amount of money in that industry? UGC coaching. Andrew, right? He is the number one guy, and he runs the number one UGC coaching offer right now. Who runs the number one language coaching offer, high ticket? We've already dominated 2 industries. Alec is, I think there's one offer that's doing 200. So Alec is going to be the 3rd one, but he just has to do a bit more because it is more competitive. That TikTok shops are very competitive. But I want you guys to dominate your industries, all right? And you need to move with intention. You need to move with speed. You have to be relentless, okay? I want you guys to dominate, so watch this call recording back, take our notes, implement everything, whatever systems you guys want. Feel free to just let us know. We'll send it to you guys, and we'll take it from there. Friday is going to be an application call. So if you want to implement all the systems, come on Friday. We'll implement it live for you guys. It's going to be good. Okay? Beautiful. I'll see you guys in a bit. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Peace. You guys are not fucking ready for this video. Let's do it. I copied Iman Gadzhi's entire content strategy and it made me $151,000 in a single month. As you can see, I only have 40,000 followers and we collected 151K cash in March, and I personally took home $130,000 after paying out $16,000 to the team and 5.7K in ads. I want to show you exactly what I did to change my content strategy that allowed me to triple my business in a span of 30 days so that you can do the same. Now, before we even dive in, we need to understand what the problem is. The problem right now is that everybody is posting the same type of content. That means that you over here look like this guy over here, and you look like this guy over here, and everybody just looks the same because you guys are setting the same exact information, just in different editing styles, and you look the same as everybody else. And that's exactly why you haven't seen any growth. You don't actually have a personal brand, you have a value brand, because all you're trying to do with your content is get sales. But I don't blame you, because I was stuck in that spot as well. I was doing 50K a month for 6 months straight, and once I realized this content change, I made 151K. So as you can see, we actually tripled the business, and as a result, we got ready to pay qualified leads where people are telling us in the DMs with no setting process done whatsoever that they had 6.5K ready to invest. Get back to me when you can and everything, right? And what I realized is after dealing with hundreds of clients, there are two types of people. There's content people and there's business people. If you're a content person, it's much easier for you to film content that just resonates with your audience. But unfortunately, I don't fall into that category. I'm a business person. I'm good at sales. I'm good at appointment setting. And I'm not that good at content. If you talked to me 3 months ago, content was my weakest point, and that's what held back my business. I couldn't scale past 50K a month. And what I had to do is I had to force myself to be more content minded, and it tripled my business. As you guys can see, a 3x, which is crazy. It is the highest lever you can pull. And what happened was I went from averaging 3,000 views per reel to being able to pull in numbers like this, which I have never thought was possible. And it was insane. These are like my, 8 most recent reels and everything. And as you can see, it's just a ridiculous amount. We even had to turn off ads because of the amount of volume we're getting, because we don't need more leads. We have an influx of leads. And the moment you understand content and how to attract qualified audience to your page, business becomes 10 times easier, right? It's much easier to open a restaurant where there's a bunch of hungry customers instead of opening a restaurant where there's a bunch of full customers. As you can see, like our engagement was just straight garbage. Look at this, it's crazy how little engagement we were getting. That's probably what your content looks like right now. But the moment you get this switch, these are the results you can expect, all right? And the best part is, people have already done the hard work, and all we're gonna do is steal what has already worked and implement it for ourselves, the same way that I stole Iman's content funnel and implemented it for myself. Now, this wouldn't be a Sue YouTube video if there wasn't actionable advice, right? So what I want you to do right now, pause this video, write down 3 of your favorite creators, and this could be people that you just genuinely enjoy watching, or people you've bought from before, people that you will buy from in the future, etc. Just write down 3 people that you actually consume their content, okay? And what we're gonna do next is we're gonna reverse engineer the why. What specifically do you like about their content? Why do you like their content? How do certain things make you feel? And the reason why we're asking these questions is because you can create the same exact feeling that they made you feel for your own followers. But the only way that you can do that is you have to go a layer deeper and understand why you feel this way, which is why we're going to reverse engineer Iman in this video. Now, the first thing we have to understand is, why do people actually buy into Iman Gadzhi? And it's very obvious the marketing that he's doing, okay? It's obviously in the way he carries himself, his style of clothes, his sophistication, and his intention with every single detail. I want you guys to look at these 3 pictures and ask yourself, do you really think he's wearing this shit because he likes it? Like, no, he wears it because it makes him look good and it makes him have authority in the entire space. Like, the guy's wearing a trench coat, my guy. He's wearing a trench coat like he's a war general, right? He's wearing this nice little suit over here with a helicopter in the back. It's all with intention, because you look at a guy like that and you're like, damn, this guy probably, he gets money. Like, that's the exact idea that he wants you to have as soon as you look at this picture. There's a reason why he has this up on his Instagram, because he wants you to have a certain perception of him that gets you to look up to him, right? The private jet in the back, the sprinter over here, there's a reason why it's all there, right? And so his ICP, again, is young entrepreneurs trying to make it. And when there's someone dressed like this and post picture like this, you're immediately going to be drawn to them if you're a young entrepreneur trying to make it, right? So what does he do in his Instagram? He shows everything. He shows his mom, he shows the cars, he shows the private jets, he shows the lifestyle, girls, all that type of stuff. So as you can see, yacht in the back with a watch, everything. Again, detail. Women over here, people associate, being around women with success and everything. He also shows him donating, and so it shows a clip of him being actually genuine and not just having the whole materialistic lifestyle. And he also shows a lot of clips from the past where he brings himself down to the viewer's level so that he makes people feel like he understands them. And it's all intentional. And he goes a step further with this specific part right here, which I really want to cover. So I want you to think, what is their biggest goal in life? You know, if you're a young entrepreneur, what is your biggest goal in your life? Your biggest goal is probably to make your parents proud, right? That's the main thing. And so his inspiration is just to do what everyone wants, and everybody wants to make their mom proud. He bought his mom a $4 million dream house. And, you know, he was able to, you know, post about it on YouTube, Instagram, and everything. And everybody wants to do something like this. But I promise you, Iman knows how to play his cards right. He had a whole storyline. And I want you guys to really pay attention to how he was able to portray it in this video.
Dad divorced my mom, and my mom got a letter through the mail from his lawyers that basically said, you have 7 days to leave the house. She lost her home. So at that point, obviously, I didn't know how long it would take, but I promised her that I'd buy her the house, and I didn't think I could do it soon, but yeah, I guess I made it happen.
Like, bro, I'm 20 and I'm getting goosebumps from that. You know what I mean? Like I watched that clip like 4 or 5 times and I still get goosebumps from it, right? And it's just like, bro, he has mastered the art of just showing what people want. And, you know, we can sit here and say that, you know, maybe this was a super, like, you know, genuine thing and everything, but he knows what he's doing. Like, he knows what he's doing, and he showed that. And automatically you're gonna fuck with Iman. And your respect for him is gonna go over here because he's doing what you probably want to do, right? And so what this does is it makes you feel curious about what he does, which is, you know, like you ask yourself, like, how does he actually make this type of money? You start to look up to him because you want his lifestyle. You start to listen to him because he has the life you want, and now you have to listen. And you like him as a person because he, you know, helps his mom, he donates to the poor, and all this type of shit. And realize how throughout this entire presentation or this case study breakdown on Iman, he never talked about his agency. He never once mentioned his agency. He shows you the lifestyle and who Iman is, and he gets you to fall in love with him as a person, and then he sells you on the vehicle. That's what you guys need to understand. You need to stop selling your vehicle or your method as the best thing out there, because maybe it is, right? But other guys like Iman, they don't even mention it in their personal brand. They rarely mention it. They just drop it every once in a while. They focus on getting people to love them as a person. And as a result, if people look up to you, they're going to do whatever vehicle you tell them to get into, because that's what got you to where you are. They think that, oh, if I want to be like this guy, I got to take the same vehicle that he took to get to this point. That's how it works. If you look at his Instagram, you look at his YouTube, this isn't his life, right? He has intentionally designed every part of his personal brand to make you look up to him and want to be him. And whatever he sells is simply the vehicle to get there, right? So again, reverse engineer your favorite creators. I did this for Iman and everything, but you specifically have creators that you idolize and everything. What specifically do you like about their content? For Iman, I love the fact that he showed his relationship with his mom, him donating to the poor, him starting from a young age. I really resonated with that. Why do I like his content? Because it feels like he's just a few steps ahead of me. He came from the same background. And how do certain things make you feel, right? You just want to reverse engineer why you like this type of content and figure out how you can replicate the exact same process. So the thing I took away from Iman was he showed his relationship with his mom. And I just wanted to show my mom's live reaction. I'm not too comfortable showing my mom on camera just yet. I think it's a bit weird. But I got my mom's live reaction, at least her audio, and it got 700,000 views. I showed a clip of me closing a sale in Dubai, and it got 150,000 views. I just had a ManyChat CTA, 400,000 views. Me doing what I do on a day-to-day basis, showing my habits, 130,000 views. So I focused on selling myself before I even sold the vehicle, and then I nurtured with my middle of funnel content where I talked about how I scaled my info business to 151K a month at 19, or how I copied Hormozi's funnel and it made me 151K a month, which generated 7K views. And so personal branding in this day and age is not just posting valuable content and showing your audience that you're an expert. That is important. But right now, what's more important and what's working in this day and age is being someone that people want to be like and look up to. That's how you get people to listen to your valuable content in the first place. And it's all about the positioning and how you come across. Because
you know, your information will feel and be different. And once I found my angle, this is what happened. I went from averaging 1,000 views, like, bro, so dog shit, to being able to get 12K views, 7K views, 3K views, 3K views. Like, I literally 6-7x my views on average. I was actually saying the same exact information, but I got way more views because of my positioning. You know, this right here is the same fucking video as this. It's the same video, and I quadrupled the views just because of my positioning, right? So you may be thinking, okay, so you're spending a lot of sauce, but how do I actually find the positioning, right? You need to understand why someone actually buys your service, and the easiest way to do that is through an onboarding form. So the first thing that people fill out as soon as they join is this onboarding form. So I ask them, what's your name? Where did you find me? Why did you decide to do this? How long did it take you to decide to start working with me? What finally pushed you to book a call? You know, before the call, were you convinced? What were your hesitations? There are other coaches. Why did you choose me? Now, what I'm doing with all of these questions is I am finding my unique angle that only I have. And what you're going to realize is that there's going to be common patterns. And so a bunch of reason why people work with me is because I'm Asian, I'm Chinese, and everything I say sounds smarter. So let me just speak Chinese in my content, you know? Let me show the Asian side of me. Let me show my cultural backgrounds and everything, and how I look at certain topics and all that. And let me show that, because I'll resonate with other Asians, and you know, the people that are not Asian, they'll look at me as someone that's smarter. Let me just double down on that. Believe it or not, it actually works, right? It actually works. And so one of those reasons is because I'm Asian. Another reason is because I'm young, you know? I'm still in university. I'm young. I have a life to live. I look like I'm having fun and everything, and I do have fun. And I show that more in my content, right? Another one is just I'm very blunt and I'm very direct. You know, I'm not someone that's, you know, I don't sugarcoat shit. If you're doing something stupid, I'm gonna call you stupid, and I'm gonna tell you exactly what you need to change. A lot of my clients like me for that. I'm blunt as a person. I'm very direct. I don't sugarcoat shit. Now, that's how I want to come across in my content. Why would I try and hide my personality in my content and attract the wrong type of client just because of this, just for the sake of signing more clients? I don't care. You know, if you don't want to work with a direct coach, you can go find someone else that'll just tell you what you want to hear, right? So you find different reasons as to why people want to choose you as a coach, and you double down and you show that in your content. That is how you find your positioning. What I will say as well, something that nobody actually talks about in the content space, is that if you're actually like not into self-improvement and you're just simply an expert at what you do, you're making it 10 times harder. Because I generally think that, you know, me getting into shape, me getting well-rounded in all areas of my life allowed me to be able to just kind of scale to this point. Because if I have a good physique, I make a lot of money, I'm 6'2", I'm Chinese, I look good, all this type of shit, right? You're gonna listen to me more because that's someone you respect. But if I'm fat and I can't say short. If I'm fat and I make a lot of money, even whatever I say, even if I'm talking right now, you'll be like, bro, the guy's fat, you know? Like, it wouldn't have the same effect, if that makes sense. So you really, really, really need to be into the self-improvement journey and improve yourself in all areas of your life, because if people don't want to be like you, they'll listen to what you have to say, but what's stopping them from going with someone else, right? Nothing. And they're always going to go to the person that they most resonate with, or that they want to be like most. And so I realized that, like, bro, I was so skinny and I was making money, but it's like, if I double down on my physique, I actually start looking better, start taking care of myself, start paying attention to what I wear, pay attention to how I communicate, and make a shit ton of money, I force people to listen. And if you're still watching this video right now, there's a reason why you're listening, and you need to ask yourself that. It's probably because I'm young, I made a shit ton of money, I know knowledge that you don't have, and maybe I'm just someone that you want to be like. You have to be someone that people want to be like if you want them to really buy from you. And that's how the best brands are built. They're not built on the vehicle that they're selling or the product that they're selling. They're built on the person. And then the vehicle is a byproduct, which makes everyone want to buy that vehicle because they want to become this person. That's what you have to understand, right? Another thing that you can do is you can write down a bunch of objections and list down all the limiting beliefs that are holding them back, and destroy them in your content, in your Instagram, in your YouTube videos, all that type of shit. Destroy them in your content, and you need to instill new beliefs that they need to have. But again, you can only do this once you have positioning, and once you can stand out and enter a blue ocean market instead of trying to do your content in the red ocean market where you're competing with everyone else based on value. So this is the entire $151,000 a month content strategy, and this is everything that you need. You know, realistically, if you post a reel a day and a YouTube video a week, and you do it the right way, and you find your positioning, and you find out what makes you different and how you can market yourself instead of marketing your product more,
you're gonna dominate the space because nobody else gets this concept. Everyone is still stuck with the whole value, and value is important, but you need to sell yourself, which is why if you look at my entire content strategy, Instagram is mostly just about me. I'm barely actually providing value, and then the YouTube, I have one info video and one vlog, and I alternate between the two because I understand the importance of how much my clients have to resonate with me before they even purchase from me, okay? I genuinely went from being a business owner that just posted content for the sake of posting it just to get sales to being able to enjoy everything and actually enjoy filming videos now, because for me, content is the biggest lever you can pull. And if you're just kind of, doing it just to get it done, you are wasting so much money on the table, because if you really prioritize content the same way you prioritize training your appointment set or, dialing in your funnel or whatever, your business is going to 10x. We're probably going to do 300 to 500K a month in the next 3 to 6 months simply because of my prioritization on content. And you're going to witness it firsthand how we're going to evolve in everything. So subscribe to the YouTube, follow the Instagram, keep up with our content, see how we're going to change, see how we position ourselves in the market, take notes, learn, implement everything that I said in this video, and you guys will make a lot of money. Hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. I copied Alex Hormozi's entire sales funnel, and it changed everything. We went from $0 to $151,000 a month cash collected in just 9 months of launching our brand new coaching business, and we did this at 85% profit margins. I personally took home $130K after paying out the team and paying out ads. And I want to show you exactly what I did so you can do the exact same. Now, before we even go into the entire funnel, we got to understand why this funnel actually works. The problem that we're facing is that there's too much competition and there's a lack of trust. Everybody's selling the same offer, same program, and people just are extremely skeptical. Okay, this is a graph that shows person-to-person trust in the United States, and as you can see, it is at an all-time low over here. Now, what this means is that your prospects are now extremely skeptical, they're extremely sophisticated, and it takes a lot more to get them to transact with you simply because there's so much competition and there's so much lack of trust. Hormozi created a funnel that was one of one and it allowed him to stand out even though his market was extremely saturated. So what did I do? I took it, I stole it, and I ripped it, and it made me $150K a month. So I'm going to show you everything from the top of funnel, how he gets the attention, the middle of funnel, how he actually nurtures and builds trust with that attention, and the bottom of funnel, and how he actually closes these type of sales. This is the top of funnel, and this is where it all starts. Hormozi posts 1 to 2 times a day on IG, and he posts 3 to 4 times a week on YouTube. As you can see, his posting frequency on YouTube is way more. And we can infer that his main driving factor is YouTube because his market is more sophisticated, right? So if you're selling B2C, I would recommend once a week. But if you're selling B2B or selling to coaches in more sophisticated markets, you need to post, 1 to 2 times a week minimum. I recommend 2 a week. And there's a reason why Hormozi posts more on YouTube than he does on Instagram. Hormozi understands that his more sophisticated buyers that will pay more money are on YouTube trying to learn things, not on Instagram. And so he doubles down on YouTube and he posts 4 types of content: proof, education, beliefs, and identity. Proof is just client wins, screenshots, testimonials. You guys know this. You need to be able to show the end result that you're selling in order to actually get people to listen to you. So the reason why you're listening to me now, think about it. I said I made 151K and I showed proof. If I said that I was only making 5K, you'd click off the video. Why the hell am I going to listen to guys making 5K, right? Because chances are you're probably trying to scale to multiple 5 figures or even 6 figures a month. And because I've shown you proof that I can do what I say I do, then you're going to listen to me and you're going to listen to what I have to say. Education is actual how-tos and value frameworks. So actually just showing your expertise and telling people that you know what you're talking about. The third one is beliefs, and you have to understand that your audience currently has a set of beliefs that is stopping them from transacting with you. It is your goal to break those limiting beliefs and instill new beliefs that align with your program and what they need to believe in order to buy from you. And then the fourth one is identity. People miss this out all the time, but stories that show who you are and why you're different do the selling for you. Again, think about it like this. There's thousands of coaches that are selling the exact same service that you're providing. What is going to separate you from them? Because chances are thousands of other people can get the same desired result that you're promising your clients. The way that you separate yourself is through your story, through your upbringing. Because when you can talk to a younger version of yourself in your content, you resonate with that type of person, right? You resonate with that type of people. And the reason why I talk so much about my stories and my vision and my core values and what I'm trying to do with my life and what my business and everything is because I attract the same tribe. People don't necessarily buy me for my value, even though my value is great. People buy me because they see themselves working with me. They relate to me. They want to be closer to me. People won't always buy for the value. They buy for who you are. So people buy coaches, not coaching, and you need to understand that. Now, this is what you guys really clicked for, all right? I want you to really pay attention here because this is where he separates himself from everybody. The middle of funnel and his nurturing process is what puts him in a category of one, and is what allowed me to literally triple my business, okay? So I need you to understand that you don't need a lot of attention to actually convert sales. I've had clients join, and with 400 followers, they make 3 to 4K payments just like this. I've had clients scale to over 50K a month with just 3K followers. It's ridiculous, okay? You need to understand the key idea of the middle of funnel and why this works. What Hormozi does is he gives out his best information for free. He doesn't sell any courses or put information behind paywalls. All he does is he charges you for implementation, right? So the cost for an acquisition workshop is literally 5K per ticket. It's ridiculous. And his upsell is 35K. Now, what most people think is that I should charge for my best advice and my best information. And oh my goodness, are you so wrong? Like, I've thought this for so long, and I was like, okay, the best information that I have, the best advice I want to give, let me just give it to my clients. But that is the worst piece of advice I've ever been told and I've ever listened to. Because the moment I stopped listening to it, I scaled to 150. I went from 70 1 month. I stopped listening to that advice. I dropped my free course and I went to 150 straight after. I doubled my business because I stopped listening to this. Hormozi does the complete opposite, right? If you look at his entire content and his entire funnel, if you look at it on the surface level, every piece of information and every piece of strategy and every piece of tactic that he has used to scale his portfolio of companies is on his YouTube. He has said it time and time again. He does not charge for the valuable information or the valuable strategies, and that's why he's been able to gain the amount of followers, because everyone respects him, right? So what does this do? It puts Hormozi in the category of one because nobody else is willing to do that, right? The idea behind free content is that people judge you based on the free value you put in the world. The better your free value, the more people will think that it's worth it to work with you, right? And what Hormozi has been able to do is he's been able to just get all of his information, all of his strategies that he's accumulated all over the years, and he just gives it to you for free. And that's why he has so much respect in his space. No one calls him a scammer or anything, because he's already helped. Like, he's proven, you know, like if you were to drop a 3K offer, a shit ton of people would buy it. Why would people buy it? Because he's already proven it with his content. And so because his free content is so good, the perceived likelihood of his paid program to be even better is obviously going to be even higher, right? So his free content actually helps you solve the first initial problems to make more money. Look at his two books, right? $100 million offers and $100 million leads. What do these two books do? He solves basically the two biggest problems every business faces when you're starting out. He solves the first initial problems that you face. The first thing that you probably come across is like, okay, I don't know what to sell. So he created a book about the offer. And then your next problem that you face is, I don't know how to sell it. I don't know how to get leads, right? And that's where his other book comes in. And so when you make money, you attribute your success to Hormozi. His free content is so good that it can take you from $0 to $3 million a year, because he's literal books on how to create an offer, on how to get leads and how to market your service and everything. And once you reach that $3 million a year mark with all of his free shit, guess who you're going to talk to when you want to scale past $3 million a year? You're going to go to Hormozi. That's how his funnel works, right? They make money on the back end once they take you from point A to point B. So this is what Hormozi's buyer's journey look like. They all start from point A, where they're making zero or maybe making a few $1,000s a month, and they consume the free value through his YouTube, right? This is where they get all the free value. And this takes them to point B. Point B is where they're at $3 million a year, right? And he has so much free value that, you know, you don't even have to pay him to get to $3 million a year. Now, once you're at $3 million a year, he does not cover the high-level concepts to go to $10 million a year, because it will get no views. You know, it doesn't make sense for it. And so you're wondering, okay, Hormozi got me from $0 to $3 million a year. I want to go to $10 million a year, or I want to scale past that. I can't find any more information. I can't do the same thing that I did with the free value and everything, because Hormozi doesn't post YouTube videos about such high-level concepts. Who am I going to go to? I am going to go to Hormozi's website, and this is where he gets you, right? This is where he makes money. He doesn't make money on the front end, he makes money on the back end, because his free value takes you from point A to point B, and then his paid stuff, when he takes equity in your company, that's where he takes you from point B to point C. And point C is where you're making 10 mil, 20 mil, 30 mil a year, and he has equity in your business. And you wouldn't even bat an eye or doubt the fact that he can take you to that point because he's already provided so much for free. And so when you're ready to take that next step, he doesn't even have to sell to you. You know, like you're already convinced because of how much value he's provided. And that's what you need to do with your sales funnel. He even goes a step further. He collects your name, your emails and everything through his landing page. And he runs a 7-day email sequence for even more nurturing. He retargets you on all platforms, video viewers, page visitors, IG engagers. And it's a ridiculous funnel where, you know, you're watching his YouTube, you're looking at his IG reels, you're probably reading his tweets as well, you're reading his emails. And there's so many touch points where like hormozi is just, you know, you're watching hormozi at this point more than your fucking wife, you know? Like that's how much you watch hormozi, that's how much you consume his content. And so the trust by saturation is what gets you. By the time someone books in a call, they've consumed 20 plus touch points from multiple platforms. And the more touch points you have and the more someone consumes your content, the more likely they are to buy. Like that's just common sense. And so that's exactly what I did. I looked at what hormozi did with his free content and his free funnel, and I gave away all my information in my 9.5K course for free. I asked myself, like, why do people actually buy into me? People buy into me for proximity and implementation. They don't buy for information, you know? And I realized that if I just put the course out for free, get people a glimpse of what it's like, of the information that I have, and just give everything, they're gonna come back. They're gonna come back. And so I packaged all the value and knowledge I have. I packaged it up into freebies. So I had, you know, I have like 10 to 20 different freebies. I tell people to DM me on IG. And now my setter is conversing with all of these leads that opted in for a freebie and booking them in for calls, right? This is the exact script that we run and the way that we actually build trust and everything. I'm not going to go too much into it, but you can see it. We've been able to just master appointment setting because of providing too much free value at the start. And what that does is it puts people in value debt. Here's why this works, and here's why it works extremely well. If you get a $9.5 thousand video course for free, and I DM you, you are going to feel the need to respond to me because I put you in what is called value debt. The easiest way to sign clients without even trying is by putting people in value debt. Because you got access to a 9.5K video course for free, you're going to think like, hey, the least I could do is respond to Sue's setter. That's all I fucking need to book you in because my sales process is so dialed in to the point where like I literally just need your first response and my setter's gonna cook, you know? Like I can't tell you how good my sales process is. But it all starts because I provided so much free value. And I mean, think about it. If you didn't consume any of my content and I reached out to you, you'd never reply because you'd be like, who the fuck is this guy? I don't owe him shit. I don't want to DM him. I don't want to reply to him, right? But if I gave you a 9.5K course for free and you watch 7 hours of my content and you know who I am and you like me and you trust me and you know, really mess with my vision, my values and my morals, you're going to reply at least to the first message. And that's when the sales process begins. That's how it works. But it all starts with putting someone in value debt. Remember that term because if you implement this in your funnel, you're going to dominate your industry like this. So what this leads to is a packed out calendar. I'm not even kidding. Like in March, we did 150K. I took all the calls. My goodness, it was a lot of calls, but it was ridiculous. And we had a bunch of PIFs, 11.5K sales, 17K, 16K day, crazy stuff, 10.5K over here, 11K day again, 130K cash, 5K, 10K, 15K sale right there. Like this is what it leads to, right? And that's what led to our 150K month, 96 on WAP, 31 on fan basis, and just another 30K on miscellaneous stuff like Stripe and everything. But we ended at 151. And it's actually crazy. We're doing the same thing right now. I'll show you guys live how well it's working. I'm doubling down on this funnel and this is what's working. I'll show you straight up. Look at this. I'm obviously gonna blur some stuff, but bro, we made 23K yesterday. I kid you not, we made 23K yesterday. Look at this. I'm gonna pull up my WAP real quick. I'll show you just yesterday. So today's June 3rd. Yesterday we did 17K cash and I'll show you my fan basis now. We did another 6K on there. So I'm telling you guys, like this it's ridiculous how effective this works, man. I'm telling you, it's truly, truly ridiculous. As you can see, I'm gonna blur it out obviously, but 6K, so 17 plus 6, 23, just like that, just by implementing this funnel, okay? So now that you understand the concept of value debt and just providing everything for free and giving out as much information as you can, that's going to put you in an advantage. And the bottom of funnel is just going to be a piece of cake. Like, it's going to be a breeze for you, okay? So all you're doing is just taking sales calls with pre-sold leads. I kid you not, I don't have to sell on these calls. I'm not closing anymore, actually, but my closer doesn't have to sell on calls. We have a 65% close rate on the people that we offer the program to. And these guys are just ready to piff. They have a huge amount of money liquid, and they're ready to just buy because of how much value they've gotten. Again, with my free content alone, I can take for someone from 0 to 10K a month with just the free content, with the free course and everything. And when you're at 10K a month and you want to scale to 50 to 100, you're going to come to me. And you're going to be willing to invest however much that I ask for because I've already built that trust. And that's what you want to do. You want to solve the first initial problems, right? So the closing is extremely easy. Guys, this is the basic stuff. Intro, current state, desired state, gap, pain, presentation, price drop. And again, there's no objection handling needed. It's ridiculous. The selling is done before they even hop on a call. And realistically, if you execute this funnel the right way, your sales call should last 20 minutes, like genuinely 20 minutes. Listen to what this guy had to say about my fulfillment when I was just showing him everything.
Like, you know so much more than me as far as fulfillment. Like, your fulfillment is dialed. I've always heard very good things in your name. And so that's why I was like, I gotta book a call with this, because that's my number one concern. I want to have a good reputation. That is all I want. So fucking crazy, bro. Ask me something. Let me provide some sort of.
So, like I said, it's not even just like the money. It's the reputation, right? It's the way that you position yourself in your industry, because the money is great, but what good is money if people don't respect you, right? You putting out the amount of free value and you creating this reputation around your name is what's more satisfying than any amount of money, right? And it's crazy. It really is crazy when I hop on these calls and these guys are just ready. They're just so ready.
I'm saying it's you. It is you, bro. Everyone knows. It's obviously them, but you have some sort of fucking knowledge that I had to get myself on.
I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that. But let me run you through the two offers, then we'll take it.
Go on, bro. Yeah.
Cool. So let me show you this real quick. You'll have pure clarity on what you need to work on from day 1 to day 180. Phase 0, onboard yourself. Phase 1, sharpen the offer. So you don't even have an offer right now, correct?
Hold up. This is your whole process.
Yeah. What's up?
This is fucking good. I ain't seen an offer better than this in fucking ages, bro. The only offer that I thought is comparable to you is Dylan.
You get the idea. Like, these guys are just, I don't even have to sell. Like, I don't even have to really go through stuff. Like, people are just selling themselves, right? And that's just all you do. The content does the selling for you. And the moment you master middle of funnel, you will never struggle with client acquisition again. Never, right? I told my team in June, let's do 200K this month. Like, I want to get some high sales, and I want to get some clients. Let's rip it. Let's rip it. So we restructured our entire fulfillment the last 2 months. We're ready to rip again. Second day of June, 23K cash. That's what we do. And we have another 20K in pending invoices. We have 65K guaranteed coming in payment plans. Like, that's what I mean, okay? That's what happens when you build it out the right way and you serve first. You provide value first without expecting anything in return, and good things will happen to you, okay? So fulfillment is also part of a sales funnel, believe it or not. Guys, there has to be good word of mouth on the back end, right? And so what we've emphasized and what I always talk about in my content, you can go back last year, you look at all my content, the one thing I stress is crazy good fulfillment. And we've had a lot of cases where people just make their entire money back within 7 to 14 days, and we don't charge cheap prices. We are very, very premium, and we understand that, right? So when people join, we want them to make the money as soon as we can. We get guys absolutely crushing in the first 7 to 14 days and everything, right? Imran with a 4K cash day, 2K for Sam, 16K day for Ryan, 5K, 4K, 2K piffs, 3K, 32K cash for the month, 3K, all this. And we have guys quadrupling, quantupling, if that's even a word, their business, 4 to 5xing their business in the first 30 to 60 days. Now, I'm not saying that's normal, but the guys that come in and execute, which are the people that come from the middle of funnel, they are the best clients to work with. So it's not just the sales, but when people join you, they don't doubt a single word you say because everything that they've listened to you up until this point has worked for them, right? I had this guy, he's with me right now. His name is Abhishek. He went from 12K to 33K cash in 30 days. I kid you not. He's with me right now. And when he joined, he was already warm. There was no need to kind of go back and forth. He didn't challenge any of the advice I gave him. He took what I said and he implemented straight away because he made money with my free content. That made him a better client, and we got a better case study out of that, right? I'll kid you, like, it's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous, honestly. So crazy. 33K cash collected this month. Last month we were at 12. This is someone that joined 30 days ago, and he tripled the business in 30 days. You can't make this up. He hit 30K. Prob hit 30K while getting married, bro. He worked 20 days and he made 30K. He was making 10K a month before, right? Ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. He's at 11. Devin's at 11.3. He was at 2,000 before. And these are just the smaller numbers and everything. We have guys doing 50, 100, 150K a month and all that type of stuff, right? It's just that those guys are done for you, so they don't post it here. But you get the idea. The quality of clients that you attract and how much easier it is to just do everything in business is way better because you provide the value first, all right? So everything just changes, and now referrals are flooding in. People are loving the program. And truth be told, 20% of my acquisition actually comes from referrals. Like, that's how you know you're good at what you do. And I mean, when a guy refers somebody, those guys are ready to piff as well. And it's great for the business because now you don't have to spend tens of thousands of dollars on ads. Like, the most we spend in a month on ads is 6K. My margins are 85%. Remember that. Like, that's ridiculous. Nobody in the info space can really say that consistently, you know? And now we're creating fear of missing out from client retreats. I'm showing people the Dubai vlog, me hanging out with my clients. So even if they already got the result that they want proximity. They want to be part of the community. They want to be part of what we're building. People don't buy information. They buy access to you and they buy implementation. So sell that. Give all your information for free and sell the implementation and sell the proximity to you and your community. And so we brainwash people with results. Because we get such great case studies and everything, I can post 5 case studies every single week talking about my guys absolutely crushing it with their sales, 6K in 6 days, 53K cash for Victor, 1.5K to 20K a month in 90 days, 6K in 1 day for Cruz in the second day of his program, 10.5K a day for Cruz, 12K cash for Cruz, 8x ROAS, 4K from ads in the past 7 days, 6K pay from ads. Like, if I'm showing all of this, of course you're going to want to buy eventually, right? And so it's just everything. You provide that much value, you create the FOMO on the back end, and that's how you build a long-term coaching business where you never struggle with client acquisition again. So this is Hormozi's entire sales funnel. It's very, very simple. The main idea I want you to take away from this call is free value. If there's one thing that you do, seriously consider dropping your free course for free and see how many more sales you get. Learn to make your fulfillment better. Learn to get people to actually implement and actually sell implementation and proximity to you instead of selling information. What will happen is you will gain more respect in the public. You'll get more people coming in, and you will also get better client results because now your program is actually helping people implement and not just getting them to watch a video course. People want results, not info. So that is the main takeaway I hope you guys get. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Super in-depth, super high-level topics. But this is literally what is going to propel me to be an industry leader if I'm not already one in the next 6 months. And you guys are watching this now. It's June 3rd. We're gonna dominate the space very, very soon. I'm saying it. I've been saying it. You can scroll back. You can see me talking about when I make 100K a month and my plan to do all these big things. We're executing everything and you're seeing everything unfold. If you want to learn directly from me and work one-on-one with me, you know where to find me. Link in description. You'll be talking with my team. We'll see if it's a good fit. But I hope you guys found value. And yeah, take this stuff, implement it, go make some money. And once you do make money, join us and we'll take you to 50 to 100K a month. And yeah, hope you guys enjoyed this video. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. If you're charging only $3,000 for your service, then you're killing your business. And I know it might sound crazy, but having that safe price point is holding you back from making so much more money. I know this because I was that guy charging 3K just 5 months ago. I was making good money, but I could never scale past 30K per month. I had way too many clients and I was just feeling completely burned out. And fast forward to now, I charge anywhere from 5 to 15K, I work less, I make more, and here's the crazy part. I just made 52.4K cash collected last month while traveling Europe and working 4 to 5 hours a day. I'm gonna show you the exact process I used to raise my prices that also worked for Danny. Danny is an online fitness coach that was only charging 1.5K, he was working 60-hour weeks, and he was stuck at that 5 to 10K per month mark. All we did was we bumped up his offer to 6.4K, changed his messaging, and he scaled from 10K to 32.9K per month in just 60 days. It was the same offer, same everything, just different messaging. Tons of my other clients have done this as well, like Josh, who went from 1.5K a month to 30.1K a month in just 60 days, and he started charging 5K for his service. Or Cruz, who literally just got his first $6,000 payment in just 2 days of using this strategy. Alright, so if you want to get someone to pay you $5,000 to $10,000, then you need these two things. You need pain and you need desire. Now the first part is pain. You need to brainwash your leads and actually make them problem aware, because if they feel like there's no real problem or there's no real pain, then they won't do anything about it. They won't pay you to solve a problem that doesn't exist, right? So pain is showing your prospects that they actually have this problem. So in my content, the way that I've been able to generate tons of sales is I make you realize that you can't just rely on organic content because it's too inconsistent, right? You can't just be doing low leverage tasks. You can't be doing appointment setting because you're the business owner. You should be working on systems that allow you to scale up, not texting your leads one-on-one and just doing low leverage tasks like that. You also can't just charge $3,000 because it's too little. In this day and age, if you want to scale up and you want to work with less clients and actually build a business that you enjoy, then you need to learn how to charge 5 to 10K, right? I'm showing you the problems that you have. Now, if you're a fitness coach, then some problems that you can make your audience understand is that they can't live life like this, right? They can't climb up the stairs without being out of breath, and they're just ashamed to look in the mirror. These are problems and these are pain points that you're showing your audience that they need to fix. Because if there's no pain, then they're not going to try and solve anything. They don't even realize they have a problem. So the first part is to actually make them understand that they have a very, very big problem that's stopping them from getting to their end goal. And once you make them realize that they have this problem, this leads to step 2, which is the desire, right? You need to provide the solution to their pain and their problems. So the ideal solution for a lot of coaches is they want to run paid ads so it's more consistent and they can actually scale up predictably. They want to charge high tickets so they can make more money while working less. And they want to hire team members so not all the work is on them and they can work on things that they actually enjoy. And what this leads to is what they want, right? They want an unlimited amount of leads that fit their ICP. They want to have way more profit and way more fun, and they want to work less on the business. This is the huge desire that my ideal client wants. If you run a fitness offer, then your ideal client wants to be proud of who they are. They want to achieve their full potential. They want to be in control of your body and their life, right? And if you don't do this, then you won't be able to charge $5,000 to $10,000. So the first step is actually understanding what is the deep-rooted problem and the pain point that these guys are facing, and what is the deep-rooted desire and the goal that these guys are trying to achieve. Your content should resonate with them on a deeper level, and if you don't do this, then you won't be able to charge 5 to 10K. So I highly recommend you spend time actually doing market research and understanding your clients' pain points, and one of the easiest ways to do that is with this sheet right here. It's a product market fit sheet where you'll be able to actually get an understanding of what problems your clients are facing, what's the deep-rooted problem, what are the desires, what's the deep-rooted desires, what is your unique selling proposition, what is the major pain points, what's the bridge, all this good stuff. And when you fill this out and you use ChatGPT and AI to basically give you a full picture understanding of who your client is and what they're struggling with and what they want, then you're going to be able to create better content and market your service better because they feel understood, right? So you need more data on your actual ICP and on your actual audience so that you can actually charge higher ticket. You need to actually spend time hopping on one-on-one calls with existing clients, people in your audience, and figure out what they're struggling with. And the goal with this is to figure out the problems that they're facing and throw rocks at solutions that they've tried in the past. If you look at the best marketers in the world, they always use the old versus new marketing strategy, right? They say that this old way sucks and it's not your fault, and then this new way will save you, and here's why it's different. You need to do this in your marketing, and I promise you, if you execute this the right way, then you won't struggle with actually generating leads again. All you need to do is you need to show them why the old way is no longer effective. And you show them why your new way gets them the result and transformation they want, way quicker, way easier, and with way less stress. If you can do this, then what's going to happen is they're going to be open to hearing what you have to say about your solution. And then once they're open to it, then you can position your new way as a solution that will save them and get them to the end goal that they've always wanted to achieve, the result that they want, the transformation, the status, whatever their big desire is that you got from the market research. So it all kind of intertwines with each other. You can't just skip one part, because the moment you skip one, you don't truly understand them. And then you're trying to build this old versus new strategy, and it's just not working because that's not what they truly wanted in the first place, right? So you really need to understand your ICP from head to toe, and you need to be able to look at different things from their perspective, not your perspective. Now, if you say that they can achieve this goal without having to do this old method and everything, and you found this new method that hundreds of your clients have used to achieve the same goal in a shorter time frame with less work and with less stress, and you say that, hey, instead of cooking all your meals and eating boring foods, you can have healthy takeout alternatives. Instead of having to count all your calories and manually track them, you don't have to count anything, just track your macros. If you don't want to run on the treadmill for 3 hours, then you don't need to. You can only go to the gym 3 days a week and not even do cardio every single time. And instead of starving yourself, you can eat whatever you want, whenever you want. Now, obviously, you don't want to just completely lie. You want to actually have truth towards your claims and everything. But if you position it the right way, then you can make so much money. And trust me when I say this, I'm in the most competitive space in the entire online space. I'm in the coaches space. I'm fighting with every other person, every other growth operator, every other coach, to sign clients. But I've been able to make $50K a month in 5 months of starting my brand new offer because I understand how to position the old versus new, right? And an easy way that you can do that, an easy way that you can come across as different from all the other solutions that they've ever tried in the past is you come up with assets based on pain points that you can present to your clients on your calls. So this also ties back to market research, right? I understand what my ideal client actually struggles with, and one of the main things is clarity on what to work on. They don't know what steps they should take. They want a step-by-step blueprint. They want everything, right? And so what I've created is an asset that allows them to look at their 120-day roadmap if they work with me. And when I show them this type of roadmap and this type of framework, they start drooling. I'm not even kidding, bro. I'm not even kidding, because I know this asset is directly targeting that pain point and showing them, hey, if you join me, then guess what? You're going to have this exact roadmap, exact blueprint on what to do, when to do it, whatever. And there's one-on-one calls in every single phase, and I go through like in detail, and they just start drooling because they just want step-by-step blueprints to scale up. They don't want to do trial and error. They just want a proven method that works to scale up. And when they see this, they're like, wow, right? This is another asset that targets the specific pain point of not having clarity on what to work on. So if someone joins, what happens is we ask them, do you have a strong sense of purpose and long-term vision? If you say no, then do these specific things, these specific tasks that we have inside the program, right? Do you have a world-class offer? And so is someone actually willing to pay 5 to 10K for it? Can you explain what you do to a 6th grader? If you can't do that, then you're gonna have a one-on-one call with me. We're gonna help you craft an irresistible offer. We're gonna help you create an offer sheet, help you structure some bonuses and guarantees, and help you price your offer, right? Then once we fix this, boom, then we're moving over to the cash injection. Everyone does this, so everyone does these things. We revive past leads, 10K storage strategy, retargeting ads, all that good stuff. And then, are you packed with sales calls? So do you have enough bookings 3 days out in advance? If you don't, then do this. Okay, once we're booking you calls and everything, then we're going to go here. Do you have more than 70% of leads qualified and actually showing up? No? Okay, run the post-booking process. Do this. And then once you figure that out, and then you do this. And so a lot of guys, maybe they already have the offer dialed in. Maybe they already have a strong sense of purpose and long-term vision. They can skip this entire thing and go right here, right? But the point is, if I show this to someone that struggles with clarity on what to work on a call, then they're going to be like, wow, this is exactly what I need. So think about what your clients are struggling with, the pain points and the problems that they're facing, and create specific assets, just like this process, to show them the step-by-step roadmap if they're struggling with clarity, or if they're showing something else, then create an asset specifically targeting that pain point. I've showed this to a bunch of guys, and this gets people all the time because it's like, I know exactly what you're struggling with. I know you don't want to work on useless things. I know you just want to move the needle forward. So I'm not going to force you to go through my entire program. I'm going to force you to do the things that will make you the most money as fast as possible. Another pain point that my clients have is that they struggle with finding and hiring appointment setters, right? So what I did was I created an appointment setting hiring marketplace. It's so cool. So what you can do is you can literally come in here and you can click on each profile that you like and whatever you want. And you can actually look at each setter's introduction, their name, their age, their background story, how long they did sales, their qualifications, everything. And you can actually reach out to them. Same thing over here. It's one of my guys. And the way that these guys even sign up to be on here in the first place is they're all vetted by us. They've all gone through some type of training. They're all qualified. They've all been on some type of role, and they've all invested in themselves. Right. So if I can make a specific aspect simpler and I can position it as like, hey, if you're struggling with setters, I have this asset that you can use if you join, then that's how you're going to get someone over the edge. And that's how you're going to position your offer differently from anything else that they've ever seen. Now, it's one thing to just say all this stuff and create all these assets and have all this great marketing, but you actually have to do it. You actually have to, produce great results. And the reason why I can actually charge a premium price is because I get the best results in the space. If you don't get the best results, then you won't be able to charge this much because people are just going to look at you as every average person and they're going to look at your offer as overpriced. So some of the results that I've been able to get is insane. Danny went from 10K to 33K per month in 60 days. Josh went from 1.5K to 30.4K per month in 90 days. Chris went from 5K to 28K per month in 30 days. Like, this is unheard of numbers. We went from 10K to 53K in 120 days. And you need to have these type of results to be able to charge the prices that you want. Okay, if you get mediocre results, you can only charge mediocre prices. You need to really, really focus on the fulfillment aspect of your entire program so that your clients get these killer results and you can charge these high prices. One thing I did was I hired 4 different coaches inside my program to be able to host group calls, one-on-one calls, help out one-on-one in the DMs and everything, right? So they're not just listening to me, they're listening to experts in different spaces. I have a paid ads coach, I have a content coach, I have an appointment setting coach for my clients' appointment setters. That's the level of detail we go into, right? So when you click on the events and everything, and you see these type of calls and everything, then you're able to understand why we get really, really good results. When you have a really, really good system in a program, then you get really, really good wins. And when you get really good wins, then you build a really good community. And when you see the community and people inside just winning over and over again, then people want to pay to be a part of this. They want to pay to be a part of this. When each of these clients get one-on-one support, when each of these clients have their setters having their own coach, my clients' setters have their own setting coach. Do you understand how ridiculous that is, right? We go to this much detail because if you can't generate the results that you promise your clients and that your clients actually want, you can't charge the premium service or the premium price that you want to charge, okay? So really spend time dialing in your offer, hiring the right people for coaching, building out the right fulfillment systems, getting people to just post wins and everything. And you'll be able to get really good results that no one in your space has. And you'll be able to charge prices that no one in your space charges. Now you're probably thinking, okay, this all makes sense. I know the marketing, I know the assets, I know the fulfillment. Cool. How do I actually pitch a 5 to 10K offer on a sales call? I'm so glad you asked. So let me break down the exact sales process that I use to close high ticket deals ranging anywhere from 5K to $15,000 on a 30-minute sales call. This is exactly what you do on your sales calls if you want to charge 5 to 10K. You need to sell 3 different tiers of access for your one offer. Now, this may be confusing, but bear with me, okay? I'm gonna clarify everything in a bit. You sell 3 different tiers. You sell a premium price, you sell a high ticket price, and you sell a mid ticket price. Now, this is all one offer. You probably have one offer right now. I'm not telling you to create 3 different offers. I'm telling you to have 3 different price points for one type of offer. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna sell different deliverables and you're gonna sell a different result in each of these different tiers. So if someone wants a 7K program, then guess what? They're going to get 5 one-on-one calls. They're going to get a done-for-you service. They're going to get video modules, group calls, and they're also going to get the guarantee, right? And maybe this one would be 6 months, or maybe this one would be a year, right? That makes more sense. Now, for 5K, they get 3 one-on-one calls. They get no done-for-you services, so they just get the video modules, the group call, and they also get the guarantee, and they get access to this program for 6 months. Now for 3K, they get 1 one-on-one call, which is the onboarding call. They get 1 video modules and they get group call. So this is the scalable model that you'll probably sell most of the brokies on. And maybe this is 3 months, right? Now the key thing here is that these 2 are scalable, right? You're only doing 3 one-on-one calls, and that's like what? 1.5 hours of your time, or maybe 3 hours if you're doing 1 hour one-on-one calls, right? You're only doing 1.5 hours of one-on-one time, and the rest is just video modules, group calls, and the guarantee. And this one, again, is just 30 minutes every time, and then video modules, group call. That's a scalable model. So these 2 you can sell infinitely over and over and over again. Now this one, it takes a bit more because it's done for you. There's 5 one-on-one calls. It's much more premium, but you get the idea, right? You can sell different tiers of access for the same offer, okay? Now, what you want to do when you're pitching is you always pitch one price at a time. You always pitch a $7,000 offer first,
and only give them one option. Because the biggest mistake I see coaches make is they get them all the options. They say, I have a 7K, I have a 5K, I have a 3K offer. Which one do you want? I see every fitness coach, every online coach, every biz op coach make that mistake. And it's costing you so many sales because obviously if you're going to show me 7K, 5K, and 3K, I'm always going to pick the 3K. Always, right? But if you only show me the 7K and I only have one option, then I'm going to contemplate it. And then maybe I go for it, maybe I don't. And then we can take it from there, right? And I'm telling you, when Cruz implemented the strategy, he made 6K in his second day of implementing it. And then Josh literally also made a ton of money in his first month of using the strategy. He went from 5K to 30K cash in 30 days. And I'm not kidding you when I say this, it works like a charm, okay? Not everyone will say yes to the 7K, but the $7,000 price point will act as a price anchor. And what a price anchor is it lets them know like, hey, we're charging a very premium service, and they're gonna look at the 7K as like the expensive product, right? And then when you say, hey, we also have a 5K offer or a 3K offer, then they're gonna be like, oh, that sounds so much better. And suddenly the 5K offer or the 3K offer looks way cheaper than the 7K because the 7K acts as a price anchor, and they're comparing the 5K and the 3K offer to the 7K because you gave it to them first. So they're much more likely to say yes because the 5K and 3K look more affordable compared to the 7K because that's the only price you gave them at the start, and it's the price anchor. You want them to say yes or no to the 7K, and then you go to the 5K, and then you go to the 3K. And honestly, I could spend all day explaining it, but the best way for you to actually learn is me actually showing you a live example or a live call of me practicing this with my clients. So let me just show you this. It's a quick five-minute recording of me actually acting as if I'm pitching this service and how I'd handle objections, how I'd handle a no, and everything like that. So enjoy. All right, man. So we've gone through the entire program. What are your thoughts on everything?
I like everything that you said. I really like the accountability and how customizable everything else is.
Beautiful, beautiful. And do you have any questions regarding the program, any specific things you want to ask, or is everything pretty clear?
Everything's pretty clear, yeah.
Beautiful. So what do you think is the next step? What do you think is best? Where do you think is best we should take it from here?
Well, I guess just get started today. What is the next step?
Yeah, so obviously we have the price. I want to cover that with you. So for a year of access to this entire program and everything you saw, it's going to be $6,000.
Not gonna lie, that's a little bit high for me.
Yeah, dude, 6,000 is a lot, right? It's a lot of money. But money aside, bro, do you genuinely believe that this can actually help you achieve your physique and actually be the father that you want to be to your kids and help with everything and be that role model?
Yeah. No, I do. Yeah, the program sounds really good.
Okay, and yeah, kind of why do you think that? Why do you think this can help you actually achieve all that?
My bad. Well, like you said, the accountability system is really good. So I know there's going to be someone there that's going to, make sure I'm sticking to the plan. And then I've seen obviously all the results you've already generated. And I mean, I know with everything you provide and, my work ethic, I can definitely get the results I want.
Okay. Okay. So it sounds to me that you're committed. You wanna kind of get started and everything. It's just the only thing that's holding you back is what exactly? The price?
Yeah.
Okay. And what specifically about the price? Is it just a $6,000 price point? Is that you can't afford that, or what's going on?
Yeah, I can't afford that. Yeah, it's just a little high.
You can't afford that. Okay. But you did put in a accounting form that you had 5 to 10K to invest though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, I do understand it is a big investment, but at the same time, um, this is completely up to you, right? This is completely up to you. You can decide whether or not you want to take action today or you just want to kind of keep on doing what you're doing right now. But the idea is if you put down, a payment today and we can get you started on this 1 year plan, then you'll be able to achieve all the goals you mentioned. How long has it been since you've been kind of overweight and everything?
I want to say it's been at least like, a year now.
Okay. And is $6,000 worth it to get you the transformation that you want, to be that lean, to have that kind of lean physique and be the role model that your kids can look up to?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, this isn't for you. It's for your family. It's for your family. It's for the people around you and everything. You set a standard for how, your boys are raised and everything and all that stuff. And so if you don't actually have, and you kind of keep, if you don't have the physique that you tell your guys to have, and you're constantly just going down this rabbit hole of eating bad food and having all these bad habits and just, not fulfilling to your full potential, then well, what's going to happen then?
Yeah. Yeah, not ideally a good situation.
If it's strictly a price thing, what I can do for you is we can run split payments to make it more, affordable and everything, but it'll still be a year access. It'll still be everything the same. It'll just be through split payments. But would you want to explore that option or?
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds a lot better.
Awesome. So how much do you actually have to invest today?
Well, yes, 5,000.
You're 5,000? Okay. It's up to you, bro. We can either do 3K times 2 if that's easier for you, or you can put the 5K now. Well, you can put the 5K today and then you can pay the 1K whenever. I'm honestly pretty open. I do it because I want you to actually get the result that you're coming to me for. And so whatever's more comfortable with you, we can run it like that.
Okay. Oh yeah. It's 3 times 2.
Okay, beautiful. So that is the role play. I hope you guys enjoyed this entire video. I showed you the exact A to Z process to actually charge 5 to 10K. And if you want to learn more about how to actually scale up your business, I highly recommend you check out this video right here. I go through the exact funnel that you should implement to actually get consistent leads that are warm, that want to pay you money, and that allow you to actually scale up to those 30, 50K months. Check out this video and I'll see you guys there. Peace. One of the worst feelings when you're running an online coaching business is you get all excited for a call that you booked and you think you're going to close him and the prospect never shows up and you just sit there like a dumbass with 45 minutes blocked out, not knowing what to do and just kicking yourself in the foot because you know you could have closed him if he hopped on this call. Now in this video, I'm going to be going over the 5-step process that I use with every single lead that books in the call with my team, just to make sure that 90% of these guys show up and that they're not wasting any of my time or my team's time. This is how we get piping hot leads on the call, and it's allowed me to get payments like these ones, and I know it's because of the post-booking process, because whenever I ask them, what made you join and everything, they say that what you did in that post-booking process made me realize that you really understood how to do it, okay? And it's not just me, right? I've done this for dozens of other people. You can check out Josh. In the first 3 days into June, he collected 4.2K cash, and he was previously doing 3K a month, right? Victor as well, 3K deal. Sky with nice payments over here, as you can see. I think around like 9K, 10K, just like that. Clients all inside Consulting Mastery are killing it. And so I've scaled over 80 coaches up to this point, and they've all gotten huge payments like this. And these are just a few. Victor with a nice £6,000 paycheck. Sky with almost $14,000 in a span of just 5-6 days. Yusuf with 3K cash, Fahad with a nice 3K paycheck. So we'll be going over what is a post-booking process, why do you actually need one, the exact 5-step process that I want you to follow. And so continuing the conversation, dropping in the VSL, actually calling the client exactly 24 hours before the call, how to do that, all that stuff, how to set everything up, how to send a voice note the night before, and what to actually say in it, and then also doing research. Okay, these are the 5 aspects, and if you stick to that, I promise you your show-up rate is probably going to double if it's at 30-40%, which is probably why you clicked on this video. So make sure to watch to the end. So the first thing we're going to cover is what is a post-booking process. A post-booking process is essentially what you do after you book a prospect in for a call. And for most of you, it's non-existent. You say it's Calendly reminders, but in reality, nobody even checks their text from Calendly. Nobody even checks their emails from Calendly, which is why your show-up rate is so low and so many people just ghost your calls, okay? So why do you actually need a post-booking process? You're probably still selling on calls and having to convince prospects to work with you on a sub 40% show up rate. If this is you, you need to watch this because I'm going to save your business completely, all right? And what a post-booking process does is obviously it gets them to show up, but it allows you to get payments like what I just showed you here. 6K PIF, 1 call close. We're not doing 2 call closes, we're doing 1 call close. How is this possible? 4.5K, all that stuff. 2.4K for a fitness offer for Rahul. How are we doing this?
It's because we understand how to nurture the prospect from the time that they book in a call to the time they actually take the call. Because what you do during that specific time period, when they're waiting to take that call, is what will actually determine the sale. So you not having a post-booking process is just killing your business and not allowing you to reap the rewards that you've worked so hard for, okay? So let's go ahead and go through the exact 5-step process. The first part is actually continuing the conversation. Now, what I mean by this is, let's say you go through the whole, conversation and everything, and, he book in a call, whatever, he books in time and everything's set, right? 99% of you would just, say, awesome, see you on the call, and then never talk to him until he hops on the call. What I want you to do instead is ask him this specific question. How's life like in country? The reason why we ask this question is we need the prospect to like two things: the value you provide and you as a person. Okay? The entire premise of asking this question is to take the conversation away from just business, 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 and make them realize that we actually care for them and we want to get to know them personally. And that's how we get someone to actually like us. And just for some context, you don't actually need to ask this question, but you need to ask a question that's related to his personal life. And I'm going to show you an example of one of my guys that are inside the program. Already asked his permission, no worries. So this guy booked in what a call, and then we just asked him, what inspired you to join the military? Blah, blah, blah. I feel like, brother, that's one of the reasons I wanted to move to London. Feels like it builds a lot of maturity as well. And we're just connecting, right? We're just chopping it up back and forth. The more you connect with the client after you book in the call, the more he realizes that, hey, I really want to work with this guy because this guy's chill. This guy's someone that I actually vibe with. People want to buy from people that they genuinely will enjoy working with. So if you're just a bot and you're just being serious all the time, it's all business, yeah, you might close him, but getting that personal aspect is so much better. And so you can hear him. We just talk about his personal goals and everything, blah, blah, blah. And so, boom, check out this video if you haven't already, which leads to the second part, which is dropping the VSL. Oh, by the way, did you manage to watch the VSL? Now, obviously, you don't say VSL, you say like post-booking video, right? If yes, awesome, man, then go ahead and watch this vid as well to get a better understanding of what I do. So if he's already watched the VSL, then you want to send him another long-form asset that's maybe a client interview, or maybe it's a roadmap or whatever it is, to nurture him even more, okay? Because there's no harm in giving him more content to watch to be more nurtured when he's on that call with you. Something like this, right? You can check out this vid to get an idea of what to expect on the call, right? Now, if he didn't watch the VSL, send this. I'll make sure you watch it before the call. Will save us a lot of time, right? And then we send him the link. It's as easy as that, okay? Now, as you can see here, before we actually went into it, I already sent him my VSL. So he already watched the VSL and I knew it, which is why I didn't ask it. And I just sent, check out this video if you haven't already. And then he watched it, and he's already bought in. You can tell by the way he's talking to me. I knew he was going to be a sale, right? And the reason why is because this is what it takes to nurture a prospect, and this is what leads to a sale. The sale is not done on the call. The sale is done before the call. The prospect's already made up their mind before the call, right? And the goal here is to make sure that he watches at least minimum 2 long-form assets, a VSL and a client interview. I promise you, if a prospect watches these 2 long-form sales assets, this is what does the entire selling for us, and this is what gives you sales calls where you don't even sell. These are onboarding calls, I like to call them, right? So make sure that the prospects that you hop on calls with have watched minimum 2 long-form sales assets. A VSL is the best one, and then the second best one is a client interview. If you haven't filmed one already and you have client interviews, you need to film one, okay? These 2 things are gonna really, really help you guys out, okay? Now, the third thing you guys wanna do is getting your setter to call the client exactly 24 hours before the call. If you don't have a setter, you have a problem, reach out to me. I'll try to get you connected with any setters that I know. But yeah, you got a huge problem if you're doing the setting yourself and you're trying to scale up your coaching business, because you can't wear all the hats at the end of the day, okay? Now, I'm not talking like the setter actually sending a message. I'm talking the setter using his actual phone and calling the prospect 24 hours before the call. And what this is gonna do is, if they receive a call and they're like, who's this? Yeah, I booked the call, okay. And whatever, blah, blah, blah. Then essentially that saves you from a potential no-show, because let's say he was busy at this time tomorrow, he can just reschedule, okay? So he will reschedule if it won't be available for this time. And another benefit is that it makes them think that, wow, this is really, really professional. Their system is really dialed in, okay? Especially with B2C prospects, these guys actually don't jot down stuff on their calendar. They don't even have a calendar. They just go about their day-to-day like a bunch of NPCs, right? They don't know when they scheduled a call 2 days ago, and it's your job to remind them. You're basically acting as their calendar. And even for B2B, if a B2B guy has a calendar and he's still all set, this will still impress him. And I've had
guys that hop on a call like, bro, your process is dialed in. Your setter called me up 24 hours ago and it was like, hey, are you good for the call tomorrow? And it's like, I've never seen that. And it just wows them. It automatically, even if they like already know about the call, it automatically elevates my status because they've never seen it before. Implement this. There's no like downside to it, I promise. Okay, so once your setter calls, what you're gonna do, or your closer, is you send a voice note the night before saying this. Hey James, hope you're well. Really excited for a call tomorrow. Did a bit of research on your account and actually came up with 3 things that we can implement. I'm excited to speak tomorrow. I'll talk to you soon. All right? Why do you want to do this? When you send a personalized voice note, he's going to hear your voice. He's going to be like kind of excited for it. And he's going to be like, I can't miss this call. Okay? And so a personalized voice note goes a long way because it shows that you actually care for them. And you're not just treating them like a money bag, like it's just cash, you know? You're actually caring for them. And so realize how I said, did a bit of research on your account. This basically puts a responsibility on them because they booked in a call. They kind of committed to this whole process. You did research on them. They don't want to disappoint you by not showing up to the call. So guess what? They will show up to that call. So not only are they extremely warm because you dropped in the VSL, not only do they like you as a person because you continue the conversation, not only, you know, have they watched Too Long from Sales Assets and the setter called them and you're talking about a voice note and just saying that you did research on them, why would they not show up? You know, like there's no reason why they wouldn't show up, okay? So you send a voice note the night before, whether it's you, whether it's your closer, whatever it is, you just want to do this, okay? And then the 5th part is actually doing research. Now, in this voice message, we said, did a bit of research on your account. We actually want to do a bit of research, okay? I don't like lying just to get our way. We actually have to do a bit of research. And so what I like to do is 15 minutes before each call, I spend time going over the conversation because obviously I don't set my own appointments. It's 2024. If you're still setting your own appointments, you are behind, okay? And so I actually go over the conversation, understand where he's from, what he's doing, like how he kind of opened up, what are his problems, what's his obstacle, everything, right? And then I actually look at his account. So I analyze his account, I know where he's from, I know what he's struggling with, I know where he's currently posting content to get clients, I know his strategies, I know what he's doing. And so I bring it up all at the start of the call. And it's the easiest way to build a rapport, okay? Because it shows that you came in prepared. They will think, this guy came prepared, and this will subconsciously make them think that this is someone I want to work with. Because guess what? People want to work with people that care for them. And if you show that you care for them in the sales call and that you did your research, even though they know that you have a bunch of sales calls, they will respect you that much more. And so don't overlook any of these steps, especially this last one. This one goes a long way, trust me. I'm actually doing research, understanding their situation, their obstacles, so that you don't just sound completely clueless. Because at the end of the day, they thought they were talking to you on that DM. So you have to make sure that you understand what your setter did in order to lead this prospect to be this warm, okay? Because they're gonna open up fast, and that's exactly what we want. The sales call is gonna be much easier than your regular sales calls, and you have to be ready for it, and you have to understand their situation beforehand. So actually do the research, go through the conversation, look at his account, and see what he's doing. Now, that is 50% of the sale there because now they know you, they like you, and they trust you, right? They know you because guess what? You talked about your personal life, you asked them about a personal question, they like you because you actually, care about them and, you're talking about their personal situation, they watch long-form sales assets, they understand your personality, and they trust you because you actually prepare for the call and everything, and you're kind of selling them with your mechanism on the long-form sales assets. So that is the entire process, okay? Very, very simple. It's a very short video today, and hopefully you guys got value. And this is the 5-step post-booking process that I use with every single one of my leads. And it's a hack. I didn't know if I should share it in this video, but what I want you guys to do is actually implement this exact strategy into your system, into your sales team, and just go print. Because I know that if you make money with this post-booking process, you're going to come back and you're just going to be like, I need to work with this guy because he knows more than just post-booking process, all right? So hopefully you guys found value in this one. If you did, go ahead and check out this video right here. I'm going to put it up. This is going to go over exactly how I scaled up one of my clients, Chris, from $3K to over $50,000 rev in just 30 days of working together with the power of setters, closers, and running paid ads in the past. All right, check it out and I'll see you guys there. Peace.